23. Funerals, Al-Janaa'iz. Volume 2, Book 23, Number 329. Narrated Abu Dhar. Allah's Apostle said, "Someone came to me from my Lord and gave me the news, or good tidings, that if any of my followers dies worshipping none, in any way, along with Allah, he will enter paradise." I asked, even if he committed illegal sexual intercourse, adultery, and theft? He replied, even if he committed illegal sexual intercourse, adultery, and theft. Volume 2, Book 23, Number 330. Narrated Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, "Anyone who dies worshipping others along with Allah will definitely enter the fire." I said, "Anyone who dies worshipping none along with Allah will definitely enter paradise." Volume 2, Book 23, Number 331. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. Allah's Apostle ordered us to do 7 things and forbade us to do other 7. He ordered us to follow the funeral procession, to visit the sick, to accept invitations, to help the oppressed, to fulfill the oaths, to return the greeting and to reply to the sneezer, saying, "May Allah be merciful on you," provided the sneezer says, "All the praises are for Allah." He forbade us to use silver utensils and dishes and to wear golden rings, silk, clothes, dibaj, pure silk cloth, kisai and istabrak, 2 kinds of silk cloths. Volume 2, Book 23, Number 332. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "The rights of a Muslim on the Muslims are to follow the funeral processions, to accept invitation and to reply the sneezer." See Hadith number 331. Volume 2, Book 23, Number 333. Narrated Aisha. Abu Bakr came riding his horse from his dwelling place in As-Sun. He got down from it, entered the mosque and did not speak with anybody till he came to me and went direct to the Prophet, who was covered with a marked blanket. Abu Bakr uncovered his face. He knelt down and kissed him and then started weeping and said, "My father and my mother be sacrificed for you, O Allah's Prophet. Allah will not combine 2 deaths on you. You have died the death which was written for you." Narrated Abu Salama from Ibn Abbas. Abu Bakr came out and Umar was addressing the people, and Abu Bakr told him to sit down but Umar refused. Abu Bakr again told him to sit down but Umar again refused. Then Abu Bakr recited the Tashahhud, i.e., none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad is Allah's Apostle, and the people attended to Abu Bakr and left Umar. Abu Bakr said, "Amma ba'du, whoever amongst you worshipped Muhammad, then Muhammad is dead, but whoever worshipped Allah, Allah is alive and will never die." Allah said, "Muhammad is no more than an apostle and indeed, many apostles have passed away before him, up to the grateful." 3. 144, the narrator added, "By Allah, it was as if the people never knew that Allah had revealed this verse before till Abu Bakr recited it and then whoever heard it, started reciting it." Volume 2, Book 23. Number 334. Narrated Kharija bin Zaid bin Thabit. Malala, an Ansari woman who gave the Pledge of Allegiance to the Prophet said to me, "The emigrants were distributed amongst us by drawing lots and we got in our share Uthman bin Mazun. We made him stay with us in our house. Then he suffered from a disease which proved fatal when he died and was given a bath and was shrouded in his clothes. Allah's Apostle came. I said, 'May Allah be merciful to you, O Abu as-Sa'ib. I testify that Allah has honored you.' The Prophet said, 'How do you know that Allah has honored him?' I replied, 'O Allah's Apostle, let my father be sacrificed for you. On whom else shall Allah bestow his honor?' The Prophet said, 'No doubt, death came to him. By Allah, I too wish him good, but by Allah, I do not know what Allah will do with me though I am Allah's Apostle. By Allah, I never attested the piety of anyone after that.' Volume 2, Book 23, Number 335. Narrated Al-Layth as above. Volume 2, Book 23, Number 336. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. When my father was martyred, I lifted the sheet from his face and wept, and the people forbade me to do so, but the Prophet did not forbid me. Then my aunt Fatima began weeping, and the Prophet said, "It is all the same whether you weep or not. The angels were shading him continuously with their wings till you shifted him from the field." Volume 2, Book 23, number 337. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle informed the people about the death of a Najashi on the very day he died. He went towards the Musalla, praying place, and the people stood behind him in rows. He said 4 takbirs, i.e. offered the funeral prayer. Volume 2, Book 23, number 338. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, Zayd took over the flag and was martyred. Then it was taken by Jafar, who was martyred as well. Then Abdullah bin Rawaha took the flag, but he too was martyred, and at that time the eyes of Allah's Apostle were full of tears. Then Khalid bin al-Walid took the flag without being nominated as a chief beforehand, and was blessed with victory. Volume 2, Book 23, number 339. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A person died and Allah's Apostle used to visit him. He died at night and, the people, buried him at night. In the morning they informed the Prophet about his death. He said, "What prevented you from informing me?" They replied, "It was night and it was a dark night, and so we disliked to trouble you." The Prophet went to his grave and offered the funeral prayer. Volume 2, Book 23, number 340. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "A Muslim whose 3 children die before the age of puberty will be granted paradise by Allah due to his mercy for them." Volume 2, Book 23, number 341. Narrated Abu Sa'idi. The women requested the Prophet, "Please fix a day for us." So the Prophet preached to them and said, "A woman whose 3 children died would be screened from the hell fire by them." Hearing that, a woman asked, "If 2 died?" The Prophet replied, "Even 2 would screen her from the hell fire." And Abu Huraira added, "Those children should be below the age of puberty." Volume 2, Book 23, number 342. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "No Muslim whose 3 children died will go to the fire except for Allah's oath, i.e. everyone has to pass over the bridge above the lake of fire." Volume 2, Book 23, number 343. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet passed by a woman who was sitting and weeping beside a grave and said to her, "Fear Allah and be patient." Volume 2, Book 23, number 344. Narrated Atiyah al-Ansariya. Allah's Apostle came to us when his daughter died and said, "Wash her thrice or 5 times or more, if you see it necessary, with water and sidr, and then apply camphor or some camphor at the end. And when you finish, notify me." So when we finished it, we informed him, and he gave us his waste sheet and told us to shroud the dead body in it. Volume 2, Book 23, number 345. Narrated Atiyah. Allah's Apostle came to us and we were giving a bath to his dead daughter and said, "Wash her 3, 5 or more times with water and sidr, and sprinkle camphor on her at the end. And when you finish, notify me." So when we finished, we informed him, and he gave us his waste sheet and told us to shroud her in it. Ayyub said that Hafsa narrated to him a narration similar to that of Muhammad, in which it was said that the bath was to be given for an odd number of times, and the numbers 3, 5 or 7 were mentioned. It was also said that they were to start with the right side and with the parts which were washed in ablution, and that Atiyah also mentioned, "We combed her hair and divided them in 3 braids." Volume 2, Book 23, number 346. Narrated Atiyah. Allah's Apostle, concerning his dead daughter's bath, said, "Start with the right side, and the parts which are washed in ablution." Volume 2, Book 23, number 347. Narrated Atiyah. When we washed the deceased daughter of the Prophet, he said to us, while we were washing her, "Start the bath from the right side and from the parts which are washed in ablution." Volume 2, Book 23, number 348. Narrated Atiyah. The daughter of the Prophet expired, and he said to us, wash her 3 or 5 times, or more if you see it necessary, and when you finish, notify me. So, when we finished, we informed him and he unfastened his waist sheet and told us to shroud her in it. Volume 2, Book 23, number 349. Narrated Muhammad. Atiyah said, one of the daughters of the Prophet died and he came out and said, wash her 3 or 5 times or more, if you think it necessary, with water and sidr. And last of all put camphor, or some camphor, and when you finish, inform me. Atiyah added, when we finished we informed him and he gave us his waist sheet and said, shroud her in it. And Atiyah, in another narration, added, the Prophet said, wash her 3, 5 or 7 times or more, if you think it necessary. Hafsah said that Atiyah had also said, we entwined her hair into 3 braids. Volume 2, Book 23, number 350. Narrated Hafsah bint Sirin. Atiyah said that they had entwined the hair of the daughter of Allah's Apostle in 3 braids. They first undid her hair, washed and then entwined it in 3 braids. Volume 2, Book 23, number 351. Narrated Ibn Sirin. Atiyah, an Ansari woman who gave the pledge of allegiance to the Prophet, came to Basra to visit her son, but she could not find him. She narrated to us, the Prophet came to us while we were giving bath to his dead daughter. He said, wash her 3 times, 5 times or more, if you think it necessary, with water and sidr, and last of all put camphor, and when you finish, notify me. Atiyah added, after finishing, we informed him and he gave us his waist sheet and told us to shroud her in it and did not say more than that. Volume 2, Book 23, number 352. Narrated Atiyah. We entwined the hair of the dead daughter of the Prophet into 3 braids. Waqi said that Sufyan said, 1 braid was entwined in front and the other 2 were entwined on the sides of the head. Volume 2, Book 23, number 353. Narrated Atiyah. One of the daughters of the Prophet expired and he came to us and said, wash her with sidr, water, for odd number of times, i.e. 3, 5 or more, if you think it necessary, and in the last, put camphor or some camphor on her, and when you finish, notify me. So when we finished we informed him. He gave his waist sheet to us, to shroud her. We entwined the hair of the deceased girl in 3 braids and made them fall at her back. Volume 2, Book 23, number 354. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle was shrouded in 3 Yemenite white suhulia, pieces of cloth, of cotton, and in them there was neither a shirt nor a turban. Volume 2, Book 23, number 355. Narrated Ibn Abbas. While a man was riding his mount in Arafat, he fell down from it, his mount, and broke his neck, and died. The Prophet said, wash him with water and sidr and shroud him in 2 pieces of cloth, and neither perfume him, nor cover his head, for he will be resurrected on the day of resurrection saying, Labbaik, i.e. like a pilgrim. Volume 2, Book 23, number 356. Narrated Ibn Abbas. While a man was at Arafat for Hajj, with Allah's Apostle the fell down from his mount and broke his neck, and died. So Allah's Apostle said, wash him with water and sidr and shroud him in 2 pieces of cloth and neither perfume him nor cover his head, for Allah will resurrect him on the day of resurrection and he will be saying, Labbaik. Volume 2, Book 23, number 357. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A man was killed by his camel while we were with the Prophet and he was a muhrim. So the Prophet said, wash him with water and sidr and shroud him in 2 pieces of cloth and neither perfume him nor cover his head, for Allah will resurrect him on the day of resurrection and he will be saying, Labbaik. Volume 2, Book 23, number 358. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A man fell from his mount and died while he was with the Prophet at Arafat. The Prophet said, "Wash him with water and sidr and shroud him in 2 pieces of cloth and neither perfume him nor cover his head, for he will be resurrected on the day of resurrection saying, Labbaik. Volume 2, Book 23, number 359. Narrated Ibn Umar. When Abdullah bin Ubay, the chief of hypocrites, died, his son came to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's Apostle! Please give me your shirt to shroud him in it, offer his funeral prayer and ask for Allah's forgiveness for him." So Allah's Apostle, PBUH, gave his shirt to him and said, "Inform me, when the funeral is ready, so that I may offer the funeral prayer." So, he informed him, and when the Prophet intended to offer the funeral prayer, Umar took hold of his hand and said, "Has Allah not forbidden you to offer the funeral prayer for the hypocrites?" The Prophet said, "I have been given the choice, for Allah says, it does not avail, whether you, O Muhammad, ask forgiveness for them, hypocrites, or do not ask for forgiveness for them. Even though you ask for their forgiveness 70 times, Allah will not forgive them." 9.80 So the Prophet offered the funeral prayer, and on that the revelation came, "And never, O Muhammad, pray, funeral prayer, for any of them, i.e. hypocrites, that dies." 9.84 Volume 2, Book 23, number 360. Narrated Jabir. The Prophet came to the grave of Abdullah bin Ubay after his body was buried. The body was brought out, and then the Prophet put his saliva over the body and clothed it in his shirt. Volume 2, Book 23, number 361. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet was shrouded in 3 pieces of cloth which were made of suhul, a type of cotton, and neither a shirt nor a turban were used. Volume 2, Book 23, number 362. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle was shrouded in 3 pieces of cloth and neither a shirt nor a turban were used. Volume 2, Book 23, number 363. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle was shrouded in 3 pieces of cloth which were made of white suhul and neither a shirt nor a turban were used. Volume 2, Book 23, number 364. Narrated Sa'd from his father. Once the meal of Abdurrahman bin Auf was brought in front of him, and he said, "Mus'ab bin Umar was martyred and he was better than I. And he had nothing except his bird, a black square narrow dress, to be shrouded in. Hamza or another person was martyred and he was also better than I, and he had nothing to be shrouded in except his bird. No doubt, I fear that the rewards of my deeds might have been given early in this world." Then he started weeping. Volume 2, Book 23, number 365. Narrated Ibrahim. Once a meal was brought to Abdurrahman bin Auf and he was fasting. He said, "Mus'ab bin Umar was martyred and he was better than I and was shrouded in his bird, and when his head was covered with it, his legs became bare, and when his legs were covered his head got uncovered. Hamza was martyred and was better than I. Now the worldly wealth have been bestowed upon us," or said a similar thing. "No doubt, I fear that the rewards of my deeds might have been given earlier in this world." Then he started weeping and left his food. Volume 2, Book 23, number 366. Narrated Kababab. We emigrated with the Prophet, P.B.U.H, in Allah's cause, and so our reward was then surely incumbent on Allah. Some of us died and they did not take anything from their rewards in this world, and amongst them was Mus'ab bin Umar, and the others were those who got their rewards. Mus'ab bin Umar was martyred on the day of the Battle of Uhud, and we could get nothing except his bird to shroud him in. And when we covered his head his feet became bare and vice versa. So the Prophet ordered us to cover his head only and to put idkir, a kind of shrub, over his feet. Volume 2, Book 23, number 367. Narrated Saul. A woman brought a woven burda, sheet, having edging, border, to the Prophet. Then Saul asked them whether they knew what is burda. They said that burda is a cloak, and Saul confirmed their reply. Then the woman said, "I have woven it with my own hands and I have brought it so that you may wear it." The Prophet accepted it, and at that time he was in need of it. So he came out wearing it as his waist sheet. A man praised it and said, "Will you give it to me? How nice it is." The other people said, "You have not done the right thing, as the Prophet is in need of it, and you have asked for it when you know that he never turns down anybody's request." The man replied, "By Allah, I have not asked for it to wear it but to make it my shroud." Later it was his shroud. Volume 2, Book 23, number 368. Narrated Atiyah. We were forbidden to accompany funeral processions but not strictly. Volume 2, Book 23, number 369. Narrated Muhammad bin Sirin. One of the sons of Atiyah died, and when it was the third day she asked for a yellow perfume and put it over her body, and said, "We were forbidden to mourn for more than 3 days except for our husbands." Volume 2, Book 23, number 370. Narrated Zainab bint Abi Salama. When the news of the death of Abu Sufyan reached from Sham, Habiba on the third day, asked for a yellow perfume and sent it her cheeks and forearms and said, "No doubt I would not have been in need of this, had I not heard the Prophet saying, it is not legal for a woman who believes in Allah and the last day to mourn for more than 3 days for any dead person except her husband, for whom she should mourn for 4 months and 10 days. Volume 2, Book 23, number 371. Narrated Zainab bint Abi Salama. I went to Habiba, the wife of Prophet, who said, I heard the Prophet saying, it is not legal for a woman who believes in Allah and the last day to mourn for any dead person for more than 3 days except for her husband, for whom she should mourn, for 4 months and 10 days. Later I went to Zainab bint Yash when her brother died. She asked for some scent, and after using it she said, I am not in need of scent, but I heard Allah's apostle saying, it is not legal for a woman who believes in Allah and the last day to mourn for more than 3 days for any dead person except her husband, for whom she should mourn, for 4 months and 10 days. Volume 2, Book 23, number 372. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet passed by a woman who was weeping beside a grave. He told her to fear Allah and be patient. She said to him, Go away, for you have not been afflicted with a calamity like mine. And she did not recognize him. Then she was informed that he was the Prophet. So she went to the house of the Prophet and there she did not find any guard. Then she said to him, I did not recognize you. He said, Verily, the patience is at the first stroke of a calamity. Volume 2, Book 23, number 373. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. The daughter of the Prophet, PBUH, sent a messenger to the Prophet requesting him to come as her child was dying, or was gasping, but the Prophet returned the messenger and told him to convey his greeting to her and say, whatever Allah takes is for him and whatever he gives is for him, and everything with him has a limited fixed term, in this world, and so she should be patient and hope for Allah's reward. She again sent for him, swearing that he should come. The Prophet got up, and so did Sa'd bin Ubadah, Mu'adh bin Jabal, Ubay bin Ka'b, Zayd bin Thabit and some other men. The child was brought to Allah's apostle while his breath was disturbed in his chest. The sub-narrator thinks that Usama added, as if it was a leather waterskin. On that the eyes of the Prophet, P.B.U.H, started shedding tears. Sa'd said, O Allah's apostle, what is this? He replied, it is mercy which Allah has lodged in the hearts of his slaves, and Allah is merciful only to those of his slaves who are merciful to others. Volume 2, Book 23, number 374. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We were, in the funeral procession, of one of the daughters of the Prophet and he was sitting by the side of the grave. I saw his eyes shedding tears. He said, Is there anyone among you who did not have sexual relations with his wife last night? Abu Talha replied in the affirmative. And so the Prophet told him to get down in the grave. And so he got down in her grave. Volume 2, Book 23, number 375. Narrated Abdullah bin Ubaydullah bin Abi Mulaika. One of the daughters of Uthman died at Mecca. We went to attend her funeral procession. Ibn Umar and Ibn Abbas were also present. I sat in between them, or said, I sat beside one of them. Then a man came and sat beside me. Abdullah bin Umar said to Amr bin Uthman, will you not prohibit crying as Allah's Apostle has said, the dead person is tortured by the crying of his relatives. Ibn Abbas said, Umar used to say so. Then he added narrating, I accompanied Umar on a journey from Mecca till we reached al-Bayda. There he saw some travelers in the shade of a samura, a kind of forest tree. He said, to me, go and see who those travelers are. So I went and saw that one of them was Su'aib. I told this to Umar, who then asked me to call him. So I went back to Su'aib and said to him, depart and follow the chief of the faithful believers. Later, when Umar was stabbed, Su'aib came in weeping and saying, O my brother, O my friend. On this Umar said to him, O Su'aib, are you weeping for me? While the Prophet said, the dead person is punished by some of the weeping of his relatives. Ibn Abbas added, when Umar died I told all this to Aisha and she said, may Allah be merciful to Umar. By Allah, Allah's Apostle did not say that a believer is punished by the weeping of his relatives. But he said, Allah increases the punishment of a non-believer because of the weeping of his relatives. Aisha further added, the Qur'an is sufficient for you, to clear up this point, as Allah has stated, no burdened soul will bear another's burden. 35.18 Ibn Abbas then said, only Allah makes one laugh or cry. Ibn Umar did not say anything after that. Volume 2, Book 23, number 376. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, once Allah's Apostle passed by the grave of a Jewess whose relatives were weeping over her. He said, they are weeping over her and she is being tortured in her grave. Volume 2, Book 23, number 377. Narrated Abu Burda. That his father said, when Umar was stabbed, Su'aib started crying, O my brother. Umar said, don't you know that the Prophet said, the deceased is tortured for the weeping of the living? Volume 2, Book 23, number 378. Narrated Al-Mughira. I heard the Prophet saying, ascribing false things to me is not like ascribing false things to anyone else. Whosoever tells a lie against me intentionally, then surely let him occupy his seat in hellfire. I heard the Prophet saying, the deceased who is wailed over is tortured for that wailing. Volume 2, Book 23, number 379. Narrated Ibn Umar from his father. The Prophet said, the deceased is tortured in his grave for the wailing done over him. Volume 2, Book 23, number 380. Narrated Shubia. The deceased is tortured for the wailing of the living ones over him. Volume 2, Book 23, number 381. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. On the day of the Battle of Uhud, my father was brought and he had been mayhemed and was placed in front of Allah's Apostle and a sheet was over him. I went intending to uncover my father but my people forbade me. Again I wanted to uncover him but my people forbade me. Allah's Apostle gave his order and he was shifted away. At that time he heard the voice of a crying woman and asked, who is this? They said, it is the daughter or the sister of Amr. He said, why does she weep? Or let her stop weeping, for the angels had been shading him with their wings till he, i.e. the body of the martyr, was shifted away. Volume 2, Book 23, number 382. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet said, he who slaps his cheeks, tears his clothes and follows the ways and traditions of the days of ignorance is not one of us. Volume 2, Book 23, number 383. Narrated Amir bin Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas. That his father said, in the year of the last Hajj of the Prophet I became seriously ill and the Prophet used to visit me inquiring about my health. I told him, I am reduced to this state because of illness and I am wealthy and have no inheritors except a daughter. In this narration the name of Amir bin Sa'd is mentioned and in fact it is a mistake. The narrator is Aisha bint Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas. Should I give 2/3 of my property in charity? He said, no. I asked, half. He said, "No," then he added, "1/3, and even 1/3 is much. You'd better leave your inheritors wealthy rather than leaving them poor, begging others. You will get a reward for whatever you spend for Allah's sake, even for what you put in your wife's mouth." I said, "O Allah's Apostle, will I be left alone after my companions have gone?" He said, "If you are left behind, whatever good deeds you will do will upgrade you and raise you high. And perhaps you will have a long life so that some people will be benefited by you while others will be harmed by you. O Allah, complete the emigration of my companions and do not turn them renegades." But Allah's Apostle felt sorry for poor Sa'd bin Khawla as he died in Mecca. But Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas lived long after the Prophet, p.b.u.h. Volume 2, Book 23, number 384. Narrated, Abdullah. The Prophet said, "He who slaps the cheeks, tears the clothes and follows the tradition of the days of ignorance is not from us." Volume 2, Book 23, number 385. Narrated, Abdullah. The Prophet said, "He who slaps the cheeks, tears the clothes and follows the traditions of the days of ignorance is not from us." Volume 2, Book 23, number 386. Narrated, Aisha. When the Prophet got the news of the death of Ibn Harida, Jafar, and Ibn Rawaha, he sat down and looked sad, and I was looking at him through the chink of the door. A man came and told him about the crying of the women of Jafar. The Prophet ordered him to forbid them. The man went and came back saying that he had told them, but they did not listen to him. The Prophet, p.b.u.h, said, "Forbid them." So again he went and came back for the third time and said, "O Allah's Apostle, by Allah, they did not listen to us at all." Aisha added, "Allah's Apostle ordered him to go and put dust in their mouths." I said, to that man, "May Allah stick your nose in the dust, i.e. humiliate you." You could neither persuade the women to fulfill the order of Allah's Apostle, nor did you relieve Allah's Apostle from fatigue. Volume 2, Book 23, number 387. Narrated Anas. When the reciters of Qur'an were martyred, Allah's Apostle recited Qunut for 1 month, and I never saw him, i.e. Allah's Apostle, so sad as he was on that day. Volume 2, Book 23, number 388. Narrated Anas bin Malik. One of the sons of Abu Talha became sick and died, and Abu Talha at that time was not at home. When his wife saw that he was dead, she prepared him, washed and shrouded him, and placed him somewhere in the house. When Abu Talha came, he asked, "How is the boy?" She said, "The child is quiet and I hope he is in peace." Abu Talha thought that she had spoken the truth. Abu Talha passed the night and in the morning took a bath, and when he intended to go out, she told him that his son had died. Abu Talha offered the morning prayer with the Prophet and informed the Prophet of what happened to them. Allah's Apostle said, "May Allah bless you concerning your night. That is, may Allah bless you with good offspring." Sufyan said, one of the Ansar said, they, i.e. Abu Talha and his wife, had 9 sons, and all of them became reciters of the Qur'an, by heart. Volume 2, Book 23, number 389. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "The real patience is at the first stroke of a calamity." Volume 2, Book 23, number 390. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We went with Allah's Apostle, p.b.u.h, to the blacksmith Abu Saif, and he was the husband of the wet nurse of Ibrahim, the son of the Prophet. Allah's Apostle took Ibrahim and kissed him and smelled him, and later we entered Abu Saif's house, and at that time Ibrahim was in his last breaths, and the eyes of Allah's Apostle, p.b.u.h, started shedding tears. Abdur Rahman bin Auf said, "O Allah's Apostle, even you are weeping." He said, "O Ibn Auf, this is mercy." Then he wept more and said, "The eyes are shedding tears and the heart is grieved, and we will not say except what pleases our Lord, O Ibrahim. Indeed we are grieved by your separation." Volume 2, Book 23, number 391. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Sa'd bin Ubadah became sick and the Prophet along with Abdurrahman bin Auf, Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas and Abdullah bin Mas'ud visited him to inquire about his health. When he came to him, he found him surrounded by his household and he asked, "Has he died?" They said, "No, O Allah's Apostle." The Prophet wept, and when the people saw the weeping of Allah's Apostle, p.b.u.h, they all wept. He said, "Will you listen? Allah does not punish for shedding tears, nor for the grief of the heart, but He punishes or bestows His mercy because of this." He pointed to his tongue and added, "The deceased is punished for the wailing of his relatives over him." Umar used to beat with a stick and throw stones and put dust over the faces of those who used to wail over the dead. Volume 2, Book 23, number 392. Narrated Aisha. When the news of the martyrdom of Zayd bin Haritha, Jafar, and Abdullah bin Rawaha came, the Prophet sat down looking sad, and I was looking through the chink of the door. A man came and said, "O Allah's Apostle, the women of Jafar," and then he mentioned their crying. The Prophet, p.b.u.h, ordered him to stop them from crying. The man went and came back and said, "I tried to stop them but they disobeyed." The Prophet, p.b.u.h, ordered him for the second time to forbid them. He went again and came back and said, "They did not listen to me, or us." The sub-narrator Muhammad bin Hashab is in doubt as to which is right. Aisha added, "The Prophet said, 'Put dust in their mouths.'" I said, to that man, "May Allah stick your nose in the dust, i.e. humiliate you. By Allah, you could not stop the women from crying, to fulfill the order, besides you did not relieve Allah's Apostle from fatigue." Volume 2, Book 23, number 393. Narrated Atiyah. At the time of giving the Pledge of Allegiance to the Prophet, one of the conditions was that we would not wail, but it was not fulfilled except by 5 women, and they are Sulaim, al-Allah, the daughter of Abi Sabra, the wife of Muad, and 2 other women. Or the daughter of Abi Sabra and the wife of Muad and another woman. Volume 2, Book 23, number 394. Narrated Amir bin Rabi'a. The Prophet said, "Whenever you see a funeral procession, stand up till the procession goes ahead of you." Al-Humaydi added, "Till the coffin leaves you behind or is put down." Volume 2, Book 23, number 395. Narrated Amir bin Rabi'a. The Prophet said, "If any one of you see a funeral procession and he is not going along with it, then he should stand and remain standing till he gets behind it. Or it leaves him behind, or the coffin is put down before it goes ahead of him." Volume 2, Book 23, number 396. Narrated Said al-Makburi. That his father said, "While we were accompanying a funeral procession, Abu Hurairah got hold of the hand of Marwan and they sat down before the coffin was put down. Then Abu said came and took hold of Marwan's hand and said, 'Get up.' By Allah, no doubt this, i.e. Abu Hurairah, knows that the Prophet forbade us to do that." Abu Hurairah said, Abu said, has spoken the truth. Volume 2, Book 23, number 397. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. The Prophet said, "When you see a funeral procession, you should stand up, and whoever accompanies it should not sit till the coffin is put down." Volume 2, Book 23, number 398. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. A funeral procession passed in front of us and the Prophet stood up and we too stood up. We said, "O Allah's Apostle, this is the funeral procession of a Jew." He said, "Whenever you see a funeral procession, you should stand up." Volume 2, Book 23, number 399. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Abi Layla. Sahl bin Hunayf and Qays bin Sa'd were sitting in the city of Al-Qadisiyah. A funeral procession passed in front of them and they stood up. They were told that funeral procession was of one of the inhabitants of the land, i.e. of a non-believer, under the protection of Muslims. They said, "A funeral procession passed in front of the Prophet and he stood up." When he was told that it was the coffin of a Jew, he said, "Is it not a living being, soul?" Volume 2, Book 23, number 400. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, when the funeral is ready and the men carry it on their shoulders, if the deceased was righteous it will say, present me, hurriedly. And if he was not righteous, it will say, woe to it, me. Where are they taking it, me? Its voice is heard by everything except man, and if he heard it he would fall unconscious. Volume 2, Book 23, number 401. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, hurry up with the dead body, for if it was righteous, you are forwarding it to welfare, and if it was otherwise, then you are putting off an evil thing down your necks. Volume 2, Book 23, number 402. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, when a funeral is ready and the men carry the deceased on their necks, shoulders, if it was pious then it will say, present me quickly, and if it was not pious, then it will say, woe to it, me, where are they taking it, me? And its voice is heard by everything except mankind, and if he heard it he would fall unconscious. Volume 2, Book 23, number 403. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle offered the funeral prayer for a Najashi and I was in the second or third row. Volume 2, Book 23, number 404. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet, PBUH, informed his companions about the death of a Najashi and then he went ahead, to lead the prayer, and the people lined up behind him in rows and he said for takbir. Volume 2, Book 23, number 405. Narrated Ash-Shaybani. Ash-Shabai said, I was informed by a man who had seen the Prophet going to a grave that was separate from the other graves and he aligned the people in rows and said for takbir. I said, O Abu Amr, who narrated that to you? He said, Ibn Abbas. Volume 2, Book 23, number 406. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet said, today a pious man from Ethiopia, i.e. a Najashi, has expired, come on to offer the funeral prayer. Jabir said we lined up in rows and after that the Prophet led the prayer and we were in rows. Jabir added, I was in the second row. Volume 2, Book 23, number 407. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle passed by a grave of a deceased who had been buried at night. He said, when was this, deceased, buried? The people said, yesterday. He said, why did you not inform me? They said, we buried him when it was dark and so we disliked to wake you up. He stood up and we lined up behind him. Ibn Abbas said I was one of them, and the Prophet offered the funeral prayer. Volume 2, Book 23, number 408. Narrated Ash-Shaybani. Ash-Shabai said, somebody who passed along with your Prophet, PBUH, by a grave that was separate from the other graves informed me, saying, the Prophet led us, in the prayer, and we aligned behind him. We said, O Abu Amr, who told you this narration? He replied, Ibn Abbas. Volume 2, Book 23, number 409. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar was told that Abu Huraira said, whoever accompanies the funeral procession will have a reward equal to 1 qirat. Ibn Umar said, Abu Huraira talks of a too enormous reward. Aisha attested Abu Huraira's narration and said, I heard Allah's Apostle saying like that. Ibn Umar said, we have lost numerous qirats. Volume 2, Book 23, number 410. Narrated Abu Huraira. That Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, whoever attends the funeral procession till he offers the funeral prayer for it, will get a reward equal to 1 qirat, and whoever accompanies it till burial, will get a reward equal to 2 qirats. It was asked, what are 2 qirats? He replied, like 2 huge mountains. Volume 2, Book 23, number 411. Narrated Amir. Ibn Abbas, who was at that time a boy, said, Allah's Apostle came to a grave and the people said, he or she was buried yesterday. Ibn Abbas added, we aligned behind the Prophet and he led the funeral prayer of the deceased. Volume 2, Book 23, number 412. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle informed about the news of the death of a Najash, king of Ethiopia, on the day he expired. He said, "Ask Allah's forgiveness for your brother." Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet made them a line in rows at the Musalla and said for Takbir. Volume 2, Book 23, number 413. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Jew brought to the Prophet a man and a woman from amongst them who have committed adultery, illegal sexual intercourse. He ordered both of them to be stoned to death, near the place of offering the funeral prayers beside the mosque. Volume 2, Book 23, number 414. Narrated Urwa. Aisha said, the Prophet in his fatal illness said, Allah cursed the Jews and the Christians because they took the graves of their prophets as places for praying. Aisha added, had it not been for that the grave of the Prophet, PBUH, would have been made prominent, but I am afraid it might be taken, as a place for praying. Volume 2, Book 23, number 415. Narrated Samura bin Jundab. I offered the funeral prayer behind the Prophet for a woman who had died during childbirth and he stood up by the middle of the coffin. Volume 2, Book 23, number 416. Narrated Samura bin Jundab. I offered the funeral prayer behind the Prophet for a woman who had died during childbirth and he stood up by the middle of the coffin. Volume 2, Book 23, number 417. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle informed about the news of the death of a Najash on the day he died. He went out with us to the Musalla and we aligned in rows and he said four takbirs for a Najashi's funeral prayer. Volume 2, Book 23, number 418. Narrated Jabir. The Prophet offered the funeral prayer of Ashama and Najash and said four takbir. Volume 2, Book 23, number 419. Narrated Talha bin Abdullah bin Auf. I offered the funeral prayer behind Ibn Abbas and he recited al-Fatiha and said, you should know that it, i.e. recitation of al-Fatiha, is the tradition of the Prophet Muhammad. Volume 2, Book 23, number 420. Narrated Sulayman ash-Shaybani. I heard ash-Shabai saying, I was told by a man who had passed with the Prophet, PBUH, by a grave that was separate from the other graves that he, the Prophet, led them in the prayer and they prayed behind him. I said, O Abu Amr, who narrated that to you? He replied, Ibn Abbas. Volume 2, Book 23, number 421. Narrated Abu Huraira. A black person, a male or a female used to clean the mosque and then died. The Prophet, PBUH, did not know about it. One day the Prophet remembered him and said, what happened to that person? The people replied, O Allah's Apostle, he died. He said, why did you not inform me? They said, his story was so and so, i.e. regarded him as insignificant. He said, show me his grave. He then went to his grave and offered the funeral prayer. Volume 2, Book 23, number 422. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, when a human being is laid in his grave and his companions return and he even hears their footsteps, two angels come to him and make him sit and ask him, what did you use to say about this man, Muhammad? He will say, I testify that he is Allah's slave and his apostle. Then it will be said to him, look at your place in the hellfire. Allah has given you a place in paradise instead of it. The Prophet added, the dead person will see both his places. But a non-believer or a hypocrite will say to the angels, I do not know, but I used to say what the people used to say. It will be said to him, neither did you know nor did you take the guidance, by reciting the Qur'an. Then he will be hit with an iron hammer between his two ears, and he will cry and that cry will be heard by whatever approaches him except human beings and jinns. Volume 2, Book 23, number 423. Narrated Abu Huraira. The angel of death was sent to Moses and when he went to him, Moses slapped him severely, spoiling one of his eyes. The angel went back to his Lord, and said, "You sent me to a slave who does not want to die." Allah restored his eye and said, "Go back and tell him, i.e. Moses, to place his hand over the back of an ox, for he will be allowed to live for a number of years equal to the number of hairs coming under his hand." So the angel came to him and told him the same. Then Moses asked, "O my Lord, what will be then?" He said, "Death will be then." He said, "Let it be, now." He asked Allah that he bring him near the sacred land at a distance of a stone's throw. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, "Were I there I would show you the grave of Moses by the way near the red sand hill." Volume 2, Book 23, number 424. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet, PBUH, offered the funeral prayer of a man one night after he was buried. He and his companions stood up for the prayer. He had asked them about him before standing, saying, "Who is this?" They said, "He is so and was buried last night." So all of them offered the funeral prayer. Volume 2, Book 23, number 425. Narrated Aisha. When the Prophet became ill, some of his wives talked about a church which they had seen in Ethiopia, and it was called Maria. Salma and Habiba had been to Ethiopia, and both of them narrated the church's, beauty and the pictures it contained. The Prophet raised his head and said, "Those are the people who, whenever a pious man dies amongst them, make a place of worship at his grave and then they make those pictures in it. Those are the worst creatures in the sight of Allah." Volume 2, Book 23, number 426. Narrated Anas. We were in the funeral procession of the daughter of Allah's Apostle, and Allah's Apostle was sitting near the grave, and I saw his eyes full of tears. He said, "Is there anyone amongst you who did not have sexual relations with his wife last night?" Abu Talha replied in the affirmative. And so Allah's Apostle told him to get down in her grave, and he got down in her grave and buried her. Volume 2, Book 23, number 427. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet collected every 2 martyrs of Uhud in one piece of cloth, then he would ask, which of them knew more of the Qur'an. When one of them was pointed out for him, he would put that one first in the grave and say, "I will be a witness on these on the day of resurrection." He ordered them to be buried with their blood on their bodies, and they were neither washed nor was a funeral prayer offered for them. Volume 2, Book 23, number 428. Narrated Uqba bin Amir. One day the Prophet went out and offered the funeral prayers of the martyrs of Uhud, and then went up the pulpit and said, "I will pave the way for you as your predecessor and will be a witness on you. By Allah, I see my fount, Kawthar, just now, and I have been given the keys of all the treasures of the earth, or the keys of the earth. By Allah, I am not afraid that you will worship others along with Allah after my death, but I am afraid that you will fight with one another for the worldly things." Volume 2, Book 23, number 429. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet buried every 2 martyrs in Uhud in one grave. Volume 2, Book 23, number 430. Narrated Jabir. The Prophet said, "Bury them, i.e. martyrs, with their blood." That was, on the day of the Battle of Uhud. He did not get them washed. Volume 2, Book 23, number 431. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle shrouded every 2 martyrs of Uhud in one piece of cloth, and then he would ask, which of them knew more Qur'an. When one of them was pointed out he would put him first in the grave. He said, "I am a witness on these." Then he ordered them to be buried with blood on their bodies. Neither did he offer their funeral prayer or did he get them washed. Jabir bin Abdullah added, Allah's Apostle used to ask about the martyrs of Uhud as to which of them knew more of the Qur'an. And when one of them was pointed out as having more of it, he would put him first in the grave and then his companions. Jabir added, "My father and my uncle were shrouded in one sheet." Volume 2, Book 23, number 432. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, "Allah has made Mecca a sanctuary, sacred place, and it was a sanctuary before me and will be so after me. It was made legal for me, to fight in it, for a few hours of the day. None is allowed to uproot its thorny shrubs or to cut its trees or to chase its game or to pick up its fallen things except by a person who announces it publicly. On that Al-Abbas said, to the Prophet, accept al-Idkir for our goldsmiths and for our graves. And so the Prophet added, accept al-Idkir. And Abu Huraira narrated that the Prophet said, accept al-Idkir for our graves and houses. And Ibn Abbas said, for their goldsmiths and houses. Volume 2, Book 23, number 433. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle came to Abdullah bin Ubay, a hypocrite, after his death and he has been laid in his pit, grave. He ordered, that he be taken out of the grave, and he was taken out. Then he placed him on his knees and threw some of his saliva on him and clothed him in his, the Prophet's, own shirt. Allah knows better, why he did so. Abdullah bin Ubay had given his shirt to Al-Abbas to wear. Abu Harun said, Allah's apostle at that time had 2 shirts and the son of Abdullah bin Ubay said to him, O Allah's apostle! Clothe my father in your shirt which has been in contact with your skin. Sufyan added, thus people think that the Prophet clothed Abdullah bin Tubal in his shirt in lieu of what he, Abdullah, had done, for Al-Abbas, the Prophet's uncle. Volume 2, Book 23, number 434. Narrated Jabir. When the time of the Battle of Uhud approached, my father called me at night and said, I think that I will be the first amongst the companions of the Prophet to be martyred. I do not leave anyone after me dearer to me than you, except Allah's apostle's soul, and I owe some debt and you should repay it and treat your sisters favorably, nicely and politely. So in the morning he was the first to be martyred and was buried along with another, martyr. I did not like to leave him with the other, martyr, so I took him out of the grave after 6 months of his burial and he was in the same condition as he was on the day of burial, except a slight change near his ear. Volume 2, Book 23, number 435. Narrated Jabir. A man was buried along with my father and I did not like it till I took him, i.e. my father, out and buried him in a separate grave. Volume 2, Book 23, number 436. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet collected every 2 martyrs of Uhud, in one grave, and then he would ask, which of them knew the Qur'an more. And if one of them was pointed out for him as having more knowledge, he would put him first in the lot. The Prophet said, I will be a witness on these on the day of resurrection. Then he ordered them to be buried with their blood on their bodies and he did not have them washed. Volume 2, Book 23, number 437. Narrated Ibn Umar. Umar set out along with the Prophet, PBUH, with a group of people to Ibn Sayyad till they saw him playing with the boys near the hillocks of Bani Magala. Ibn Sayyad at that time was nearing his puberty and did not notice us, until the Prophet stroked him with his hand and said to him, Do you testify that I am Allah's apostle? Ibn Sayyad looked at him and said, I testify that you are the messenger of illiterates. Then Ibn Sayyad asked the Prophet, PBUH, do you testify that I am Allah's apostle? The Prophet, PBUH, refuted it and said, I believe in Allah and His apostles. Then he said, to Ibn Sayyad, what do you think? Ibn Sayyad answered, true people and liars visit me. The Prophet said, you have been confused as to this matter. Then the Prophet said to him, I have kept something, in my mind, for you, can you tell me that? Ibn Sayyad said, it is al-Duk, the smoke. 2. The Prophet said, let you be in ignominy. You cannot cross your limits. On that Umar said, O Allah's apostle, allow me to chop his head off. The Prophet, PBUH, said, if he is he, i.e. Dajjal, then you cannot overpower him, and if he is not, then there is no use of murdering him. Ibn Umar added later on Allah's apostle, PBUH, once again went along with Ubay bin Ka'b to the date palm trees, garden, where Ibn Sayyad was staying. The Prophet, PBUH, wanted to hear something from Ibn Sayyad before Ibn Sayyad could see him, and the Prophet, PBUH, saw him lying covered with a sheet and from where his murmurs were heard. Ibn Sayyad's mother saw Allah's apostle while he was hiding himself behind the trunks of the date palm trees. She addressed Ibn Sayyad, O Saf. And this was the name of Ibn Sayyad, here is Muhammad. And with that Ibn Sayyad got up. The Prophet said, had this woman left him, had she not disturbed him, then Ibn Sayyad would have revealed the reality of his case. Volume 2, Book 23, number 438. Narrated Anas. A young Jewish boy used to serve the Prophet and he became sick. So the Prophet went to visit him. He sat near his head and asked him to embrace Islam. The boy looked at his father, who was sitting there. The latter told him to obey Abu al-Qasim and the boy embraced Islam. The Prophet came out saying, Praises be to Allah who saved the boy from the hellfire. Volume 2, Book 23, number 439. Narrated Ibn Abbas. My mother and I were among the weak and oppressed. I from among the children, and my mother from among the women. Volume 2, Book 23, number 440. Narrated Ibn Shihab. The funeral prayer should be offered for every child even if he were the son of a prostitute as he was born with a true faith of Islam, i.e. to worship none but Allah alone. If his parents are Muslims, particularly the father, even if his mother were a non-Muslim, and if he after the delivery cries, even once, before his death, i.e. born alive, then the funeral prayer must be offered. And if the child does not cry after his delivery, i.e. born dead, then his funeral prayer should not be offered, and he will be considered as a miscarriage. Abu Huraira narrated that the Prophet said, Every child is born with a true faith, i.e. to worship none but Allah alone, but his parents convert him to Judaism or to Christianity or to Paganism, as an animal delivers a perfect baby animal. Do you find it mutilated? Then Abu Huraira recited the holy verses, the pure Allah's Islamic nature, true faith i.e. to worship none but Allah alone, with which he has created human beings. 30.30. Volume 2, Book 23, number 441. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Every child is born with a true faith of Islam, i.e. to worship none but Allah alone, but his parents convert him to Judaism, Christianity or Paganism, as an animal delivers a perfect baby animal. Do you find it mutilated? Then Abu Huraira recited the holy verses, the pure Allah's Islamic nature, true faith of Islam, i.e. worshipping none but Allah, with which he has created human beings. No change let there be in the religion of Allah, i.e. joining none in worship with Allah. That is the straight religion, Islam, but most of men know not. 30. Volume 2, Book 23, number 442. Narrated Said bin al-Musayyab from his father. When the time of the death of Abu Talib approached, Allah's Apostle went to him and found Abu Jahl bin Hisham and Abdullah bin Abi Umayyah bin al-Mughira by his side. Allah's Apostle said to Abu Talib, O uncle, say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, a sentence with which I shall be a witness, i.e. argue, for you before Allah. Abu Jahl and Abdullah bin Abi Umayyah said, O Abu Talib, are you going to denounce the religion of Abdul Muttalib? Allah's Apostle kept on inviting Abu Talib to say it, i.e. none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, while they, Abu Jahl and Abdullah, kept on repeating their statement till Abu Talib said as his last statement that he was on the religion of Abdul Muttalib and refused to say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. Then Allah's Apostle said, I will keep on asking Allah's forgiveness for you unless I am forbidden, by Allah, to do so. So Allah revealed, the verse, concerning him, i.e. it is not fitting for the Prophet and those who believe that they should invoke Allah for forgiveness for pagans even though they be of kin, after it has become clear to them that they are companions of the fire. 9.113. Volume 2, Book 23, number 443. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet once passed by two graves, and those two persons, in the graves, were being tortured. He said, "They are being tortured not for a great thing, to avoid." One of them never saved himself from being soiled with his urine, while the other was going about with calumnies, to make enmity between friends. He then took a green leaf of a date palm tree, split it into 2 pieces and fixed one on each grave. The people said, "O Allah's Apostle! Why have you done so?" He replied, "I hope that their punishment may be lessened till they, the leaf, become dry." Volume 2, Book 23, number 444. Narrated Ali. We were accompanying a funeral procession in Baqi-i Garkat. The Prophet came to us and we sat around him. He had a small stick in his hand, then he bent his head and started scraping the ground with it. He then said, "There is none among you, and not a created soul, but has place either in paradise or in hell assigned for him, and it is also determined for him whether he will be among the blessed or wretched." A man said, "O Allah's Apostle! Should we not depend on what has been written for us and leave the deeds, as whoever amongst us is blessed will do the deeds of a blessed person, and whoever amongst us will be wretched, will do the deeds of a wretched person?" The Prophet said, "The good deeds are made easy for the blessed, and bad deeds are made easy for the wretched." Then he recited the verses, "As for him who gives, in charity, and is Allah-fearing and believes in the best reward from Allah." 92. 5-6. Volume 2, Book 23, number 445. Narrated Thabit bin ad-Dahak. The Prophet, P.B.U.H., said, "Whoever intentionally swears falsely by a religion other than Islam, then he is what he has said, e.g. if he says, 'If such thing is not true then I am a Jew,' he is really a Jew. And whoever commits suicide with piece of iron will be punished with the same piece of iron in the hell fire." Narrated Jundab. The Prophet said, "A man was inflicted with wounds and he committed suicide, and so Allah said, 'My slave has caused death on himself hurriedly, so I forbid paradise for him.'" Volume 2, Book 23, number 446. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, "He who commits suicide by throttling shall keep on throttling himself in the hell fire, forever, and he who commits suicide by stabbing himself shall keep on stabbing himself in the hell fire." Volume 2, Book 23, number 447. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. When Abdullah bin Ubay bin Salul died, Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., was called upon to offer his funeral prayer. When Allah's Apostle stood up to offer the prayer, I got up quickly and said, "O Allah's Apostle! Are you going to pray for Ibn Ubay?" And he said so and so on such and such occasions, and started mentioning all that he had said. Allah's Apostle smiled and said, "O Umar! Go away from me. When I talked too much," he said, "I have been given a choice and so I have chosen, to offer the prayer. Had I known that he would be forgiven by asking for Allah's forgiveness for more than 70 times, surely I would have done so." Umar added, Allah's Apostle offered his funeral prayer and returned, and after a short while the 2 verses of Surat Bara were revealed, i.e., "And never, O Muhammad, pray for any of them who dies." To the end of the verse, Rebellion, 9. 84, Umar added, "Later I astonished at my daring before Allah's Apostle on that day. And Allah and his Apostle know better." Volume 2, Book 23, number 448. Narrated Anas bin Malik. A funeral procession passed and the people praised the deceased. The Prophet said, "It has been affirmed to him." Then another funeral procession passed and the people spoke badly of the deceased. The Prophet said, "It has been affirmed to him." Umar bin al-Khattab asked, Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., "What has been affirmed?" He replied, "You praised this, so paradise has been affirmed to him, and you spoke badly of this, so hell has been affirmed to him. You people are Allah's witnesses on earth." Volume 2, Book 23, number 449. Narrated Abu al-Aswad. I came to Medina when an epidemic had broken out. While I was sitting with Umar bin al-Khattab, a funeral procession passed by and the people praised the deceased. Umar said, "It has been affirmed to him." And another funeral procession passed by and the people praised the deceased. Umar said, "It has been affirmed to him." A third, funeral procession, passed by and the people spoke badly of the deceased. He said, "It has been affirmed to him." Abu al-Aswad, asked, "O chief of the believers, what has been affirmed?" He replied, "I said the same as the Prophet had said, that is, if 4 persons testify the piety of a Muslim, Allah will grant him paradise." We asked, "If 3 persons testify his piety?" He, the Prophet, replied, "Even 3. Then we asked, "If 2? He replied, "Even 2. We did not ask him regarding 1 witness. Volume 2, Book 23, number 450. Narrated Al-Bara bin Azib. The Prophet, PBUH, said, "When a faithful believer is made to sit in his grave, then, the angels, come to him and he testifies that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and Muhammad is Allah's apostle. And that corresponds to Allah's statement, Allah will keep firm those who believe with the word that stands firm." 14.27. Volume 2, Book 23, number 451. Narrated Shuf'a. Same as above and added, Allah will keep firm those who believe. 14.27, was revealed concerning the punishment of the grave. Volume 2, Book 23, number 452. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet looked at the people of the well in which the bodies of the pagans killed in the Battle of Badr were thrown, and said, "Have you found true what your Lord promised you?" Somebody said to him, "You are addressing dead people." He replied, "You do not hear better than they but they cannot reply." Volume 2, Book 23, number 453. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, "They now realize that what I used to tell them was the truth." And Allah said, "Verily, you cannot make the dead to hear, i.e., benefit them, and similarly the disbelievers, nor can you make the deaf hear." 27.80. Volume 2, Book 23, number 454. Narrated Masruq. Aisha said that a Jewess came to her and mentioned the punishment in the grave, saying to her, "May Allah protect you from the punishment of the grave." Aisha then asked Allah's Apostle about the punishment of the grave. He said, "Yes, there is punishment in the grave." Aisha added, "After that I never saw Allah's Apostle but seeking refuge with Allah from the punishment in the grave in every prayer he prayed." Volume 2, Book 23, number 455. Narrated Asma bint Abi Bakr. Allah's Apostle once stood up delivering a sermon and mentioned the trial which people will face in the grave. When he mentioned that, the Muslims started shouting loudly. Volume 2, Book 23, number 456. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle said, "When Allah's slave is put in his grave and his companions return and he even hears their footsteps, 2 angels come to him and make him sit and ask, 'What did you use to say about this man, i.e., Muhammad?' The faithful believer will say, 'I testify that he is Allah's slave and his apostle.' Then they will say to him, 'Look at your place in the hell fire, Allah has given you a place in paradise instead of it.' So he will see both his places." Qatada said, "We were informed that his grave would be made spacious." Then Qatada went back to the narration of Anas who said winky face. Whereas a hypocrite or a non-believer will be asked, "What did you use to say about this man?" He will reply, "I do not know, but I used to say what the people used to say." So they will say to him, "Neither did you know nor did you take the guidance, by reciting the Qur'an." Then he will be hit with iron hammers once, that he will send such a cry as everything near to him will hear, except jinns and human beings. See Hadith number 422. Volume 2, Book 23, number 457. Narrated Abi Ayyub. Once the Prophet went out after sunset and heard a dreadful voice, and said, "The Jews are being punished in their graves." Volume 2, Book 23, number 458. Narrated Musa bin Uqba. From the daughter of Khalid bin Sa'id bin al-Asi, who said that she had heard the Prophet seeking refuge with Allah from the punishment in the grave. Volume 2, Book 23, number 459. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle used to invoke, Allah Allahumma aini ayudu bika min adhabi al-kabr, wa min adhabi nar, wa min fitnati al-maya wal mamat, wa min fitnati al-masi ad-dajjal. O Allah! I seek refuge with you from the punishment in the grave and from the punishment in the hell fire and from the afflictions of life and death, and the afflictions of al-masi ad-dajjal. Volume 2, Book 23, number 460. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet once passed by 2 graves and said, the deceased persons in those graves, are being tortured not for a great thing to avoid. And then added, yes, they are being punished for a big sin, for one of them used to go about with calumnies while the other never saved himself from being soiled with his urine. Ibn Abbas added then he took a green leaf of a date palm, and split it into 2 pieces and fixed 1 piece on each grave and said, may their punishment be abated till these, 2 pieces, get dry. Volume 2, Book 23, number 461. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, when any one of you dies, he is shown his place both in the morning and in the evening. If he is one of the people of paradise, he is shown his place in it, and if he is from the people of the hell fire, he is shown his place therein. Then it is said to him, this is your place till Allah resurrect you on the day of resurrection. Volume 2, Book 23, number 462. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, when the funeral is ready, for its burial, and the people lift it on their shoulders, then if the deceased is a righteous person he says, take me ahead. And if he is not a righteous one then he says, woe to it, me. Where are you taking it, me? And his voice is audible to everything except human beings, and if they heard it they would fall down unconscious. Volume 2, Book 23, number 463. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, any Muslim whose 3 children died before the age of puberty will be granted paradise by Allah because of his mercy to them. Volume 2, Book 23, number 464. Narrated Al-Bara. When Ibrahim, the son of Prophet, expired, Allah's Apostle said, there is a wet nurse for him in paradise. Volume 2, Book 23, number 465. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, was asked about the children of mushrikeen, pagans. The Prophet replied, since Allah created them, He knows what sort of deeds they would have done. Volume 2, Book 23, number 466. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet was asked about the offspring of pagans, mushrikeen, so he said, Allah knows what sort of deeds they would have done. Volume 2, Book 23, number 467. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, every child is born with a true faith of Islam, i.e., to worship none but Allah alone, and his parents convert him to Judaism or Christianity or Magianism, as an animal delivers a perfect baby animal. Do you find it mutilated? Volume 2, Book 23, number 468. Narrated Samura bin Jundab. Whenever the Prophet finished the morning prayer, he would face us and ask, who amongst you had a dream last night? So if anyone had seen a dream he would narrate it. The Prophet would say, Masha'Allah, an Arabic maxim meaning literally, what Allah wished, and it indicates a good omen. One day, he asked us whether any one of us had seen a dream. We replied in the negative. The Prophet said, but I had seen a dream last night that 2 men came to me, caught hold of my hands, and took me to the sacred land, Jerusalem. There, I saw a person sitting and another standing with an iron hook in his hand pushing it inside the mouth of the former till it reached the jawbone, and then tore off one side of his cheek, and then did the same with the other side. In the meantime the first side of his cheek became normal again and then he repeated the same operation again. I said, what is this? They told me to proceed on and we went on till we came to a man lying flat on his back, and another man standing at his head carrying a stone or a piece of rock, and crushing the head of the lying man, with that stone. Whenever he struck him, the stone rolled away. The man went to pick it up, and by the time he returned to him, the crushed head had returned to its normal state, and the man came back and struck him again, and so on. I said, "Who is this?" They told me to proceed on, so we proceeded on and passed by a hole like an oven, with a narrow top and wide bottom, and the fire was kindling underneath that hole. Whenever the fire flame went up, the people were lifted up to such an extent that they about to get out of it, and whenever the fire got quieter, the people went down into it, and there were naked men and women in it. I said, "Who is this?" They told me to proceed on. So we proceeded on till we reached a river of blood, and a man was in it, and another man was standing at its bank with stones in front of him, facing the man standing in the river. Whenever the man in the river wanted to come out, the other one threw a stone in his mouth and caused him to retreat to his original position. And so whenever he wanted to come out, the other would throw a stone in his mouth, and he would retreat to his original position. I asked, "What is this?" They told me to proceed on, and we did so till we reached a well-flourished green garden having a huge tree, and near its root was sitting an old man with some children. I saw another man near the tree with fire in front of him, and he was kindling it up. Then they, i.e. my two companions, made me climb up the tree and made me enter a house, better than which I have ever seen. In it were some old men and young men, women and children. Then they took me out of this house and made me climb up the tree and made me enter another house that was better and superior to the first, containing old and young people. I said to them, i.e. my two companions, "You have made me ramble all the night. Tell me all about that I have seen." They said, "Yes. As for the one whose cheek you saw being torn away, he was a liar, and he used to tell lies, and the people would report those lies on his authority till they spread all over the world. So, he will be punished like that till the day of resurrection. The one whose head you saw being crushed is the one whom Allah had given the knowledge of Qur'an, i.e. knowing it by heart, but he used to sleep at night, i.e. he did not recite it then, and did not use to act upon it, i.e. upon its orders etc. by day, and so this punishment will go on till the day of resurrection. And those you saw in the hole, like oven, were adulterers, those men and women who commit illegal sexual intercourse. And those you saw in the river of blood were those dealing in riba, usury. And the old man who was sitting at the base of the tree was Abraham, and the little children around him were the offspring of the people. And the one who was kindling the fire was Malik, the gatekeeper of the hellfire. And the first house in which you have gone was the house of the common believers, and the second house was of the martyrs. I am Gabriel, and this is Michael. Raise your head. I raised my head and saw a thing like a cloud over me. They said, "That is your place." I said, "Let me enter my place." They said, "You still have some life which you have not yet completed, and when you complete that remaining portion of your life, you will then enter your place." Volume 2, Book 23, number 469. Narrated Hisham's father. Aisha said, I went to Abu Bakr, during his fatal illness, and he asked me, in how many garments was the Prophet shrouded? She replied, in 3 sahiliya pieces of white cloth of cotton, and there was neither a shirt nor a turban among them. Abu Bakr further asked her, on which day did the Prophet die? She replied, he died on Monday. He asked, what is today? She replied, today is Monday. He added, I hope I shall die sometime between this morning and tonight. Then he looked at a garment that he was wearing during his illness, and it had some stains of saffron. Then he said, wash this garment of mine and add 2 more garments and shroud me in them. I said, this is worn out. He said, a living person has more right to wear new clothes than a dead one, the shroud is only for the body's pus. He did not die till it was the night of Tuesday and was buried before the morning. Volume 2, Book 23, number 470. Narrated Aisha. A man said to the Prophet, PBUH, my mother died suddenly and I thought that if she had lived she would have given alms. So, if I give alms now on her behalf, will she get the reward? The Prophet replied in the affirmative. Volume 2, Book 23, number 471. Narrated Aisha. During his sickness, Allah's apostle was asking repeatedly, "Where am I today? Where will I be tomorrow?" And I was waiting for the day of my turn, impatiently. Then, when my turn came, Allah took his soul away, in my lap, between my chest and arms, and he was buried in my house. Volume 2, Book 23, number 472. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle in his fatal illness said, "Allah cursed the Jews and the Christians, for they built the places of worship at the graves of their prophets. And if that had not been the case, then the prophet's grave would have been made prominent before the people. So, the prophet was afraid, or the people were afraid that his grave might be taken as a place for worship." Volume 2, Book 23, number 473. Narrated Abu Bakr bin Ayyash. Sufyan at-Tamr told me that he had seen the grave of the Prophet elevated and convex. Volume 2, Book 23, number 474. Narrated Urwa. When the wall fell on them, i.e. graves, during the caliphate of al-Walid bin Abdul Malik, the people started repairing it, and a foot appeared to them. The people got scared and thought that it was the foot of the Prophet. No one could be found who could tell them about it till I, Urwa, said to them, "By Allah, this is not the foot of the Prophet but it is the foot of Umar." Aisha narrated that she made a will to Abdullah bin Zubair, "Do not bury me with them, the Prophet and his 2 companions, but bury me with my companions, wives of the Prophet, PBUH. In al-Baqi, as I would not like to be looked upon as better than I really am, by being buried near the Prophet." Volume 2, Book 23, number 475. Narrated Amr bin Maimun al-Audi. I saw Umar bin al-Khattab, when he was stabbed, saying, "O Abdullah bin Umar, go to the mother of the believers Aisha and say, Umar bin al-Khattab sends his greetings to you, and request her to allow me to be buried with my companions." So, Ibn Umar conveyed the message to Aisha. She said, "I had the idea of having this place for myself, but today I prefer him, Umar, to myself, and allow him to be buried there." When Abdullah bin Umar returned, Umar asked him, "What news do you have?" He replied, "O chief of the believers, she has allowed you to be buried there." On that Umar said, "Nothing was more important to me than to be buried in that sacred place. So, when I expire, carry me there and pay my greetings to her, Aisha, and say, Umar bin al-Khattab asks permission, and if she gives permission, then bury me there, and if she does not, then take me to the graveyard of the Muslims. I do not think any person has more right for the caliphate than those with whom Allah's apostle, PBUH, was always pleased till his death. And whoever is chosen by the people after me will be the caliph, and you people must listen to him and obey him." And then he mentioned the name of Uthman, Ali, Talha, Az Zubair, Abdurrahman bin Auf and Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas. By this time a young man from Ansar came and said, "O chief of the believers, be happy with Allah's glad tidings. The grade which you have in Islam is known to you, then you became the caliph and you ruled with justice, and then you have been awarded martyrdom after all this." Umar replied, "O son of my brother, would that all that privileges will counterbalance my shortcomings, so that I neither lose nor gain anything. I recommend my successor to be good to the early emigrants and realize their rights and to protect their honor and sacred things. And I also recommend him to be good to the Ansar who before them had homes in Medina, and had adopted the faith. He should accept the good of the righteous among them and should excuse their wrongdoers. I recommend him to abide by the rules and regulations concerning the dhimmis, protectees, of Allah and His Apostle, to fulfill their contracts completely and fight for them and not to tax, overburden, them beyond their capabilities." Volume 2, Book 23, number 476. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet, PBUH, said, "Don't abuse the dead, because they have reached the result of what they forwarded." Volume 2, Book 23, number 477. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Abu Lahab, may Allah curse him, once said to the Prophet, PBUH, "Perish you all the day. Then the divine inspiration came, perish the hands of Abi Lahab. And perish he. 111.1. Volume 2, Book 23, number 478. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Thy prophet sent Mu'adh to Yemen and said, invite the people to testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah and I am Allah's apostle, and if they obey you to do so. Then teach them that Allah has enjoined on them 5 prayers in every day and night, in 24 hours, and if they obey you to do so. Then teach them that Allah has made it obligatory for them to pay the zakat from their property and it is to be taken from the wealthy among them and given to the poor. Volume 2, Book 23, number 479. Narrated Abu Ayyub. A man said to the Prophet, tell me of such a deed as will make me enter paradise. The people said, what is the matter with him? What is the matter with him? The Prophet said, he has something to ask. What he needs greatly, the Prophet said, in order to enter paradise, he should worship Allah and do not ascribe any partners to him, offer prayer perfectly, pay the zakat and keep good relations with your kith and kin. See Hadith No. 12, Volume 8. Volume 2, Book 23, number 480. Narrated Abu Huraira. A Bedouin came to the Prophet and said, tell me of such a deed as will make me enter paradise, if I do it. The Prophet, PBUH, said, worship Allah, and worship none along with him, offer the 5 prescribed compulsory prayers perfectly, pay the compulsory zakat, and fast the month of Ramadan. The Bedouin said, by him, in whose hands my life is, I will not do more than this. When he, the Bedouin, left, the Prophet said, whoever likes to see a man of paradise, then he may look at this man. Volume 2, Book 23, number 481. Narrated Abu Zuray. From the Prophet the same as above. Volume 2, Book 23, number 482. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A delegation of the tribe of Abdul Qais came to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle, we are from the tribe of Rabi'a, and the infidels of the tribe of Madar stands between us and you, so we cannot come to you except during the sacred months. Please order us to do something, religious deeds, which we may carry out and also invite to it our people whom we have left behind. The Prophet said, I order you to do 4 things and forbid you 4 others. I order you, to have faith in Allah, and confess that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and the Prophet gestured with his hand like this, i.e. 1 not, and to offer prayers perfectly and to pay the zakat, and to pay 1/5 of the booty in Allah's cause. And I forbid you to use dubba, hontam, naqar and musafat, all these are the names of utensils used for preparing alcoholic drinks. Volume 2, Book 23, number 483. Narrated Abu Huraira. When Allah's Apostle died and Abu Bakr became the caliph, some Arabs renegade, reverted to disbelief, Abu Bakr decided to declare war against them. Umar said to Abu Bakr, how can you fight with these people? Although Allah's Apostle said, I have been ordered, by Allah, to fight the people till they say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah. And whoever said it, then he will save his life and property from me except on trespassing the law, rights and conditions for which he will be punished justly, and his accounts will be with Allah. Abu Bakr said, by Allah, I will fight those who differentiate between the prayer and the zakat, as zakat is the compulsory right to be taken from the property, according to Allah's orders, by Allah. If they refuse to pay me even a she-kid which they used to pay at the time of Allah's Apostle, I would fight with them for withholding it. Then Umar said, by Allah, it was nothing, but Allah opened Abu Bakr's chest towards the decision, to fight, and I came to know that his decision was right. 24, Obligatory Charity Tax, Zakat. Volume 2, Book 24, number 484. Narrated Jarir bin Abdullah. I gave the pledge of allegiance to the Prophet for offering prayer perfectly, giving zakat and giving good advice to every Muslim. Volume 2, Book 24, number 485. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, on the day of resurrection, camels will come to their owner in the best state of health they have ever had, in the world. And if he had not paid their zakat, in the world, then they would tread him with their feet. And similarly, sheep will come to their owner in the best state of health they have ever had in the world, and if he had not paid their zakat, then they would tread him with their hooves and would butt him with their horns. The Prophet added, one of their rights is that they should be milked while water is kept in front of them. The Prophet added, I do not want any one of you to come to me on the day of resurrection, carrying over his neck a sheep that will be bleeding. Such a person will, then, say, O Muhammad, please intercede for me. I will say to him, I can't help you, for I conveyed Allah's message to you. Similarly, I do not want any one of you to come to me carrying over his neck a camel that will be grunting. Such a person, then, will say, O Muhammad, please intercede for me. I will say to him, I can't help you, for I conveyed Allah's message to you. Volume 2, Book 24, number 486. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, whoever is made wealthy by Allah and does not pay the zakat of his wealth, then on the day of resurrection his wealth will be made like a bald-headed poisonous male snake with 2 black spots over the eyes. The snake will encircle his neck and bite his cheeks and say, I am your wealth, I am your treasure. Then the Prophet recited the holy verses, let not those who withhold, to the end of the verse. 3.180. Volume 2, Book 24, number 487. Narrated Abu said, Allah's Apostle, PBUH, said, no zakat is due on property mounting to less than 5 uqiyas, of silver, and no zakat is due on less than 5 camels, and there is no zakat on less than 5 wasks. A wasks equals 60 sa'as, and 1 sa equals 3 kgms ap. Volume 2, Book 24, number 488. Narrated Zayd bin Wahab. I passed by a place called Ar-Rabada and by chance I met Abu Dhar and asked him, what has brought you to this place? He said, I was in Sham and differed with Muawiyah on the meaning of, the following verses of the Qur'an, they who hoard up gold and silver and spend them not in the way of Allah. 9.34. Muawiyah said, this verse is revealed regarding the people of the scriptures. I said, it was revealed regarding us and also the people of the scriptures. So we had a quarrel and Muawiyah sent a complaint against me to Uthman. Uthman wrote to me to come to Medina, and I came to Medina. Many people came to me as if they had not seen me before. So I told this to Uthman, who said to me, you may depart and live nearby if you wish. That was the reason for my being here, for even if an Ethiopian had been nominated as my ruler, I would have obeyed him. Volume 2, Book 24, number 489. Narrated Al-Anaf bin Qays. While I was sitting with some people from Quraysh, a man with very rough hair, clothes, and appearance came and stood in front of us, greeted us and said, inform those who hoard wealth that a stone will be heated in the hellfire and will be put on the nipples of their breasts till it comes out from the bones of their shoulders, and then put on the bones of their shoulders till it comes through the nipples of their breasts. The stone will be moving and hitting. After saying that, the person retreated and sat by the side of the pillar. I followed him and sat beside him, and I did not know who he was. I said to him, I think the people disliked what you had said. He said, these people do not understand anything, although my friend told me. I asked, who is your friend? He said, the Prophet said to me, O Abu Dhar, do you see the mountain of Uhud? And on that I, Abu Dhar, started looking towards the sun to judge how much remained of the day, as I thought that Allah's Apostle wanted to send me to do something for him, and I said, yes. He said, I do not love to have gold equal to the mountain of Uhud unless I spend it all, in Allah's cause, except 3 dinars, pounds. These people do not understand and collect worldly wealth. No, by Allah, neither I ask them for worldly benefits nor am I in need of their religious advice till I meet Allah, the Honorable, the Majestic. Volume 2, Book 24, number 490. Narrated Ibn Masud. I heard the Prophet saying, there is no envy except in 2, a person whom Allah has given wealth and he spends it in the right way, and a person whom Allah has given wisdom, i.e., religious knowledge, and he gives his decisions accordingly and teaches it to the others. Volume 2, Book 24, number 491. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if one give in charity what equals one date fruit for the honestly earned money and Allah accepts only the honestly earned money, Allah takes it in his right hand, then enlarges its reward for that person, who has given it. As any one of you brings up his baby horse, so much as that it becomes as big as a mountain. Volume 2, Book 24, number 492. Narrated Harith bin Wahab. I heard the Prophet saying, O people! Give in charity, as a time will come upon you when a person will wander about with his object of charity and will not find anybody to accept it, and one, who will be requested to take it, will say, if you had brought it yesterday, would have taken it, but today I am not in need of it. Volume 2, Book 24, number 493. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the hour, day of judgment, will not be established till your wealth increases so much so that one will be worried. For no one will accept his zakat, and the person to whom he will give it will reply, I am not in need of it. Volume 2, Book 24, number 494. Narrated Adi bin Hatim. While I was sitting with Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., two persons came to him, one of them complained about his poverty and the other complained about the prevalence of robberies. Allah's Apostle said, as regards stealing and robberies, there will shortly come a time when a caravan will go to Mecca, from Medina, without any guard. And regarding poverty, the hour, day of judgment, will not be established till one of you wanders about with his object of charity and will not find anybody to accept it, and, no doubt, each one of you will stand in front of Allah and there will be neither a curtain nor an interpreter between him and Allah. And Allah will ask him, did not I give you wealth? He will reply in the affirmative. Allah will further ask, didn't I send a messenger to you? And again that person will reply in the affirmative. Then he will look to his right and he will see nothing but hellfire, and then he will look to his left and will see nothing but hellfire. And so, each one of you should save himself from the fire even by giving half of a date fruit, in charity. And if you do not find a half date fruit, then, you can do it through saying, a good pleasant word, to your brethren. See Hadith No. 793 Volume 4. Volume 2, Book 24, number 495. Narrated Abu Musa. Thy Prophet, PBUH, said, a time will come upon the people when a person will wander about with gold as zakat and will not find anybody to accept it. And one man will be seen followed by 40 women to be their guardian because of scarcity of men and great number of women. Volume 2, Book 24, number 496. Narrated Abu Masud. When the verses of charity were revealed, we used to work as porters. A man came and distributed objects of charity in abundance. And they, the people, said, he is showing off. And another man came and gave us a small measure of food grains. They said, Allah is not in need of this small amount of charity. And then the divine inspiration came, those who criticize such of the believers who give in charity voluntarily and those who could not find to give in charity except what is available to them. 9.79. Volume 2, Book 24, number 497. Narrated Abu Masud al-Ansar. Whenever Allah's Apostle, PBUH, ordered us to give in charity, we used to go to the market and work as porters and get a special measure of grain, and then give it in charity. Those were the days of poverty, and today some of us have 100,000. Volume 2, Book 24, number 498. Narrated Adi bin Hatim heard the Prophet saying, save yourself from hellfire even by giving half a date fruit in charity. Volume 2, Book 24, number 499. Narrated Aisha. A lady along with her 2 daughters came to me asking for some alms, but she found nothing with me except one date which I gave to her, and she divided it between her 2 daughters. And did not eat anything herself, and then she got up and went away. Then the Prophet came in and I informed him about this story. He said, Whoever is put to trial by these daughters and he treats them generously, with benevolence, then these daughters will act as a shield for him from hellfire. See Hadith No. 24, Volume 8. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 500. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man came to the Prophet and asked, O Allah's Apostle, which charity is the most superior in reward? He replied, the charity which you practice while you are healthy, niggardly, and afraid of poverty and wish to become wealthy. Do not delay it to the time of approaching death and then say, give so much to such, and so much to such and such. And it has already belonged to such and such, as it is too late. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 501. Narrated Aisha. Some of the wives of the Prophet asked him, who amongst us will be the first to follow you, i.e. die after you? He said, whoever has the longest hand. So they started measuring their hands with a stick, and Sauda's hand turned out to be the longest. When Zainab bint Yash died first of all in the Caliphate of Umar, we came to know that the long hand was a symbol of practicing charity, so she was the first to follow the Prophet, and she used to love to practice charity. Sauda died later in the Caliphate of Muawiyah. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 502. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., said, a man said that he would give something in charity. He went out with his object of charity and unknowingly gave it to a thief. Next morning the people said that he had given his object of charity to a thief. On hearing that, he said, O Allah! All the praises are for you. I will give alms again. And so he again went out with his alms and, unknowingly, gave it to an adulteress. Next morning the people said that he had given his alms to an adulteress last night. The man said, O Allah! All the praises are for you. I gave my alms to an adulteress. I will give alms again. So he went out with his alms again and, unknowingly, gave it to a rich person. The people, next morning said that he had given his alms to a wealthy person. He said, O Allah! All the praises are for you. I had given alms, to a thief, to an adulteress and to a wealthy man. Then someone came and said to him, the alms which you gave to the thief, might make him abstain from stealing, and that given to the adulteress might make her abstain from illegal sexual intercourse, adultery. And that given to the wealthy man might make him take a lesson from it and spend his wealth which Allah has given him, in Allah's cause. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 503. Narrated Ma'an bin Yazid. My grandfather, my father and I gave the pledge of allegiance to Allah's Apostle. The Prophet got me engaged and then got me married. One day I went to the Prophet with a complaint. My father Yazid had taken some gold coins for charity and kept them with a man in the mosque, to give them to the poor, but I went and took them and brought them to him, my father. My father said, by Allah! I did not intend to give them to you. I took the case to Allah's Apostle. On that Allah's Apostle said, O Yazid! You will be rewarded for what you intended. O man! Whatever you have taken is yours. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 504. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet, PBUH, said, 7 people will be shaded by Allah under his shade on the day when there will be no shade except his. They are 1. A just ruler. 2. A young man who has been brought up in the worship of Allah, i.e. worship Allah, alone, sincerely from his childhood. 3. A man whose heart is attached to the mosque, who offers the 5 compulsory congregational prayers in the mosque. 4. 2 persons who love each other only for Allah's sake and they meet and part in Allah's cause only. 5. A man who refuses the call of a charming woman of noble birth for an illegal sexual intercourse with her and says, I am afraid of Allah. 6. A person who practices charity so secretly that his left hand does not know what his right hand has given, i.e. nobody knows how much he has given in charity. 7. A person who remembers Allah in seclusion and his eyes get flooded with tears. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 505. Narrated Harita bin Wahab al-Khuzai. I heard the Prophet, PBUH, saying, O people, give in charity, for Allah's cause, because a time will come when a person will carry his object of charity from place to place, and he will not find any person to take it, and any person whom he shall request to take it, I will reply. If you had brought it yesterday I would have taken it, but today I am not in need of it. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 506. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, when a woman gives in charity some of the foodstuff, which she has in her house, without spoiling it, she will receive the reward for what she has spent. And her husband will receive the reward because of his earning, and the storekeeper will also have a reward similar to it. The reward of one will not decrease the reward of the others. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 507. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet, PBUH, said, the best charity is that which is practiced by a wealthy person. And start giving first to your dependents. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 508. Narrated Hakim bin Hizam. The Prophet said, the upper hand is better than the lower hand, i.e. he who gives in charity is better than him who takes it. One should start giving first to his dependents. And the best object of charity is that which is given by a wealthy person, from the money which is left after his expenses. And whoever abstains from asking others for some financial help, Allah will give him and save him from asking others, Allah will make him self-sufficient. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 509. Narrated Ibn Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle, PBUH, while he was on the pulpit speaking about charity, to abstain from asking others for some financial help and about begging others, saying, the upper hand is better than the lower hand. The upper hand is that of the giver and the lower hand is that of the beggar. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 510. Narrated Uqba bin al-Harith. Once the Prophet offered the Asr prayer and then hurriedly went to his house and returned immediately. I, or somebody else, asked him, as to what was the matter, and he said, I left at home a piece of gold which was from the charity and I disliked to let it remain a night in my house, so I got it distributed. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 511. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet went out for the Eid prayer on the Eid day and offered a 2-rakat prayer, and he neither offered a prayer before it or after it. Then he went towards the women along with Bilal. He preached them and ordered them to give in charity. And some, amongst the women, started giving their forearm bangles and earrings. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 512. Narrated Abu Burda bin Abu Musa. That his father said, whenever a beggar came to Allah's Apostle or he was asked for something, he used to say, to his companions, help and recommend him and you will receive the reward for it. And Allah will bring about what he will through his Prophet's tongue. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 513. Narrated Asma. The Prophet said to me, do not withhold your money, for if you did so, Allah would withhold his blessings from you. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 514. Narrated Abda. He Prophet said, do not withhold your money by counting it, i.e. hoarding it, for if you did so, Allah would also withhold his blessings from you. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 515. Narrated Asma bint Abu Bakr. That she had gone to the Prophet and he said, do not shut your money bag, otherwise Allah too will withhold his blessings from you. Spend, in Allah's cause, as much as you can afford. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 516. Narrated Abu Wail. Hudhaifa said, Umar said, who amongst you remembers the statement of Allah's Apostle, PBUH, about afflictions? I said, I know it as the Prophet had said it. Umar said, no doubt, you are bold. How did he say it? I said, a man's afflictions, wrong deeds, concerning his wife, children and neighbors are expiated by his prayers, charity, and enjoining good. The sub-narrator Sulayman added that he said, the prayer, charity, enjoining good and forbidding evil. Umar said, I did not mean that, but I ask about that affliction which will spread like the waves of the sea. I said, O chief of the believers, you need not be afraid of it as there is a closed door between you and it. He asked, will the door be broken or opened? I replied, no, it will be broken. He said, then, if it is broken, it will never be closed again. I replied, yes. Then we were afraid to ask what that door was, so we asked Masrik to inquire, and he asked Hudhaifa regarding it. Hudhaifa said, the door was Umar. We further asked Hudhaifa whether Umar knew what that door meant. Hudhaifa replied in the affirmative and added, he knew it as one knows that there will be a night before the tomorrow morning. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 517. Narrated Hakim bin Hizam. I said to Allah's Apostle, before embracing Islam I used to do good deeds like giving in charity, slave manumitting, and the keeping of good relations with kith and kin. Shall I be rewarded for those deeds? The Prophet replied, you became Muslim with all those good deeds, without losing their reward. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 518. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, when a woman gives in charity from her husband's meals without wasting the property of her husband, she will get a reward for it. And her husband too will get a reward for what he earned, and the storekeeper will have the reward likewise. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 519. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, an honest Muslim storekeeper who carries out the orders of his master and pays fully what he has been ordered to give with a good heart and pays to that person to whom he was ordered to pay, is regarded as one of the two charitable persons. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 520. Narrate Aisha. The Prophet said, if a woman gives in charity from her husband's house. The Prophet, PBUH, also said, if a lady gives meals, in charity, from her husband's house without spoiling her husband's property, she will get a reward and her husband will also get a reward likewise. The husband will get a reward because of his earnings and the woman because of her spending. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 521. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, when a woman gives in charity from her house meals in Allah's cause without spoiling her husband's property, she will get a reward for it. And her husband will also get the reward for his earnings and the storekeeper will get a reward likewise. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 522. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, every day two angels come down from heaven and one of them says, O Allah, compensate every person who spends in your cause, and the other, angel, says, O Allah, destroy every miser. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 523. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the example of a miser and an almsgiver is like the example of two persons wearing iron cloaks. Allah's Apostle also said, the example of an almsgiver and a miser is like the example of two persons who have two iron cloaks on them from their breasts to their collarbones, and when the almsgiver wants to give in charity, the cloak becomes capacious till it covers his whole body to such an extent that it hides his fingertips and covers his footprints, obliterates his tracks. 1. And when the miser wants to spend, it, the iron cloak, sticks and every ring gets stuck to its place and he tries to widen it, but it did not become wide. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 524. Narrated Abu Burda. From his father from his grandfather that the Prophet said, every Muslim has to give in charity. The people asked, O Allah's Prophet, if someone has nothing to give, what will he do? He said, he should work with his hands and benefit himself and also give in charity, from what he earns. The people further asked, if he cannot find even that? He replied, he should help the needy who appeal for help. Then the people asked, if he cannot do that? He replied, then he should perform good deeds and keep away from evil deeds, and this will be regarded as charitable deeds. Volume 2, Book 24, Number 525. Narrated Atiyah. A sheep was sent to me, Nusayba al-Ansariya, in charity, and I sent some of it to Aisha. The Prophet asked Aisha for something to eat. Aisha replied that there was nothing except what Nusayba al-Ansariya had sent of that sheep. The Prophet said to her, "Bring it as it has reached its place." Volume 2, Book 24, number 526. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, "There is no zakat on less than 5 camels, and also there is no zakat on less than 5 awaq, of silver. 5 awaq equals 22 francs riyals of Yemen or 200 dirhams. And there is no zakat on less than 5 awsaq. A special measure of food grains, and 1 wasq equals 60 sa'as. For gold 20 dinars, i.e. equal to 12 guinea English. No zakat for less than 12 guinea English, of gold, or for silver less than 22 francs riyals of Yemen." Volume 2, Book 24, number 527. Narrated Abi Sa'id al-Khudri. I heard the Prophet saying, as above no. 526. Volume 2, Book 24, number 528. Narrated Anas. Abu Bakr wrote to me what Allah had instructed his apostle, PBUH, to do regarding the one who had to pay 1 bint makhad, i.e. 1-year-old she-camel, as zakat, and he did not have it but had got bint Laban, 2-year-old she-camel. He wrote that, it could be accepted from him as zakat, and the collector of zakat would return him 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. And if the zakat payer had not a bint makhad, but he had ibn Laban, a 2-year-old he-camel, then it could be accepted as his zakat, but he would not be paid anything. Volume 2, Book 24, number 529. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I am a witness that Allah's Apostle offered the ID prayer before delivering the sermon, and then he thought that the women would not be able to hear him, because of the distance. So he went to them along with Bilal, who was spreading his garment. The Prophet advised and ordered them to give in charity. So the women started giving their ornaments, in charity. The sub-narrator Ayub pointed towards his ears and neck, meaning that they gave ornaments from those places such as earrings and necklaces. Volume 2, Book 24. Number 530. Narrated Anas. Abu Bakr wrote to me what was made compulsory by Allah's Apostle, and that was, regarding the payments of zakat, neither the property of different people may be taken together or the joint property may be split for fear of paying more or receiving less zakat. 1. Volume 2, Book 24, number 531. Narrated Anas. Abu Bakr wrote to me what Allah's Apostle has made compulsory, regarding zakat, and this was mentioned in it, if a property is equally owned by 2 partners. They should pay the combined zakat, and it will be considered that both of them have paid their zakat equally. Volume 2, Book 24, number 532. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. A Bedouin asked Allah's Apostle about the emigration. The Prophet, PBUH, said, "May Allah have mercy on you. The matter of emigration is very hard. Have you got camels? Do you pay their zakat?" The Bedouin said, "Yes, I have camels and I pay their zakat." The Prophet said, "Work beyond the seas and Allah will not waste any of your good deeds." See Hadith number 260, Volume 5. Volume 2, Book 24, number 533. Narrated Anas. Abu Bakr wrote to me about the zakat which Allah had ordered his apostle to observe. Whoever had to pay jada means a 4-year-old she-camel, as zakat from his herd of camels, and he had not got one, and he had hikka, 3-year-old she-camel. That hikka should be accepted from him along with 2 sheep if they were available, or 20 dirhams, 1 dirham equals about 1/4 Saudi riyal, and whoever had to pay hikka as zakat and he had no hikka but had a jada. The jada should be accepted from him, and the zakat collector should repay him 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. And whoever had to pay hikka as zakat and he had not got one, but had a bint Laban, 2-year-old she-camel, it should be accepted from him along with 2 sheep or 20 dirhams. And whoever had to pay bint Laban and had a hikka, that hikah should be accepted from him and the zakat collector should repay him 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. And whoever had to pay bint Laban and he had not got one but had a bint Makhad, 1-year-old she-camel, that bint Makhad should be accepted from him along with 20 dirhams or 2 sheep. Volume 2, Book 24, number 534. Narrated Anas. When Abu Bakr sent me to collect the zakat from Bahrain, he wrote to me the following: in the name of Allah, the Beneficent, the Merciful. These are the orders for compulsory charity, zakat, which Allah's Apostle had made obligatory for every Muslim, and which Allah had ordered his Apostle to observe. Whoever amongst the Muslims is asked to pay zakat accordingly, he should pay it to the zakat collector, and whoever is asked more than that, what is specified in this script, he should not pay it. For 24 camels or less, sheep are to be paid as zakat. For every 5 camels 1 sheep is to be paid, and if there are between 25 to 35 camels, 1 bint Makhad is to be paid. And if they are between 36 to 45 camels, 1 bint Laban is to be paid, and if they are between 46 to 60 camels, 1 hikah is to be paid. And if the number is between 61 to 75 camels, 1 jad is to be paid, and if the number is between 76 to 90 camels, 2 bint labuns are to be paid. And if they are from 91 to 120 camels, 2 hikahs are to be paid. And if they are over 120 camels, for every 40 over 120, 1 bint Laban is to be paid, and for every 50 camels, over 120, 1 hikah is to be paid. And whoever has got only 4 camels, has to pay nothing as zakat, but if the owner of these 4 camels wants to give something, he can. If the number of camels increases to 5, the owner has to pay 1 sheep as zakat. As regards the zakat for the flock of sheep, if they are between 40 and 120 sheep, 1 sheep is to be paid, and if they are between 120 to 200 sheep, 2 sheep are to be paid. And if they are between 200 to 300 sheep, 3 sheep are to be paid, and for over 300 sheep, for every extra 100 sheep, 1 sheep is to be paid as zakat. And if somebody has got less than 40 sheep, no zakat is required, but if he wants to give, he can. For silver the zakat is 1/40th of the lot, i.e. 2.5%, and if its value is less than 200 dirhams, zakat is not required, but if the owner wants to pay he can. Volume 2, Book 24, number 535. Narrated Anas. Abu Bakr wrote to me what Allah had ordered his Apostle, about zakat, which goes, neither an old nor a defected animal, nor a male goat may be taken as zakat except if the zakat collector wishes to take it. Volume 2, Book 24, number 536. Narrated Abu Huraira. Abu Bakr said, by Allah, if they pay me the zakat and withhold even a she-kid which they used to pay during the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, I will fight with them for it. Umar said, it was nothing but Allah who opened Abu Bakr's chest towards the decision to fight, and I came to know that his decision was right. Volume 2, Book 24, number 537. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When Allah's Apostle, PBUH, sent Muad to Yemen, he said, to him, you are going to people of a divine book. First of all invite them to worship Allah alone, and when they come to know Allah, inform them that Allah has enjoined on them 5 prayers in every day and night. And if they start offering these prayers, inform them that Allah has enjoined on them the zakat. And it is to be taken from the rich amongst them and given to the poor amongst them. And if they obey you in that, take zakat from them and avoid, don't take, the best property of the people as zakat. Volume 2, Book 24, number 538. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, no zakat is imposed on less than 5 awsaq of dates, no zakat is imposed on less than 5 awaq of silver, and no zakat is imposed on less than 5 camels. Volume 2, Book 24, number 539. Narrated Abu Dhar. Once I went to him, the Prophet, and he said, by Allah in whose hands my life is, or probably said, by Allah. Except whom none has the right to be worshipped, whoever had camels or cows or sheep and did not pay their zakat, those animals will be brought on the day of resurrection far bigger and fatter than before, and they will tread him under their hooves. And will butt him with their horns, and those animals will come in circle when the last does its turn, the first will start again, and this punishment will go on till Allah has finished the judgments amongst the people. Volume 2, Book 24, number 540. Narrated Ishaq bin Abdullah bin al-Talha. I heard Anas bin Malik saying, Abu Talha had more property of date palm trees gardens than any other amongst the Ansar in Medina, and the most beloved of them to him was by Roha garden, and it was in front of the mosque of the Prophet. Allah's apostle used to go there and used to drink its nice water. Anas added, when these verses were revealed, by no means shall you attain righteousness unless you spend, in charity, of that which you love. 3. 92. Abu Talha said to Allah's apostle, O Allah's apostle, Allah, the blessed, the superior says, by no means shall you attain righteousness, unless you spend, in charity, of that which you love. And no doubt, Bayroha garden is the most beloved of all my property to me. So I want to give it in charity in Allah's cause. I expect its reward from Allah. O Allah's apostle, spend it where Allah makes you think it feasible. On that Allah's apostle said, Bravo! It is useful property. I have heard what you have said, O Abu Talha, and I think it would be proper if you gave it to your kith and kin. Abu Talha said, I will do so, O Allah's apostle. Then Abu Talha distributed that garden amongst his relatives and his cousins. Volume 2, Book 24, number 541. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. On Id al-Fitr or Id al-Adha, Allah's apostle, P.B.U.H., went out to the Musalla. After finishing the prayer, he delivered the sermon and ordered the people to give alms. He said, O people, give alms. Then he went towards the women and said, O women, give alms, for I have seen that the majority of the dwellers of hellfire were you, women. The women asked, O Allah's apostle, what is the reason for it? He replied, O women, you curse frequently, and are ungrateful to your husbands. I have not seen anyone more deficient in intelligence and religion than you. O women, some of you can lead a cautious wise man astray. Then he left. And when he reached his house, Zainab, the wife of Ibn Masud, came and asked permission to enter. It was said, O Allah's apostle, it is Zainab. He asked, which Zainab? The reply was that she was the wife of Ibn Masud. He said, yes, allow her to enter. And she was admitted. Then she said, O Prophet of Allah, today you ordered people to give alms, and I had an ornament and intended to give it as alms, but Ibn Masud said that he and his children deserved it more than anybody else. The Prophet replied, Ibn Masud had spoken the truth. Your husband and your children had more right to it than anybody else. Volume 2, Book 24, number 542. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, there is no zakat either on a horse or a slave belonging to a Muslim. Volume 2, Book 24, number 543. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, there is no zakat either on a slave or on a horse belonging to a Muslim. Volume 2, Book 24, number 544. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Once the Prophet sat on a pulpit and we sat around him. Then he said, the things I am afraid of most for your sake, concerning what will befall you after me, is the pleasures and splendors of the world and its beauties which will be disclosed to you. Somebody said, O Allah's apostle, can the good bring forth evil? The Prophet remained silent for a while. It was said to that person, what is wrong with you? You are talking to the Prophet, P.B.U.H., while he is not talking to you. Then we noticed that he was being inspired divinely. Then the Prophet wiped off his sweat and said, where is the questioner? It seemed as if the Prophet liked his question. Then he said, good never brings forth evil. Indeed, it is like what grows on the banks of a water stream, which either kill or make the animals sick, except if an animal eats its fill, the kadira, a kind of vegetable, and then faces the sun, and then defecates and urinates and grazes again. No doubt this wealth is sweet and green. Blessed is the wealth of a Muslim from which he gives to the poor, the orphans and to needy travelers. Or the Prophet said something similar to it, no doubt, whoever takes it illegally will be like the one who eats but is never satisfied, and his wealth will be a witness against him on the day of resurrection. Volume 2, Book 24, number 545. Narrated Amr bin al-Harith. Zainab, the wife of Abdullah, said, I was in the mosque and saw the Prophet, PBUH, saying, O women! Give alms even from your ornaments. Zainab used to provide for Abdullah and those orphans who were under her protection. So she said to Abdullah, Will you ask Allah's apostle whether it will be sufficient for me to spend part of the zakat on you and the orphans who are under my protection? He replied, Will you yourself ask Allah's apostle? Zainab added, So I went to the Prophet and I saw there an Ansari woman who was standing at the door of the Prophet, with a similar problem as mine. Bilal passed by us and we asked him, Ask the Prophet whether it is permissible for me to spend the zakat on my husband and the orphans under my protection. And we requested Bilal not to inform the Prophet about us. So Bilal went inside and asked the Prophet regarding our problem. The Prophet, PBUH, asked, Who are those two? Bilal replied that she was Zainab. The Prophet said, Which Zainab? Bilal said, The wife of Abdullah bin Mas'ud. The Prophet said, Yes, it is sufficient for her, and she will receive a double rewards, for that one for helping relatives, and the other for giving zakat. Volume 2, Book 24, number 546. Narrated Zainab. The daughter of Salama, my mother said, O Allah's Apostle! Shall I receive a reward if I spend for the sustenance of Abu Salama's offspring, and in fact they are also my sons? The Prophet replied, Spend on them and you will get a reward for what you spend on them. Volume 2, Book 24, number 547. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle, PBUH, ordered a person to collect zakat, and that person returned and told him that Ibn Jamil, Khalid bin al-Walid, and Abbas bin Abdul Muttalib had refused to give zakat. The Prophet said, What made Ibn Jamil refuse to give zakat though he was a poor man, and was made wealthy by Allah and his Apostle? But you are unfair in asking zakat from Khalid, as he is keeping his armor for Allah's cause, for jihad. As for Abbas bin Abdul Muttalib, he is the uncle of Allah's Apostle, PBUH, and zakat is compulsory on him and he should pay it double. Volume 2, Book 24, number 548. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Some Ansari persons asked for something from Allah's Apostle, PBUH, and he gave them. They again asked him for something, and he again gave them. And then they asked him and he gave them again till all that was with him finished. And then he said, If I had anything, I would not keep it away from you. Remember, whoever abstains from asking others, Allah will make him contented, and whoever tries to make himself self-sufficient, Allah will make him self-sufficient. And whoever remains patient, Allah will make him patient. Nobody can be given a blessing better and greater than patience. Volume 2, Book 24, number 549. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, By him in whose hand my life is. It is better for any one of you to take a rope and cut the wood from the forest, and carry it over his back and sell it, as a means of earning his living, rather than to ask a person for something and that person may give him or not. Volume 2, Book 24, number 550. Narrated Zubair bin al-Awwam. The Prophet, PBUH, said, It is better for any one of you to take a rope, and cut, and bring a bundle of wood, from the forest, over his back and sell it, and Allah will save his face, from the hellfire, because of that. Rather than to ask the people who may give him or not. Volume 2, Book 24, number 551. Narrated Urwa bin Az Zubair and said bin al-Musayyab. Hakam bin Hizam said, once, I asked Allah's apostle, for something, and he gave it to me. Again I asked and he gave it to me. Again I asked and he gave it to me. And then he said, O Hakim, this property is like a sweet fresh fruit. Whoever takes it without greediness, he is blessed in it, and whoever takes it with greediness, he is not blessed in it, and he is like a person who eats but is never satisfied, and the upper, giving, hand is better than the lower, receiving, hand. Hakim added, I said to Allah's apostle, by him, Allah, who sent you with the truth, I shall never accept anything from anybody after you, till I leave this world. Then Abu Bakr, during his caliphate, called Hakim to give him his share from the war booty. Like the other companions of the Prophet, he refused to accept anything. Then Umar, during his caliphate, called him to give him his share but he refused. On that Umar said, O Muslims! I would like you to witness that I offered Hakim his share from this booty and he refused to take it. So Hakim never took anything from anybody after the Prophet till he died. Volume 2, Book 24, number 552. Narrated Umar. Allah's apostle used to give me something but I would say to him, would you give it to a poorer and more needy one than L? The Prophet, P.B.U.H., said to me, take it. If you are given something from this property, without asking for it or having greed for it, take it, and if not given, do not run for it. Volume 2, Book 24, number 553. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet said, a man keeps on asking others for something till he comes on the day of resurrection without any piece of flesh on his face. The Prophet added, on the day of resurrection, the sun will come near, to, the people, to such an extent that the sweat will reach up to the middle of the ears, so, when all the people are in that state, they will ask Adam for help, and then Moses. And then Muhammad, P.B.U.H. The sub-narrator added, Muhammad will intercede with Allah to judge amongst the people. He will proceed on till he will hold the ring of the door, of paradise, and then Allah will exalt him to Maqam Mahmud, the privilege of intercession, etc. And all the people of the gathering will send their praises to Allah. Volume 2, Book 24, number 554. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the poor person is not the one who asks a morsel or two, of meals, from the others, but the poor is the one who has nothing and is ashamed to beg from others. Volume 2, Book 24, number 555. Narrated Ash-Shabai. The clerk of Al-Mughira bin Shu'bah narrated, Muawiyah wrote to Al-Mughira bin Shu'bah, write to me something which you have heard from the Prophet, P.B.U.H. So Al-Mughira wrote, I heard the Prophet saying, Allah has hated for you 3 things. 1. Vain talks, useless talk, that you talk too much or about others. 2. Wasting of wealth, by extravagance. 3. And asking too many questions, in disputed religious matters, or asking others for something, except in great need. See Hadith number 591, Volume Il. Volume 2, Book 24, number 556. Narrated Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas. Allah's apostle distributed something, from the resources of zakat, amongst a group of people while I was sitting amongst them. But he left a man whom I considered the best of the lot. So, I went up to Allah's apostle and asked him secretly, why have you left that person? By Allah! I consider him a believer. The Prophet said, or merely a Muslim, who surrender to Allah. I remained quiet for a while but could not help repeating my question because of what I knew about him. I said, O Allah's apostle! Why have you left that person? By Allah! I consider him a believer. The Prophet said, or merely a Muslim. I remained quiet for a while but could not help repeating my question because of what I knew about him. I said, O Allah's apostle! Why have you left that person? By Allah! I consider him a believer. The Prophet said, or merely a Muslim. Then Allah's apostle, P.B.U.H., said, I give to a person while another is dearer to me, for fear that he may be thrown in the hellfire on his face, by renegating from Islam. Volume 2, Book 24, number 557. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "The poor person is not the one who goes round the people and asks them for a mouthful or two, of meals, or a date or two, but the poor is that who has not enough money to satisfy his needs and whose condition is not known to others. That others may give him something in charity, and who does not beg of people." Volume 2, Book 24, number 558. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "No doubt, it is better for a person to take a rope and proceed in the morning to the mountains and cut the wood and then sell it, and eat from this income and give alms from it than to ask others for something." Volume 2, Book 24, number 559. Narrated Abu Hamid as-Sa'idi. We took part in the holy battle of Tabuk in the company of the Prophet, and when we arrived at the Wadi al-Qura, there was a woman in her garden. The Prophet asked his companions to estimate the amount of the fruits in the garden, and Allah's Apostle estimated it at 10 awsak, 1 waysak equals 60 sahs, and 1 sa equals 3 kilograms. Approximately. The Prophet said to that lady, "Check what your garden will yield." When we reached Tabuk, the Prophet said, "There will be a strong wind tonight, and so no one should stand, and whoever has a camel, should fasten it." So we fastened our camels. A strong wind blew at night, and a man stood up, and he was blown away to a mountain called Tai. The king of Ayla sent a white mule and a sheet for wearing to the Prophet as a present, and wrote to the Prophet that his people would stay in their place, and will pay jizya taxation. 1. When the Prophet reached Wadi al-Qura, he asked that woman how much her garden had yielded. She said, 10 awsak, and that was what Allah's Apostle had estimated. Then the Prophet said, "I want to reach Medina quickly, and whoever among you wants to accompany me, should hurry up." The sub-narrator Ibn Bakr said something which meant, when the Prophet, P.B.U.H., saw Medina, he said, "This is Taba." And when he saw the mountain of Uhud, he said, "This mountain loves us and we love it. Shall I tell you of the best amongst the Ansar?" They replied in the affirmative. He said, "The family of Bani an-Najjar, and then the family of Bani Sa'ida or Bani al-Harith bin al-Khazraj. The above-mentioned are the best, but there is goodness in all the families of Ansar." Volume 2, Book 24, number 560. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah from his father. The Prophet said, "On a land irrigated by rain water or by natural water channels, or if the land is wet due to a nearby water channel, i.e. 1/10, is compulsory, as zakat, and on the land irrigated by the well, half of an i.e. 1/20, is compulsory, as zakat on the yield of the land." Volume 2, Book 24, number 561. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. The Prophet said, "There is no zakat on less than 5 awsak, of dates, or on less than 5 camels, or on less than 5 awak of silver." 22 Yamani Riyals Faransa. Volume 2, Book 24, number 562. Narrated Abu Huraira. Dates used to be brought to Allah's Apostle immediately after being plucked. Different persons would bring their dates till a big heap collected, in front of the Prophet. Once Al-Hassan and Al-Hussein were playing with these dates. One of them took a date and put it in his mouth. Allah's Apostle looked at him and took it out from his mouth and said, "Don't you know that Muhammad's offspring do not eat what is given in charity?" Volume 2, Book 24, number 563. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet had forbidden the sale of dates till they were good, ripe, and when it was asked what it meant, the Prophet said, "Till there is no danger of blight." Volume 2, Book 24, number 564. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet had forbidden the sale of fruits till they were ripe, free from blight. Volume 2, Book 24, number 565. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle forbade the selling of fruits until they were ripe. The Prophet, P.B.U.H., added, "It means that they become red." Volume 2, Book 24, number 566. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Umar bin al-Khattab gave a horse in charity in Allah's cause, and later he saw it being sold in the market and intended to purchase it. Then he went to the Prophet and asked his permission. The Prophet said, "Do not take back what you have given in charity." For this reason, Ibn Umar never purchased the things which he had given in charity, and in case he had purchased something, unknowingly, he would give it in charity again. Volume 2, Book 24, number 567. Narrated Umar. Once I gave a horse in Allah's cause, in charity, but that person did not take care of it. I intended to buy it, as I thought he would sell it at a low price. So, I asked the Prophet, PBUH, about it. He said, "Neither buy, nor take back your alms which you have given, even if the seller were willing to sell it for 1 dirham, for he who takes back his alms is like the one who swallows his own vomit." Volume 2, Book 24, number 568. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Al-Hasan bin Ali took a date from the dates given in charity and put it in his mouth. The Prophet said, "Expel it from your mouth. Don't you know that we do not eat a thing which is given in charity?" Volume 2, Book 24, number 569. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet saw a dead sheep which had been given in charity to a freed slave girl of Maymunah, the wife of the Prophet. The Prophet said, "Why don't you get the benefit of its hide?" They said, "It is dead." He replied, "Only to eat, its meat, is illegal." Volume 2, Book 24, number 570. Narrated Al-Aswad. Aisha intended to buy Barira, a slave girl, in order to manumit her, and her masters intended to put the condition that her al-Wala would be for them. Aisha mentioned that to the Prophet, who said to her, "Buy her, as the Wala is for the manumitted." Once some meat was presented to the Prophet, and Aisha said to him, "This meat was given in charity to Barira." He said, "It is an object of charity for Barira, but a gift for us." Volume 2, Book 24, number 571. Narrated Atiyah al-Ansariya. The Prophet went to Aisha and asked her whether she had something to eat. She replied that she had nothing except the mutton piece, which Nusayba, Atiyah, had sent to us, Barira, in charity. The Prophet said, "It has reached its place, and now it is not a thing of charity but a gift for us." Volume 2, Book 24, number 572. Narrated Anas. Some meat was presented to the Prophet, PBUH, and it had been given to Barira, the freed slave girl of Aisha, in charity. He said, "This meat is a thing of charity for Barira, but it is a gift for us." Volume 2, Book 24, number 573. Narrated Abu Ma'bad. The slave of Ibn Abbas, Allah's apostle, said to Muad when he sent him to Yemen, "You will go to the people of the Scripture. So, when you reach there, invite them to testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and that Muhammad is his apostle. And if they obey you in that, tell them that Allah has enjoined on them 5 prayers in each day and night. And if they obey you in that, tell them that Allah has made it obligatory on them to pay the zakat, which will be taken from the rich among them and given to the poor among them. If they obey you in that, then avoid taking the best of their possessions, and be afraid of the curse of an oppressed person, because there is no screen between his invocation and Allah." Volume 2, Book 24, number 574I. Narrated Abdullah bin Abu Awfa. Whenever a person came to the Prophet with his alms, the Prophet would say, "O Allah, send your blessings upon so and so." My father went to the Prophet with his alms, and the Prophet said, "O Allah, send your blessings upon the offspring of Abu Awfa." Volume 2, Book 24, number 574F. Narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, "A man from Bani Israel asked someone from Bani Israel to give him a loan of 1,000 dinars, and the latter gave it to him. The debtor went on a voyage, when the time for the payment of the debt became due, but he did not find a boat, so he took a piece of wood and bored it and put 1,000 dinars in it and threw it into the sea. The creditor went out and took the piece of wood to his family to be used as firewood. See Hadith number 488b, Volume 3. And the Prophet narrated the narration, and said, when he sawed the wood, he found his money. Volume 2, Book 24, number 575. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle said, there is no compensation for one killed or wounded by an animal or by falling in a well, or because of working in mines, but kumus is compulsory on rikas. Volume 2, Book 24, number 576. Narrated Abu Hamid al-Sa'idi. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., appointed a man called Ibn al-Atbiyah, from the tribe of al-Asd to collect zakat from Bani Sulaim. When he returned, after collecting the zakat, the Prophet checked the account with him. Volume 2, Book 24, number 577. Narrated Anas. Some people from Burayna tribe came to Medina and its climate did not suit them, so Allah's Apostle, PBUH, allowed them to go to the herd of camels, given as zakat, and they drank their milk and urine, as medicine, but they killed the shepherd and drove away all the camels. So Allah's Apostle sent men in their pursuit to catch them, and they were brought, and he had their hands and feet cut. And their eyes were branded with heated pieces of iron and they were left in the Hara, a stony place at Medina, biting the stones. See Hadith number 234, Volume 1. Volume 2, Book 24, number 578. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Took Abdullah bin Abu Talha to Allah's Apostle to perform tonic for him. Tonic was a custom among the Muslims that whenever a child was born they used to take it to the Prophet, who would chew a piece of date and put a part of its juice in the child's mouth. I saw the Prophet and he had an instrument for branding in his hands and was branding the camels of zakat. 25. Obligatory Charity Tax after Ramadan, Zakat ul-Fitr. Volume 2, Book 25, number 579. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle enjoined the payment of 1 sa of dates or 1 sa of barley as zakat ul-Fitr on every Muslim slave or free, male or female, young or old, and he ordered that it be paid before the people went out to offer the Eid prayer. 1 sa equals 3 kilograms approximate. Volume 2, Book 25, number 580. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle made it incumbent on all the slave or free Muslims, male or female, to pay 1 sa of dates or barley as zakat ul-Fitr. Volume 2, Book 25, number 581. Narrated Abu said, we used to give 1 sa of barley as zakat ul-Fitr, per head. Volume 2, Book 25, number 582. Narrated Abu said al-Qudri. We used to give 1 sa of meal or 1 sa of barley or 1 sa of dates, or 1 sa of cottage cheese or 1 sa of raisins, dried grapes, as zakat ul-Fitr. Volume 2, Book 25, number 583. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet ordered Muslims to give 1 sa of dates or 1 sa of barley as zakat ul-Fitr. The people rewarded 2 muds of wheat as equal to that. Volume 2, Book 25, number 584. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. In the lifetime of the Prophet we used to give 1 sa of food or 1 sa of dates or 1 sa of barley or 1 sa of raisins, dried grapes, as zakat ul-Fitr. And when Muawiyah became the caliph and the wheat was available in abundance, he said, I think, observe, that 1 mud of wheat equals 2 muds of any of the above-mentioned things. Volume 2, Book 25, number 585. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet ordered the people to pay zakat ul-Fitr before going to the Eid prayer. Volume 2, Book 25, number 586. Narrated Abu said al-Qudri. In the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, we used to give 1 sa of food, edible things, as zakat ul-Fitr, to the poor. Our food used to be either of barley, raisins, dried grapes, cottage cheese or dates. Volume 2, Book 25, number 587. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said, the Prophet made incumbent on every male or female, free man or slave, the payment of 1 sa of dates or barley as sadaqat al-fitr, or said sadaqah Ramadan. The people then substituted half sa of wheat for that. Ibn Umar used to give dates, as sadaqat al-fitr. Once there was scarcity of dates in Medina and Ibn Umar gave barley. And Ibn Umar used to give sadaqat al-fitr for every young and old person. He even used to give on behalf of my children. Ibn Umar used to give sadaqat al-fitr to those who had been officially appointed for its collection. People used to give sadaqat al-fitr, even, a day or two before the Eid. Volume 2, Book 25, number 588. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle has made sadaqat al-fitr obligatory, and it was either 1 sa of barley or 1 sa of dates, and its payment was obligatory, on young and old people. And on free men as well as on slaves. 26. Pilgrimage, Hajj. Volume 2, Book 26. Number 589. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Al-Fadl, his brother, was riding behind Allah's Apostle and a woman from the tribe of Qatham came and Al-Fadl started looking at her and she started looking at him. The Prophet turned Al-Fadl's face to the other side. The woman said, O Allah's Apostle! The obligation of Hajj enjoined by Allah on his devotees has become due on my father and he is old and weak, and he cannot sit firm on the mount. May I perform Hajj on his behalf? The Prophet replied, Yes, you may. That happened during the Hajj al-Wida, of the Prophet. Volume 2, Book 26, number 590. Narrated Ibn Umar. I saw that Allah's Apostle used to ride on his mount at Tul Hulayfa and used to start saying, Labbaik, when the mount stood upright. Volume 2, Book 26, number 591. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. That Allah's Apostle started saying, Labbaik, from Tul Hulayfa when his mount stood upright carrying him. Volume 2, Book 26, number 592. Narrated Thumama bin Abdullah bin Anas. Anas performed the Hajj on a pack saddle and he was not a miser. Anas said, Allah's Apostle performed Hajj on a pack saddle and the same mount was carrying his baggage too. Volume 2, Book 26, number 593. Narrated Al-Qasim bin Muhammad. Aisha said, O Allah's Apostle! You performed Umrah but I did not. He said, O Abdurrahman! Go along with your sister and let her perform Umrah from Tan'im. Abdurrahman made her ride over the pack saddle of a she-camel and she performed Umrah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 594. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet was asked, which is the best deed? He said, to believe in Allah and His Apostle. He was then asked, which is the next, in goodness? He said, to participate in jihad in Allah's cause. He was then asked, which is the next? He said, to perform Hajj Mabrur. Volume 2, Book 26, number 595. Narrated Aisha. The mother of the faithful believers, I said, O Allah's Apostle! We consider jihad as the best deed. The Prophet said, the best jihad, for women, is Hajj Mabrur. Volume 2, Book 26, number 596. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet, PBUH, said, whoever performs Hajj for Allah's pleasure and does not have sexual relations with his wife, and does not do evil or sins then he will return, after Hajj free from all sins, as if he were born anew. Volume 2, Book 26, number 597. Narrated Zayd bin Jubair. I went to visit Abdullah bin Umar at his house which contained many tents made of cotton cloth and these were encircled with suratik, part of the tent. I asked him from where, should one assume ihram for Umrah. He said, Allah's Apostle had fixed as Miqat, singular of Mawaqit, Qarn for the people of Najd, Tul Hulayfa for the people of Medina, and Al-Jufa for the people of Sham. Volume 2, Book 26, number 598. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The people of Yemen used to come for Hajj and used not to bring enough provisions with them and used to say that they depend on Allah. On their arrival in Medina they used to beg the people, and so Allah revealed, and take a provision, with you, for the journey, but the best provision is the fear of Allah. 2.197. Volume 2, Book 26, number 599. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., made Tulwiafa as the miqat for the people of Medina, Al-Jufa for the people of Sham, Qarn al-Manazil for the people of Najd, and Yalamlam for the people of Yemen, and these mawaqit are for the people at those very places, and besides them for those who come through those places with the intention of performing Hajj and Umrah. And whoever is living within these boundaries can assume Ihram from the place he starts, and the people of Mecca can assume Ihram from Mecca. Volume 2, Book 26, number 600. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar said, Allah's Apostle said, the people of Medina should assume Ihram from Tul Hulayfa, the people of Sham from Al-Jufa, and the people of Najd from Qarn. And Abdullah added, I was informed that Allah's Apostle had said, the people of Yemen should assume Ihram from Yalamlam. Volume 2, Book 26, number 601. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle had fixed Tul Hulayfa as the muqat for the people of Medina, Al-Jufa for the people of Sham, and Qarn al-Manazil for the people of Najd, and Yalamlam for the people of Yemen. So, these, above mentioned, are the mawaqit for all those living at those places. And besides them for those who come through those places with the intention of performing Hajj and Umrah, and whoever lives within these places should assume Ihram from his dwelling place. And similarly the people of Mecca can assume Ihram from Mecca. Volume 2, Book 26, number 602. Narrated Salim from his father who said, the Prophet had fixed the mawaqit as follows, No. 603. Volume 2, Book 26, number 603. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah from his father. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, the miqat for the people of Medina is Tul Hulayfa, for the people of Sham is Mahida, i.e. Al-Jufa, and for the people of Najd is Qarn. And said Ibn Umar, they claim, but I did not hear personally, that the Prophet said, the miqat for the people of Yemen is Yalamlam. Volume 2, Book 26, number 604. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet fixed Tul Hulayfa as the miqat for the people of Medina, Al-Jufa, for the people of Sham, Yalamlam for the people of Yemen, and Qarn for the people of Najd. And these mawaqit are for those living at those very places, and besides them for those who come through those places with the intention of performing Hajj and Umrah. And whoever is living inside these places can assume Ihram from his own dwelling place, and the people of Mecca can assume Ihram from Mecca. Volume 2, Book 26, number 605. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet, PBUH, fixed Tul Hulayfa as the miqat for the people of Medina, Al-Jufa for the people of Sham, Qarn al-Manazil for the people of Najd, and Yalamlam for the people of Yemen. And these mawaqit are for those living at those very places, and besides them for those whom come through them with the intention of performing Hajj and Umrah. And whoever is living within these mawaqit should assume Ihram from where he starts, and the people of Mecca can assume Ihram from Mecca. Volume 2, Book 26, number 606. Narrated Ibn Umar. When these two towns, Basra and Kufa, were captured, the people went to Umar and said, O the chief of the faithful believers, the Prophet fixed Qarn as the miqat for the people of Najd, it is beyond our way and it is difficult for us to pass through it. He said, take as your miqat a place situated opposite to Qarn on your usual way. So, he fixed Daturq as their miqat. Volume 2, Book 26, number 607. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar said, Allah's Apostle made his camel sit, i.e. he dismounted, at Al-Batha, in Tul Hulayfa and offered the prayer. Abdullah bin Umar used to do the same. Volume 2, Book 26, number 608. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle used to go, for Hajj, via Ash-Shajara way and return via Mu'ara's way. And no doubt, whenever Allah's Apostle went to Mecca, he used to offer the prayer in the Mosque of Ash-Shajara, and on his return, he used to offer the prayer at Tul Hulayfa in the middle of the valley, and pass the night there till morning. Volume 2, Book 26, number 609. Narrated Umar. In the valley of Al-Akik I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "Tonight a messenger came to me from my Lord and asked me to pray in this blessed valley and to assume ihram for Hajj and Umrah together." Volume 2, Book 26, number 610. Narrated Musa bin Uqba. Salim bin Abdullah's father said, the Prophet said that while resting in the bottom of the valley at Mu'aris in Tul Hulayfa, he had been addressed in a dream, "You are verily in a blessed valley." Salim made us to dismount from our camels at the place where Abdullah used to dismount, aiming at the place where Allah's Apostle had rested, and it was below the mosque situated in the middle of the valley, in between them, the residence, and the road. Volume 2, Book 26, number 611. Narrated Said bin Jubair. Ibn Umar used to oil his hair. I told that to Ibrahim, who said, "What do you think about this statement?" Narrated Aswad from Aisha, as if I were now observing the glitter of the scent in the parting of the hair of the Prophet while he was muhrim. Volume 2, Book 26, number 612. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, P.B.H, I used to send Allah's Apostle when he wanted to assume ihram and also on finishing ihram before the tawaf round the Kaaba, Tawaf al-Ifada. Volume 2, Book 26, number 613. Narrated Salim from his father. I heard that Allah's Apostle assumed ihram with his hair matted together. Volume 2, Book 26, number 614. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah. I heard my father saying, "Never did Allah's Apostle assume ihram except at the mosque, that is, at the Mosque of Tul Hulayfa." Volume 2, Book 26, number 615. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. A man asked, "O Allah's Apostle, what kind of clothes should a muhrim wear?" Allah's Apostle replied, "He should not wear a shirt, a turban, trousers, a head cloak or leather socks except if he can find no slippers. He then may wear leather socks after cutting off what might cover the ankles. And he should not wear clothes which are scented with saffron or wars, kinds of perfumes." Volume 2, Book 26, number 616. Narrated Ubaydullah bin Abdullah. Ibn Abbas said, Usama rode behind Allah's Apostle from Arafat to Al-Muzdalifah. And then Al-Fadl rode behind Allah's Apostle from Al-Muzdalifah to Mina. Ibn Abbas added, both of them said, the Prophet kept on reciting Talbiyah till he did the Rami of Jamrat al-Aqaba. Volume 2, Book 26, number 617. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. The Prophet with his companions started from Medina after combing and oiling his hair and putting on 2 sheets of ihram, upper body cover and waist cover. He did not forbid anyone to wear any kind of sheets except the ones colored with saffron because they may leave the scent on the skin. And so in the early morning, the Prophet mounted his mount while in Tul Hulayfa and set out till they reached Baida, where he and his companions recited Talbiyah. And then they did the ceremony of Taqlid, which means to put the colored garlands around the necks of the Badn, camels for sacrifice. And all that happened on the 25th of Tul Qa'dah. And when he reached Mecca on the 4th of Tul Hijjah he performed the tawaf round the Kaaba and performed the tawaf between Safa and Marwa. And as he had a badana and had garlanded it, he did not finish his ihram. He proceeded towards the highest places of Mecca near Al-Hujun and he was assuming the ihram for Hajj and did not go near the Kaaba after he performed tawaf, round it, till he returned from Arafat. Then he ordered his companions to perform the tawaf round the Kaaba and then the tawaf of Safa and Marwa, and to cut short the hair of their heads and to finish their ihram. And that was only for those people who had not garlanded Badn. Those who had their wives with them were permitted to contact them, have sexual intercourse, and similarly perfume and, ordinary, clothes were permissible for them. Volume 2, Book 26, number 618. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet offered 4 rakat in Medina and then 2 rakat at Tul-i-Hulayfa and then passed the night at Tul-Hulayfa till it was morning, and when he mounted his mount and it stood up, he started to recite Talbiyah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 619. Narrated Abu Kilaba. Anas bin Malik said, the Prophet offered 4 rakat of the Zuhr prayer in Medina and 2 rakat of Asr prayer at Tul-Hulayfa. I think that the Prophet passed the night there till morning. Volume 2, Book 26. Number 620. Narrated Anas. The Prophet offered 4 rakat of the Zuhr prayer in Medina and 2 rakat of the Asr prayer in Tul-Hulayfa, and I heard them, the companions of the Prophet, reciting Talbiyah together loudly to the extent of shouting. Volume 2, Book 26, number 621. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Talbiyah of Allah's Apostle was, Labayka Allahumma labayk, Labayka la sharika laka labayk, inna alhamda wa ni'mata laka wal mulk. La sharika laka, I respond to your call, O Allah, I respond to your call, and I am obedient to your orders, you have no partner, I respond to your call, all the praises and blessings are for you, all the sovereignty is for you. And you have no partners with you. Volume 2, Book 26, number 622. Narrated Aisha. I know how the Prophet used to say, Talbiyah, and it was, Labayka Allahumma labayk, Labayka la sharika laka labayk, inna alhamda wa ni'mata laka wal mulk, la sharika laka. Volume 2, Book 26, number 623. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle offered 4 rakat of Zuhr prayer at Medina and we were in his company, and 2 rakat of the Asr prayer at Tul-Hulayfa and then passed the night there till it was dawn. Then he rode, and when he reached Al-Baida, he praised and glorified Allah and said Takbir, i.e. Alhamdulillah and Subhanallah, 1, and Allahu Akbar. Then he and the people along with him recited Talbiyah with the intention of performing Hajj and Umrah. When we reached Mecca, he ordered us to finish the ram. After performing the Umrah, only those who had no hadi, animal for sacrifice, with them were asked to do so, till the day of Tarwiyah, that is 8th Dhul-Hijjah, when they assumed Ihram for Hajj. The Prophet sacrificed many camels, slaughtering them, with his own hands while standing. While Allah's Apostle was in Medina, he sacrificed 2 horned rams, black and white in color, in the name of Allah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 624. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet, P.B.U.H., recited Talbiyah when he had mounted his mount and was ready to set out. Volume 2, Book 26, number 625. Narrated Nafi. Whenever Ibn Umar intended to go to Mecca, he used to oil himself with a sort of oil that had no pleasant smell, then he would go to the Mosque of Al-Hulayda and offer the prayer, and then ride. When he mounted well on his mount and the mount stood up straight, he would proclaim the intention of assuming Ihram, and he used to say that he had seen the Prophet doing the same. Volume 2, Book 26, number 626. Narrated Mujahid. I was in the company of Ibn Abbas and the people talked about Ad-Dajjal and said, Ad-Dajjal will come with the word kafir, non-believer, written in between his eyes. On that Ibn Abbas said, I have not heard this from the Prophet, but I heard him saying, as if I saw Moses just now entering the valley reciting Talbiyah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 627. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, PBUH. We set out with the Prophet in his last Hajj and we assumed Ihram for Umrah. The Prophet then said, whoever has the hadi with him should assume Ihram for Hajj along with Umrah and should not finish the Ihram till he finishes both. I was menstruating when I reached Mecca, and so I neither did tawaf round the Kaaba nor tawaf between Safa and Marwa. I complained about that to the Prophet, on which he replied, undo and comb your head hair, and assume Ihram for Hajj only, and leave the Umrah. So, I did so. When we had performed the Hajj, the Prophet sent me with my brother Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr to Tan'im. So I performed the Umrah. The Prophet said to me, "This Umrah is instead of your missed one." Those who had assumed Ihram for Umrah, Hajjatamatu, performed tawaf round the Kaaba and between Safa and Marwa and then finished their Ihram. After returning from Mina, they performed another tawaf, between Safa and Marwa. Those who had assumed Ihram for Hajj and Umrah together, Hajj al-Qiran, performed only one tawaf, between Safa and Marwa. Volume 2, Book 26, number 628. Narrated Ada. Jabir said, the Prophet ordered Ali to keep on assuming his Ihram. The narrator then informed about the narration of Suraka. Volume 2, Book 26, number 629. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Ali came to the Prophet, PBUH, from Yemen, to Mecca. The Prophet asked Ali, with what intention have you assumed Ihram? Ali replied, I have assumed Ihram with the same intention as that of the Prophet. The Prophet said, if I had not the Hadi with me I would have finished the Ihram. Muhammad bin Bakr narrated extra from Ibn Jurayj, the Prophet said to Ali, with what intention have you assumed the Ihram, O Ali? He replied, with the same intention as that of the Prophet. The Prophet said, have a Hadi and keep your Ihram as it is. Volume 2, Book 26, number 630. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet sent me to some people in Yemen and when I returned, I found him at Al-Batha. He asked me, with what intention have you assumed Ihram, i.e. for Hajj or for Umrah or for both? I replied, I have assumed Ihram with an intention like that of the Prophet. He asked, have you a Hadi with you? I replied in the negative. He ordered me to perform tawaf round the Kaaba and between Safa and Marwa and then to finish my Ihram. I did so and went to a woman from my tribe who combed my hair or washed my head. Then, when Umar came, i.e. became Caliph, he said, if we follow Allah's book, it orders us to complete Hajj and Umrah, as Allah says, perform the Hajj and Umrah for Allah. 2.196. And if we follow the tradition of the Prophet who did not finish his Ihram till he sacrificed his Hadi. Volume 2, Book 26, number 631. Narrated Al-Qasim bin Muhammad. Aisha said, we set out with Allah's apostles in the months of Hajj, and, in, the nights of Hajj, and at the time and places of Hajj and in a state of Hajj. We dismounted at Sarif, a village 6 miles from Mecca. The Prophet then addressed his companions and said, anyone who has not got the Hadi and likes to do Umrah instead of Hajj may do so, i.e. Hajj al-Tamatu, and anyone who has got the Hadi should not finish the Ihram after performing Umrah, i.e. Hajj al-Qiran. Aisha added, the companions of the Prophet obeyed the above order, and some of them, i.e. who did not have Hadi, finished their Ihram after Umrah. Allah's apostle and some of his companions were resourceful and had the Hadi with them, they could not perform Umrah alone, but had to perform both Hajj and Umrah with one Ihram. Aisha added, Allah's apostle came to me and saw me weeping and said, what makes you weep, O Hanta? I replied, I have heard your conversation with your companions and I cannot perform the Umrah. He asked, what is wrong with you? I replied, I do not offer the prayers, i.e. I have my menses. He said, it will not harm you for you are one of the daughters of Adam, and Allah has written for you, this state, as He has written it for them. Keep on with your intentions for Hajj and Allah may reward you that. Aisha further added, then we proceeded for Hajj till we reached Mina and I became clean from my menses. Then I went out from Mina and performed tawaf round the Kaaba. Aisha added, I went along with the Prophet in his final departure, from Hajj, till he dismounted at Al-Muhasab, a valley outside Mecca, and we too, dismounted with him. He called Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr and said to him, take your sister outside the sanctuary of Mecca and let her assume Ihram for Umrah, and when you had finished Umrah, return to this place and I will wait for you both till you both return to me. Aisha added, so we went out of the sanctuary of Mecca, and after finishing from the Umrah and the Tawaf we returned to the Prophet at dawn. He said, "Have you performed the Umrah?" We replied in the affirmative. So he announced the departure amongst his companions, and the people set out for the journey, and the Prophet, too, left for Medina. Volume 2, Book 26, number 632. Narrated al-Aswad. Aisha said, "We went out with the Prophet, from Medina, with the intention of performing Hajj only, and when we reached Mecca we performed Tawaf round the Kaaba, and then the Prophet ordered those who had not driven the Hadi along with them to finish their Ihram. So the people who had not driven the Hadi along with them finished their Ihram. The Prophet's wives, too, had not driven the Hadi with them, so they too, finished their Ihram." Aisha added, "I got my menses and could not perform Tawaf round the Kaaba. So when it was the night of Hasba, i.e. when we stopped at Al-Muhasab, I said, O Allah's Apostle, everyone is returning after performing Hajj and Umrah, but I am returning after performing Hajj only." He said, "Didn't you perform Tawaf round the Kaaba the night we reached Mecca?" I replied in the negative. He said, "Go with your brother to Tan'im and assume the Ihram for Umrah, and after performing it, come back to such and such a place." On that Safiya said, "I feel that I will detain you all." The Prophet said, "O Akra Halka, didn't you perform Tawaf of the Kaaba on the day of sacrifice?" i.e. Tawaf al-Ifada. Safiya replied in the affirmative. He said, to Safiya, "There is no harm for you to proceed on with us." Aisha added, "After returning from Umrah, the Prophet met me while he was ascending, from Mecca, and I was descending to it, or I was ascending and he was descending." Volume 2, Book 26, number 633. Narrated Aisha. We set out with Allah's apostles, to Mecca, in the year of the Prophet's last Hajj. Some of us had assumed Ihram for Umrah only, some for both Hajj and Umrah, and others for Hajj only. Allah's Apostle assumed Ihram for Hajj. So whoever had assumed Ihram for Hajj or for both Hajj and Umrah did not finish the Ihram till the day of sacrifice. See Hadith number 631, 636, and 639. Volume 2, Book 26, number 634. Narrated Marwan bin al-Hakam. I saw Uthman and Ali. Uthman used to forbid people to perform Hajjatamatu and Hajj al-Qiran, Hajj and Umrah together, and when Ali saw this act of Uthman, he assumed Ihram for Hajj and Umrah together, saying, Labbaik for Umrah and Hajj, and said, I will not leave the tradition of the Prophet on the saying of somebody. Volume 2, Book 26, number 635. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The people, of the pre-Islamic period, used to think that to perform Umrah during the months of Hajj was one of the major sins on earth. And also used to consider the month of Safar as a forbidden, i.e. sacred, month, and they used to say, when the wounds of the camel's back heal up, after they return from Hajj, and the signs of those wounds vanish and the month of Safar passes away, then, at that time, Umrah is permissible for the one who wishes to perform it. In the morning of the 4th of Dhul Hijjah, the Prophet and his companions reached Mecca, assuming Ihram for Hajj, and he ordered his companions to make their intentions of the Ihram for Umrah only, instead of Hajj, so they considered his order as something great and were puzzled, and said, O Allah's Apostle, what kind of finishing of Ihram is allowed? The Prophet replied, finish the Ihram completely like a non-Muhrim, you are allowed everything. Volume 2, Book 26, number 636. Narrated Abu Musa. Came to the Prophet, from Yemen, and was assuming Ihram for Hajj, and he ordered me to finish the Ihram, after performing the Umrah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 637. Narrated Ibn Umar. Hafsa, the wife of the Prophet, said, O Allah's Apostle, why have the people finished their Ihram after performing Umrah, but you have not finished your Ihram after performing Umrah? He replied, I have matted my hair and garlanded my Hadi. So I will not finish my Ihram till I have slaughtered my Hadi. Volume 2, Book 26, number 638. Narrated Shuf'a. Abu Jamra Nasr bin Imran ad-Dubai said, I intended to perform Hajjatamatu and the people advised me not to do so. I asked Ibn Abbas regarding it and he ordered me to perform Hajjatamatu. Later I saw in a dream someone saying to me, Hajj Mabrur, Hajj performed in accordance with the Prophet's tradition without committing sins and accepted by Allah, and an accepted Umrah. So I told that dream to Ibn Abbas. He said, this is the tradition of Abu al-Qasim. Then he said to me, stay with me and I shall give you a portion of my property. I, Shuf'a, asked, why, did he invite you? He, Abu Jamra, said, because of the dream which I had seen. Volume 2, Book 26, number 639. Narrated Abu Shihab. I left for Mecca for Hajjatamatu assuming Ihram for Umrah. I reached Mecca 3 days before the day of Tarwiyah, 8th Dhul-Hijjah. Some people of Mecca said to me, your Hajj will be like the Hajj performed by the people of Mecca, i.e. you will lose the superiority of assuming Ihram from the Miqat. So I went to Atta asking him his view about it. He said, Jabir bin Abdullah narrated to me, I performed Hajj with Allah's Apostle on the day when he drove camels with him. The people had assumed Ihram for Hajj al-Ifrad. The Prophet ordered them to finish their Ihram after Tawaf round the Kaaba and between Safa and Marwa and to cut short their hair and then to stay there, in Mecca, as non-Muhrims till the day of Tarwiyah, i.e. 8th of Dhul-Hijjah, when they would assume Ihram for Hajj and they were ordered to make the Ihram with which they had come as for Umrah only. They asked, how can we make it Umrah, Tamatu, as we have intended to perform Hajj? The Prophet said, do what I have ordered you. Had I not brought the Hadi with me, I would have done the same, but I cannot finish my Ihram till the Hadi reaches its destination, i.e. is slaughtered. So, they did, what he ordered them to do. Volume 2, Book 26, number 640. Narrated Said bin al-Musayyab. Ali and Uthman differed regarding Hajjatamatu while they were at Usfan, a familiar place near Mecca. Ali said, I see you want to forbid people to do a thing that the Prophet did. When Ali saw that, he assumed Ihram for both Hajj and Umrah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 641. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. We came with Allah's Apostle, to Mecca, and we were saying, Labayka Allahumma labbaik for Hajj. Allah's Apostle ordered us to perform Umrah with that Ihram, instead of Hajj. Volume 2, Book 26. Number 642. Narrated Imran. We performed Hajjatamatu in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle and then the Qur'an was revealed, regarding Hajjatamatu, and somebody said what he wished, regarding Hajjatamatu, according his own opinion. Volume 2, Book 26, number 643. Narrated Nafi. On reaching the sanctuary of Mecca, Ibn Thumar used to stop, reciting Talbiyah and then he would pass the night at Daituwa and then offer the far prayer and take a bath. He used to say that the Prophet used to do the same. Volume 2, Book 26, number 644. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Thumar said, the Prophet passed the night at Daituwa till it was dawn and then he entered Mecca. Ibn Thumar used to do the same. Volume 2, Book 26, number 645. Narrated Ibn Thumar. Allah's Apostle used to enter Mecca from the high Thaniya and used to leave Mecca from the low Thaniya. Volume 2, Book 26, number 646. Narrated Ibn Thumar. Allah's Apostle entered Mecca from Qada from the highest Thaniya which is at Al-Batha, and used to leave Mecca from the low Thaniya. Volume 2, Book 26, number 647. Narrated Aisha. When the Prophet came to Mecca he entered from its higher side and left from its lower side. Volume 2, Book 26, number 648. Narrated Aisha. In the year of the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet entered Mecca from Qada, and left Mecca from Quda, from the higher part of Mecca. Volume 2, Book 26, number 649. Narrated Aisha. In the year of the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet entered Mecca from Qada, at the higher place of Mecca. Hisham, a sub-narrator said, Urwa used to enter Mecca from both Qada and Quda, and he often entered through Qada, which was nearer to his dwelling place. Volume 2, Book 26, number 650. Narrated Hisham. Urwa said, the Prophet entered Mecca in the year of the conquest of Mecca from the side of Qada, which is at the higher part of Mecca. Urwa often entered from Qada, which was nearer of the two to his dwelling place. Volume 2, Book 26, number 651. Narrated Hisham from his father. In the year of the conquest of Mecca, the Prophet entered Mecca from the side of Qada. Urwa used to enter through both places, and he often entered through Qada, which was nearer of the two to his dwelling place. Volume 2, Book 26, number 652. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. When the Kaaba was built, the Prophet and Abbas went to bring stones for its construction. Al-Abbas said to the Prophet, "Take off your waist sheet and put it on your neck." When the Prophet took it off, he fell on the ground with his eyes open towards the sky and said, "Give me my waist sheet." And he covered himself with it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 653. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, that Allah's apostle, said to her, "Do you know that when your people, Quraysh, rebuilt the Kaaba, they decreased it from its original foundation laid by Abraham?" I said, "O Allah's apostle, why don't you rebuild it on its original foundation laid by Abraham?" He replied, "Were it not for the fact that your people are close to the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, i.e., they have recently become Muslims, I would have done so." The sub-narrator, Abdullah bin Thumar, stated, Aisha must have heard this from Allah's apostle, for in my opinion Allah's apostle had not placed his hand over the two corners of the Kaaba opposite Al-Hajj only because the Kaaba was not rebuilt on its original foundations laid by Abraham. Volume 2, Book 26, number 654. Narrated Aisha. I asked the Prophet whether the round wall, near Kaaba, was part of the Kaaba. The Prophet replied in the affirmative. I further said, "What is wrong with them, why have they not included it in the building of the Kaaba?" He said, "Don't you see that your people, Quraysh, ran short of money, so they could not include it inside the building of Kaaba?" I asked, "What about its gate? Why is it so high?" He replied, "Your people did this so as to admit into it whomever they liked and prevent whomever they liked. Were your people not close to the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, i.e., they have recently embraced Islam, and were I not afraid that they would dislike it, surely I would have included the area of the wall inside the building of the Kaaba, and I would have lowered its gate to the level of the ground." Volume 2, Book 26, number 655. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle said to me, "Were your people not close to the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, I would have demolished the Kaaba and would have rebuilt it on its original foundations laid by Abraham, for Quraysh had curtailed its building, and I would have built a back door, too." Volume 2, Book 26, number 656. Narrated Yazid bin Ruman from Urwa. Aisha said that the Prophet said to her, "O Aisha, were your nation not close to the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, I would have had the Kaaba demolished and would have included in it the portion which had been left, and would have made it at a level with the ground, and would have made two doors for it, one towards the east and the other towards the west, and then by doing this it would have been built on the foundations laid by Abraham." That was what urged Ibn Zubayr to demolish the Kaaba. Jaz said, "I saw Ibn Zubayr when he demolished and rebuilt the Kaaba and included in it a portion of Al-Hajj, the unroofed portion of Kaaba which is at present in the form of a compound towards the northwest of the Kaaba. I saw the original foundations of Abraham which were of stones resembling the humps of camels." So Jarir asked Yazid, "Where was the place of those stones?" Jaz said, "I will just now show it to you." So Jarir accompanied Yazid and entered Al-Hajj, and Jaz pointed to a place and said, "Here it is." Jarir said, "It appeared to me about 6 cubits from Al-Hajj or so." Volume 2, Book 26, number 657. Narrated Ibn Abbas. On the day of the conquest of Mecca, Allah's apostle said, Allah has made this town a sanctuary. Its thorny bushes should not be cut, its game should not be chased, and its fallen things should not be picked up except by one who would announce it publicly. Volume 2, Book 26, number 658. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. I asked, O Allah's apostle, where will you stay in Mecca? Will you stay in your house in Mecca? He replied, Has Aqil left any property or house? Aqil along with Talib had inherited the property of Abu Talib. Jafar and Ali did not inherit anything as they were Muslims and the other two were non-believers. Umar bin al-Khattab used to say, a believer cannot inherit anything from an infidel. Ibn Shihab, a sub-narrator, said, they, Umar and others, derived the above verdict from Allah's statement, Verily. Those who believed and emigrated and strove with their life and property in Allah's cause, and those who helped, the emigrants, and gave them their places to live in, these are, all, allies to one another. 8. 72. Volume 2, Book 26, number 659. Narrated Abu Huraira. When Allah's apostle intended to enter Mecca he said, Our destination tomorrow, if Allah wished, will be Kayf Bani Kinana where, the pagans, had taken the oath of Kafr against the Prophet, i.e. to be loyal to heathenism by boycotting Bani Hashim, the Prophet's folk, see Hadith number 221 Volume 5. Volume 2, Book 26, number 660. Narrated Abu Huraira. On the day of Nahr at Mina, the Prophet said, Tomorrow we shall stay at Kayf Bani Kinana where the pagans had taken the oath of Kafr, heathenism. He meant, by that place, Al-Muhasib where the Quraysh tribe and Bani Kinana concluded a contract against Bani Hashim and Bani Abdul Muttalib or Bani al-Muttalib that they would not intermarry with them or deal with them in business until they handed over the Prophet to them. Volume 2, Book 26, number 661. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Du Sawakatain, literally, one with two lean legs, from Ethiopia will demolish the Kaaba. Volume 2, Book 26, number 662. Narrated Aisha. The people used to fast on Ashura, the 10th day of the month of Muharram, before the fasting of Ramadan was made obligatory. And on that day the Kaaba used to be covered with a cover. When Allah made the fasting of the month of Ramadan compulsory, Allah's apostle said, Whoever wishes to fast, on the day of Ashura, may do so, and whoever wishes to leave it can do so. Volume 2, Book 26, number 663. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. The Prophet said, The people will continue performing the Hajj and Umrah to the Kaaba even after the appearance of Gog and Magog. Narrated Shuf'a Extra. The hour, day of judgment, will not be established till the Hajj, to the Kaaba, is abandoned. Volume 2, Book 26, number 664. Narrated Abu Wail. One day, I sat along with Shaiba on the chair inside the Kaaba. He, Shaiba, said, No doubt, Umar sat at this place and said, I intended not to leave any yellow, i.e. gold, or white, i.e. silver, inside the Kaaba, undistributed. I said, to Umar, but your two companions, i.e. the Prophet and Abu Bakr, did not do so. Umar said, They are the two persons whom I always follow. Volume 2, Book 26, number 665. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, As if I were looking at him, a black person with thin legs plucking the stones of the Kaaba one after another. Volume 2, Book 26, number 666. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, Du Sawakatain, the thin-legged man, from Ethiopia will demolish the Kaaba. Volume 2, Book 26, number 667. Narrated Abias bin Rabia. Umar came near the black stone and kissed it and said, No doubt, I know that you are a stone and can neither benefit anyone nor harm anyone. Had I not seen Allah's apostle kissing you I would not have kissed you. Volume 2, Book 26, number 668. Narrated Salim that his father said. Allah's apostle, Usama bin Zaid, Bilal, and Uthman bin Abu Talha entered the Kaaba and then closed its door. When they opened the door I was the first person to enter the Kaaba. I met Bilal and asked him, did Allah's apostle offer a prayer inside the Kaaba? Bilal replied in the affirmative and said, the Prophet offered the prayer, in between the two right pillars. Volume 2, Book 26, number 669. Narrated Nafi. Whenever Ibn Umar entered the Kaaba he used to walk straight keeping the door at his back on entering, and used to proceed on till about 3 cubits from the wall in front of him. And then he would offer the prayer there aiming at the place where Allah's apostle prayed, as Bilal had told him. There is no harm for any person to offer the prayer at any place inside the Kaaba. Volume 2, Book 26, number 670. Narrated Ismaili bin Abu Khalid. Abdullah bin Abu Awfa said, Allah's apostle performed the Umrah. He performed tawaf of the Kaaba and offered 2 rakat behind the Maqam, Abraham's place, and was accompanied by those who were screening him from the people. Somebody asked Abdullah, did Allah's apostle enter the Kaaba? Abdullah replied in the negative. Volume 2, Book 26, number 671. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When Allah's apostle came to Mecca, he refused to enter the Kaaba with idols in it. He ordered idols to be taken out. So they were taken out. The people took out the pictures of Abraham and Ishmael holding aslams in their hands. Allah's apostle said, may Allah curse these people. By Allah, both Abraham and Ishmael never did the game of chance with aslams. Then he entered the Kaaba and said takbir at its corners but did not offer the prayer in it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 672. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When Allah's apostle and his companions came to Mecca, the pagans circulated the news that a group of people were coming to them and they had been weakened by the fever of Yathrib, Medina. So the Prophet ordered his companions to do ramal in the first 3 rounds of tawaf of the Kaaba and to walk between the 2 corners, the Black Stone and Yemenite corner. The Prophet did not order them to do ramal in all the rounds of tawaf out of pity for them. Volume 2, Book 26, number 673. Narrated Salim that his father said. I saw Allah's apostle arriving at Mecca. He kissed the black stone corner first while doing tawaf and did ramal in the first 3 rounds of the 7 rounds of tawaf. Volume 2, Book 26, number 674. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet did ramal in, first, 3 rounds, of tawaf, and walked in the remaining 4, in Hajj and Umrah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 675. Narrated Zaid bin Aslam from his father who said. Umar bin al-Khattab addressed the corner, black stone, saying, by Allah. I know that you are a stone and can neither benefit nor harm. Had I not seen the Prophet touching, and kissing, you, I would never have touched, and kissed, you. Then he kissed it and said, there is no reason for us to do ramal, in tawaf, except that we wanted to show off before the pagans, and now Allah has destroyed them. Umar added, nevertheless, the Prophet did that and we do not want to leave it, i.e. ramal. Volume 2, Book 26, number 676. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said, I have never missed the touching of these 2 stones of Kaaba, the black stone and the Yemenite corner, both in the presence and the absence of crowds, since I saw the Prophet touching them. I asked Nafi, did Ibn Umar use to walk between the 2 corners? Nafi replied, he used to walk in order that it might be easy for him to touch it, the corner stone. Volume 2, Book 26, number 677. Narrated Ibn Abbas. In his last Hajj the Prophet performed tawaf of the Kaaba riding a camel and pointed a bent-headed stick towards the corner, black stone. Volume 2, Book 26, number 678. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah that his father said. I have not seen the Prophet touching except the two Yemenite corners, i.e. the ones facing Yemen. Volume 2, Book 26, number 679. Narrated Zayd bin Aslam that his father said, I saw Umar bin al-Khattab kissing the black stone, and he then said to it, had I not seen Allah's Apostle kissing you, stone, I would not have kissed you. Volume 2, Book 26, number 680. Narrated Zubair bin Arabi. A man asked Ibn Umar about the touching of the black stone. Ibn Umar said, I saw Allah's Apostle touching and kissing it. The questioner said, but if there were a throng, much rush, round the Kaaba and the people overpowered me, what would I do? He replied angrily, stay in Yemen, as that man was from Yemen. I saw Allah's Apostle touching and kissing it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 681. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet performed tawaf of the Kaaba while riding a camel, and whenever he came in front of the corner, he pointed towards it, with something. Volume 2, Book 26, number 682. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet performed tawaf of the Kaaba riding a camel, and every time he came in front of the corner, having the black stone, he pointed towards it with something he had with him and said Takbir. Volume 2, Book 26, number 683. Narrated Urwa. Aisha said, the first thing the Prophet did on reaching Mecca, was the ablution, and then he performed tawaf of the Kaaba, and that was not Umrah, alone, but Hajj al-Qiran. Urwa added, later Abu Bakr and Umar did the same in their Hajj. And I performed the Hajj with my father Zubair, and the first thing he did was tawaf of the Kaaba. Later I saw the Muhajirin, emigrants, and the Ansar doing the same. My mother, Asma, told me that she, her sister, Aisha, Zubair, and such persons assumed ihram for Umrah, and after they passed their hands over the black stone corner of the Kaaba, they finished the ihram. I.e. after doing tawaf of the Kaaba and sa'i between Safa Marwa. Volume 2, Book 26, number 684. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. When Allah's Apostle performed tawaf of the Kaaba for Hajj or Umrah, he used to do ramal during the first 3 rounds, and in the last 4 rounds he used to walk. Then after the tawaf he used to offer 2 rakat and then perform tawaf between Safa and Marwa. Volume 2, Book 26, number 685. Narrated Ibn Umar. When the Prophet performed the tawaf of the Kaaba, he did ramal during the first 3 rounds, and in the last 4 rounds he used to walk, and while doing tawaf between Safa and Marwa, he used to run in the midst of the rain-water passage. Volume 2, Book 26, number 686. Narrated Salama. The wife of the Prophet, I informed Allah's Apostle that I was ill. So he said, perform the tawaf while riding behind the people. I did so, and at that time the Prophet was praying beside the Kaaba and reciting Surat At-Tur. Volume 2, Book 26, number 687. Narrated Ibn Abbas. While the Prophet was performing tawaf of the Kaaba, he passed by a person who had tied his hands to another person with a rope or string or something like that. The Prophet cut it with his own hands and said, lead him by the hand. Volume 2, Book 26, number 688. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet saw a man performing tawaf of the Kaaba tied with a string or something else. So the Prophet cut that string. Volume 2, Book 26, number 689. Narrated Abu Huraira. In the year prior to the last Hajj of the Prophet, when Allah's Apostle made Abu Bakr the leader of the pilgrims, the latter, Abu Bakr, sent me in the company of a group of people to make a public announcement: no pagan is allowed to perform Hajj after this year, and no naked person is allowed to perform tawaf of the Kaaba. See Hadith number 365 Volume 1. Volume 2, Book 26, number 690. Narrated Amr. We asked Ibn Umar, may a man have sexual relations with his wife during the Umrah before performing tawaf between Safa and Marwa? He said, Allah's Apostle arrived, in Mecca, and circumambulated the Kaaba 7 times, then offered 2 rakat behind Maqam Ibrahim, the station of Abraham, then performed tawaf between Safa and Marwa. Ibn Umar added, "Verily, in Allah's Apostle you have a good example." And I asked Jabir bin Abdullah the same question, and he replied, "You should not go near your wives, have sexual relations, till you have finished tawaf between Safa and Marwa." Volume 2, Book 26, number 691. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet arrived at Mecca and performed tawaf of the Kaaba and sa'i between Safa and Marwa, but he did not go near the Kaaba after his tawaf till he returned from Arafat. Volume 2, Book 26, number 692. Narrated Salama. The wife of the Prophet, I informed Allah's Apostle about my illness. Through other sub-narrators, Salama narrated that when Allah's Apostle was at Mecca and had just decided to leave Mecca, while she had not yet done tawaf of the Kaaba, and after listening to her, the Prophet said, "When the morning prayer is established, perform the tawaf on your camel while the people are in prayer." So she did the same and did not offer the 2 rakat of tawaf until she came out of the mosque. Volume 2, Book 26, number 693. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet reached Mecca, circumambulated the Kaaba 7 times and then offered a 2 rakat prayer behind Maqam Ibrahim. Then he went towards the Safa. Allah has said, "Verily, in Allah's Apostle you have a good example." Volume 2, Book 26, number 694. Narrated Urwa from Aisha. Some people performed tawaf of the Kaaba after the morning prayer and then sat to listen to a preacher till sunrise, and then they stood up for the prayer. Then Aisha commented, "Those people kept on sitting till it was the time in which the prayer is disliked, and after that they stood up for the prayer." Volume 2, Book 26, number 695. Narrated Abdullah. Heard the Prophet forbidding the offering of prayers at the time of sunrise and sunset. Volume 2, Book 26, number 696. Narrated Abida bin Humayd. Abdul Aziz bin Rufai said, "I saw Abdullah bin Aziz Zubair performing tawaf of the Kaaba after the morning prayer, then offering the 2 rakat prayer." Abdul Aziz added, "I saw Abdullah bin Aziz Zubair offering a 2 rakat prayer after the Asr prayer." He informed me that Aisha told him that the Prophet used to offer those 2 rakat whenever he entered her house. Volume 2, Book 26, number 697. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle performed tawaf of the Kaaba, ending a camel. At that time the Prophet had foot injury. Whenever he came to the corner, having the black stone, he would point out towards it with a thing in his hand and say, "Allahu Akbar." Volume 2, Book 26, number 698. Narrated Salama. I informed Allah's Apostle that I was sick. He said, "Perform tawaf of the Kaaba while riding behind the people." So, I performed the tawaf while Allah's Apostle was offering the prayer beside the Kaaba and was reciting Surat At-Tur. Volume 2, Book 26, number 699. Narrated Ibn Umar. Al-Abbas bin Abdul Muttalib asked the permission of Allah's Apostle to let him stay in Mecca during the nights of Mina in order to provide the pilgrims with water to drink. So the Prophet permitted him. Volume 2, Book 26, number 700. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle came to the drinking place and asked for water. Al-Abbas said, "O Fadl, go to your mother and bring water from her for Allah's Apostle." Allah's Apostle said, "Give me water to drink." Al-Abbas said, "O Allah's Apostle." The people put their hands in it. Allah's Apostle again said, "Give me water to drink." So, he drank from that water and then went to the Zamzam well, and there the people were offering water to the others and working at it, drawing water from the well. The Prophet then said to them, "Carry on. You are doing a good deed." Then he said, "Were I not afraid that other people would compete with you, in drawing water from Zamzam, I would certainly take the rope and put it over this, i.e. his shoulder, to draw water." On saying that the Prophet pointed to his shoulder. Volume 2, Book 26, number 701. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I gave Zamzam water to Allah's apostle and he drank it while standing. Asia, a sub-narrator, said that Ikrimah took the oath that on that day the Prophet had not been standing but riding a camel. Volume 2, Book 26, number 702. Narrated Aisha. We set out with Allah's apostle in the year of his last Hajj and we mended the ihram for Umrah. Then the Prophet said, whoever has a hadi with him should assume ihram for both Hajj and Umrah, and should not finish it till he performs both of them, Hajj and Umrah. When we reached Mecca, I had my menses. When we had performed our Hajj, the Prophet sent me with Abdurrahman to Tan'im and I performed the Umrah. The Prophet said, this is in lieu of your missed Umrah. Those who had assumed ihram for Umrah performed tawaf, between Safa and Marwa, and then finished their ihram. And then they performed another tawaf, between Safa and Marwa, after returning from Mina. And those who had assumed ihram for Hajj and Umrah to get her, Hajjiran, performed only one tawaf, between Safa and Marwa. Volume 2, Book 26, number 703. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar and his riding animal entered the house of Ibn Umar. He, the son of Ibn Umar, said, I fear that this year a battle might take place between the people and you might be prevented from going to the Kaaba. I suggest that you should stay here. Ibn Umar said, once Allah's apostle set out for the pilgrimage, and the pagans of Quraysh intervened between him and the Kaaba. So, if the people intervened between me and the Kaaba, I would do the same as Allah's apostle had done. Verily, in Allah's apostle you have a good example. Then he added, I make you a witness that I have intended to perform Hajj along with Umrah. After arriving at Mecca, Ibn Umar performed one tawaf only, between Safa and Marwa. Volume 2, Book 26, number 704. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar intended to perform Hajj in the year when al-Hajjaj attacked Ibn Zubayr. Somebody said to Ibn Umar, there is a danger of an impending war between them. Ibn Umar said, verily, in Allah's apostle you have a good example. And if it happened as you say, then I would do the same as Allah's apostle had done. I make you witness that I have decided to perform Umrah. Then he set out and when he reached Al-Baidah, he said, the ceremonies of both Hajj and Umrah are similar. I make you witness that I have made Hajj compulsory for me along with Umrah. He drove to Mecca, a hadi which he had bought from a place called Qudayd and did not do more than that. He did not slaughter the hadi or finish his ihram, or shave or cut short his hair till the day of slaughtering the sacrifices, 10th Dhul-Hijjah. Then he slaughtered his hadi and shaved his head and considered the first tawaf, of Safa and Marwa, as sufficient for Hajj and Umrah. Ibn Umar said, Allah's apostle did the same. Volume 2, Book 26, number 705. Narrated Muhammad bin Abdurrahman bin Nawfal al-Qurashi. I asked Urwa bin Zubayr, regarding the Hajj of the Prophet. Urwa replied, Aisha narrated, when the Prophet reached Mecca, the first thing he started with was the ablution, then he performed tawaf of the Kaaba and his intention was not Umrah alone, but Hajj and Umrah together. Later Abu Bakr I performed the Hajj and the first thing he started with was tawaf of the Kaaba and it was not Umrah alone, but Hajj and Umrah together. And then Umar did the same. Then Uthman performed the Hajj and the first thing he started with was tawaf of the Kaaba and it was not Umrah alone. And then Muawiyah and Abdullah bin Umar did the same. I performed Hajj with Ibn Zubayr and the first thing he started with was tawaf of the Kaaba and it was not Umrah alone, but Hajj and Umrah together. Then I saw the Muhajirin, emigrants, and Ansar doing the same and it was not Umrah alone. And the last person I saw doing the same was Ibn Umar, and he did not do another Umrah after finishing the first. Now here is Ibn Umar present amongst the people. They neither ask him nor anyone of the previous ones. And all these people, on entering Mecca, would not start with anything unless they had performed tawaf of the Kaaba, and would not finish their ihram. And no doubt, I saw my mother and my aunt, on entering Mecca doing nothing before performing tawaf of the Kaaba, and they would not finish their ram. And my mother informed me that she, her sister, Zubair and such persons had assumed ram for Umrah, and after passing their hands over the corner, the black stone, i.e. finishing their Umrah, they finished their Ihram. Volume 2, Book 26, number 706. Narrated Urwa. I asked Aisha, how do you interpret the statement of Allah, verily? The mountains, as Safa and Al-Marwa, are among the symbols of Allah, and whoever performs the Hajj to the Kaaba or performs Umrah, it is not harmful for him to perform tawaf between them, Safa and Marwa. 2.158, by Allah. It is evident from this revelation, there is no harm if one does not perform tawaf between Safa and Marwa. Aisha said, "Oh, my nephew. Your interpretation is not true. Had this interpretation of yours been correct, the statement of Allah should have been, it is not harmful for him if he does not perform tawaf between them." But in fact, this divine inspiration was revealed concerning the Ansar who used to assume ram for worshipping an idol called Manat, which they used to worship at a place called Al-Mashal before they embraced Islam. And whoever assumed Ihram, for the idol, would consider it not right to perform tawaf between Safa and Marwa. When they embraced Islam, they asked Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., regarding it, saying, "O Allah's Apostle, we used to refrain from tawaf between Safa and Marwa." So Allah revealed, verily, the mountains, as Safa and Al-Marwa, are among the symbols of Allah. Aisha added, surely, Allah's Apostle set the tradition of tawaf between Safa and Marwa, so nobody is allowed to omit the tawaf between them. Later on Urwa, told Abu Bakr bin Abdurrahman, of Aisha's narration, and he said, I have not heard of such information, but I heard learned men saying that all the people, except those whom Aisha mentioned and who used to assume ram for the sake of Manat, used to perform tawaf between Safa and Marwa. When Allah referred to the tawaf of the Kaaba and did not mention Safa and Marwa in the Qur'an, the people asked, O Allah's Apostle, we used to perform tawaf between Safa and Marwa, and Allah has revealed the verses concerning tawaf of the Kaaba and has not mentioned Safa and Marwa. Is there any harm if we perform tawaf between Safa and Marwa? So Allah revealed, verily as Safa and Al-Marwa are among the symbols of Allah. Abu Bakr said, it seems that this verse was revealed concerning the two groups, those who used to refrain from tawaf between Safa and Marwa in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance and those who used to perform the tawaf then. And after embracing Islam they refrained from the tawaf between them, as Allah had enjoined tawaf of the Kaaba and did not mention tawaf of Safa and Marwa, till later after mentioning the tawaf of the Kaaba. Volume 2, Book 26, number 707. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Thumar said, when Allah's Apostle performed the first tawaf he did ramal in the first 3 rounds and then walked in the remaining 4 rounds of tawaf of the Kaaba. Whereas in performing tawaf between Safa and Marwa he used to run in the midst of the rainwater passage, I asked Nafi, did Abdullah bin Umar used to walk steadily on reaching the Yemenite corner? He replied, no, unless people were crowded at the corner, otherwise he would not leave it without touching it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 708. Narrated Amr bin Dinar. We asked Ibn Umar whether a man who, while performing Umrah, had performed tawaf of the Kaaba, and had not yet performed tawaf between Safa and Marwa, could have sexual relation with his wife. Ibn Umar replied, the Prophet, PBUH, reached Mecca and performed the 7 rounds of tawaf of the Kaaba and then offered a 2-rakat prayer behind Maqam Ibrahim and then performed the 7 rounds of tawaf between Safa and Marwa. He added, verily, in Allah's Apostle, PBUH, you have a good example. We asked Jabir bin Abdullah the same question, and he said, that man, should not come near his wife, till he has completed tawaf between Safa and Marwa. Volume 2, Book 26, number 709. Narrated Amr bin Dinar. I heard Ibn Umar saying, the Prophet arrived at Mecca and performed tawaf of the Kaaba and then offered a 2-rakat prayer and then performed tawaf between Safa and Marwa. Ibn Umar then recited, the verse, Verily. In Allah's Apostle, PBUH, you have a good example. Volume 2, Book 26, number 710. Narrated Basim. I asked Anas bin Malik, did you used to dislike to perform tawaf between Safa and Marwa? He said, yes, as it was of the ceremonies of the days of the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, till Allah revealed, Verily. The two mountains, as Safa and al-Marwa, are among the symbols of Allah. It is therefore no sin for him who performs the pilgrimage to the Kaaba, or performs Umrah, to perform tawaf between them. 2. 158. Volume 2, Book 26, number 711. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle performed tawaf of the Kaaba and the Sa'i of Safa and Marwa so as to show his strength to the pagans. Volume 2, Book 26, number 712. Narrated Aisha. I was menstruating when I reached Mecca. So, I neither performed tawaf of the Kaaba, nor the tawaf between Safa and Marwa. Then I informed Allah's Apostle about it. He replied, perform all the ceremonies of Hajj like the other pilgrims, but do not perform tawaf of the Kaaba till you get clean, from your menses. Volume 2, Book 26, number 713. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet and his companions assumed ihram for Hajj and none except the Prophet, PBUH, and Talha had the hadi, sacrifice, with them. Ali arrived from Yemen and had a hadi with him. Ali said, I have assumed ihram for what the Prophet has done. The Prophet ordered his companions to perform the Umrah with the ram which they had assumed, and after finishing tawaf, of Kaaba, Safa and Marwa, to cut short their hair, and to finish their ram except those who had hadi with them. They, the people, said, how can we proceed to Mina, for Hajj, after having sexual relations with our wives? When that news reached the Prophet he said, if I had formerly known what I came to know lately, I would not have brought the hadi with me. Had there been no hadi with me, I would have finished the state of ram. Aisha got her menses, so she performed all the ceremonies of Hajj except tawaf of the Kaaba, and when she got clean, from her menses, she performed tawaf of the Kaaba. She said, O Allah's Apostle! All of you are returning with the Hajj and Umrah, but I am returning after performing Hajj only. So the Prophet ordered Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr to accompany her to Tan'im and thus she performed the Umrah after the Hajj. Volume 2, Book 26, number 714. Narrated Hafsa. On Id, we used to forbid our virgins to go out, for Id prayer. A lady came and stayed at the palace of Bani Khalaf. She mentioned that her sister was married to one of the companions of Allah's Apostle who participated in 12 ghazawats along with Allah's Apostle and her sister was with him in 6 of them. She said, we used to dress the wounded and look after the patients. She, her sister, asked Allah's Apostle, is there any harm for a woman to stay at home if she doesn't have a veil? He said, she should cover herself with the veil of her companion and she should take part in the good deeds and in the religious gatherings of the believers. When Atiyah came, I asked her, did you hear anything about that? Atiyah said, by Abi, and she never mentioned the name of Allah's Apostle without saying, by Abi, i.e., let my father be sacrificed for you. We asked her, have you heard Allah's Apostle saying so and so, about women? She replied in the affirmative and said, let my father be sacrificed for him. He told us that unmarried mature virgins who stay often screened or unmarried young virgins and mature girls who stay often screened should come out and take part in the good deeds and in the religious gatherings of the believers. But the menstruating women should keep away from the musalla, praying place. I asked her, the menstruating women? She replied, don't they present themselves at Arafat and at such places? Volume 2, Book 26, number 715. Narrated Abdul Aziz bin Rufai. I asked Anas bin Malik. Tell me what you remember from Allah's Apostle, regarding these questions. Where did he offer the Zuhr and Asr prayers on the day of Tarwiyah, 8th day of Dhul Hijjah? He offered these prayers, at Mina. I asked, where did he offer the Asr prayer on the day of Nafr, i.e. departure from Mina on the 12th or 13th of Dhul Hijjah? He replied, at Al-Abda, and then added, you should do as your chiefs do. Volume 2, Book 26, number 716. Narrated Abdul Aziz. I went out to Mina on the day of Tarwiyah and met Anas going on a donkey. I asked him, where did the Prophet offer the Zuhr prayer on this day? Anas replied, see where your chiefs pray and pray similarly. Volume 2, Book 26, number 717. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle offered a 2-rakat prayer at Mina. Abu Bakr, Umar and Uthman, during the early years of his caliphate, followed the same practice. Volume 2, Book 26, number 718. Narrated Harita bin Wahab al-Khuzai. The Prophet led us in a 2-rakat prayer at Mina, although our number was more than ever and we were in better security than ever. Volume 2, Book 26, number 719. Narrated Abdullah bin Masud. I offered, only a 2-rakat prayer with the Prophet, at Mina, and similarly with Abu Bakr and with Umar, and then you'd offered in opinions. Wish that I would be lucky enough to have 2 of the 4 rakat accepted, by Allah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 720. Narrated al-Fadl. The people doubted whether the Prophet was observing the fast on the day of Arafat, so I sent something for him to drink and he drank it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 721. Narrated Muhammad bin Abu Bakr al-Thaqafi. I asked Anas bin Malik while we were proceeding from Mina to Arafat, what do you use to do on this day when you were with Allah's Apostle? Anas said, some of us used to recite Talbiyah and nobody objected to that, and others used to recite Takbir and nobody objected to that. Volume 2, Book 26, number 722. Narrated Salim. Abdul Malik wrote to Al-Hajjaj that he should not differ from Ibn Umar during Hajj. On the day of Arafat, when the sun declined at midday, Ibn Umar came along with me and shouted near Al-Hajjaj's cloth, tent. Al-Hajjaj came out, wrapping himself with a waist sheet dyed with safflower, and said, O Abu Abdurrahman! What is the matter? He said, if you want to follow the Sunnah, the tradition of the Prophet, p.u.h, then proceed, to Arafat. Al-Hajjaj asked, at this very hour? Ibn Umar said, yes. He replied, please wait for me till I pour some water over my head, i.e. take a bath, and come out. Then Ibn Umar dismounted and waited till Al-Hajjaj came out. So, he, Al-Hajjaj, walked in between me and my father, Ibn Umar. I said to him, if you want to follow the Sunnah then deliver a brief sermon and hurry up for the stay at Arafat. He started looking at Abdullah, Ibn Umar, inquiringly, and when Abdullah noticed that, he said that he had told the truth. Volume 2, Book 26, number 723. Narrated al-Fadl bint al-Harith. On the day of Arafat, some people who were with me, differed about the fasting of the Prophet, PBUH. Some said that he was fasting while others said that he was not fasting. So I sent a bowl full of milk to him while he was riding his camel, and he drank that milk. Volume 2, Book 26, number 724. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah bin Umar. Abdul Malik bin Marwan wrote to Al-Hajjaj that he should follow Abdullah bin Umar in all the ceremonies of Hajj. So when it was the day of Arafat, 9th of Dhul Hijjah, and after the sun has deviated or has declined from the middle of the sky, I and Ibn Umar came and he shouted near the cloth, tent of Al-Hajjaj, where is he? Al-Hajjaj came out. Ibn Umar said, let us proceed, to Arafat. Al-Hajjaj asked, just now? Ibn Umar replied, yes. Al-Hajjaj said, "Wait for me till I pour water on me, i.e. take a bath." So, Ibn Umar dismounted, and waited, till Al-Hajjaj came out. He was walking between me and my father. I informed Al-Hajjaj, "If you want to follow the Sunnah today, then you should shorten the sermon and then hurry up for the stay, at Arafat." Ibn Umar said, "He, Salim, has spoken the truth." Volume 2, Book 26, Number 725. Narrated Muhammad bin Jubair bin Mut'im. My father said, "Before Islam, I was looking for my camel." The same narration is told by a different sub-narrator. Jubair bin Mut'im said, "My camel was lost and I went out in search of it on the day of Arafat, and I saw the Prophet standing in Arafat. I said to myself, by Allah he is from the Hums, literally, strictly religious. Quraysh were called so, as they used to say, 'We are the people of Allah, we shall not go out of the sanctuary.' What has brought him here?" Volume 2, Book 26, Number 726. Narrated Urwa. During the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, the people used to perform tawaf of the Kaaba naked except the Hums, and the Hums were Quraysh and their offspring. The Hums used to give clothes to the men who would perform the tawaf wearing them, and women, of the Hums, used to give clothes to the women who would perform the tawaf wearing them. Those to whom the Hums did not give clothes would perform tawaf round the Kaaba naked. Most of the people used to go away, disperse, directly from Arafat, but they, Hums, used to depart after staying at Al-Muzdalifah. Urwa added, "My father narrated that Aisha had said, the following verses were revealed about the Hums, then depart from the place whence all the people depart." 2. 199, Urwa added, "They, the Hums, used to stay at Al-Muzdalifah and used to depart from there, to Mina, and so they were sent to Arafat, by Allah's order." Volume 2, Book 26, Number 727. Narrated Urwa. Usama was asked in my presence, "How was the speed of, the camel of, Allah's Apostle while departing from Arafat during the Hajjat al-Wada?" Usama replied, "The Prophet proceeded on with a modest pace, and when there was enough space he would, make his camel, go very fast." Volume 2, Book 26, Number 728. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. As soon as the Prophet departed from Arafat, he went towards the mountain pass, and there he answered the call of, "The prayer is ahead of you," i.e. it asked, "O Allah's Apostle, will you offer the prayer here?" He replied, "The place of, the prayer is ahead of you, i.e. at Al-Muzdalifah." Volume 2, Book 26, Number 729. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar used to offer the Maghrib and Isha prayers together at Jam, Al-Muzdalifah. But he used to pass by that mountain pass where Allah's Apostle went, and he would enter it and answer the call of nature and perform ablution, and would not offer any prayer till he had prayed at Jam. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 730. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. Rode behind Allah's Apostle from Arafat, and when Allah's Apostle reached the mountain pass on the left side which is before Al-Muzdalifah, he made his camel kneel and then urinated. And then I poured water for his ablution. He performed light ablution, and then I said to him, "Is it the time for, the prayer, O Allah's Apostle?" He replied, "The place of, prayer is ahead of you, i.e. at Al-Muzdalifah." So Allah's Apostle rode till he reached Al-Muzdalifah, and then he offered the prayer, there. Then in the morning, 10th Dhul-Hijjah, Al-Faql bin Abbas rode behind Allah's Apostle. Quraib, a sub-narrator, said that Abdullah bin Abbas narrated from Al-Fadl, Allah's Apostle, PBUH, kept on reciting Talbiyah, during the journey, till he reached the Jamra. Jamrat al-Aqaba. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 731. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I proceeded along with the Prophet on the day of Arafat, 9th Dhul-Hijjah. The Prophet heard a great hue and cry and the beating of camels behind him. So he beckoned to the people with his lash, "O people, be quiet. Hastening is not a sign of righteousness." Volume 2, Book 26, Number 732. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. Allah's apostle proceeded from Arafat and dismounted at the mountainous pass and then urinated and performed a light ablution. I said to him, "Shall we offer the prayer?" He replied, "The prayer is ahead of you, i.e. at Al-Muzdalifah." When he came to Al-Muzdalifah, he performed a perfect ablution. Then Iqamah for the prayer was pronounced and he offended the Maghrib prayer, and then every person made his camel kneel at his place. And then Iqamah for the prayer was pronounced and he offered the Isha prayer, and he did not offer any prayer in between them, i.e. Maghrib and Isha prayers. Volume 2, Book 26, number 733. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet offered the Maghrib and Isha prayers together at Jam, i.e. Al-Muzdalifah, with a separate Iqamah for each of them, and did not offer any optional prayer in between them or after each of them. Volume 2, Book 26, number 734. Narrated Abu Ayyub al-Ansari. Allah's apostle offered the Maghrib and Isha prayers together at Al-Muzdalifah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 735. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Yazid. Abdullah. Performed the Hajj and we reached Al-Muzdalifah at or about the time of the Isha prayer. He ordered a man to pronounce the Adhan and Iqamah, and then he offered the Maghrib prayer and offered 2 rakat after it. Then he asked for his supper and took it, and then, I think, he ordered a man to pronounce the Adhan and Iqamah for the Isha prayer. Amr, a sub-narrator said, the intervening statement, I think, was said by the sub-narrator Zuhair, i.e. not by Abdurrahman. Then, Abdullah offered 2 rakat of Isha prayer. When the day dawned, Abdullah said, the Prophet never offered any prayer at this hour except this prayer at this time and at this place and on this day. Abdullah added, these 2 prayers are shifted from their actual times. The Maghrib prayer is offered when the people reached Al-Muzdalifah, and the far morning prayer at the early dawn. Abdullah added, I saw the Prophet doing that. Volume 2, Book 26, number 736. Narrated Salim. Abdullah bin Umar used to send the week among his family early to Mina. So they used to depart from Al-Mash'ar al-Haram, that is Al-Muzdalifah, at night, when the moon had set, and invoke Allah as much as they could, and then they would return to Mina, before the Imam had started from Al-Muzdalifah to Mina. So some of them would reach Mina at the time of the far prayer and some of them would come later. When they reached Mina they would throw pebbles on the Jamrat al-Aqaba. Ibn Umar used to say, Allah's apostle gave the permission to them, weak people, to do so. Volume 2, Book 26, number 737. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle had sent me from Al-Muzdalifah, at night. Volume 2, Book 26, number 738. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I is among those whom the Prophet sent on the night of Al-Muzdalifah, early being among the weak members of his family. Volume 2, Book 26, number 739. Narrated Abdullah. The slave of Asma, during the night of Jam, Asma got down at Al-Muzdalifah and stood up for offering the prayer and offered the prayer for some time and then asked, O my son, has the moon set? I replied in the negative, and she again prayed for another period and then asked, has the moon set? I replied, yes. So she said that we should set out for Mina, and we departed and went on till she threw pebbles at the Jamrat al-Aqaba, and then she returned to her dwelling place and offered the morning prayer. I asked her, O you, I think we have come to Mina early in the night. She replied, O my son, Allah's apostle gave permission to the women to do so. Volume 2, Book 26, number 740. Narrated Aisha. Sauda asked the permission of the Prophet to leave earlier at the night of Jam, and she was a fat and very slow woman. The Prophet gave her permission. Volume 2, Book 26, number 741. Narrated Aisha. We got down at Al-Muzdalifah and Sauda asked the permission of the Prophet to leave early, before the rush of the people. She was a slow woman and he gave her permission, so she departed from Al-Muzdalifah before the rush of the people. We kept on staying at Al-Muzdalifah till dawn, and set out with the Prophet, but I suffered so much that I wished I had taken the permission of Allah's Apostle as Sauda had done, and that would have been dearer to me than any other happiness. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 742. Narrated Abdullah. I never saw the Prophet offering any prayer not at its stated time except two. He prayed the Maghrib and the Isha together, and he offered the morning prayer before its usual time. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 743. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Yazid. I went out with Abdullah to Mecca, and when we proceeded to he offered the two prayers, the Maghrib and the Isha, together, making the Adhan and Iqamah separately for each prayer. He took his supper in between the two prayers. He offered the Far prayer as soon as the day dawned. Some people said, the day had dawned at the time of the prayer, and others said, the day had not dawned. Abdullah then said, Allah's Apostle said, these two prayers have been shifted from their stated times at this place only, at Al-Muzdalifah, first, the Maghrib and the Isha. So the people should not arrive at Al-Muzdalifah till the time of the Isha prayer has become due. The second prayer is the morning prayer which is offered at this hour. Then Abdullah stayed there till it became a bit brighter. He then said, if the chief of the believers hastened onwards to Mina just now, then he had indeed followed the Sunnah. I do not know which preceded the other, his, Abdullah's, statement or the departure of Uthman. Abdullah was reciting Talbiyah till he threw pebbles at the Jamrat al-Aqaba on the day of Nar, slaughtering, that is the 10th of Dhul Hijjah. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 744. Narrated Amr bin Maimun. I saw Umar offering the Far morning prayer at Jam. Then he got up and said, the pagans did not use to depart from Jam till the sun had risen, and they used to say, let the sun shine on the Bur, a mountain. But the Prophet contradicted them and departed from Jam before sunrise. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 745. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet made Al-Fadl ride behind him, and Al-Fadl informed that he, the Prophet, kept on reciting Talbiyah till he did the Rami of the Jamrat al-Aqaba. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 746. Narrated Ubaydullah bin Abdullah. Ibn Abbas said, Usama bin Zaid rode behind the Prophet from Arafat to Al-Muzdalifah, and then from Al-Muzdalifah to Mina, Al-Fadl rode behind him. He added, both of them, Usama and Al-Fadl, said, the Prophet was constantly reciting Talbiyah till he did Rami of the Jamrat al-Aqaba. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 747. Narrated Abu Jamrah. I asked Ibn Abbas about Hajjatamatu. He ordered me to perform it. I asked him about the hadi, sacrifice. He said, you have to slaughter a camel, a cow or a sheep, or you may share the hadi with the others. It seemed that some people disliked it, Hajjatamatu. I slept and dreamt as if a person was announcing, Hajj Mabrur and accepted Mat'a, Hajjatamatu. I went to Ibn Abbas and narrated it to him. He said, Allah is greater. That was the tradition of Abu al-Qasim, i.e. Prophet. Narrated Shubi'ah that the call in the dream was an accepted Umrah and Hajj Mabrur. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 748. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., saw a man driving his badana, sacrificial camel. He said, ride on it. The man said, it is a badana. The Prophet said, ride on it. He, the man, said, it is a badana. The Prophet said, ride on it. And on the second or the third time he, the Prophet, added, woe to you. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 749. Narrated Anas. The Prophet saw a man driving a badana. He said, ride on it. The man replied, it is a badana. The Prophet said, again, ride on it. He, the man, said, it is a badana. The Prophet said thrice, ride on it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 750. Narrated Ibn Umar. During the last Hajj, Hajj al-Wada, of Allah's Apostle, he performed Umrah and Hajj. He drove a Hadi along with him from Dhul Hulaifa. Allah's Apostle started by assuming Ihram for Umrah and Hajj. And the people, too, performed the Umrah and Hajj along with the Prophet. Some of them brought the Hadi and drove it along with them, while the others did not. So, when the Prophet arrived at Mecca, he said to the people, "Whoever among you has driven the Hadi, should not finish his Ihram till he completes his Hajj. And whoever among you has not driven the Hadi with him, should perform Tawaf of the Kaaba and the Tawaf between Safa and Marwa, then cut short his hair and finish his Ihram, and should later assume Ihram for Hajj. But he must offer a Hadi, sacrifice, and if anyone cannot afford a Hadi, he should fast for 3 days during the Hajj and 7 days when he returns home." The Prophet performed Tawaf of the Kaaba on his arrival, at Mecca. He touched the black stone, corner first of all and then did Ramal, fast walking with moving of the shoulders, during the first 3 rounds round the Kaaba, and during the last 4 rounds he walked. After finishing Tawaf of the Kaaba, he offered a 2-rakat prayer at Maqam Ibrahim, and after finishing the prayer he went to Safa and Marwa and performed 7 rounds of Tawaf between them and did not do any deed forbidden because of Ihram. Till he finished all the ceremonies of his Hajj and sacrificed his Hadi on the day of Nar, 10th day of Dhul Hijjah. He then hastened onwards, to Mecca, and performed Tawaf of the Kaaba, and then everything that was forbidden because of Ihram became permissible. Those who took and drove the Hadi with them did the same as Allah's Apostle did. Volume 2, Book 26, number 751. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar said to his father, "Stay here, for I am afraid that affliction between Ibn Zubair and al-Hajjaj, might prevent you from reaching the Kaaba." Ibn Umar said, "In this case, I would do the same as Allah's Apostle did, and Allah has said, verily, in Allah's Apostle, you have a good example, to follow. So, I make you, people, witness that I have made Umrah compulsory for me." So he assumed Ihram for Umrah. Then he went out, and when he reached Al-Baida, he assumed Ihram for Hajj and Umrah, together, and said, "The conditions, requisites, of Hajj and Umrah are the same." He then brought a Hadi from Qudayd. Then he arrived, at Mecca, and performed Tawaf, between Safa and Marwa, once for both Hajj and Umrah, and did not finish the Ihram till he had finished both Hajj and Umrah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 752. Narrated Al-Maswar bin Makrama and Marwan. The Prophet set out from Medina with over 1,000 of his companions, at the time of the Treaty of Hudaybiyah, and when they reached Dhul Hulaifa, the Prophet garlanded his Hadi and marked it and assumed Ihram for Umrah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 753. Narrated Aisha. I twisted with my own hands the garlands for the button of the Prophet, who garlanded and marked them, and then made them proceed to Mecca. Yet no permissible thing was regarded as illegal for him then. Volume 2, Book 26, number 754. Narrated Hafsa. I said, "O Allah's Apostle, what is wrong with the people? They have finished their Ihram but you have not." He said, "I matted my hair and I have garlanded my Hadi, so I will not finish my Ihram till I finished my Hajj." Volume 2, Book 26, number 755. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to send the Hadi from Medina, and I used to twist the garlands for his Hadi, and he did not keep away from any of these things which a Muhrim keeps away from. Volume 2, Book 26. Number 756. Narrated Aisha. I twisted the garlands for the Hadis of the Prophet, and then he marked and garlanded them, or I garlanded them, and then made them proceed to the Kaaba, but he remained in Medina and no permissible thing was regarded as illegal for him then. Volume 2, Book 26, number 757. Narrated Abdullah bin Abu Bakr bin Amr bin Hazm. That Amra bint Abdurrahman had told him, Zayd bin Abu Sufyan wrote to Aisha that Abdullah bin Abbas had stated, "Whoever sends his hadi to the Kaaba, all the things which are illegal for a pilgrim, become illegal for that person till he slaughters it, i.e., till the 10th of Dhul Hijjah." Amra added, Aisha said, "It is not like what Ibn Abbas had said, I twisted the garlands of the hadiths of Allah's Apostle with my own hands. Then Allah's Apostle put them round their necks with his own hands, sending them with my father, yet nothing permitted by Allah was considered illegal for Allah's Apostle till he slaughtered the hadiths." Volume 2, Book 26, number 758. Narrated Aisha. Once the Prophet sent sheep as hadi. Volume 2, Book 26, number 759. Narrated Aisha. I used to make the garlands for the hadiths of the Prophet, and he would garland the sheep with them, and would stay with his family as a non-muhrim. Volume 2, Book 26, number 760. Narrated Aisha. I used to twist the garlands for the sheep of the Prophet, and he would send them to the Kaaba, and stay as a non-muhrim. Volume 2, Book 26, number 761. Narrated Aisha. I twisted the garlands for the hadiths of the Prophet before he assumed ihram. Volume 2, Book 26, number 762. Narrated Aisha. I twisted the garlands of the hadiths from the wool which was with me. Volume 2, Book 26, number 763. Narrated Ikrimah. Abu Huraira said, the Prophet saw a man driving a badana, sacrificial camel. The Prophet, P.B.U.H., said to him, "Ride on it." He replied, "It is a badana." The Prophet again said, "Ride on it." Abu Huraira added, "Then I saw that man riding it, showing obedience to the Prophet, P.B.U.H., and a shoe was hanging from its neck." Volume 2, Book 26, number 764. Narrated Abu Huraira. From the Prophet, as above. Volume 2, Book 26, number 765. Narrated Ali. Allah's Apostle ordered me to give in charity the skin and the coverings of the budden which I had slaughtered. Volume 2, Book 26, number 766. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar intended to perform Hajj in the year of the Hajj of al-Harariya during the rule of Ibn Az-Zubair. Some people said to him, "It is very likely that there will be a fight among the people, and we are afraid that they might prevent you from performing Hajj." He replied, "Verily, in Allah's Apostle there is a good example for you to follow. In this case I would do the same as he had done. I make you witness that I have intended to perform Umrah." When he reached Al-Baidah, he said, "The conditions for both Hajj and Umrah are the same. I make you witness that I have intended to perform Hajj along with Umrah." After that he took a garlanded hadi to Mecca, which he bought on the way. When he reached Mecca, he performed tawaf of the Kaaba and of Safa and Marwa, and did not do more than that. He did not make legal for himself the things which were illegal for a muhrim till it was the day of Nar, sacrifice, when he had his head shaved and slaughtered the sacrifice, and considered sufficient his first tawaf between Safa and Marwa as a sa'i for his Hajj and Umrah both. He then said, "The Prophet used to do like that." Volume 2, Book 26, number 767. Narrated Amra bint Abdurrahman. I heard Aisha saying, 5 days before the end of Dhul Qa'dah we set out from Medina in the company of Allah's Apostle with the intention of performing Hajj only. When we approached Mecca, Allah's Apostle ordered those who had no hadi with them to finish their ihram after performing tawaf of the Kaaba and sa'i, and between Safa and Marwa. Aisha added, "On the day of Nar, slaughtering of sacrifice, beef was brought to us. I asked, 'What is this?' The reply was, 'Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., has slaughtered sacrifices on behalf of his wives.'" Volume 2, Book 26, number 768. Narrated Nafi. Abdullah bin Umar used to slaughter his sacrifice at the Munhar. Ubaidullah, a sub-narrator said, The Munhar of Allah's Apostle. Volume 2, Book 26, number 769. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar used to send his hadi from Jam to Mina, in the last third of the night with the pilgrims amongst whom there were free men and slaves. Till it was taken into the Munhar, slaughtering place, of the Prophet. Volume 2, Book 26, number 770. Narrated Saul bin Bakr. The narration of Anas abridged, saying, The Prophet slaughtered 7 Badn, camels, while standing, with his own hands. On the day of Eid al-Adha he slaughtered, sacrificed, 2 horned rams, black and white in color. Volume 2, Book 26, number 771. Narrated Zaid bin Jubair. I saw Ibn Umar passing by a man who had made his badana sit to slaughter it. Ibn Umar said, Slaughter it while it is standing with one leg tied up as is the tradition of Muhammad. Volume 2, Book 26, number 772. Narrated Anas. The Prophet offered 4 rakat of Zuhr prayer at Medina. And 2 rakat of Asr prayer at Tul Hulayfa and spent the night there, and when the day dawned, he mounted his mount and started saying, None has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and glorified be Allah. When he reached Al-Baidah, he recited Talbiyah for both Hajj and Umrah. And when he arrived at Mecca, he ordered them, his companions, to finish their ihram. The Prophet slaughtered 7 Badn, camel, with his own hands while the camels were standing. He also sacrificed 2 horned rams, black and white in color, at Medina. Volume 2, Book 26, number 773. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet, PBUH, offered 4 rakat of Zuhr prayer at Medina and 2 rakat of Asr prayer at Tul Hulayfa. Narrated Ayyub, a man said, Anas said, Then he, the Prophet passed the night there till dawn, and then he offered the morning, far, prayer, and mounted his mount, and when it arrived at Al-Baidah, he assumed ihram for both Umrah and Hajj. Volume 2, Book 26, number 774. Narrated Ali. The Prophet sent me to supervise the slaughtering of Badn, haughty camels, and ordered me to distribute their meat, and then he ordered me to distribute their covering sheets and skins. All added, the Prophet ordered me to supervise the slaughtering of the Badn, and not to give anything, of their bodies, to the butcher as wages for slaughtering. Volume 2, Book 26, number 775. Narrated Ali. The Prophet ordered me to supervise the slaughtering of Badn, haughty camel, and to distribute their meat, skins and covering sheets in charity, and not to give anything, of their bodies, to the butcher as wages for slaughtering. Volume 2, Book 26, number 776. Narrated Ali. The Prophet offered 100 Badn as haughty and ordered me to distribute their meat, in charity, and I did so. Then he ordered me to distribute their covering sheets in charity, and I did so. Then he ordered me to distribute their skins in charity, and I did so. Volume 2, Book 26, number 777. Narrated Ibn Jurayj. Atta said, I heard Jabir bin Abdullah saying, We never ate the meat of the Badn for more than 3 days of Mina. Later, the Prophet gave us permission by saying, Eat and take meat with you. So we ate some, and took some with us. I asked Atta, Did Jabir say, that they went on eating the meat, till they reached Medina? Atta replied, No. Volume 2, Book 26, number 778. Narrated Umrah. I heard Aisha saying, We set out, from Medina, along with Allah's Apostle 5 days before the end of Dhul Qa'dah with the intention of performing Hajj only. When we approached Mecca, Allah's Apostle ordered those who had no hadi along with them to finish the ram after performing tawaf of the Kaaba, Safa and Marwa. Aisha added, Beef was brought to us on the day of Nahr, and I said, What is this? Somebody said, The Prophet has slaughtered cows on behalf of his wives. Volume 2, Book 26, number 779. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was asked about a person who had his head shaved before slaughtering, his hadi, or other similar ceremonies of Hajj. He replied, "There is no harm, there is no harm." Volume 2, Book 26, number 780. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A man said to the Prophet, "I performed the Tawaf al-Ifada before the Rami, throwing pebbles at the Jamrah." The Prophet replied, "There is no harm." The man said, "I had my head shaved before slaughtering." The Prophet replied, "There is no harm." He said, "I have slaughtered the hadi before the Rami." The Prophet replied, "There is no harm." Volume 2, Book 26, number 781. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was asked by a man who said, "I have done the Rami in the evening." The Prophet replied, "There is no harm in it." Another man asked, "I had my head shaved before the slaughtering." The Prophet replied, "There is no harm in it." Volume 2, Book 26, number 782. Narrated Abu Musa. Came upon Allah's Apostle when he was at al-Batha. He asked me, "Have you intended to perform the Hajj?" I replied in the affirmative. He asked, "For what have you assumed ihram?" I replied, "I have assumed ihram with the same intention as that of the Prophet." The Prophet said, "You have done well. Go and perform tawaf round the Kaaba and between Safa and Marwa." Then I went to one of the women of Bani Qays and she took out lice from my head. Later, I assumed the ihram for Hajj. So, I used to give this verdict to the people till the caliphate of Umar. When I told him about it, he said, "If we follow, the Holy Book, then it orders us to complete Hajj and Umrah, Hajjatamatu, and if we follow the tradition of Allah's Apostle then Allah's Apostle did not finish his ihram till the hadi had reached its destination, had been slaughtered. I.e. Hajj al-Qiran. See Hadith number 630. Volume 2, Book 26, number 783. Narrated Ibn Umar. Hafsa said, "O Allah's Apostle, what is wrong with the people? They finished their ihram after performing Umrah, but you have not finished it after your Umrah." He replied, "I matted my hair and have garlanded my hadi. So, I cannot finish my ihram till I slaughter my hadi." Volume 2, Book 26, number 784. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle, P.B.U.H., got his head shaved after performing his Hajj. Volume 2, Book 26, number 785. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, "O Allah, be merciful to those who have their head shaved." The people said, "O Allah's Apostle, and invoke Allah for those who get their hair cut short." The Prophet said, "O Allah, be merciful to those who have their head shaved." The people said, "O Allah's Apostle, and those who get their hair cut short." The Prophet said, the third time, "And to those who get their hair cut short." Nafi said that the Prophet had said once or twice, "O Allah, be merciful to those who get their head shaved," and on the fourth time he added, "And to those who have their hair cut short." Volume 2, Book 26, number 786. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "O Allah, forgive those who get their heads shaved." The people asked, "Also those who get their hair cut short?" The Prophet said, "O Allah, forgive those who have their heads shaved." The people said, "Also those who get their hair cut short." The Prophet, invoke Allah for those who have their heads shaved and, at the third time said, "Also, forgive those who get their hair cut short." Volume 2, Book 26, number 787. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet and some of his companions got their heads shaved and some others got their hair cut short. Narrated Muawiyah, I cut short the hair of Allah's Apostle with a long blade. Volume 2, Book 26, number 788. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet came to Mecca, he ordered his companions to perform tawaf round the Kaaba and between Safa and Marwa, to finish their ihram and get their hair shaved off or cut short. Volume 2, Book 26, number 789. Narrated, Aisha. We performed Hajj with the Prophet and performed Tawaf al-Ifada on the day of Nahr, slaughtering. Safiya got her menses and the Prophets desired from her what a husband desires from his wife. I said to him, O Allah's Apostle, she is having her menses. He said, is she going to detain us? We informed him that she had performed Tawaf al-Ifada on the day of Nahr. He said, then you can depart. Volume 2, Book 26, number 790. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was asked about the slaughtering, shaving, of the head, and the doing of Rami before or after the due times. He said, there is no harm in that. Volume 2, Book 26, number 791. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was asked, as regards the ceremonies of Hajj, at Mina on the day of Nahr, and he replied that there was no harm. Then a man said to him, I got my head shaved before slaughtering. He replied, slaughter, now, and there is no harm in it. Another man said, I did the Rami, of the Jimar, after midday. The Prophet replied, there was no harm in it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 792. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr. Allah's Apostle stopped, for a while near the Jimar at Mina, during his last Hajj, and the people started asking him questions. A man said, ignorantly I got my head shaved before slaughtering. The Prophet replied, slaughter, now, and there is no harm in it. Another man said, unknowingly I slaughtered the hadi before doing the Rami. The Prophet said, do Rami now and there is no harm in it. So, on that day, when the Prophet was asked about anything, about the ceremonies of Hajj, done before or after, its stated time, his reply was, do it, now, and there is no harm. Volume 2, Book 26, number 793. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. I witnessed the Prophet when he was delivering the sermon on the day of Nahr. A man stood up and said, I thought that such and such was to be done before such and such. I got my hair shaved before slaughtering. Another said, I slaughtered the hadi before doing the Rami. So, the people asked about many similar things. The Prophet said, do it, now, and there is no harm in all these cases. Whenever the Prophet was asked about anything on that day, he replied, do it, now, and there is no harm in it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 794. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. Allah's Apostle stopped while on his she-camel, the sub-narrator then narrated the hadith as above, i.e. 793. Volume 2, Book 26, number 795. Narrated, Ikrimah. Ibn Abbas said, Allah's Apostle delivered a sermon on the day of Nahr, and said, O people! Tell me, what is the day today? The people replied, it is the forbidden, sacred, day. He asked again, what town is this? They replied, it is the forbidden, sacred, town. He asked, which month is this? They replied, it is the forbidden, sacred, month. He said, no doubt. Your blood, your properties, and your honor are sacred to one another like the sanctity of this day of yours, in this, sacred, town, Mecca, of yours, in this month of yours. The Prophet repeated his statement again and again. After that he raised his head and said, O Allah! Haven't conveyed your message to them? Haven't I conveyed your message to them? Ibn Abbas added, by him in whose hand my soul is. The following was his will, Prophet's will, to his followers. It is incumbent upon those who are present to convey this information to those who are absent. Beware, don't renegade, as, disbelievers, turn into infidels, after me. Striking the necks, cutting the throats, of one another. Volume 2, Book 26, number 796. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I heard the Prophet delivering a sermon at Arafat. Volume 2, Book 26, number 797. Narrated Abu Bakr. The Prophet delivered to us a sermon on the day of Nahr. He said, do you know what is the day today? We said, Allah and His Apostle know better. He remained silent till we thought that he might give that day another name. He said, isn't it the day of Nar? We said, it is. He further asked, which month is this? We said, Allah and His Apostle know better. He remained silent till we thought that he might give it another name. He then said, isn't it the month of Dhul-Hijjah? We replied, yes. It is. He further asked, what town is this? We replied, Allah and His Apostle know it better. He remained silent till we thought that he might give it another name. He then said, isn't it the forbidden, sacred, town, of Mecca? We said, yes. It is. He said, no doubt, your blood and your properties are sacred to one another like the sanctity of this day of yours, in this month of yours, in this town of yours, till the day you meet your Lord. No doubt. Haven't I conveyed Allah's message to you? They said, yes. He said, O Allah! Be witness. So it is incumbent upon those who are present to convey it, this information, to those who are absent because the informed one might comprehend it, what I have said, better than the present audience, who will convey it to him. Beware. Do not renegade, as disbelievers after me by striking the necks, cutting the throats, of one another. Volume 2, Book 26, number 798. Narrated Ibn Umar. At Mina, the Prophet, PBUH, said, do you know what is the day today? The people replied, Allah and His Apostle know it better. He said, it is the forbidden, sacred, day. And do you know what town is this? They replied, Allah and His Apostle know it better. He said, this is the forbidden, sacred, town, Mecca. And do you know which month is this? The people replied, Allah and His Apostle know it better. He said, this is the forbidden, sacred, month. The Prophet added, no doubt, Allah made your blood, your properties, and your honor sacred to one another like the sanctity of this day of yours in this month of yours in this town of yours. Narrated Ibn Umar, on the day of Nar, 10th of Dhul-Hijjah, the Prophet stood in between the Jamrat during his Hajj which he performed, as in the previous Hadith, and said, this is the greatest day, i.e. 10th of Dhul-Hijjah. The Prophet started saying repeatedly, O Allah! Be witness, I have conveyed your message. He then bade the people farewell. The people said, this is Hajjat al-Wada. Volume 2, Book 26, number 799. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet permitted them. Volume 2, Book 26, number 800. Narrated Ibn Umar. That the Prophet allowed, as above. Volume 2, Book 26, number 801. Narrated Ibn Umar. Al-Abbas asked the permission from the Prophet to stay at Mecca during the nights of Mina in order to provide water to the people, so the Prophet allowed him. Volume 2, Book 26, number 802. Narrated Wabra. I asked Ibn Umar, when should I do the Rami of the Jimar? He replied, when your leader does that. I asked him again the same question. He replied, we used to wait till the sun declined and then we would do the Rami, i.e. on the 11th and 12th of Dhul-Hijjah. Volume 2, Book 26, number 803. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Yazid. Abdullah did the Rami from the middle of the valley. So, I said, O Abu Abdurrahman. Some people do the Rami, of the Jamra, from above it, i.e. from the top of the valley. He said, by him except whom none has the right to be worshipped, this is the place from where the one on whom Surat al-Baqarah was revealed, i.e. Allah's Apostle, did the Rami. Volume 2, Book 26, number 804. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Yazid. When Abdullah reached the big Jamra, i.e. Jamrat al-Aqaba, he kept the Kabiya on the left side and Mina on his right side and threw 7 pebbles, at the Jamra, and said, the one on whom Surat al-Baqarah was revealed, i.e. the Prophet, had done the Rami similarly. Volume 2, Book 26, number 805. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Yazid. I performed Hajj with Ibn Masud, and saw him doing Rami of the big Jamra Talaqaba, with 7 small pebbles, keeping the Kabiya on his left side and Mina on his right. He then said, "This is the place where the one on whom Surat al-Baqarah was revealed, i.e. Allah's Apostle, stood." Volume 2, Book 26, number 806. Narrated Al-Amash. I heard Al-Hajjaj saying on the pulpit. The surah in which al-Baqarah, the cow, is mentioned and the surah in which the family of Imran is mentioned and the surah in which the women, An-Nisa, is mentioned. I mentioned this to Ibrahim, and he said, Abdurrahman bin Yazid told me, I was with Ibn Masud, when he did the Rami of the Jamra Talaqaba. He went down the middle of the valley, and when he came near the tree, which was near the Jamra, he stood opposite to it and threw 7 small pebbles and said, Allahu Akbar, on throwing every pebble. Then he said, by him, except whom none has the right to be worshipped, here, at this place, stood the one on whom Surat al-Baqarah was revealed, i.e. Allah's Apostle. Volume 2, Book 26, number 807. Narrated Salim. Ibn Umar used to do Rami of the Jamrat-ud Dunya, the Jamra near to the Kaif Mosque, with 7 small stones and used to recite Takbir on throwing every pebble. He then would go ahead till he reached the level ground where he would stand facing the Qibla for a long time to invoke Allah, while raising his hands, while invoking. Then he would do Rami of the Jamrat al-Wusta, middle Jamra, and then he would go to the left towards the middle ground, where he would stand facing the Qibla. He would remain standing there for a long period to invoke Allah, while raising his hands, and would stand there for a long period. Then he would do Rami of the Jamrat Talaqaba from the middle of the valley, but he would not stay by it, and then he would leave and say, I saw the Prophet doing like this. Volume 2, Book 26, number 808. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah. Abdullah bin Umar used to do Rami of the Jamrat-ud Dunya with 7 small pebbles and used to recite Takbir on throwing each stone. He, then, would proceed further till he reached the level ground, where he would stay for a long time, facing the Qibla to invoke Allah, while raising his hands. Then he would do Rami of the Jamrat al-Wusta similarly and would go to the left towards the level ground, where he would stand for a long time facing the Qibla to invoke Allah, while raising his hands. Then he would do Rami of the Jamrat Talaqaba from the middle of the valley, but he would not stay by it. Ibn Umar used to say, I saw Allah's Apostle doing like that. Volume 2, Book 26, number 809. Narrated Abdurrahman bin al-Qasim. I heard my father who was the best man of his age, saying, I heard Aisha saying, I perfumed Allah's Apostle with my own hands before finishing his ihram while yet he has not performed Tawaf al-Ifadah. She spread her hands, while saying so. Volume 2, Book 26, number 810. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The people were ordered to perform the Tawaf of the Kabiya, Tawaf al-Wada, as the lastly thing, before leaving Mecca, except the menstruating women who were excused. Volume 2, Book 26, number 811. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet offered the Zuhr, Asr, Maghrib and the Isha prayers and slept for a while at a place called Al-Muhasab and then rode to the Kabiya and performed Tawaf round it. Volume 2, Book 26, number 812. Narrated Aisha. Safiya bint Huyay, the wife of the Prophet got her menses, and Allah's Apostle was informed of that. He said, would she delay us? The people said, she has already performed Tawaf al-Ifadah. He said, therefore she will not delay us. Volume 2, Book 26, number 813. Narrated Ikrimah. The people of Medina asked Ibn Abbas about a woman who got her menses after performing Tawaf al-Ifadah. He said, she could depart from Mecca. They said, we will not act on your verdict and ignore the verdict of Zayd. Ibn Abbas said, when you reach Medina, inquire about it. So, when they reached Medina they asked, about that. One of those whom they asked was Sulaim. She told them the narration of Safiya, 812. Volume 2, Book 26, number 814. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A menstruating woman was allowed to leave Mecca if she had done Tawaf al-Ifadah. Ta'as, a sub-narrator, said from his father, I heard Ibn Umar saying that she would not depart. Then later I heard him saying that the Prophet had allowed them, menstruating women, to depart. Volume 2, Book 26, number 815. Narrated Aisha. We set out with the Prophet with the intention of performing Hajj only. The Prophet reached Mecca and performed Tawaf of the Kaaba and between Safa and Marwa and did not finish the Ihram, because he had the Hadi with him. His companions and his wives performed Tawaf of the Kaaba and between Safa and Marwa, and those who had no Hadi with them finished their Ihram. I got the menses and performed all the ceremonies of Hajj. So, when the night of Hasba, night of departure, came, I said, O Allah's Apostle, all your companions are returning with Hajj and Umrah except me. He asked me, didn't you perform Tawaf of the Kaaba, Umrah, when you reached Mecca? I said, no. He said, go to Tan'im with your brother Abdurrahman, and assume Ihram for Umrah and I will wait for you at such and such a place. So I went with Abdurrahman to Tan'im and assumed Ihram for Umrah. Then Safiya bint Huyai got menses. The Prophet said, Akra Halka. You will detain us. Didn't you perform Tawaf al-Ifadah on the day of Nar, slaughtering? She said, yes, I did. He said, then there is no harm, depart. So I met the Prophet when he was ascending the heights towards Mecca and I was descending, or vice versa. Volume 2, Book 26, number 816. Narrated Abdulaziz bin Rufai. I asked Anas bin Malik, tell me something you have observed about the Prophet concerning where he offered the Zuhr prayer on the day of Tarwiyah, 8th Dhul-Hijjah. Anas replied, he offered it at Mina. I said, where did he offer the Asr prayer on the day of Nafr, day of departure from Mina? He replied, at Al-Abta, and added, you should do as your leaders do. Volume 2, Book 26, number 817. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet offered the Zuhr, Asr, Maghrib and Isha prayers and slept for a while at a place called Al-Muhasab and then he rode towards the Kaaba and performed Tawaf, Al-Wada. Volume 2, Book 26, number 818. Narrated Aisha. It, i.e. Al-Abta, was a place where the Prophet used to camp so that it might be easier for him to depart. Volume 2, Book 26, number 819. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Staying at Al-Muhasab is not one of the ceremonies of Hajj, but Al-Muhasab is a place where Allah's Apostle camped during his Hajjatul Wida. Volume 2, Book 26, number 820. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar used to spend the night at Daituwa in between the two Thaniyas and then he would enter Mecca through the Thaniya which is at the higher region of Mecca. And whenever he came to Mecca for Hajj or Umrah, he never made his she-camel kneel down except near the gate of the Masjid, sacred mosque, and then he would enter it, and go to the black stone corner and start from there circumambulating the Kaaba 7 times, hastening in the first 3 rounds, Ramal, and walking in the last 4. On finishing, he would offer 2 rakat prayer and set out to perform Tawaf between Safa and Marwa before returning to his dwelling place. On returning to Medina, from Hajj or Umrah, he used to make his camel kneel down at Al-Batha which is at Dhul Hulayfa, the place where the Prophet used to make his camel kneel down. Volume 2, Book 26, number 821. Narrated Khalid bin al-Harith. Ubaydullah was asked about Al-Muhasab. Ubaydullah narrated, Nafi said, Allah's apostles, Umar and Ibn Umar camped there. Nafi added, Ibn Umar used to offer the Zuhr and Asr prayers at it, i.e. Al-Muhasab. I think he mentioned the Maghrib prayer also. I said, I don't doubt about Isha, i.e. he used to offer it there also, and he used to sleep there for a while. He used to say, the Prophet used to do the same. Volume 2, Book 26, number 822. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Tulmajaz and Ukase were the markets of the people during the pre-Islamic period of ignorance. When the people embraced Islam, they disliked to do bargaining there till the following holy verses were revealed: "There is no harm for you if you seek of the bounty of your Lord, during Hajj by trading, etc." 2. 198. Volume 2, Book 26, Number 823. Narrated Aisha. Safiya got her menses on the night of Nafr, departure from Hajj, and she said, "I see that I will detain you." The Prophet said, "Akra halka." Did she perform the tawaf on the day of Nar, slaughtering? Somebody replied in the affirmative. He said, "Then depart." Different narrators mention that, Aisha said, "We set out with Allah's Apostle, from Medina, with the intention of performing Hajj only. When we reached Mecca, he ordered us to finish the ihram. When it was the night of Nafr, departure, Safiya bint Huyay got her menses. The Prophet said, "Halka akra. I think that she will detain you," and added, "Did you perform the tawaf, al-Ifada, on the day of Nar, slaughtering?" She replied, "Yes." He said, "Then depart." I said, "O Allah's Apostle, I have not done the Umrah." He replied, "Perform Umrah from Tan'im." My brother went with me and we came across the Prophet in the last part of the night. He said, "Wait at such and such a place." 27, Minor Pilgrimage, Umrah. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 1. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "The performance of Umrah is an expiation for the sins committed, between it and the previous one. And the reward of Hajj Mabrur, the one accepted by Allah, is nothing except paradise." Volume 3, Book 27, Number 2. Narrated Ibn Jurayj. Ikrimah bin Khalid asked Ibn Umar about performing Umrah before Hajj. Ibn Umar replied, "There is no harm in it." Ikrimah said, Ibn Umar also said, the Prophet had performed Umrah before performing Hajj. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 3. Narrated Ikrimah bin Khalid. I asked Ibn Umar the same, as above. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 4. Narrated Mujahid. Ursa bin Az-Zubair and I entered the mosque of the Prophet, and saw Abdullah bin Umar sitting near the dwelling place of Aisha, and some people were offering the duha prayer. We asked him about their prayer and he replied that it was a heresy. He, Ursa, then asked him how many times the Prophet had performed Umrah. He replied, 4 times, one of them was in the month of Rajab. We disliked to contradict him. Then we heard Aisha, the mother of faithful believers, cleaning her teeth with siwak in the dwelling place. Ursa said, O mother of the believers, don't you hear what Abu Abdurrahman is saying? She said, what does he say? Ursa said, he says that Allah's Apostle performed 4 Umrah and one of them was in the month of Rajab. Aisha said, may Allah be merciful to Abu Abdurrahman. The Prophet did not perform any Umrah except that he was with him, and he never performed any Umrah in Rajab. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 5. Narrated Ursa bin Az-Zubair. I asked Aisha whether the Prophet had performed Umrah in Rajab. She replied, Allah's Apostle never performed any Umrah in Rajab. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 6. Narrated Qatada. I asked Anas how many times the Prophet had performed Umrah. He replied, 4 times. 1. Umrah of Hudaybiyah in Dhul-Qa'dah when the pagans hindered him. 2. Umrah in the following year in Dhul-Qa'dah after the peace treaty with them, the pagans. 3. Umrah from Al-Junayranah where he distributed the war booty. I think he meant the booty of the battle of Hunain. I asked, how many times did he perform Hajj? He, Anas, replied, once. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 7. Narrated Qatada. I asked Anas about the Prophet's Umrah, and he replied, the Prophet performed Umrah when the pagans made him return, and Umrah of Al-Hudaybiyah, the next year, and another Umrah in al-Qadr. And another Umrah in combination with his Hajj. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 8. Narrated Hammam. The Prophet performed 4 Umrah, 3, in al-Qadr except the 1 Umrah which he performed with his Hajj, his Umrah from al-Hudaybiyah, and the one of the following year. And the one from al-Junayranah where he distributed the booty, of the battle, of Hunayn, and another Umrah with his Hajj. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 9. Narrated Abu Ishaq. I asked Masrik, Atta, and Mujahid, about the Umrah of Allah's Apostle. They said, Allah's Apostle had performed Umrah in al-Qadr before he performed Hajj. I heard Al-Barath bin Azib saying, Allah's Apostle had performed Umrah in al-Qadr twice before he performed Hajj. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 10. Narrated Atta. I heard Ibn Abbas saying, Allah's Apostle asked an Ansari woman, Ibn Abbas named her but Atta forgot her name, what prevented you from performing Hajj with us? She replied, we have a camel and the father of so-and-so and his son, i.e. her husband and her son, rode it and left one camel for us to use for irrigation. He said, to her, perform Umrah when Ramadan comes, for Umrah in Ramadan is equal to Hajj, in reward, or said something similar. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 11. Narrated Aisha. We set out along with Allah's Apostle shortly before the appearance of the new moon, crescent, of the month of al-Hijjah, and he said to us, whoever wants to assume Ihram for Hajj may do so. And whoever wants to assume Ihram for Umrah may do so. Hadn't I brought the hadi, animal for sacrificing, with me, I would have assumed Ihram for Umrah. Aisha added, so some of us assumed Ihram for Umrah while the others for Hajj. I was amongst those who assumed Ihram for Umrah. The day of Arafat approached and I was still menstruating. I complained to the Prophet about that, and he said, abandon your Umrah, undo and comb your hair, and assume Ihram for Hajj. When it was the night of Hasba, he sent Abdur Rahman with me to At-Tanaim and I assumed Ihram for Umrah, and performed it, in lieu of my missed Umrah. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 12. Narrated Amr bin Aus. Abdul Rahman bin Abu Bakr told me that the Prophet had ordered him to let Aisha ride behind him and to make he perform Umrah from At-Tanaim. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 13. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet and his companions assumed Ihram for Hajj and none except the Prophet and Talha had the hadi with them. Ali had come from Yemen and he had the hadi with him. He, Ali, said, I have assumed Ihram with an intention like that of Allah's Apostle has assumed it. The Prophet ordered his companions to intend the Ihram with which they had come for Umrah, to perform the Tawaf of the Kaaba, and between Safa and Marwa. To get their hair cut short and then to finish their Ihram with the exception of those who had the hadi with them. They asked, shall we go to Mina and the private organs of some of us are dribbling, if we finish Ihram and have sexual relations with our wives? The Prophet heard that and said, had I known what I know now, I would not have brought the hadi. If I did not have the hadi with me I would have finished my Ihram. Aisha got her menses and performed all the ceremonies of Hajj except the Tawaf. So when she became clean from her menses, and she had performed the Tawaf of the Kaaba, she said, O Allah's Apostle, you, people, are returning with both Hajj and Umrah and I am returning only with Hajj. So, he ordered Abdur Rahman bin Abu Bakr to go with her to At-Tanaim. Thus she performed Umrah after the Hajj in the month of al-Hijjah. Suraka bin Malik bin Jusham met the Prophet at Al-Aqaba, Jamratul Aqaba, while the latter was stoning it and said, O Allah's Apostle, is this permissible only for you? The Prophet replied, no, it is forever, i.e. it is permissible for all Muslims to perform Umrah before Hajj. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 14. Narrated Aisha. We set out with Allah's Apostle shortly before the appearance of the new moon of al-Hijjah and he said, whoever wants to assume ihram for Umrah may do so. And whoever wants to assume ihram for Hajj may do so. Had not I brought the hadi with me, I would have assumed ihram for Umrah. Some of the people assumed ihram for Umrah while others for Hajj. I was amongst those who had assumed ihram for Umrah. I got my menses before entering Mecca, and was menstruating till the day of Arafat. I complained to Allah's Apostle about it. He said, abandon your Umrah, undo and comb your hair, and assume ihram for Hajj. So, I did that accordingly. When it was the night of Hasba, day of departure from Mina, the Prophet sent Abdurrahman with me to At-Tanim. The sub-narrator adds, he, Abdurrahman, let her ride behind him. And she assumed ihram for Umrah in lieu of the abandoned one. Aisha completed her Hajj and Umrah, and no hadi, sadaqah, charity, or fasting was obligatory for her. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 15. Narrated Al-Aswad. That, Aisha said, O Allah's Apostle. The people are returning after performing the two nusuks, i.e. Hajj and Umrah, but I am returning with one only. He said, wait till you become clean from your menses and then go to At-Tanim, assume ihram, and after performing Umrah, join us at such and such a place. But it, i.e. the reward if Umrah, is according to your expenses or the hardship, which you will undergo while performing it. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 16. Narrated Aisha. We set out assuming the ihram for Hajj in the months of Hajj towards the sacred precincts of Hajj. We dismounted at Sarif and the Prophet said to his companions, whoever has not got the hadi with him and likes to make it as Umrah, he should do it, but he who has got the hadi with him should not do it. The Prophet and some of his wealthy companions had the hadi with them, so they did not finish ihram after performing the Umrah. The Prophet came to me while I was weeping. He asked me the reason for it. I replied, I have heard of what you have said to your companions and I cannot do the Umrah. He asked me, what is the matter with you? I replied, I am not praying. He said, there is no harm in it as you are one of the daughters of Adam and the same is written for you as for others. So, you should perform Hajj and I hope that Allah will enable you to perform the Umrah as well. So, I carried on till we departed from Mina and halted at Al-Muhasab. The Prophet called Abdurrahman and said, go out of the sanctuary with your sister and let her assume ihram for Umrah, and after both of you have finished the tawaf I will be waiting for you at this place. We came back at midnight and the Prophet asked us, have you finished? I replied in the affirmative. He announced the departure and the people set out for the journey and some of them had performed the tawaf of the Kaaba before the morning prayer, and after that the Prophet set out for Medina. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 17. Narrated Safwan bin Yala bin Umayyah from his father who said, a man came to the Prophet while he was at Jirana. The man was wearing a cloak which had traces of kaluk or sufra, a kind of perfume. The man asked, the Prophet, what do you order me to perform in my Umrah? So, Allah inspired the Prophet divinely and he was screened by a place of cloth. I wished to see the Prophet being divinely inspired. Umar said to me, come. Will you be pleased to look at the Prophet while Allah is inspiring him? I replied in the affirmative. Umar lifted one corner of the cloth and I looked at the Prophet who was snoring. The sub-narrator thought that he said, the snoring was like that of a camel. When that state was over, the Prophet asked, where is the questioner who asked about Umrah? Put off your cloak and wash away the traces of kaluk from your body and clean the sufra, yellow color, and perform in your Umrah what you perform in your Hajj, i.e. the tawaf round the Kaaba and the sa'i between Safa and Marwa. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 18. Narrated Hisham ibn Urwa from his father who said, while I was a youngster, I asked Aisha the wife of the Prophet, what about the meaning of the statement of Allah? Verily, the mountains, as Safa and Al-Marwa, are among the symbols of Allah. So, it is not harmful if those who perform Hajj or Umrah of the house, Kaaba at Mecca, to perform the going, tawaf, between them. 2. 158, I understand, from that there is no harm if somebody does not perform the tawaf between them. Aisha replied, no, for if it were as you are saying, then the recitation would have been like this, it is not harmful not to perform tawaf between them. This verse was revealed in connection with the Ansar who used to assume the ihram for the idol manet which was put beside a place called Qudayd, and those people thought it not right to perform the tawaf of Safa and al-Marwa. When Islam came, they asked Allah's apostle about that, and Allah revealed. Verily, the mountains, Safa and al-Marwa, are among the symbols of Allah. So, it is not harmful of those who perform Hajj or Umrah of the house, Kaaba at Mecca, to perform the going, tawaf, between them. 2. 158, Sufyan and Abu Muawiyah added from Hisham, from Aisha, the Hajj or Umrah of the person who does not perform the going, tawaf, between Safa and al-Marwa is incomplete in Allah's sight. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 19. Narrated Ismail. Abdullah bin Abu Awfa said, Allah's apostle performed Umrah and we too performed Umrah along with him. When he entered Mecca he performed the tawaf, of Kaaba, and we too performed it along with him, and then he came to the Safa and al-Marwa, i.e. performed the sa'i, and we also came to them along with him. We were shielding him from the people of Mecca lest they may hit him with an arrow. A friend of his asked him, i.e. Abdullah bin Awfa, did the Prophet enter the Kaaba during that Umrah? He replied in the negative. Then he said, what did he, the Prophet, say about Khadijah? He, Abdullah bin Awfa, said, give Khadijah the good tidings that she will have a palace made of kasab in paradise and there will be neither noise nor any trouble in it. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 20. Narrated Amr bin Dinar. We asked Ibn Umar whether a man who had performed the tawaf of the Kaaba but had not performed the tawaf between Safa and al-Marwa yet, was permitted to have sexual relation with his wife. He replied, the Prophet arrived, at Mecca, and circumambulated the Kaaba 7 times and then offered a 2-rakat prayer behind Maqam Ibrahim and then performed the going, tawaf, between Safa and al-Marwa, 7 times, and verily, in Allah's apostle you have a good example. And we asked Jabir bin Abdullah, the same question, and he replied, he should not go near her till he has finished the going, tawaf, between Safa and al-Marwa. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 21. Narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. I came to the Prophet at al-Batha, while his camel was kneeling down and he asked me, have you intended to perform the Hajj? I replied in the affirmative. He asked me, with what intention have you assumed ihram? I replied, I have assumed ihram with the same intention as that of the Prophet. He said, you have done well. Perform the tawaf of the Kaaba and the sa'i, between Safa and al-Marwa and then finish the ihram. So, I performed the tawaf around the Kaaba and the sa'i, between Safa and al-Marwa and then went to a woman of the tribe of Qays who cleaned my head from lice. Later I assumed the ihram for Hajj. I used to give the verdict of doing the same till the caliphate of Umar who said, if you follow the holy book then it orders you to remain in the state of ihram till you finish from Hajj. If you follow the Prophet then he did not finish his ihram till the hadi, sacrifice, had reached its place of slaughtering, Hajj al-Qiran. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 22. Narrated al-Aswad. Abdullah the slave of Asma bint Abu Bakr, told me that he used to hear Asma, whenever she passed by al-Hajjuan, saying, may Allah bless his apostle Muhammad. Once we dismounted here with him, and at that time we were traveling with light luggage, we had a few riding animals and a little food ration. I, my sister, Aisha, Zubair and such persons performed Umrah, and when we had passed our hands over the Kaaba, i.e. performed tawaf round the Kaaba and between Safa and al-Marwa, we finished our ihram. Later on we assumed ihram for Hajj the same evening. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 23. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Whenever Allah's apostle returned from a Ghazwa, Hajj or Umrah, he used to say takbir thrice at every elevation of the ground and then would say, None has the right to be worshipped but Allah. He is one and has no partner. All the kingdoms is for him, and all the praises are for him, and he is omnipotent. We are returning with repentance, worshipping, prostrating, and praising our Lord. He has kept up his promise and made his slave victorious, and he alone defeated all the clans of non-believers. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 24. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet arrived at Mecca, some boys of the tribe of Bani Abdul Muttalib went to receive him, and the Prophet made one of them ride in front of him and the other behind him. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 25. Narrated Ibn Umar. Whenever Allah's apostle left for Mecca, he used to pray in the mosque of Ash-Shadra, and when he returned, to Medina. He used to pray in the middle of the valley of Tul Hulayfa and used to pass the night there till morning. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 26. Narrated Anas, the Prophet never returned to his family from a journey at night. He. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 27. Narrated Jabir, the Prophet forbade going to one's family at night, on arrival from a. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 28. Narrated Humayd. Anas said, whenever Allah's apostle returned from a journey, he, on seeing the high places of Medina, would make his she-camel proceed faster. And if it were another animal, even then he used to make it proceed faster. Narrated Humayd that the Prophet used to make it proceed faster out of his love for Medina. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 29. Narrated Anas. As above, but mentioned the walls of Medina, instead of the high places of Medina. Al-Harith bin Umar agrees with Anas. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 30. Narrated Abu Ishaq. I heard Al-Bara saying, the above verse was revealed regarding us, for the Ansar on returning from Hajj never entered their houses through the proper doors but from behind. One of the Ansar came and entered through the door and he was taunted for it. Therefore, the following was revealed. It is not righteousness that you enter the houses from the back, but the righteous man is he who fears Allah, obeys his order and keeps away from what he has forbidden so. Enter houses through the proper doors. 2.189. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 31. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, traveling is a kind of torture as it prevents one from eating, drinking and sleeping properly. So, when one's needs are fulfilled, one should return quickly to one's family. Volume 3, Book 27, Number 32. Narrated Zayd bin Aslam from his father. I was with Ibn Umar on the way to Mecca, and he got the news that Safiya bint Abu Ubaid was seriously ill. So, he hastened his pace, and when the twilight disappeared, he dismounted and offered the Maghrib and Isha prayers together. Then he said, I saw that whenever the Prophet had to hasten when traveling, he would delay the Maghrib prayer and join them together, i.e. offer the Maghrib and the Isha prayers together. 28. Pilgrims Prevented from Completing the Pilgrimage. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 33. Narrated Nafi. When Abdullah bin Umar set out for Mecca intending to perform Umrah, at the time of afflictions, he said, if I should be prevented from reaching the Kaaba, then I would do the same as Allah's Apostle did, so I assumed the Ihram for Umrah as Allah's Apostle assumed the Ihram for Umrah in the year of Hudaybiyah. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 34. Narrated Nafi. That Ubaydullah bin Abdullah and Salim bin Abdullah informed him that they told Ibn Umar when Ibn Zubayr was attacked by the army, saying, there is no harm for you if you did not perform Hajj this year. We are afraid that you may be prevented from reaching the Kaaba. Ibn Umar said, we set out with Allah's Apostle and the non-believers of Quraysh prevented us from reaching the Kaaba, and so the Prophet slaughtered his hadi and got his head shaved. Ibn Umar added, I make you witnesses that I have made Umrah obligatory for me. And, Allah willing, I will go and then if the way to Kaaba is clear, I will perform the tawaf, but if I am prevented from going to the Kaaba then I will do the same as the Prophet did while I was in his company. Ibn Umar then assumed ihram for Umrah from Dhul Hulayfa and proceeded for a while and said, "The conditions of Umrah and Hajj are similar, and I make you witnesses that I have made Umrah and Hajj obligatory for myself." So, he did not finish the ihram till the day of Nar, slaughtering, came, and he slaughtered his hadi. He used to say, "I will not finish the ihram till I perform the tawaf, one tawaf on the day of entering Mecca, i.e. of Safa and Marwa for both Umrah and Hajj." Volume 3, Book 28, Number 35. Narrated Nafi, some of the sons of Abdullah told him, i.e. Abdullah, if he had sta. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 36. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle was prevented from performing Umrah, therefore. He shaved his head and had sexual relations with his wives and slaughtered his hadi and performed Umrah in the following year. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 37. Narrated Salim. Abdullah bin Umar used to say, "Is not the following of the tradition of Allah's apostle sufficient for you? If any one of you is prevented from performing Hajj, he should perform the tawaf of the Kaaba and between Safa and Al-Marwa and then finish the ihram, and everything will become legal for him which was illegal for him during the state of ihram, and he can perform Hajj in a following year, and he should slaughter a hadi or fast in case he cannot afford the hadi." Volume 3, Book 28, Number 38. Narrated Al-Maswar. Allah's apostle slaughtered the hadi before he had his head shaved, and then he ordered his companions to do the same. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 39. Narrated Nafi. That Abdullah and Salim said to Abdullah bin Umar, "You should not go for Hajj this year." Abdullah bin Umar replied, "We set out with the Prophet to Mecca for performing Umrah, and infidels of Quraysh prevented us from reaching the Kaaba. Allah's apostle slaughtered his badn, camels for sacrifice, and got his head shaved." Volume 3, Book 28, Number 40. Narrated Nafi. When Abdullah bin Umar set out for Mecca with the intentions performing Umrah in the period of afflictions, he said, "If I should be prevented from reaching the Kaaba, then I would do the same as we did while in the company of Allah's apostle." So, he assumed the ihram for Umrah since the Prophet had assumed the ihram for Umrah in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah. Then, Abdullah bin Umar thought about it and said, "The conditions for both Hajj and Umrah are similar." He then turned towards his companions and said, "The conditions of both Hajj and Umrah are similar, and I make you witnesses that I have made the performance of Hajj obligatory for myself along with Umrah." He then performed one tawaf, between Safa and Al-Marwa, for both of them, i.e. Hajj and Umrah, and considered that to be sufficient for him and offered a hadi. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 41. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Abu Layla. Kabi bin Ujra said that Allah's apostle said to him, "Kabi, perhaps your lice have troubled you?" Kabi replied, "Yes. O Allah's apostle." Allah's apostle said, "Have your head shaved and then either fast 3 days or feed 6 poor persons or slaughter 1 sheep as a sacrifice." Volume 3, Book 28, Number 42. Narrated Kabi bin Umrah. Allah's apostle stood beside me at Al-Hudaybiyah and the lice were falling from my head in great number. He asked me, "Have your lice troubled you?" I replied in the affirmative. He ordered me to get my head shaved. Kabi added, "This holy verse, and if any of you is ill, or has ailment in his scalp, 2.196, etc. was revealed regarding me. The Prophet then ordered me either to fast 3 days, or to feed 6 poor persons with 1 farak, 3 sas, of dates, or to slaughter a sheep, etc., sacrifice, whatever was available." Volume 3, Book 28, Number 43. Narrated Abdullah bin Makal. I sat with Kabi bin Ujra and asked him about the fidya. He replied, "This revelation was revealed concerning my case especially, but it is also for you in general. I was carried to Allah's apostle and the lice were falling in great number on my face. The Prophet said, I have never thought that your ailment, or struggle, has reached to such an extent as I see. Can you afford a sheep? I replied in the negative. He then said, fast for 3 days, or feed 6 poor persons each with half a sa of food. 1 sa equals 3 kilograms approximate. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 44. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Abu Layla. Reporting the speech of Kabi bin Umrah, Allah's apostle saw him, i.e. Kabi, while the lice were falling on his face. He asked him, have your lice troubled you? He replied in the affirmative. So, he ordered him to get his head shaved while he was at Al-Hudaybiyah. At that time they were not permitted to finish their ihram, and were still hoping to enter Mecca. So, Allah revealed the verses of Al-Fidyah. Allah's apostle ordered him to feed 6 poor persons with 1 farak of food or to slaughter 1 sheep, as a sacrifice, or to fast for 3 days. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 45. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, whoever performs Hajj to this house, Kaaba, and does not approach his wife for sexual relations nor commit sins, while performing Hajj, he will come out as sinless as a newly born child, just delivered by his mother. Volume 3, Book 28, Number 46. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever performs Hajj to this Kaaba and does not approach his wife for sexual relations nor commit sins, while performing Hajj, he will come out as sinless as a newborn child, just delivered by his mother. 29. Penalty of hunting while on pilgrimage. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 47. Narrated Abdullah bin Abu Qatada. My father set out, for Mecca, in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah, and his companions assumed ihram, but he did not. At that time the Prophet was informed that an enemy wanted to attack him, so the Prophet proceeded onwards. While my father was among his companions, some of them laughed among themselves. My father said, I looked up and saw an onager. I attacked, stabbed and caught it. I then sought my companions' help but they refused to help me. Later, we all ate its meat. We were afraid that we might be left behind, separated, from the Prophet, so I went in search of the Prophet and made my horse to run at a galloping speed at times and let it go slow at an ordinary speed at other times till I met a man from the tribe of Bani Gifar at midnight. I asked him, where did you leave the Prophet? He replied, I left him at Tahan and he had the intention of having the midday rest at As-Suqya. I followed the trace and joined the Prophet and said, O Allah's apostle, your people, companions, send you their compliments, and ask for Allah's blessings upon you. They are afraid lest they may be left behind, so please wait for them. I added, O Allah's apostle, I hunted an onager and some of its meat is with me. The Prophet told the people to eat it though all of them were in the state of ihram. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 48. Narrated Abdullah bin Abu Qatada. That his father said, we proceeded with the Prophet in the year of Al-Hudaybiyah and his companions assumed ihram but I did not. We were informed that some enemies were at Gaika and so we went on towards them. My companions saw an onager and some of them started laughing among themselves. I looked and saw it. I chased it with my horse and stabbed and caught it. I wanted some help from my companions but they refused. I slaughtered it all alone. We all ate from it, i.e. its meat. Then I followed Allah's apostle lest we should be left behind. At times I urged my horse to run at a galloping speed and at other times at an ordinary slow speed. On the way I met a man from the tribe of Bani Gifar at midnight. I asked him where he had left Allah's apostle. The man replied that he had left the Prophet at a place called Tahan and he had the intention of having the midday rest at As-Suqya. So, I followed Allah's apostle till I reached him and said, O Allah's apostle, I have been sent by my companions who send you their greetings and compliments and ask for Allah's mercy and blessings upon you. They were afraid lest the enemy might intervene between you and them, so please wait for them. So he did. Then I said, O Allah's apostle, we have hunted an onager and have some of it, i.e. its meat, left over. Allah's Apostle told his companions to eat the meat although all of them were in a state of ihram. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 49. Narrated Abu Qatada. We were in the company of the Prophet at a place called Al-Qaha, which is at a distance of 3 stages of journey from Medina. Abu Qatada narrated through another group of narrators. We were in the company of the Prophet at a place called Al-Qaha and some of us had assumed ihram while the others had not. I noticed that some of my companions were watching something, so I looked up and saw an onager. I rode my horse and took the spear and whip, but my whip fell down, and I asked them to pick it up for me, but they said, "We will not help you by any means as we are in a state of ihram." So, I picked up the whip myself and attacked the onager from behind a hillock and slaughtered it and brought it to my companions. Some of them said, "Eat it." While some others said, "Do not eat it." So, I went to the Prophet who was ahead of us and asked him about it. He replied, "Eat it as it is halal, i.e. it is legal to eat it." Volume 3, Book 29, Number 50. Narrated Abdullah bin Abu Qatada. That his father had told him that Allah's Apostle set out for Hajj and so did his companions. He sent a batch of his companions by another route and Abu Qatada was one of them. The Prophet said to them, "Proceed along the seashore till we meet all together." So, they took the route of the seashore, and when they started all of them assumed ihram except Abu Qatada. While they were proceeding on, his companions saw a group of onagers. Abu Qatada chased the onagers and attacked and wounded a she-onager. They got down and ate some of its meat and said to each other, "How do we eat the meat of the game while we are in a state of ihram?" So, they, carried the rest of the she-onager's meat, and when they met Allah's Apostle they asked, saying, "O Allah's Apostle, we assumed ihram with the exception of Abu Qatada and we saw a group of onagers. Abu Qatada attacked them and wounded a she-onager from them. Then we got down and ate from its meat. Later, we said, to each other, how do we eat the meat of the game and we are in a state of ihram? So, we carried the rest of its meat. The Prophet asked, did any one of you order Abu Qatada to attack it or point at it? They replied in the negative. He said, then eat what is left of its meat. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 51. Narrated, Abdullah bin Abbas. From As-Sabi bin Jathama al-Laythi that the latter presented an onager to Allah's Apostle while he was at Al-Abwa or at Wad Dan, and he refused it. On noticing the signs of some unpleasant feeling of disappointment on his, As-Sab's, face, the Prophet said to him, I have only returned it because I am Muhrim. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 52. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, it is not sinful of a Muhrim to kill 5 kinds of animals. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 53. One of the wives of the Prophet narrated. The Prophet said, a Muhrim can kill 5 kinds of animals. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 54. Narrated Hafsa. Allah's Apostle said, it is not sinful, of a Muhrim, to kill 5 kinds of animals, namely, the crow, the kite, the mouse, the scorpion and the rabid dog. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 55. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, 5 kinds of animals are harmful and could be killed in the haram, sanctuary. These are, the crow, the kite, the scorpion, the mouse and the rabid dog. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 56. Narrated, Abdullah. While we were in the company of the Prophet in a cave at Mina. When Surat wal Mursalat were revealed and he recited it and I heard it, directly, from his mouth as soon as he recited its revelation. Suddenly a snake sprang at us and the Prophet said, ordered us, kill it. We ran to kill it but it escaped quickly. The Prophet said, it has escaped your evil and you too have escaped its evil. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 57. Narrated Aisha the wife of the Prophet. Allah's Apostle called the salamander a bad animal, but I did not hear him ordering it to be killed. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 58. Narrated Said bin Abu Said al-Makburi. Abu Shuraih, al-Adawi said that he had said to Amr bin Sa'id when he was sending the troops to Mecca, to fight Abdullah bin Zubair, O chief. Allow me to tell you what Allah's apostle said on the day following the conquest of Mecca. My ears heard that and my heart understood it thoroughly, and I saw with my own eyes the Prophet when he, after glorifying and praising Allah, started saying, Allah, not the people, made Mecca a sanctuary. So anybody who has belief in Allah and the last day should neither shed blood in it, nor should he cut down its trees. If anybody argues, that fighting in it is permissible on the basis that Allah's apostle did fight in Mecca, say to him, Allah allowed his apostle and did not allow you. Allah allowed me only for a few hours on that day, of the conquest, and today its sanctity is valid as it was before. So, those who are present should inform those who are absent, concerning this fact. Abu Shuraih was asked, what did Amr reply? He said, Amr said, O Abu Shuraih, I know better than you in this respect. Mecca does not give protection to a sinner, a murderer or a thief. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 59. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, Allah has made Mecca a sanctuary, so it was a sanctuary before me and will continue to be a sanctuary after me. It was made legal for me, i.e., I was allowed to fight in it, for a few hours of a day. It is not allowed to uproot its shrubs or to cut its trees, or to chase, or disturb, its game, or to pick up its lucata, fallen things, except by a person who would announce that, what he has found, publicly. Al-Abbas said, O Allah's apostle, except al-ledkir, a kind of grass, for it is used, by our goldsmiths and for our graves. The Prophet then said, except al-idkir. Ikrimah said, do you know what chasing or disturbing the game means? It means driving it out of the shade to occupy its place. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 60. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Their blacksmiths and for their domestic purposes. So, the Prophet s. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 61. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle was cupped while he was in a state of ihram. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 62. Narrated Ibn Buhayna, the Prophet, while in the state of ihram, was cupped at the middle of his head at Lihajamal. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 63. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet married Maymunah while he was in the state of ihram, only the ceremonies of marriage were held. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 64. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. A person stood up and asked, O Allah's apostle, what clothes may be worn in the state of ihram? The Prophet replied, do not wear a shirt or trousers, or any headgear, e.g., a turban, or a hooded cloak. But if somebody has no shoes, he can wear leather stockings provided they are cut short off the ankles, and also, do not wear anything perfumed with wars or saffron, and the marima, a woman in the state of ihram, should not cover her face. Or wear gloves. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 65. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A man was crushed to death by his she-camel and was brought to Allah's apostle, who said, give him a bath and shroud him, but do not cover his head, and do not bring any perfume near to him, as he will be resurrected reciting Talbiyah. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 66. Narrated Abdullah bin Hunayn. Abdullah bin al-Abbas and al-Maswar bin Makramah differed at al-Abwa. Ibn Abbas said that a muhrim could wash his head, while al-Maswar maintained that he should not do so. Abdullah bin Abbas sent me to Abu Ayyub al-Ansari, and I found him bathing between the two wooden posts of the well, and was screened with a sheet of cloth. I greeted him and he asked who I was. I replied, I am Abdullah bin Hunayn, and I have been sent to you by Ibn Abbas to ask you how Allah's apostle used to wash his head while in the state of ihram. Abu Ayyub al-Ansari caught hold of the sheet of cloth and lowered it till his head appeared before me, and then told somebody to pour water on his head. He poured water on his head, and he, Abu Ayyub, rubbed his head with his hands by bringing them from back to front and from front to back and said, I saw the Prophet doing like this. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 67. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I heard the Prophet delivering a sermon at Arafat saying, if a Muhrim does not find slippers, he could wear cuffs, but he has to cut short the cuffs below the ankles. And if he does not find an izar, a waist sheet for wrapping the lower half of the body, he could wear trousers. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 68. Narrated Abdullah. Allah's Apostle was asked what sort of clothes a Muhrim should wear. He replied, he should not wear a shirt, turbans, trousers, a hooded cloak, or a dress perfumed with saffron or wars. And if slippers are not available he can wear cuffs but he should cut them so that they reach below the ankles. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 69. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet delivered a sermon at Arafat and said, whoever does not get an izar can wear trousers, and whoever cannot get a pair of shoes can wear cuffs. Volume 3, Book 29. Number 70. Narrated Al-Bara. The Prophet assumed ihram for Umrah in the month of Dhul-Qa'dah but the pagan people of Mecca refused to admit him into Mecca till he agreed on the condition that he would not bring into Mecca any arms but sheathed. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 71. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet fixed Dhul Hulayfa as the miqat, the place for assuming ihram, for the people of Medina, and Karan al-Manazil for the people of Najd, and Yalamlam for the people of Yemen. These mawaqit are for those people and also for those who come through these mawaqit, from places other than the above mentioned, with the intention of performing Hajj and Umrah. And those living inside these mawaqit can assume ihram from the place where they start, even the people of Mecca can assume ihram from Mecca. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 72. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle entered Mecca in the year of its conquest wearing an Arabian helmet on his head, and when the Prophet took it off, a person came and said, Ibn Khattal is holding the covering of the Kaaba, taking refuge in the Kaaba. The Prophet said, kill him. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 73. Narrated Yali. Aim as you do in your Hajj. A man bit the hand of another man but in. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 74. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 75. Narrated Ibn Abbas. While a man was standing with the Prophet at Arafat, he fell from his mount and his neck was crushed by it. The Prophet said, wash the deceased with water and sidr and shroud him in 2 pieces of cloth, and neither perfume him nor cover his head, for Allah will resurrect him on the day of resurrection and he will be reciting Talbiyah. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 76. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A man was in the company of the Prophet and his she-camel crushed his neck while he was in a state of ihram and he died. Allah's Apostle said, wash him with water and sidr and shroud him in his 2 garments. Neither perfume him nor cover his head, for he will be resurrected on the day of resurrection, reciting Talbiyah. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 77. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A woman from the tribe of Juhayna came to the Prophet and said, my mother had vowed to perform Hajj but she died before performing it. May I perform Hajj on my mother's behalf? The Prophet replied, perform Hajj on her behalf. Had there been a debt on your mother, would you have paid it or not? So, pay Allah's debt as he has more right to be paid. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 78. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A woman from the tribe of Qatham came in the year of Hajjatul Wada of the Prophet, and said, O Allah's Apostle, my father has come under Allah's obligation of performing Hajj, but he is a very old man and cannot sit properly on his mount. Will the obligation be fulfilled if I perform Hajj on his behalf? The Prophet replied in the affirmative. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 79. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Al-Fadl was riding behind the Prophet and a woman from the tribe of Qatham came up. Al-Fadl started looking at her and she looked at him. The Prophet turned Al-Fadl's face to the other side. She said, "My father has come under Allah's obligation of performing Hajj, but he is a very old man and cannot sit properly on his mount. Shall I perform Hajj on his behalf?" The Prophet replied in the affirmative. That happened during Hajjatul Wada of the Prophet. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 80. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet sent me, to Mina, with the luggage from Jam, i.e. al-Muzdalifah, at night. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 81. Narrated, Abdullah bin Abbas. I came riding on my she-ass and had, just, then attained the age of puberty. Allah's Apostle was praying at Mina. I passed in front of a part of the first row and then dismounted from it, and the animal started grazing. I aligned with the people behind Allah's Apostle. The sub-narrator added that happened in Mina during the Prophet's Hajjatul Wada. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 82. Narrated as Sa'ib bin Yazid. While in the company of my parents, I was made to perform Hajj with Allah's Apostle and I was a 7-year-old boy then. Fath al-Bari, page 443, Volume 4. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 83. Narrated al-Juaid bin Abdurrahman. I heard Umar bin Abdul Aziz telling about as-Sa'ib bin Yazid that he had performed Hajj, while carried, with the belongings of the Prophet. Volume 3, Book 29. Number 84. Narrated Aisha, mother of the faithful believers. I said, O Allah's Apostle, shouldn't we participate in holy battles and jihad along with you? He replied, the best and the most superior jihad, for women, is Hajj which is accepted by Allah. Aisha added, ever since I heard that from Allah's Apostle I have determined not to miss Hajj. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 85. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, a woman should not travel except with a dhmaram, her husband or a man with whom that woman cannot marry at all according to the Islamic jurisprudence. And no man may visit her except in the presence of a dhmaram. A man got up and said, O Allah's Apostle, I intend to go to such and such an army and my wife wants to perform Hajj. The Prophet said, to him, go along with her, to Hajj. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 86. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet returned after performing his Hajj, he asked Sinan al-Ansari, what did forbid you to perform Hajj? She replied, father of so-and-so, i.e. her husband, had 2 camels and he performed Hajj on one of them, and the second is used for the irrigation of our land. The Prophet said, to her, perform Umrah in the month of Ramadan, as it is equivalent to Hajj or Hajj with me, in reward. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 87. Narrated Qaza, the slave of Ziyad, Abu said who participated in 12 Ghazawat with the Prophet said, I heard 4 things from Allah's Apostle, or I narrate them from the Prophet, which won my admiration and appreciation. They are: 1. No lady should travel without her husband or without a dhmaram for a 2 days journey. 2. No fasting is permissible on 2 days of Eid al-Fitr, and Eid al-Adha. 3. No prayer may be offered, after 2 prayers, after the Asr prayer till the sun set and after the morning prayer till the sun rises. 4. Not to travel, for visiting, except for 3 mosques, Masjid al-Haram, in Mecca, my mosque, in Medina, and Masjid al-Aqsa, in Jerusalem. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 88. Narrated Anas. The Prophet saw an old man walking, supported by his 2 sons, and asked about him. The people informed him that he had vowed to go on foot to the Kaaba. He said, Allah is not in need of this old man's torturing himself, and ordered him to ride. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 89. Narrated Uqba bin Amir. My sister vowed to go on foot to the Kaaba, and she asked me to take the verdict of the Prophet about it. So, I did, and the Prophet said, she should walk and also should ride. Volume 3, Book 29, Number 90. Narrated Abu al-Khair from Uqba as above. 30. Virtues of Medina. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 91. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, Medina is a sanctuary from that place to that. Its trees should not be cut, and no heresy should be innovated, nor any sin should be committed in it, and whoever innovates in it an heresy or commits sins, bad deeds, then he will incur the curse of Allah, the angels, and all the people. See Hadith number 409, Volume 9. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 92. Narrated Anas. The Prophet came to Medina and ordered a mosque to be built and said, O Bani Najjar, suggest to me the price of your land. They said, we do not want its price except from Allah, i.e. they wished for a reward from Allah for giving up their land freely. So, the Prophet ordered the graves of the pagans to be dug out and the land to be leveled, and the date palm trees to be cut down. The cut date palms were fixed in the direction of the Qibla of the mosque. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 93. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, I have made Medina a sanctuary between its two, Harat, mountains. The Prophet went to the tribe of Bani Harita and said, to them, I see that you have gone out of the sanctuary, but looking around, he added, no, you are inside the sanctuary. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 94. Narrated Ali. We have nothing except the Book of Allah and this written paper from the Prophet, wherein is written, Medina is a sanctuary from the Air Mountain to such and such a place. And whoever innovates in it an heresy or commits a sin, or gives shelter to such an innovator in it will incur the curse of Allah, the angels, and all the people, none of his compulsory or optional good deeds of worship will be accepted. And the asylum, of protection, granted by any Muslim is to be secured, respected, by all the other Muslims. And whoever betrays a Muslim in this respect incurs the curse of Allah, the angels, and all the people, and none of his compulsory or optional good deeds of worship will be accepted. And whoever, freed slave, befriends, take as masters, other than his manumitters without their permission incurs the curse of Allah, the angels, and all the people, and none of his compulsory or optional good deeds of worship will be accepted. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 95. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, I was ordered to migrate to a town which will swallow, conquer, other towns and is called Yathrib, and that is Medina. And it turns out, bad, persons as a furnace removes the impurities of iron. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 96. Narrated Abu Hamid. We came with the Prophet from Tabuk, and when we reached near Medina, the Prophet said, This is Taba. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 97. Narrated Abu Huraira. If I saw deers grazing in Medina, I would not chase them, for Allah's Apostle said, Medina is a sanctuary between its two mountains. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 98. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, the people will leave Medina in spite of the best state it will have, and none except the wild birds and the beasts of prey will live in it. And the last persons who will die will be two shepherds from the tribe of Muzayna, who will be driving their sheep towards Medina, but will find nobody in it, and when they reach the valley of Thaniyat al-Wada, they will fall down on their faces dead. Volume 3, Book 30, Number 99. Narrated Abu Zuhair. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, Yemen will be conquered and some people will migrate, from Medina, and will urge their families. And those who will obey them to migrate, to Yemen, although Medina will be better for them. If they but knew. Sham will also be conquered and some people will migrate, from Medina, and will urge their families and those who will obey them, to migrate, to Sham, although Medina will be better for them, if they but knew. Iraq will be conquered and some people will migrate, from Medina, and will urge their families and those who will obey them to migrate, to Iraq, although Medina will be better for them, if they but knew. Volume 3, Book 30, number 100. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Verily, belief returns and goes back to Medina as a snake returns and goes back to its hole, when in danger." Volume 3, Book 30, number 101. Narrated Sa'd. I heard the Prophet saying, "None plots against the people of Medina but that he will be dissolved, destroyed, like the salt is dissolved in water." Volume 3, Book 30, number 102. Narrated Usama. Once the Prophet stood at the top of looked out from upon one castle amongst the castles, or the high buildings, of Medina and said, "Do you see what I see? No doubt, I see the spots where afflictions will take place among your houses, and these afflictions will be, as numerous as the spots where raindrops fall." Volume 3, Book 30, number 103. Narrated Abu Bakr. The Prophet said, "The terror caused by al-Masih ad-Dajjal will not enter Medina, and at that time Medina will have 7 gates and there will be 2 angels at each gate guarding them." Volume 3, Book 30, number 104. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "There are angels guarding the entrances, or roads, of Medina, neither plague nor ad-Dajjal will be able to enter it." Volume 3, Book 30, number 105. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, "There will be no town which ad-Dajjal will not enter except Mecca and Medina. And there will be no entrance, road, of both Mecca and Medina, but the angels will be standing in rows guarding it against him, and then Medina will shake with its inhabitants thrice. 3 earthquakes will take place, and Allah will expel all the non-believers and the hypocrites from it." Volume 3, Book 30, number 106. Narrated Abu Sa'd al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle told us a long narrative about ad-Dajjal, and among the many things he mentioned, was his saying, "Ad-Dajjal will come and it will be forbidden for him to pass through the entrances of Medina. He will land in some of the salty barren areas, outside Medina. On that day the best man or one of the best men will come up to him and say, 'I testify that you are the same Dajjal whose description was given to us by Allah's Apostle.' Ad-Dajjal will say to the people, 'If I kill this man and bring him back to life again, will you doubt my claim?' They will say, 'No,' then ad-Dajjal will kill that man and bring him back to life. That man will say, 'Now I know your reality better than before.' Ad-Dajjal will say, 'I want to kill him but I cannot.'" Volume 3, Book 30, number 107. Narrated Jabir. A Bedouin came to the Prophet and gave a pledge of allegiance for embracing Islam. The next day he came with fever and said, to the Prophet, "Please cancel my pledge, of embracing Islam and of emigrating to Medina." The Prophet refused that request 3 times and said, "Medina is like a furnace, it expels out the impurities, bad persons, and selects the good ones and makes them perfect." Volume 3, Book 30, number 108. Narrated Zayd bin Thabit. When the Prophet went out for the Battle of Uhud, some of his companions, hypocrites, returned home. A party of the believers remarked that they would kill those hypocrites who had returned, but another party said that they would not kill them. So, this divine inspiration was revealed. Then what is the matter with you that you are divided into 2 parties concerning the hypocrites? 4.88, the Prophet said, "Medina expels the bad persons from it, as fire expels the impurities of iron." Volume 3, Book 30, number 109. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "O Allah! Bestow on Medina twice the blessings you bestowed on Mecca." Volume 3, Book 30, number 110. Narrated Anas. Whenever the Prophet returned from a journey and observed the walls of Medina, he would make his mount go fast, and if he was on an animal, i.e., a horse, he would make it gallop because of his love for Medina. Volume 3, Book 30, number 111. Narrated Anas. The people of Bani Salama intended to shift near the mosque of the Prophet, but Allah's Apostle disliked to see Medina vacated and said, "O the people of Bani Salama! Don't you think that you will be rewarded for your footsteps which you take towards the mosque? So, they stayed at their old places. Volume 3, Book 30, number 112. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, "There is a garden from the gardens of paradise between my house and my pulpit is on my lake fount, Al-Kawthar." Volume 3, Book 30, number 113. Narrated Aisha. When Allah's Apostle reached Medina, Abu Bakr and Bilal became ill. When Abu Bakr's fever got worse, he would recite this poetic verse: "Everybody is staying alive with his people, yet death is nearer to him than his shoelaces." And Bilal, when his fever deserted him, would recite, "Would that I could stay overnight in a valley wherein I would be surrounded by idkir and jaleel, kinds of good-smelling grass. Would that one day I could drink the water of the Majana, and would that, the two mountains, Shama and Tafel would appear to me." The Prophet said, "O Allah! Curse Shaiba bin Rabi'ah and Utbah bin Rabi'ah and Umayyah bin Khalaf as they turned us out of our land to the land of epidemics." Allah's Apostle then said, "O Allah! Make us love Medina as we love Mecca or even more than that. O Allah! Give blessings in our saw and our mud, measures symbolizing food, and make the climate of Medina suitable for us, and divert its fever towards Al-Jufa." Aisha added, "When we reached Medina, it was the most unhealthy of Allah's lands, and the valley of Bathan, the valley of Medina, used to flow with impure colored water." Volume 3, Book 30, number 114. Narrated Zayd bin Aslam from his father. Umar said, "O Allah! Grant me martyrdom in your cause, and let my death be in the city of your Apostle." 31. Fasting. Volume 3, Book 31, number 115. Narrated Talha bin Ubaidullah. A Bedouin with unkempt hair came to Allah's Apostle and said, "O Allah's Apostle! Inform me what Allah has made compulsory for me as regards the prayers." He replied, "You have to offer perfectly the 5 compulsory prayers in a day and night, 24 hours, unless you want to pray nawafil." The Bedouin further asked, "Inform me what Allah has made compulsory for me as regards fasting." He replied, "You have to fast during the whole month of Ramadan, unless you want to fast more as nawafil." The Bedouin further asked, "Tell me how much zakat Allah has enjoined on me." Thus, Allah's Apostle informed him about all the rules, i.e., fundamentals, of Islam. The Bedouin then said, "By him who has honored you, I will neither perform any nawafil nor will I decrease what Allah has enjoined on me." Allah's Apostle said, "If he is saying the truth, he will succeed, or he will be granted paradise." Volume 3, Book 31, number 116. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet observed the fast on the 10th of Muharram, Ashura, and ordered Muslims to fast on that day, but when the fasting of the month of Ramadan was prescribed, the fasting of the Ashura was abandoned. Abdullah did not use to fast on that day unless it coincided with his routine fasting by chance. Volume 3, Book 31, number 117. Narrated Aisha. The tribe of Quraysh used to fast on the day of Ashura, in the pre-Islamic period. And then Allah's Apostle ordered Muslims to fast on it till the fasting in the month of Ramadan was prescribed. Whereupon the Prophet said, "He who wants to fast on Ashura may fast, and he who does not want to fast may not fast." Volume 3, Book 31, number 118. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Fasting is a shield, or a screen or a shelter." So, the person observing fasting should avoid sexual relation with his wife and should not behave foolishly and impudently, and if somebody fights with him or abuses him, he should tell him twice, "I am fasting." The Prophet added, "By him in whose hands my soul is, the smell coming out from the mouth of a fasting person is better in the sight of Allah than the smell of musk." Allah says about the fasting person, "He has left his food, drink and desires for my sake. The fast is for me. So I will reward the fasting person for it, and the reward of good deeds is multiplied 10 times. Volume 3, Book 31, number 119. Narrated Abu Wail from Hudhaifa. Umar asked the people, who remembers the narration of the Prophet about the affliction? Hudhaifa said, I heard the Prophet saying, the affliction of a person in his property, family and neighbors is expiated by his prayers, fasting, and giving in charity. Umar said, I do not ask about that, but I ask about those afflictions which will spread like the waves of the sea. Hudhaifa replied, there is a closed gate in front of those afflictions. Umar asked, will that gate be opened or broken? He replied, it will be broken. Umar said, then the gate will not be closed again till the day of resurrection. We said to Masrik, would you ask Hudhaifa whether Umar knew what that gate symbolized? He asked him and he replied, he, Umar, knew it as one knows that there will be night before tomorrow, morning. Volume 3, Book 31, number 120. Narrated Saul. The Prophet said, there is a gate in paradise called Ar-Rayan, and those who observe fasts will enter through it on the day of resurrection and none except them will enter through it. It will be said, where are those who used to observe fasts? They will get up, and none except them will enter through it. After their entry the gate will be closed and nobody will enter through it. Volume 3, Book 31, number 121. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, whoever gives two kinds, of things or property, in charity for Allah's cause, will be called from the gates of paradise and will be addressed, O slaves of Allah. Here is prosperity. So, whoever was amongst the people who used to offer their prayers, will be called from the gate of the prayer, and whoever was amongst the people who used to participate in jihad, will be called from the gate of jihad. And whoever was amongst those who used to observe fasts, will be called from the gate of Ar-Rayan, whoever was amongst those who used to give in charity, will be called from the gate of charity. Abu Bakr said, let my parents be sacrificed for you, O Allah's Apostle. No distress or need will befall him who will be called from those gates. Will there be anyone who will be called from all these gates? The Prophet replied, yes, and I hope you will be one of them. Volume 3, Book 31, number 122. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, when Ramadan begins, the gates of paradise are opened. Volume 3, Book 31, number 123. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, when the month of Ramadan starts, the gates of the heaven are opened and the gates of hell are closed and the devils are chained. Volume 3, Book 31, number 124. Narrated Ibn Umar, I heard Allah's Apostle saying, when you see the crescent, of the month of Ramadan, start fasting, and when you see the crescent, of the month of Shawwal, stop fasting. And if the sky is overcast, and you can't see it, then regard the crescent, month, of Ramadan, as of 30 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 125. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever established prayers on the night of Qadr out of sincere faith and hoping for a reward from Allah, then all his previous sins will be forgiven. And whoever fasts in the month of Ramadan out of sincere faith, and hoping for a reward from Allah, then all his previous sins will be forgiven. Volume 3, Book 31, number 126. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was the most generous amongst the people, and he used to be more so in the month of Ramadan when Gabriel visited him. And Gabriel used to meet him on every night of Ramadan till the end of the month. The Prophet used to recite the Holy Qur'an to Gabriel, and when Gabriel met him, he used to be more generous than a fast wind, which causes rain and welfare. Volume 3, Book 31, number 127. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever does not give up forged speech and evil actions, Allah is not in need of his leaving his food and drink, i.e. Allah will not accept his fasting. Volume 3, Book 31, number 128. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Allah said, all the deeds of Adam's sons, people, are for them, except fasting which is for me, and I will give the reward for it. Fasting is a shield or protection from the fire and from committing sins. If one of you is fasting, he should avoid sexual relation with his wife and quarreling, and if somebody should fight or quarrel with him, he should say, I am fasting. By him in whose hands my soul is, the unpleasant smell coming out from the mouth of a fasting person is better in the sight of Allah than the smell of musk. There are two pleasures for the fasting person, one at the time of breaking his fast, and the other at the time when he will meet his Lord, then he will be pleased because of his fasting. Volume 3, Book 31, number 129. Narrated Alqamah, while I was walking with Abdullah, he said, we were in the company of the Prophet, and he said, he who can afford to marry should marry. Because it will help him refrain from looking at other women, and save his private parts from looking at other women, and save his private parts from committing illegal sexual relation. And he who cannot afford to marry is advised to fast, as fasting will diminish his sexual power. Volume 3, Book 31, number 130. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle mentioned Ramadan and said, do not fast unless you see the crescent of Ramadan, and do not give up fasting till you see the crescent of Shawwal. But if the sky is overcast, if you cannot see it, then act on estimation, i.e., count Shaban as 30 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 131. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, the month can be 29 nights, i.e., days, and do not fast till you see the moon, and if the sky is overcast, then complete Shaban as 30 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 132. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, the month is like this and this, at the same time he showed the fingers of both his hands thrice, and left out one thumb on the third time. Volume 3, Book 31, number 133. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet or Abu al-Qasim said, start fasting on seeing the crescent of Ramadan, and give up fasting on seeing the crescent of Shawwal. And if the sky is overcast, and you cannot see it, complete 30 days of Shaban. Volume 3, Book 31, number 134. Narrated Salama. The Prophet vowed to keep aloof from his wives for a period of 1 month, and after the completion of 29 days he went either in the morning or in the afternoon to his wives. Someone said to him, you vowed that you would not go to your wives for 1 month. He replied, the month is of 29 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 135. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle vowed to keep aloof from his wives for 1 month, and he had dislocation of his leg. So, he stayed in a mashrubah for 29 nights and then came down. Some people said, O Allah's Apostle, you vowed to stay aloof for 1 month, he replied, the month is of 29 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 136. Narrated Abu Bakr. The Prophet said, the 2 months of Idie, Ramadan and Dhul-Hijjah, do not decrease in superiority. Volume 3, Book 31, number 137. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, we are an illiterate nation, we neither write, nor know accounts. The month is like this and this, i.e., sometimes of 29 days and sometimes of 30 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 138. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, none of you should fast a day or two before the month of Ramadan unless he has the habit of fasting, nawafil, and if his fasting coincides with that day, then he can fast that day. Volume 3, Book 31, number 139. Narrated Al-Bara. It was the custom among the companions of Muhammad that if any of them was fasting and the food was presented, for breaking his fast, but he slept before eating, he would not eat that night and the following day till sunset. Qays bin Surma al-Ansari was fasting and came to his wife at the time of iftar, breaking one's fast, and asked her whether she had anything to eat. She replied, no, but I would go and bring some for you. He used to do hard work during the day, so he was overwhelmed by sleep and slept. When his wife came and saw him, she said, disappointment for you. When it was midday on the following day, he fainted and the Prophet was informed about the whole matter and the following verses were revealed, you are permitted to go to your wives, for sexual relation, at the night of fasting. So, they were overjoyed by it. And then Allah also revealed, and eat and drink until the white thread of dawn appears to you distinct from the black thread of the night. 2. 187. Volume 3, Book 31, number 140. Narrated Adi bin Hatim. When the above verses were revealed, until the white thread appears to you, distinct from the black thread, I took 2 hair strings, one black and the other white, and kept them under my pillow and went on looking at them throughout the night but could not make anything out of it. So, the next morning I went to Allah's Apostle and told him the whole story. He explained to me, that verse means the darkness of the night and the whiteness of the dawn. Volume 3, Book 31, number 141. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. When the following verses were revealed, eat and drink until the white thread appears to you, distinct from the black thread, and of dawn was not revealed. Some people who intended to fast, tied black and white threads to their legs and went on eating till they differentiated between the two. Allah then revealed the words, of dawn, and it became clear that meant night and day. Volume 3, Book 31, number 142. Narrated Aisha. Bilal used to pronounce the adhan at night, so Allah's Apostle said, carry on taking your meals, eat and drink, till Ibn Maktum pronounces the adhan, for he does not pronounce it till it is dawn. Volume 3, Book 31, number 143. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. I used to take my sure meals with my family and then hurry up for presenting myself for the Thfar, prayer with Allah's Apostle. Volume 3, Book 31, number 144. Narrated Anas. Zayd bin Thabit said, we took the shur with the Prophet. Then he stood for the prayer. I asked, what was the interval between the shur and the adhan? He replied, the interval was sufficient to recite 50 verses of the Qur'an. Volume 3, Book 31, number 145. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet fasted for days continuously, the people also did the same but it was difficult for them. So, the Prophet forbade them, to fast continuously for more than one day. They slid, but you fast without break, no food was taken in the evening or in the morning. The Prophet replied, I am not like you, for I am provided with food and drink, by Allah. Volume 3, Book 31, number 146. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet said, take sure as there is a blessing in it. Volume 3, Book 31, number 147. Narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. Once the Prophet ordered a person on Ashura, the 10th of Muharram, to announce, whoever has eaten, should not eat any more, but fast, and who has not eaten should not eat, but complete his fast, till the end of the day. Volume 3, Book 31, number 148. Narrated Aisha and Salama. At times Allah's Apostle used to get up in the morning in the state of janaba after having sexual relations with his wives. He would then take a bath and fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 149. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to kiss and embrace his wives while he was fasting, and he had more power to control his desires than any of you. Said Jabir, the person who gets discharge after casting a look on his wife should complete his fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 150. Narrated Hisham's father. Aisha said, Allah's Apostle used to kiss some of his wives while he was fasting, and then she smiled. Volume 3, Book 31, number 151. Narrated Zainab, daughter of Salama, that her mother said, while I was lying with Allah's Apostle underneath a woolen sheet, I got the menstruation. And then slipped away and put on the clothes, which I used to wear, in menses. He asked, what is the matter? Did you get your menses? I replied in the affirmative and then entered underneath that woolen sheet. I and Allah's Apostle used to take a bath from one water pot and he used to kiss me while he was fasting. Volume 3, Book 31, number 152. Narrated Aisha. At times, In Ramadan the Prophet used to take a bath in the morning not because of a wet dream and would continue his fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 153. Narrated Abu Bakr bin Abdurrahman. My father and I went to Aisha and she said, I testify that Allah's apostle at times used to get up in the morning in a state of janaba from sexual intercourse. Not from a wet dream, and then he would fast that day. Then he went to Salama and she also narrated a similar thing. Volume 3, Book 31, number 154. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, if somebody eats or drinks forgetfully then he should complete his fast, for what he has eaten or drunk, has been given to him by Allah. Narrated Amir bin Rabi'a, I saw the Prophet cleaning his teeth with siwak while he was fasting so many times as I can't count. And narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, but for my fear that it would be hard for my followers, I would have ordered them to clean their teeth with siwak on every performance of ablution. The same is narrated by Jabir and Zaid bin Khalid from the Prophet, who did not differentiate between a fasting and a non-fasting person in this respect, using siwak. Aisha said, the Prophet said, it, i.e. siwak, is a purification for the mouth and it is a way of seeking Allah's pleasures. Atta and Qatada said, there is no harm in swallowing the resultant saliva. Volume 3, Book 31, number 155. Narrated Humran. I saw Uthman performing ablution. He washed his hands thrice, rinsed his mouth and then washed his nose, by putting water in it and then blowing it out, and washed his face thrice, and then washed his right forearm up to the elbow thrice. And then the left forearm up to the elbow thrice, then smeared his head with water, washed his right foot thrice, and then his left foot thrice and said, I saw Allah's apostle performing ablution similar to my present ablution, and then he said, whoever performs ablution like my present ablution and then offers 2 rakat in which he does not think of worldly things, all his previous sins will be forgiven. Volume 3, Book 31, number 156. Narrated Aisha. A man came to the Prophet and said that he had been burnt, ruined. The Prophet asked him what was the matter. He replied, I had sexual intercourse with my wife in Ramadan, while I was fasting. Then a basket full of dates was brought to the Prophet and he asked, where is the burnt, ruined, man? He replied, I am present. The Prophet told him to give that basket in charity, as expiation. Volume 3, Book 31, number 157. Narrated Abu Huraira. While we were sitting with the Prophet a man came and said, O Allah's Apostle, I have been ruined. Allah's Apostle asked what was the matter with him. He replied, I had sexual intercourse with my wife while I was fasting. Allah's Apostle asked him, can you afford to manumit a slave? He replied in the negative. Allah's Apostle asked him, can you fast for 2 successive months? He replied in the negative. The Prophet asked him, can you afford to feed 60 poor persons? He replied in the negative. The Prophet kept silent, and while we were in that state, a big basket full of dates was brought to the Prophet. He asked, where is the questioner? He replied, I am here. The Prophet said to him, take this basket of dates, and give it in charity. The man said, should I give it to a person poorer than I? By Allah, there is no family between its, i.e. Medina's, 2 mountains who are poorer than I. The Prophet smiled till his premolar teeth became visible and then said, feed your family with it. Volume 3, Book 31, number 158. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man came to the Prophet and said, I had sexual intercourse with my wife on Ramadan, while fasting. The Prophet asked him, can you afford to manumit a slave? He replied in the negative. The Prophet asked him, can you fast for 2 successive months? He replied in the negative. He asked him, can you afford to feed 60 poor persons? He replied in the negative. Abu Huraira added, then a basket full of dates was brought to the Prophet and he said, to that man, feed, poor people, with this by way of atonement. He said, should I feed it, to poorer people than we? There is no poorer house than ours between its, Medina's, mountains. The Prophet said, then feed your family with it. Volume 3, Book 31, number 159. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was cupped while he was in the state of Ihram, and also while he was observing a fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 160. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet was cupped while he was fasting. Volume 3, Book 31, number 161. Narrated Thabit al-Bunani. Anas bin Malik was asked whether they disliked the cupping for a fasting person. He replied in the negative and said, only if it causes weakness. Volume 3, Book 31, number 162. Narrated Ibn Abi Awfa. We were in the company of Allah's Apostle on a journey. He said to a man, get down and mix sa'ik, powdered barley, with water for me. The man said, the sun has not set yet, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet again said to him, get down and mix sa'ik with water for me. The man again said, O Allah's Apostle. The sun. The Prophet said to him, for the third time, get down and mix sa'ik with water for me. The man dismounted and mixed sa'ik with water for him. The Prophet drank it and then beckoned with his hand, towards the east, and said, when you see the night falling from this side, then a fasting person should break his fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 163. Narrated Aisha. Hamza bin Amr al-Islami said, O Allah's Apostle. I fast continuously. Volume 3, Book 31, number 164. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Hamza bin Amr al-Islami asked the Prophet, should I fast while traveling? The Prophet replied, you may fast if you wish, and you may not fast if you wish. Volume 3, Book 31, number 165. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle set out for Mecca in Ramadan and he fasted, and when he reached al-Qadr, he broke his fast and the people, with him, broke their fast too. Abu Abdullah said, al-Qadr is a land covered with water between Usfan and Qudayd. Volume 3, Book 31, number 166. Narrated Abu ad-Darda. We set out with Allah's Apostle on one of his journeys on a very hot day, and it was so hot that one had to put his hand over his head because of the severity of heat. None of us was fasting except the Prophet and Ibn Rawaha. Volume 3, Book 31, number 167. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle was on a journey and saw a crowd of people, and a man was being shaded by them. He asked, what is the matter? They said, he, the man, is fasting. The Prophet said, it is not righteousness that you fast on a journey. Volume 3, Book 31, number 168. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We used to travel with the Prophet and neither did the fasting persons criticize those who were not fasting, nor did those who were not fasting criticize the fasting ones. Volume 3, Book 31, number 169. Narrated Taus. Ibn Abbas said, Allah's Apostle set out from Medina to Mecca and he fasted till he reached Usfan, where he asked for water and raised his hand to let the people see him. And then broke the fast, and did not fast after that till he reached Mecca, and that happened in Ramadan. Ibn Abbas used to say, Allah's Apostle, sometimes, fasted and, sometimes, did not fast during the journeys, so whoever wished to fast could fast, and whoever wished not to fast, could do so. Volume 3, Book 31, number 170. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar recited the verse, they had a choice either to fast or to feed a poor person for every day, and said that the order of this verse was cancelled. Volume 3, Book 31, number 171. Narrated Aisha. Sometimes I missed some days of Ramadan, but could not fast in lieu of them except in the month of Sha'ban. Said Yahya, a sub-narrator, she used to be busy serving the Prophet. Volume 3, Book 31, number 172. Narrated Abu said. The Prophet said, Isn't it true that a woman does not pray and does not fast on menstruating? And that is the defect, a loss, in her religion. Volume 3, Book 31, number 173. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's Apostle said, whoever died and he ought to have fasted, the missed days of Ramadan, then his guardians must fast on his behalf. Volume 3, Book 31, number 174. Narrated Ibn Abbas. A man came to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle, my mother died and she ought to have fasted 1 month, for her missed Ramadan. Shall I fast on her behalf? The Prophet replied in the affirmative and said, Allah's debts have more right to be paid. In another narration a woman is reported to have said, my sister died. Narrated Ibn Abbas, a woman said to the Prophet, my mother died and she had vowed to fast but she didn't fast. In another narration Ibn Abbas is reported to have said, a woman said to the Prophet, my mother died while she ought to have fasted for 15 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 175. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. Allah's Apostle said, when night falls from this side and the day vanishes from this side and the sun sets, then the fasting person should break his fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 176. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Awfa. We were in the company of the Prophet on a journey and he was fasting, and when the sun set, he addressed somebody, O so-and-so, get up and mix sa'ik with water for us. He replied, O Allah's Apostle, will you wait till it is evening? The Prophet said, get down and mix sa'ik with water for us. He replied, O Allah's Apostle, if you wait till it is evening. The Prophet said again, get down and mix sa'ik with water for us. He replied, it is still daytime. 1. The Prophet said again, get down and mix sa'ik with water for us. He got down and mixed sa'ik for them. The Prophet drank it and then said, when you see night falling from this side, the fasting person should break his fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 177. Narrated Abdullah bin Abi Awfa. We were traveling with Allah's Apostle and he was fasting, and when the sun set, he said to someone, get down and mix sa'ik with water for us. He replied, O Allah's Apostle, will you wait till it is evening? The Prophet again said, get down and mix sa'ik with water for us. He replied, O Allah's Apostle, it is still daytime. The Prophet said again, get down and mix sa'ik with water for us. So, he got down and carried out that order. The Prophet then said, when you see night falling from this side, the fasting person should break his fast, and he beckoned with his finger towards the east. Volume 3, Book 31, number 178. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. Allah's Apostle said, the people will remain on the right path as long as they hasten the breaking of the fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 179. Narrated Ibn Abi Awfa. I was with the Prophet on a journey, and he observed the fast till evening. The Prophet said to a man, get down and mix sa'ik with water for me. He replied, will you wait till it is evening? The Prophet said, get down and mix sa'ik with water for me. When you see night falling from this side, the fasting person should break his fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 180. Narrated Abu Usama from Hisham bin Ursa from Fatima. Asma bint Abi Bakr said, we broke our fast during the lifetime of the Prophet on a cloudy day and then the sun appeared. Hisham was asked, were they ordered to fast in lieu of that day? He replied, it had to be made up for. Mamar said, I heard Hisham saying, I don't know whether they fasted in lieu of that day or not. Volume 3, Book 31. Number 181. Narrated Rubi bint Muawid. The Prophet sent a messenger to the village of the Ansar in the morning of the day of Ashura, 10th of Muharram, to announce, whoever has eaten something should not eat but complete the fast. And whoever is observing the fast should complete it. She further said, since then we used to fast on that day regularly and also make our boys fast. We used to make toys of wool for the boys, and if any one of them cried for, he was given those toys till it was the time of the breaking of the fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 182. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "Do not practice al-Wisl, fasting continuously without breaking one's fast in the evening or eating before the following dawn." The people said to the Prophet, "But you practice al-Wisl?" The Prophet replied, "I am not like any of you, for I am given food and drink, by Allah, during the night." Volume 3, Book 31, number 183. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle forbade al-Wisl. The people said, to him, "But you practice it?" He said, "I am not like you, for I am given food and drink by Allah." Volume 3, Book 31, number 184. Narrated Abu Sa'id. That he had heard the Prophet saying, "Do not fast continuously, practice al-Wisl, and if you intend to lengthen your fast, then carry it on only till the shur, before the following dawn." The people said to him, "But you practice al-Wisl, O Allah's Apostle." He replied, "I am not similar to you, for during my sleep I have one who makes me eat and drink." Volume 3, Book 31, number 185. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle forbade al-Wisl out of mercy to them. They said to him, "But you practice al-Wisl?" He said, "I am not similar to you, for my Lord gives me food and drink." Volume 3, Book 31, number 186. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle forbade al-Wisl in fasting. So, one of the Muslims said to him, "But you practice al-Wisl, O Allah's Apostle?" The Prophet replied, "Who amongst you is similar to me? I am given food and drink during my sleep by my Lord." So, when the people refused to stop al-Wisl, fasting continuously, the Prophet fasted day and night continuously along with them for a day and then another day, and then they saw the crescent moon, of the month of Shawwal. The Prophet said to them angrily, "If it, the crescent, had not appeared, I would have made you fast for a longer period." That was as a punishment for them when they refused to stop, practicing al-Wisl. Volume 3, Book 31, number 187. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said twice, "O you people, be cautious. Do not practice al-Wisl." The people said to him, "But you practice al-Wisl?" The Prophet replied, "My Lord gives me food and drink during my sleep. Do that much of deeds which is within your ability." Volume 3, Book 31, number 188. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle said, "Do not fast continuously day and night, practice al-Wisl, and if any one of you intends to fast continuously day and night, he should continue till the shur time." They said, "But you practice al-Wisl, O Allah's Apostle?" The Prophet said, "I am not similar to you. During my sleep I have one who makes me eat and drink." Volume 3, Book 31, number 189. Narrated Abu Juhayfa. The Prophet made a bond of brotherhood between Salman and Abu ad-Darda. Salman paid a visit to Abu ad-Darda, and found ad-Darda dressed in shabby clothes and asked her why she was in that state. She replied, "Your brother Abu ad-Darda is not interested in the luxuries of this world." In the meantime Abu ad-Darda came and prepared a meal for Salman. Salman requested Abu ad-Darda to eat with him, but Abu ad-Darda said, "I am fasting." Salman said, "I am not going to eat unless you eat." So, Abu ad-Darda ate with Salman. When it was night and a part of the night passed, Abu ad-Darda got up to offer the night prayer, but Salman told him to sleep and Abu ad-Darda slept. After some time Abu ad-Darda again got up but Salman told him to sleep. When it was the last hours of the night, Salman told him to get up then, and both of them offered the prayer. Salman told Abu ad-Darda, "Your Lord has a right on you, your soul has a right on you, and your family has a right on you. So you should give the rights of all those who has a right on you." Abu ad-Darda came to the Prophet and narrated the whole story. The Prophet said, Salman has spoken the truth. Volume 3, Book 31, number 190. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's Apostle used to fast till one would say that he would never stop fasting, and he would abandon fasting till one would say that he would never fast. I never saw Allah's Apostle fasting for a whole month except the month of Ramadan, and did not see him fasting in any month more than in the month of Sha'ban. Volume 3, Book 31, number 191. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet never fasted in any month more than in the month of Sha'ban. He used to say, do those deeds which you can do easily, as Allah will not get tired of giving rewards, till you get bored and tired of performing religious deeds. The most beloved prayer to the Prophet was the one that was done regularly, throughout the life, even if it were little. And whenever the Prophet offered a prayer he used to offer it regularly. Volume 3, Book 31, number 192. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet never fasted a full month except the month of Ramadan, and he used to fast till one could say, by Allah, he will never stop fasting. And he would abandon fasting till one would say, by Allah, he will never fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 193. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle used to leave fasting in a certain month till we thought that he would not fast in that month. And he used to fast in another month till we thought he would not stop fasting at all in that month. And if one wanted to see him praying at night, one could see him, in that condition, and if one wanted to see him sleeping at night, one could see him, in that condition, too. Volume 3, Book 31, number 194. Narrated Humayd. I asked Anas about the fasting of the Prophet. He said, whenever I liked to see the Prophet fasting in any month, I could see that, and whenever I liked to see him not fasting, I could see that too, and if I liked to see him praying in any night, I could see that. And if I liked to see him sleeping, I could see that too. Anas further said, I never touched silk or velvet softer than the hand of Allah's Apostle and never smelled musk or perfumed smoke more pleasant than the smell of Allah's Apostle. Volume 3, Book 31, number 195. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. Once Allah's Apostle came to me, and then he narrated the whole narration, i.e. your guest has a right on you, and your wife has a right on you. I then asked about the fasting of David. The Prophet replied, half of the year, i.e. he used to fast on every alternate day. Volume 3, Book 31, number 196. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. Allah's Apostle said to me, O Abdullah, have I not been informed that you fast during the day and offer prayers all the night? Abdullah replied, yes, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet said, don't do that. Fast for few days and then give it up for few days, offer prayers and also sleep at night, as your body has a right on you, and your wife has a right on you, and your guest has a right on you. And it is sufficient for you to fast 3 days in a month, as the reward of a good deed is multiplied 10 times, so it will be like fasting throughout the year. I insisted on fasting, and so I was given a hard instruction. I said, O Allah's Apostle, I have power. The Prophet said, fast like the fasting of the Prophet David and do not fast more than that. I said, how was the fasting of the Prophet of Allah, David? He said, half of the year, i.e. he used to fast on every alternate day. Afterwards when Abdullah became old, he used to say, it would have been better for me if I had accepted the permission of the Prophet, which he gave me, i.e. to fast only 3 days a month. Volume 3, Book 31. Number 197. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. Allah's Apostle was informed that I had taken an oath to fast daily and to pray, every night, all the night throughout my life, so Allah's Apostle came to me and asked whether it was correct. I replied, let my parents be sacrificed for you. I said so. The Prophet said, you cannot do that. So, fast for few days and give it up for few days, and sleep. Fast 3 days a month as the reward of good deeds is multiplied 10 times and that will be equal to 1 year of fasting. I replied, I can do better than that. The Prophet said to me, fast 1 day and give up fasting for a day, and that is the fasting of Prophet David, and that is the best fasting. I said, I have the power to fast better, more, than that. The Prophet said, there is no better fasting than that. Volume 3, Book 31, number 198. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr. The news of my daily fasting and praying every night throughout the night reached the Prophet. So he sent for me, or I met him, and he said, I have been informed that you fast every day and pray every night, all the night. Fast, for some days, and give up fasting, for some days. Pray and sleep, for your eyes have a right on you, and your body and your family, i.e. wife, have a right on you. I replied, I have more power than that, fasting. The Prophet said, then fast like the fasts of the Prophet David. I said, how? He replied, he used to fast on alternate days, and he used not to flee on meeting the enemy. I said, from where can I get that chance? Hadith said, I do not know how the expression of fasting daily throughout the life occurred. So, the Prophet said, twice, whoever fasts daily throughout his life is just as the one who does not fast at all. Volume 3, Book 31, number 199. Narrated Mujahid from Abdullah bin Amr. The Prophet said, to Abdullah, fast 3 days a month. Abdullah said, to the Prophet, I am able to fast more than that. They kept on arguing on this matter till the Prophet said, fast on alternate days, and recite the whole Qur'an once a month. Abdullah said, I can recite more, in a month, and the argument went on till the Prophet said, recite the Qur'an once each 3 days. I.e. you must not recite the whole Qur'an in less than 3 days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 200. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. The Prophet said to me, you fast daily all the year and pray every night all the night? I replied in the affirmative. The Prophet said, if you keep on doing this, your eyes will become weak and your body will get tired. He who fasts all the year is as he who did not fast at all. The fasting of 3 days, a month, will be equal to the tasting of the whole year. I replied, I have the power for more than this. The Prophet said, then fast like the fasting of David, who used to fast on alternate days and would never flee from the battlefield, on meeting the enemy. Volume 3, Book 31, number 201. Narrated, Abdullah bin Amr. Allah's Apostle was informed about my fasts, and he came to me and I spread for him a leather cushion stuffed with palm fires. But he sat on the ground and the cushion remained between me and him, and then he said, isn't it sufficient for you to fast 3 days a month? I replied, O Allah's Apostle, I can fast more. He said, 5. I replied, O Allah's Apostle, I can fast more. He said, 7. I replied, O Allah's Apostle, I can fast more. He said, 9 days per month. I replied, O Allah's Apostle, I can fast more. He said, 11 days per month. And then the Prophet said, there is no fast superior to that of the Prophet David, it was for half of the year. So, fast on alternate days. Volume 3, Book 31, number 202. Narrated Abu Huraira. My friend, the Prophet, advised me to observe 3 things. 1. To fast 3 days a month. 2. To pray 2 rakat of duha prayer, forenoon prayer. And 3. To pray witr before sleeping. Volume 3, Book 31, number 203. Narrated Anas. The Prophet paid a visit to Sulaim and she placed before him dates and ghee. The Prophet said, replace the ghee and dates in their respective containers, for I am fasting. Then he stood somewhere in her house and offered an optional prayer, and then he invoked good on Sulaim and her family. Then Sulaim said, O Allah's Apostle, I have a special request, today. He said, what is it? She replied, "Please invoke for your servant Anas." So Allah's apostle did not leave anything good in the world or the hereafter which he did not invoke Allah to bestow on me, and said, "O Allah, give him, i.e. Anas, property and children, and bless him. Thus I am one of the richest among the Ansar, and my daughter Aynat told me that when a Hajjaj came to Basra, more than 120 of my offspring had been buried." Volume 3, Book 31, number 204. Narrated Mutarif from Imran ibn Hussein. That the Prophet asked him, Imran, or asked a man. Imran was listening, "O Abu so-and-so, have you fasted the last days of this month?" The narrator thought that he said, "The month of Ramadan." The man replied, "No, O Allah's apostle." The Prophet said to him, "When you finish your fasting of Ramadan, fast 2 days, in Shawwal." Through another series of narrators, Imran said, the Prophet said, "Have you fasted the last days of Shaban?" Volume 3, Book 31, number 205. Narrated Muhammad bin Abbas. I asked Jabir, "Did the Prophet forbid fasting on Fridays?" He replied, "Yes." Other narrators added, "If he intends to fast only that day." Volume 3, Book 31, number 206. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard the Prophet saying, "None of you should fast on Friday unless he fasts a day before or after it." Volume 3, Book 31, number 207. Narrated Abu Ayyub from Juwayriya bint al-Harith. The Prophet visited her, Juwayriya, on a Friday, and she was fasting. He asked her, "Did you fast yesterday?" She said, "No." He said, "Do you intend to fast tomorrow?" She said, "No." He said, "Then break your fast." Through another series of narrators, Abu Ayyub is reported to have said, he ordered her and she broke her fast. Volume 3, Book 31, number 208. Narrated Alqamah. I asked Aisha, "Did Allah's apostle used to choose some special days for fasting?" She replied, "No, but he used to be regular, constant, in his service of worshipping." Who amongst you can endure what Allah's apostle used to endure? Volume 3, Book 31, number 209. Narrated al-Fadl bint al-Harith. While the people were with me on the day of Arafat, they differed as to whether the Prophet was fasting or not. Some said that he was fasting while others said that he was not fasting. So, I sent to him a bowl full of milk while he was riding over his camel, and he drank it. Volume 3, Book 31, number 210. Narrated Maymuna. The people doubted whether the Prophet was fasting on the day of Arafat or not, so I sent milk while he was standing at Arafat, he drank it and the people were looking at him. Volume 3, Book 31, number 211. Narrated Abu Ubaid. The slave of Ibn Azza, I witnessed the ID with Umar bin al-Khattab, who said, Allah's apostle has forbidden people to fast on the day on which you break fasting, the fasts of Ramadan, and the day on which you eat the meat of your sacrifices, the first day of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. Volume 3, Book 31, number 212. Narrated Abu Sa'idi. The Prophet forbade the fasting of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha, 2 feast days, and also the wearing of as-sama, a single garment covering the whole body, and sitting with one's leg drawn up while being wrapped in one garment. He also forbade the prayers after the far, morning, and the asr, afternoon, prayers. Volume 3, Book 31, number 213. Narrated Abu Huraira. 2 fasts and 2 kinds of sale are forbidden, fasting on the day of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha, and the kinds of sale called Mulamasa and Munabata. These 2 kinds of sale used to be practiced in the days of pre-Islamic period of ignorance. Mulamasa means when you touch something displayed for sale you have to buy it. Munabata means when the seller throws something to you, you have to buy it. Volume 3, Book 31, number 214. Narrated Ziyad bin Jubair. A man went to Ibn Umar and said, a man vowed to fast one day, the sub-narrator thinks that he said that the day was Monday, and that day happened to be Id day. Ibn Thumar said, Allah orders vows to be fulfilled and the Prophet forbade the fasting on this day, i.e. Id. Volume 3, Book 31, number 215. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri, who fought in 12 Ghazawat in the company of the Prophet. I heard 4 things from the Prophet and they won my admiration. He said. 1. No lady should travel on a journey of 2 days except with her husband or a daimaram. 2. No fasting is permissible on the 2 days of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha. 3. No prayer may be offered after the morning compulsory prayer until the sun rises, and no prayer after the Asr prayer till the sun sets. 4. One should travel only for visiting 3 masajid, mosques Masjid al-Haram, Mecca, Masjid al-Aqsa, Jerusalem, and this, my, mosque, at Medina. Volume 3, Book 31, number 216. Narrated Aisha and Ibn Thumar. Nobody was allowed to fast on the days of Tashruk except those who could not afford the hadi, sacrifice. Volume 3, Book 31, number 217. Narrated Ibn Thumar. Fasting for those who perform hajjatamatu, in lieu of the hadi which they cannot afford, may be performed up to the day of Arafat. And if one does not get a hadi and has not fasted, before the Id, then one should fast of the days of Mina. 11, 12 and 13th of Dhul Hijjah. Volume 3, Book 31, number 218. Narrated Salim's father. The Prophet said, whoever wishes may fast on the day of Ashura. Volume 3, Book 31, number 219. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle ordered the Muslims to fast on the day of Ashura, and when fasting in the month of Ramadan was prescribed, it became optional for one to fast on that day, Ashura, or not. Volume 3, Book 31, number 220. Narrated Aisha. Quraysh used to fast on the day of Ashura, in the pre-Islamic period, and Allah's Apostle too, used to fast on that day. When he came to Medina, he fasted on that day and ordered others to fast, too. Later when the fasting of the month of Ramadan was prescribed, he gave up fasting on the day of Ashura, and it became optional for one to fast on it or not. Volume 3, Book 31, number 221. Narrated Humayd bin Abdur Rahman. That he heard Muawiyah bin Abi Sufyan on the day of Ashura, during the year he performed the Hajj, saying on the pulpit, O the people of Medina! Where are your religious scholars? I heard Allah's Apostle saying, this is the day of Ashura. Allah has not enjoined its fasting on you but I am fasting it. You have the choice either to fast or not to fast, on this day. Volume 3, Book 31, number 222. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet came to Medina and saw the Jews fasting on the day of Ashura. He asked them about that. They replied, this is a good day, the day on which Allah rescued Bani Israel from their enemy. So, Moses fasted this day. The Prophet said, we have more claim over Moses than you. So, the Prophet fasted on that day and ordered the Muslims to fast on that day. Volume 3, Book 31, number 223. Narrated Abu Musa. The day of Ashura was considered as Id day by the Jews. So the Prophet ordered, I recommend you, Muslims, to fast on this day. Volume 3, Book 31, number 224. Narrated Ibn Abbas. I never saw the Prophet seeking to fast on a day more preferable to him than this day, the day of Ashura, or this month, i.e. the month of Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 31, number 225. Narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. The Prophet ordered a man from the tribe of Bani Aslam to announce amongst the people that whoever had eaten should fast the rest of the day. And whoever had not eaten should continue his fast, as that day was the day of Ashura. 32. Praying at night in Ramadan, Tarawih. Volume 3, Book 32, number 226. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying regarding Ramadan. Whoever prayed at night in it, the month of Ramadan, out of sincere faith and hoping for a reward from Allah, then all his previous sins will be forgiven. Volume 3, Book 32, number 227. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, whoever prayed at night the whole month of Ramadan out of sincere faith and hoping for a reward from Allah, then all his previous sins will be forgiven. Ibn Shihab, a sub-narrator, said, Allah's Apostle died and the people continued observing that, i.e. Nawafil offered individually, not in congregation, and it remained as it was during the caliphate of Abu Bakr and in the early days of Umar's caliphate. Abdur Rahman bin Abdul Kari said, I went out in the company of Umar bin al-Khattab one night in Ramadan to the mosque and found the people praying in different groups. A man praying alone or a man praying with a little group behind him. So, Umar said, in my opinion I would better collect these people, under the leadership of one Qari, reciter, i.e. let them pray in congregation. So, he made up his mind to congregate them behind Ubay bin Kabi. Then on another night I went again in his company and the people were praying behind their reciter. On that, Umar remarked, what an excellent bid'ah, i.e. innovation in religion, this is, but the prayer which they do not perform. But sleep at its time is better than the one they are offering. He meant the prayer in the last part of the night. In those days, people used to pray in the early part of the night. Volume 3, Book 32, number 228. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's Apostle used to pray, at night, in Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 32, number 229. Narrated Urwa. That he was informed by Aisha, Allah's Apostle went out in the middle of the night and prayed in the mosque and some men prayed behind him. In the morning, the people spoke about it and then a large number of them gathered and prayed behind him, on the second night. In the next morning the people again talked about it and on the third night the mosque was full with a large number of people. Allah's Apostle came out and the people prayed behind him. On the fourth night the mosque was overwhelmed with people and could not accommodate them, but the Prophet came out, only, for the morning prayer. When the morning prayer was finished he recited Tashahhud and, addressing the people, said, Amma ba'du. Your presence was not hidden from me but I was afraid lest the night prayer, Qiyam, should be enjoined on you and you might not be able to carry it on. So, Allah's Apostle died and the situation remained like that, i.e. people prayed individually. Volume 3, Book 32, number 230. Narrated Abu Salama bin Abdur Rahman. That he asked Aisha how was the prayer of Allah's Apostle in Ramadan. She replied, he did not pray more than 11 rakat in Ramadan or in any other month. He used to pray 4 rakat let alone their beauty and length and then he would pray 4 let alone their beauty and length, and then he would pray 3 rakat, witr. She added, I asked, O Allah's Apostle, do you sleep before praying the witr? He replied, O Aisha, my eyes sleep but my heart does not sleep. Volume 3, Book 32, number 231. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever fasted the month of Ramadan out of sincere faith, i.e. belief, and hoping for a reward from Allah, then all his past sins will be forgiven, and whoever stood for the prayers in the night of Qadr out of sincere faith and hoping for a reward from Allah, then all his previous sins will be forgiven. Volume 3, Book 32, number 232. Narrated Ibn Umar. Some men amongst the companions of the Prophet were shown in their dreams that the night of Qadr was in the last 7 nights of Ramadan. Allah's Apostle said, it seems that all your dreams agree that, the night of Qadr, is in the last 7 nights, and whoever wants to search for it, i.e. the night of Qadr, should search in the last 7 nights of Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 32, number 233. Narrated Abu Salama. I asked Abu Sa'idi, and he was a friend of mine, about the night of Qadr, and he said, we practiced itikaf, seclusion in the mosque, in the middle third of the month of Ramadan with the Prophet. In the morning of the 20th of Ramadan, the Prophet came and addressed us and said, I was informed of the date of the night of Qadr, but I was caused to forget it, so search for it in the odd nights of the last 10 nights of the month of Ramadan. In the dream, I saw myself prostrating in mud and water, as a sign. So, whoever was in el-Tikaf with me should return to it with me, for another 10 days period, and we returned. At that time there was no sign of clouds in the sky, but suddenly a cloud came and it rained till rainwater started leaking through the roof of the mosque, which was made of date palm leaf stalks. Then the prayer was established and I saw Allah's apostle prostrating in mud and water, and I saw the traces of mud on his forehead. Volume 3, Book 32, number 234. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's apostle said, search for the night of Qadr in the odd nights of the last 10 days of Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 32, number 235. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's apostle used to practice itikaf, in the mosque, in the middle third of Ramadan, and after passing the 20 nights he used to go back to his house on the 21st. And the people who were in itikaf with him also used to go back to their houses. Once in Ramadan, in which he practiced itikaf, he established the night prayers at the night in which he used to return home, and then he addressed the people and ordered them whatever Allah wished him to order, and said, I used to practice itikaf for these 10 days, the middle 113 RD, but now I intend to stay in itikaf for the last 10 days of the month, so whoever was in itikaf with me should stay at his place of seclusion. I have verily been shown the date of this night of Qadr, but I have forgotten it. So search for it in the odd nights of the last 10 days of this month. I also saw myself, in the dream, prostrating in mud and water. On the night of the 21st, the sky was covered with clouds and it rained, and the rainwater started leaking through the roof of the mosque at the praying place of the Prophet. I saw with my own eyes the Prophet at the completion of the morning prayer leaving with his face covered with mud and water. Volume 3, Book 32, number 236. Narrated, Aisha. The Prophet said, look for the night of Qadr. Volume 3, Book 32, number 237. Narrated, Aisha. Allah's apostle used to practice itikaf in the last 10 nights of Ramadan and used to say, look for the night of Qadr in the last 10 nights of the month of Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 32. Number 238. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, look for the night of Qadr in the last 10 nights of Ramadan, on the night when 9 or 7 or 5 nights remain out of the last 10 nights of Ramadan, i.e., 21, 23, 25, respectively. Volume 3, Book 32, number 239. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's apostle said, the night of Qadr is in the last 10 nights of the month, Ramadan, either on the first 9 or in the last, remaining, 7 nights, of Ramadan. Ibn Abbas added, search for it on the 24th, of Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 32, number 240. Narrated Ubadah bin as-Samit. The Prophet came out to inform us about the night of Qadr, but 2 Muslims were quarreling with each other. So, the Prophet said, I came out to inform you about the night of Qadr, but such and such persons were quarreling, so the news about it had been taken away. Yet that might be for your own good, so search for it on the 29th, 27th and 25th, of Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 32, number 241. Narrated Aisha. With the start of the last 10 days of Ramadan, the Prophet used to tighten his waist belt, i.e., work hard, and used to pray all the night, and used to keep his family awake for the prayers. 33. Retiring to a mosque for remembrance of Allah, itikaf. Volume 3, Book 33, number 242. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle used to practice itikaf in the last 10 days of the month of Ramadan. Volume 3, Book 33, number 243. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet used to practice itikaf in the last 10 days of Ramadan till he died, and then his wives used to practice itikaf after him. Volume 3, Book 33. Number 244. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle used to practice itikaf in the middle 10 days of Ramadan, and once he stayed in itikaf till the night of the 21st, and it was the night in the morning of which he used to come out of his itikaf. The Prophet said, "Whoever was in itikaf with me should stay in itikaf for the last 10 days, for I was informed of the date of the night of Qadr, but I have been caused to forget it. In the dream, I saw myself prostrating in mud and water in the morning of that night. So, look for it in the last 10 nights and in the odd ones of them. It rained that night and the roof of the mosque dribbled as it was made of leaf stalks of date palms. I saw with my own eyes the mark of mud and water on the forehead of the Prophet, i.e. in the morning of the 21st. Volume 3, Book 33, number 245. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to bend his head out to me while he was in itikaf in the mosque during my monthly periods, and I would comb and oil his hair. Volume 3, Book 33, number 246. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's Apostle, used to let his head in the house while he was in the mosque, and I would comb and oil his hair. When in itikaf he used not to enter the house except for a need. Volume 3, Book 33, number 247. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet used to embrace me during my menses. He also used to put his head out of the mosque while he was in itikaf, and I would wash it during my menses. Volume 3, Book 33, number 248. Narrated Ibn Umar. Umar asked the Prophet, "I vowed in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance to stay in itikaf for one night in al-Masjid al-Haram." The Prophet said to him, "Fulfill your vow." Volume 3, Book 33, number 249. Narrated Umrah. Aisha said, "The Prophet used to practice itikaf in the last 10 days of Ramadan, and I used to pitch a tent for him, and after offering the morning prayer, he used to enter the tent." Hafsa asked the permission of Aisha to pitch a tent for her, and she allowed her, and she pitched her tent. When Zainab bint Jahsh saw it, she pitched another tent. In the morning the Prophet noticed the tents. He said, "What is this?" He was told of the whole situation. Then the Prophet said, "Do you think that they intended to do righteousness by doing this?" He therefore abandoned the itikaf in that month and practiced itikaf for 10 days in the month of Shawwal. Volume 3, Book 33, number 250. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet intended to practice itikaf, and when he reached the place where he intended to perform itikaf, he saw some tents, the tents of Aisha, Hafsa, and Zainab. So, he said, "Do you consider that they intended to do righteousness by doing this?" And then he went away and did not perform itikaf in Ramadan, but performed it in the month of Shawwal for 10 days. Volume 3, Book 33, number 251. Narrated Ali bin al-Hussein. Safiya, the wife of the Prophet, told me that she went to Allah's Apostle to visit him in the mosque while he was in itikaf in the last 10 days of Ramadan. She had a talk with him for a while, then she got up in order to return home. The Prophet accompanied her. When they reached the gate of the mosque, opposite the door of Salama, 2 Ansari men were passing by, and they greeted Allah's Apostle. He told them, "Do not run away," and said, "She is my wife, Safiya bint Huyy." Both of them said, "Subhanallah, how dare we think of any evil, O Allah's Apostle?" And they felt it. The Prophet said to them, "Satan reaches everywhere in the human body as blood reaches in it, everywhere in one's body. I was afraid lest Satan might insert an evil thought in your minds." Volume 3, Book 33, number 252. Narrated Abu Salama bin Abdurrahman. I asked Abu Said al-Khudri, "Did you hear Allah's Apostle talking about the night of Qadr?" He replied in the affirmative and said, "Once we were in itikaf with Allah's Apostle in the middle 10 days of Ramadan, and we came out of it in the morning of the 20th. And Allah's Apostle delivered a sermon on the 20th of Ramadan, and said, I was informed of the date of the night of Qadr in my dream, but had forgotten it. So, look for it in the odd nights of the last 10 nights of the month of Ramadan. I saw myself prostrating in mud and water on that night, as a sign of the Night of Qadr. So, whoever had been in itikaf with Allah's apostle should return for it. The people returned to the mosque, for itikaf. There was no trace of clouds in the sky. But all of a sudden a cloud came and it rained. Then the prayer was established, they stood for the prayer, and Allah's apostle prostrated in mud and water, and I saw mud over the forehead and the nose of the Prophet. Volume 3, Book 33, number 253. Narrated, Aisha. One of the wives of Allah's apostle practiced itikaf with him while she had bleeding in between her periods, and she would see red, blood, or yellowish traces. And sometimes we put a tray beneath her when she offered the prayer. Volume 3, Book 33, number 254. Narrated, Ali bin al-Hussein, from Safiya, the Prophet's wife. The wives of the Prophet were with him in the mosque, while he was in itikaf, and then they departed, and the Prophet said to Safiya bint Huyy, "Don't hurry up, for I shall accompany you," and her dwelling was in the house of Usama. The Prophet went out, and in the meantime 2 Ansari men met him, and they looked at the Prophet and passed by. The Prophet said to them, "Come here. She is, my wife, Safiya bint Huyy." They replied, "Subhanallah, how dare we think of evil, O Allah's apostle? We never expect anything bad from you." The Prophet replied, "Satan circulates in the human being as blood circulates in the body, and I was afraid lest Satan might insert an evil thought in your minds." Volume 3, Book 33, number 255. Narrated, Ali bin al-Hussein from Safiya. Safiya went to the Prophet while he was in itikaf. When she returned, the Prophet accompanied her walking. An Ansari man saw him. When the Prophet noticed him, he called him and said, "Come here. She is Safiya." Sufyan, a sub-narrator, perhaps said that the Prophet had said, "This is Safiya. And Satan circulates in the body of Adam's offspring as his blood circulates in it." A sub-narrator asked Sufyan, "Did Safiya visit him at night?" He said, "Of course, at night." Volume 3, Book 33, number 256. Narrated, Abu said, "We practiced itikaf with Allah's apostle in the middle 10 days of Ramadan. In the morning of the 20th of Ramadan, we shifted our baggage, but Allah's apostle came to us and said, 'Whoever was itikaf should return to his place of itikaf,' for I saw, i.e., was informed about the date of this night of Qadr, and saw myself prostrating in mud and water. When I returned to my place, the sky was overcast with clouds and it rained. By him who sent Muhammad with the truth, the sky was covered with clouds from the end of that day. And the mosque, which was roofed with leaf stalks of date palm trees, leaked with rain, and I saw the trace of mud and water over the nose of the Prophet and its tip." Volume 3, Book 33, number 257. Narrated, Amra bint Abdurrahman from Aisha. Allah's apostle used to practice itikaf every year in the month of Ramadan. And after offering the morning prayer, he used to enter the place of his itikaf. Aisha asked his permission to let her practice itikaf, and he allowed her, and so she pitched a tent in the mosque. When Hafsa heard of that, she also pitched a tent for herself, and when Zainab heard of that, she too pitched another tent. When, in the morning, Allah's apostle had finished the morning prayer, he saw 4 tents and asked, "What is this?" He was informed about it. He then said, "What made them do this? Is it righteousness? Remove the tents, for I do not want to see them." So, the tents were removed. The Prophet did not perform itikaf that year in the month of Ramadan, but did it in the last 10 days of Shawwal. Volume 3, Book 33, number 258. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Umar bin al-Khattab said, "O Allah's apostle, I vowed in the pre-Islamic period to perform itikaf in al-Masjid al-Haram for 1 night. The Prophet said, 'Fulfill your vow.' So, he performed itikaf for 1 night. Volume 3, Book 33, number 259. Narrated Ibn Umar. That Umar had vowed in the pre-Islamic period to perform itikaf in al-Masjid al-Haram. A sub-narrator thinks that Umar vowed to perform itikaf for one night. Allah's Apostle said to Umar, "Fulfill your vow." Volume 3, Book 33, number 260. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet used to perform itikaf every year in the month of Ramadan for 10 days, and when it was the year of his death, he stayed in itikaf for 20 days. Volume 3, Book 33, number 261. Narrated Amr bint Abdurrahman from Aisha, Allah's Apostle mentioned that he would practice itikaf in the last 10 days of Ramadan. Aisha asked his permission to perform itikaf and he permitted her. Hafsa asked Aisha to take his permission for. Volume 3, Book 33, number 262. Narrated Urwa. Aisha during her menses used to comb and oil the hair of the Prophet while he used to be in itikaf in the mosque. He would stretch out his head towards her while she was in her chamber. 34. Sales and Trade. Volume 3, Book 34. Number 263. Narrated Abu Huraira. You people say that Abu Huraira tells many narrations from Allah's Apostle, and you also wonder why the emigrants and Ansar do not narrate from Allah's Apostle as Abu Huraira does. My emigrant brothers were busy in the market while I used to stick to Allah's Apostle content with what fills my stomach. So I used to be present when they were absent, and I used to remember when they used to forget, and my Ansari brothers used to be busy with their properties, and I was one of the poor men of Sufa. I used to remember the narrations when they used to forget. No doubt, Allah's Apostle once said, "Whoever spreads his garment till I have finished my present speech and then gathers it to himself, will remember whatever I will say." So, I spread my colored garment which I was wearing till Allah's Apostle had finished his saying, and then I gathered it to my chest. So, I did not forget any of that narrations. Volume 3, Book 34, number 264. Narrated Ibrahim bin Sa'd from his father from his grandfather. Abdur-Rahman bin Auf said, "When we came to Medina as emigrants, Allah's Apostle established a bond of brotherhood between me and Sa'd bin Arabi. Sa'd bin Arabi said, to me, I am the richest among the Ansar, so I will give you half of my wealth and you may look at my 2 wives and whichever of the 2 you may choose I will divorce her. And when she has completed the prescribed period, before marriage, you may marry her." Abdurrahman replied, "I am not in need of all that. Is there any marketplace where trade is practiced?" He replied, "The market of Kanuka." Abdurrahman went to that market the following day and brought some dried buttermilk, yogurt, and butter, and then he continued going there regularly. Few days later, Abdurrahman came having traces of yellow, scent, on his body. Allah's Apostle asked him whether he had got married. He replied in the affirmative. The Prophet said, "Whom have you married?" He replied, "A woman from the Ansar." Then the Prophet asked, "How much did you pay her?" He replied, "I gave her a gold piece equal in weight to a date stone, or a date stone of gold." The Prophet said, "Give a walima, wedding banquet, even if with 1 sheep." Volume 3, Book 34, number 265. Narrated Anas. When Abdurrahman bin Auf came to Medina, the Prophet established a bond of brotherhood between him and Sa'd bin Arabi al-Ansari. Sa'd was a rich man, so he said to Abdurrahman, "I will give you half of my property and will help you marry." Abdurrahman said, to him, "May Allah bless you in your family and property. Show me the market." So Abdurrahman did not return from the market, till he gained some dried buttermilk, yogurt, and butter, through trading. He brought that to his household. We stayed for some time, or as long as Allah wished, and then Abdurrahman came, scented with yellowish perfume. The Prophet said, to him, "What is this?" He replied, "I got married to an Ansari woman." The Prophet asked, "What did you pay her?" He replied, "A gold stone or gold equal to the weight of a date stone." The Prophet said, to him, "Give a wedding banquet even if with 1 sheep." Volume 3, Book 34, number 266. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Ukase, Majana and Tulmajaz were marketplaces in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance. When Islam came, Muslims felt that marketing there might be a sin. So, the divine inspiration came, there is no harm for you to seek the bounty of your Lord, in the seasons of Hajj. 2.198, Ibn Abbas recited the verse in this way. Volume 3, Book 34, number 267. Narrated An-Nu'man bin Bashir. The Prophet said, both legal and illegal things are obvious, and in between them are suspicious, doubtful matters. So whoever forsakes those doubtful things lest he may commit a sin, will definitely avoid what is clearly illegal, and whoever indulges in these, suspicious, doubtful things bravely, is likely to commit what is clearly illegal. Sins are Allah's hima, i.e. private pasture, and whoever pastures, his sheep, near it, is likely to get in it at any moment. Volume 3, Book 34, number 268. Narrated Abdullah bin Abu Mulaika. Why the same woman? His wife was the daughter of Abu Ihab al-Tamimi. Volume 3, Book 34, number 269. Narrated Aisha. Utbah bin Abu Waqqas took a firm promise from his brother Sa'd bin Abu Waqqas to take the son of the slave girl of Zameh into his custody as he was his, i.e. Utbah's, son. In the year of the conquest of Mecca, Sa'd bin Abu Waqqas took him, and said that he was his brother's son, and his brother took a promise from him to that effect. Abu bin Zameh got up and said, he is my brother and the son of the slave girl of my father and was born on my father's bed. Then they both went to the Prophet. Sa'd said, O Allah's Apostle! He is the son of my brother and he has taken a promise from me that I will take him. Abu bin Zameh said, he is, my brother and the son of my father's slave girl and was born on my father's bed. Allah's Apostle said, the boy is for you. O Abu bin Zameh! Then the Prophet said, the son is for the bed, i.e. the man on whose bed he was born, and stones, disappointment and deprivation, for the one who has done illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet told his wife Sauda bint Zameh to screen herself from that boy as he noticed a similarity between the boy and Utbah. So, the boy did not see her till he died. Volume 3, Book 34, number 270. Narrated Adi bin Hatim. I asked Allah's Apostle about al-Mirad, i.e. a sharp-edged piece of wood or a piece of wood provided with a piece of iron used for hunting. He replied, if the game is hit by its sharp edge, eat it, and if it is hit by its broad side, do not eat it, for it has been beaten to death. I asked, O Allah's Apostle! I release my dog by the name of Allah and find with it at the game, another dog on which I have not mentioned the name of Allah, and I do not know which one of them caught the game. Allah's Apostle said, to him, don't eat it as you have mentioned the name of Allah on your dog and not on the other dog. Volume 3, Book 34, number 271. Narrated Anas. The Prophet passed by a fallen date and said, were it not for my doubt that this might have been given in charity, I would have eaten it. And narrated Abu Hurairah. The Prophet said, I found a date fruit fallen on my bed. Volume 3, Book 34, number 272. Narrated Abbas bin Tamim. That his uncle said, the Prophet was asked, if a person feels something during his prayer, should one interrupt his prayer? The Prophet said, no. You should not give it up unless you hear a sound or smell something. Narrated Ibn Abi Hafsa, Az-Zuri said, there is no need of repeating ablution unless you detect a smell or hear a sound. Volume 3, Book 34, number 273. Narrated Aisha. Some people said, O Allah's Apostle! Meat is brought to us by some people and we are not sure whether the name of Allah has been mentioned on it or not, at the time of slaughtering the animals. Allah's Apostle said, to them, mention the name of Allah and eat it. Volume 3, Book 34, number 274. Narrated Jabir. While we were offering the prayer with the Prophet, a caravan carrying food came from Sham. The people looked towards the caravan, and went to it, and only 12 persons remained with the Prophet. So, the divine inspiration came, but when they see some bargain or some amusement, they disperse headlong to it. 62. 11. Volume 3, Book 34, number 275. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "A time will come when one will not care how one gains one's money, legally or illegally." Volume 3, Book 34, number 276. Narrated Abu al-Minhal. I used to practice money exchange, and I asked Zayd bin Arqam about it, and he narrated what the Prophet said in the following. Abu al-Minhal said, I asked al-Bara bin Azib and Zayd bin Arqam about practicing money exchange. They replied, "We were traders in the time of Allah's Apostle, and I asked Allah's Apostle about money exchange. He replied, if it is from hand to hand, there is no harm in it, otherwise it is not permissible." Volume 3, Book 34, number 277. Narrated Ubay bin Gumar. Abu Musa asked Umar to admit him, but he was not admitted as Umar was busy, so Abu Musa went back. When Umar finished his job he said, "Didn't I hear the voice of Abdullah bin Qays? Let him come in." Umar was told that he had left. So, he sent for him, and on his arrival, he, Abu Musa, said, "We were ordered to do so, i.e. to leave if not admitted after asking permission thrice." Umar told him, "Bring witness in proof of your statement." Abu Musa went to the Ansar's meeting places and asked them. They said, "None amongst us will give this witness except the youngest of us, Abu Said al-Khudri." Abu Musa then took Abu Said al-Khudri to Umar, and Umar said, "Surprisingly, has this order of Allah's Apostle been hidden from me?" Then he added, "I used to be busy trading in markets." Volume 3, Book 34, number 278. Narrated Jabir. A caravan arrived, at Medina, while we were offering the Jumu'ah prayer with the Prophet. The people left out for the caravan, with the exception of 12 persons. Then this verse was revealed, "But when they see some bargain or some amusement, they disperse headlong to it and leave you standing." 62. 11. Volume 3, Book 34, number 279. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, "If a woman gives in charity from her house meals without wasting, i.e. being extravagant, she will get the reward for her giving, and her husband will also get the reward for his earning, and the storekeeper will also get a similar reward. The acquisition of the reward of none of them will reduce the reward of the others." Volume 3, Book 34, number 280. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "If a woman gives something, i.e. in charity, from her husband's earnings without his permission, she will get half his reward." Volume 3, Book 34, number 281. Narrated Anas bin Malik. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "Whoever desires an expansion in his sustenance and age, should keep good relations with his kith and kin." Volume 3, Book 34, number 282. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet purchased food grains from a Jew on credit and mortgaged his iron armor to him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 283. Narrated Qatada. Anas went to the Prophet with barley bread having some dissolved fat on it. The Prophet had mortgaged his armor to a Jew in Medina and took from him some barley for his family. Anas heard him saying, "The household of Muhammad did not possess even a single saw of wheat or food grains for the evening meal, although he has 9 wives to look after." See Hadith No. 685. Volume 3, Book 34, number 284. Narrated Aisha. When Abu Bakr as-Siddiq was chosen caliph, he said, "My people know that my profession was not incapable of providing substance to my family. And as I will be busy serving the Muslim nation, my family will eat from the national treasury of Muslims, and I will practice the profession of serving the Muslims." Volume 3, Book 34, number 285. Narrated Aisha. The companions of Allah's Apostle used to practice manual labor, so their sweat used to smell, and they were advised to take a bath. Volume 3, Book 34, number 286. Narrated Al-Mikdam. The Prophet said, "Nobody has ever eaten a better meal than that which one has earned by working with one's own hands." The Prophet of Allah, David, used to eat from the earnings of his manual labor. Volume 3, Book 34, number 287. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, the Prophet David used not to eat except from the earnings of his manual labor. Volume 3, Book 34, number 288. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, one would rather cut and carry a bundle of wood on his back than ask somebody who may or may not live him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 289. Narrated Zubair bin al-Awwam. The Prophet said, one would rather take a rope and cut wood and carry it than ask others. Volume 3, Book 34, number 290. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle said, may Allah's mercy be on him who is lenient in his buying, selling, and in demanding back his money. Volume 3, Book 34, number 291. Narrated Hudhaifa. The Prophet said, before your time the angels received the soul of a man and asked him, did you do any good deeds, in your life? He replied, I used to order my employees to grant time to the rich person to pay his debts at his convenience. So Allah said to the angels, excuse him. Rabi said that, the dead man said, I used to be easy to the rich and grant time to the poor. Or, in another narration, grant time to the well-off and forgive the needy, or, accept from the well-off and forgive the needy. Volume 3, Book 34, number 292. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, there was a merchant who used to lend the people, and whenever his debtor was in straitened circumstances, he would say to his employees, forgive him so that Allah may forgive us. So, Allah forgave him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 293. Narrated Hakim bin Hizam. Allah's Apostle said, the seller and the buyer have the right to keep or return goods as long as they have not parted or till they part. And if both the parties spoke the truth and described the defects and qualities of the goods, then they would be blessed in their transaction, and if they told lies or hid something, then the blessings of their transaction would be lost. Volume 3, Book 34, number 294. Narrated Abu said, we used to be given mixed dates, from the booty, and used to sell, barter, 2 sas of those dates, for 1 sa, of good dates. The Prophet said, to us, no, bartering of 2 sas for 1 sa nor 2 dirhams for 1 dirham is permissible, as that is a kind of usury. See Hadith number 405. Volume 3, Book 34, number 295. Narrated Abu Mas'udi. An Ansari man, called Abu Shu'aib, came and told his butcher slave, prepare meals sufficient for 5 persons. For I want to invite the Prophet along with 4 other persons as I saw signs of hunger on his face. Abu Shu'aib invited them and another person came along with them. The Prophet said, to Abu Shu'aib, this man followed us, so if you allow him, he will join us, and if you want him to return, he will go back. Abu Shu'aib said, no, I have allowed him, i.e. he, too, is welcome to the meal. Volume 3, Book 34, number 296. Narrated Hakim bin Hizam. The Prophet aid, the buyer and the seller have the option to cancel or to confirm the deal, as long as they have not parted or till they part. And if they spoke the truth and told each other the defects of the things, then blessings would be in their deal, and if they hid something and told lies, the blessing of the deal would be lost. Volume 3, Book 34, number 297. Narrated Aisha. When the last verses of Surat al-Baqarah were revealed, the Prophet recited them in the mosque and proclaimed the trade of alcohol as illegal. Volume 3, Book 34, number 298. Narrated Samura bin Jundab. The Prophet said, this night I dreamt that 2 men came and took me to a holy land whence we proceeded on till we reached a river of blood, where a man was standing. And on its bank was standing another man with stones in his hands. The man in the middle of the river tried to come out, but the other threw a stone in his mouth and forced him to go back to his original place. So, whenever he tried to come out, the other man would throw a stone in his mouth and force him to go back to his former place. I asked, "Who is this?" I was told, the person in the river was a riba eater. Volume 3, Book 34, number 299. Narrated Aun bin Abu Juhayfa. My father bought a slave who practiced the profession of cupping. My father broke the slave's instruments of cupping. I asked my father why he had done so. He replied, the Prophet forbade the acceptance of the price of a dog or blood, and also forbade the profession of tattooing, getting tattooed and receiving or giving riba, usury, and cursed the picturemakers. Volume 3, Book 34, number 300. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, the swearing, by the seller, may persuade the buyer to purchase the goods but that will be deprived of Allah's blessing. Volume 3, Book 34, number 301. Narrated Abdullah bin Abu Awfa. A man displayed some goods in the market and swore by Allah that he had been offered so much for that which was not offered, and he said so as to cheat a Muslim. On that occasion the following verse was revealed, verily. Those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths, they shall have no portion in the hereafter, etc. 3. 77. Volume 3, Book 34, number 302. Narrated Ali. I got an old she-camel as my share from the booty, and the Prophet had given me another from Al-Qumas. And when I intended to marry Fatima, daughter of the Prophet, I arranged that a goldsmith from the tribe of Bani Kainuka would accompany me in order to bring Idkir and then sell it to the goldsmiths and use its price for my marriage banquet. Volume 3, Book 34, number 303. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle said, Allah made Mecca a sanctuary and it was neither permitted for anyone before, nor will it be permitted for anyone after me, to fight in it. And fighting in it was made legal for me for a few hours of a day only. None is allowed to uproot its thorny shrubs or to cut down its trees or to chase its game or to pick up its lucata, fallen things, except by a person who would announce it publicly. Abbas bin Abdul Muttalib requested the Prophet, accept al-Idkir, for our goldsmiths and for the roofs of our houses. The Prophet said, accept al-Idkir. Ikrimah said, do you know what is meant by chasing its game? It is to drive it out of the shade and sit in its place. Khalid said, Abbas said, al-Idkir, for our goldsmiths and our graves. Volume 3, Book 34, number 304. Narrated Kababab. I was a blacksmith in the pre-Islamic period, and Aci bin Wale owed me some money, so I went to him to demand it. He said, to me, I will not pay you unless you disbelieve Muhammad. I said, I will not disbelieve till Allah kills you and then you get resurrected. He said, leave me till I die and get resurrected, then I will be given wealth and children and I will pay you your debt. On that occasion it was revealed to the Prophet. Have you seen him who disbelieved in our signs and says, surely I will be given wealth and children? Has he known the unseen, or has he taken a covenant from the beneficent, Allah? 19. 77-78. Volume 3, Book 34, number 305. Narrated Ishaq bin Abdullah bin Abu Talha. I heard Anas bin Malik saying, a tailor invited Allah's Apostle to a meal which he had prepared. Anas bin Malik said, I accompanied Allah's Apostle to that meal. He served the Prophet with bread and soup made with gourd and dried meat. I saw the Prophet taking the pieces of gourd from the dish. Anas added, since that day I have continued to like gourd. Volume 3, Book 34, number 306. Narrated Abu Hazim. I heard Sahl bin Sa'd saying, a woman brought a burda, i.e. a square piece of cloth having edging. I asked, do you know what a burda is? They replied in the affirmative and said, it is a cloth sheet with woven margins. Sahl went on, she addressed the Prophet and said, I have woven it with my hands for you to wear. The Prophet took it as he was in need of it, and came to us wearing it as a waist sheet. One of us said, O Allah's Apostle! Give it to me to wear. The Prophet agreed to give it to him. The Prophet sat with the people for a while and then returned home, wrapped that waste sheet and sent it to him. The people said to that man, "You haven't done well by asking him for it when you know that he never turns down anybody's request." The man replied, "By Allah, I have not asked him for it except to use it as my shroud when I die." Saul added, later it, i.e. that sheet, was his shroud. Volume 3, Book 34, number 307. Narrated Abu Hazim. Some men came to Saul bin Sa'd to ask him about the pulpit. He replied, "Allah's apostle sent for a woman." Saul named her. "This message: order your slave carpenter to make pieces of wood, i.e. a pulpit, for me so that I may sit on it while addressing the people." So, she ordered him to make it from the tamarisk of the forest. He brought it to her and she sent it to Allah's apostle. Allah's apostle ordered it to be placed in the mosque, so, it was put and he sat on it. Volume 3, Book 34, number 308. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah, an Ansari woman said to Allah's apostle, "O Allah's apostle, shall I make something for you to sit on, as I have a slave who is a carpenter?" He replied, "If you wish." So, she got a pulpit made for him. When it was Friday. Volume 3, Book 34, number 309. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle bought food grains from a Jew on credit and mortgaged his armor to him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 310. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I was with the Prophet in a ghazwa, military expedition, and my camel was slow and exhausted. The Prophet came up to me and said, "O Jabir." I replied, "Yes." He said, "What is the matter with you?" I replied, "My camel is slow and tired, so I am left behind." So, he got down and poked the camel with his stick and then ordered me to ride. I rode the camel and it became so fast that I had to hold it from going ahead of Allah's apostle. He then asked me, "Have you got married?" I replied in the affirmative. He asked, "A virgin or a matron?" I replied, "I married a matron." The Prophet said, "Why have you not married a virgin, so that you may play with her and she may play with you?" Jabir replied, "I have sisters, young in age, so I like to marry a matron who could collect them all and comb their hair and look after them." The Prophet said, "You will reach, so when you have arrived, at home, I advise you to associate with your wife, that you may have an intelligent son." Then he asked me, "Would you like to sell your camel?" I replied in the affirmative and the Prophet purchased it for 1 ukiah of gold. Allah's apostle reached before me and I reached in the morning, and when I went to the mosque, I found him at the door of the mosque. He asked me, "Have you arrived just now?" I replied in the affirmative. He said, "Leave your camel and come into the mosque, and pray 2 rakat." I entered and offered the prayer. He told Bilal to weigh and give me 1 ukiah of gold. So Bilal weighed for me fairly and I went away. The Prophet sent for me and I thought that he would return to me my camel which I hated more than anything else. But the Prophet said to me, "Take your camel as well as its price." Volume 3, Book 34, number 311. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Uqais, Majana and Tulmajaz were markets in the pre-Islamic period. When the people embraced Islam they considered it a sin to trade there. So, the following holy verse came, "There is no harm for you if you seek of the bounty of your Lord, Allah, in the Hajj season." 2.198, Ibn Abbas recited it like this. Volume 3, Book 34, number 312. Narrated Amr. Here, i.e. in Mecca, there was a man called Nawaz and he had camels suffering from the disease of excessive and unquenchable thirst. Ibn Thumar went to the partner of Nawaz and bought those camels. The man returned to Nawaz and told him that he had sold those camels. Nawaz asked him, "To whom have you sold them?" He replied, "To such and such sheikh." Nawaz said, "Woe to you, by Allah, that sheikh was Ibn Thumar." Nawaz then went to Ibn Thumar and said to him, "My partner sold you camels suffering from the disease of excessive thirst and he had not known you." Ibn Thumar told him to take them back. When Nawaz went to take them, Ibn Umar said to him, "Leave them there, as I am happy with the decision of Allah's Apostle that there is no oppression." Volume 3, Book 34, number 313. Narrated Abu Qatada. We set out with Allah's Apostle in the year of Hunayn. The Prophet gave me an armor. I sold that armor and bought a garden in the region of the tribe of Bani Salama, and that was the first property I got after embracing Islam. Volume 3, Book 34, number 314. Narrated Abu Musa. Allah's Apostle said, "The example of a good companion, who sits with you, in comparison with a bad one, is like that of the musk seller and the blacksmith's bellows, or furnace. From the first you would either buy musk or enjoy its good smell, while the bellows would either burn your clothes or your house, or you get a bad nasty smell thereof." Volume 3, Book 34, number 315. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Abu Taiba cupped Allah's Apostle, so he ordered that he be paid 1 sa of dates and ordered his masters to reduce his tax, as he was a slave and had to pay a tax to them. Volume 3, Book 34, number 316. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once the Prophet got his blood out, medically, and paid that person who had done it. If it had been illegal, the Prophet would not have paid him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 317. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Once the Prophet sent to Umar a silken 2-piece garment, and when he saw Umar wearing it, he said to him, "I have not sent it to you to wear. It is worn by him who has no share in the hereafter, and I have sent it to you so that you could benefit by it, i.e. sell it." Volume 3, Book 34, number 318. Narrated Aisha. Mother of the faithful believers, I bought a cushion with pictures on it. When Allah's Apostle saw it, he kept standing at the door and did not enter the house. I noticed the sign of disgust on his face, so I said, "O Allah's Apostle, I repent to Allah and His Apostle. Please let me know what sin I have done." Allah's Apostle said, "What about this cushion?" I replied, "I bought it for you to sit and recline on." Allah's Apostle said, "The painters, i.e. owners, of these pictures will be punished on the day of resurrection. It will be said to them, 'Put life in what you have created, i.e. painted.'" The Prophet added, "The angels do not enter a house where there are pictures." Volume 3, Book 34, number 319. Narrated Anas. The Prophet said, "O Bani Najjar, suggest a price for your garden." Part of it was a ruin and it contained some date palms. Volume 3, Book 34, number 320. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "The buyer and the seller have the option to cancel or confirm the bargain before they separate from each other, or if the sale is optional." Nafi said, Ibn Umar used to separate quickly from the seller if he had bought a thing which he liked. Volume 3, Book 34, number 321. Narrated Hakam bin Hizam. The Prophet said, "The buyer and the seller have the option of cancelling or confirming the deal unless they separate." Volume 3, Book 34, number 322. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle said, "The seller and the buyer have the option of cancelling or confirming the deal unless they separate, or one of them says to the other, 'Choose,' i.e. decide to cancel or confirm the bargain now. Perhaps he said, or if it is an optional sale." Ibn Umar, Shurey, Ash-Shabi, Ta'as, Atta, and Ibn Abu Mulaika agree upon this judgment. Volume 3, Book 34, number 323. Narrated Hakim bin Hizam. The Prophet said, "The buyer and the seller have the option of cancelling or confirming the bargain unless they separate. And if they spoke the truth and made clear the defects of the goods, then they would be blessed in their bargain, and if they told lies and hid some facts, their bargain would be deprived of Allah's blessings." Volume 3, Book 34, number 324. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar, Allah's Apostle said, "Both the buyer and the seller have the option of cancelling or confirming a bargain unless they separate, or the sale is optional." See Hadith number 320. Volume 3, Book 34, number 325. Narrated Ibn Umar, Allah's apostle said, both the buyer and the seller have the option of cancelling or confirming the bargain, as long as they are still together. And unless they separate or one of them gives the other the option of keeping or Volume 3, Book 34, number 326. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, no deal is settled and finalized unless the buyer and the seller separate. Except if the deal is optional, whereby the validity of the bargain depends on the stipulations agreed upon. Volume 3, Book 34, number 327. Narrated Hakim bin Hizam. The Prophet said, both the buyer and the seller have the option of cancelling or confirming the bargain unless they separate. The sub-narrator, Hammam said, I found this in my book, both the buyer and the seller give the option of either confirming or cancelling the bargain 3 times, and if they speak the truth and mention the defects, then their bargain will be blessed, and if they tell lies and conceal the defects, they might gain some financial gain but they will deprive their sale of Allah's blessings. Volume 3, Book 34, number 328. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. A person came to the Prophet and told him that he was always betrayed in purchasing. The Prophet told him to say at the time of buying, no cheating. Volume 3, Book 34, number 329. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle said, an army will invade the Kaaba and when the invaders reach Al-Bayda, all the ground will sink and swallow the whole army. I said, O Allah's apostle, how will they sink into the ground while amongst them will be their markets, the people who worked in business and not invaders, and the people not belonging to them? The Prophet replied, all of those people will sink but they will be resurrected and judged according to their intentions. Volume 3, Book 34, number 330. Narrated Abu Hurairah. Allah's apostle said, the congregational prayer of anyone amongst you is more than 25 or 27 times in reward than his prayer in the market or in his house. For if he performs ablution completely and then goes to the mosque with the sole intention of performing the prayer, and nothing urges him to proceed to the mosque except the prayer, then, on every step which he takes towards the mosque, he will be raised 1 degree or one of his sins will be forgiven. The angels will keep on asking Allah's forgiveness and blessings for every one of you so long as he keeps sitting at his praying place. The angels will say, O Allah, bless him. O Allah, be merciful to him. As long as he does not do hadith or a thing which gives trouble to the other. The Prophet further said, one is regarded in prayer so long as one is waiting for the prayer. Volume 3, Book 34, number 331. Narrated Anas bin Malik. While the Prophet was in the market, somebody, called, O Abu al-Qasim. The Prophet turned to him. The man said, I have called to this, i.e. another man. The Prophet said, name yourselves by my name but not by my kunya, name. In Arabic world it is the custom to call the man as the father of his eldest son, e.g. Abu al-Qasim. See Hadith number 737, Volume 4. Volume 3, Book 34, number 332. Narrated Anas. A man at al-Baqi called, O Abu al-Qasim. The Prophet turned to him and the man said, to the Prophet, I did not intend to call you. The Prophet said, name yourselves by my name but not by my kunya, name. Volume 3, Book 34, number 333. Narrated Abu Hurairah ad-Dawsi. Once the Prophet went out during the day. Neither did he talk to me nor I to him till he reached the market of Bani Kainuka and then he sat in the compound of Fatima's house and asked about the small boy, his grandson Al-Hassan, but Fatima kept the boy in for a while. I thought she was either changing his clothes or giving the boy a bath. After a while the boy came out running and the Prophet embraced and kissed him and then said, O Allah! Love him, and love whoever loves him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 334. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar told us that the people used to buy food from the caravans in the lifetime of the Prophet. The Prophet used to forbid them to sell it at the very place where they had purchased it, but they were to wait, till they carried it to the market where foodstuff was sold. Ibn Umar said, the Prophet also forbade the reselling of foodstuff by somebody who had bought it unless he had received it with exact full measure. Volume 3, Book 34. Number 335. Narrated Atta bin Yasar. I met Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As and asked him, tell me about the description of Allah's apostle which is mentioned in Torah, i.e., Old Testament. He replied, yes. By Allah, he is described in Torah with some of the qualities attributed to him in the Qur'an as follows. O Prophet! We have sent you as a witness, for Allah's true religion, and a giver of glad tidings, to the faithful believers, and a warner, to the unbelievers, and guardian of the illiterates. You are my slave and my messenger, i.e. apostle. I have named you al-Mutawakkil, who depends upon Allah. You are neither discourteous, harsh or a noisemaker in the markets, and you do not do evil to those who do evil to you, but you deal with them with forgiveness and kindness. Allah will not let him, the Prophet, die till he makes straight the crooked people by making them say, none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, with which will be opened blind eyes and deaf ears and enveloped hearts. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 336. Narrated Abdullah ibn Umar. Allah's apostle said, he who buys foodstuff should not sell it till he is satisfied with the measure with which he has bought it. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 337. Narrated Jabir. Abdullah bin Amr bin Haram died and was in debt to others. I asked the Prophet to intercede with his creditors for some reduction in the debts. The Prophet requested them to reduce the debts, but they refused. The Prophet said to me, go and put your dates, in heaps, according to their different kinds. The ajwa on one side, the cluster of Ibn Zayd on another side, etc. Then call me. I did that and called the Prophet. He came and sat at the head or in the middle of the heaps and ordered me. Measure, the dates, for the people, creditors. I measured for them till I paid all the debts. My dates remained as if nothing had been taken from them. In other narrations, Jabir said, the Prophet said, he, i.e. Abdullah, continued measuring for them till he paid all the debts. The Prophet said, to Abdullah, cut, clusters, for him, i.e. one of the creditors, and measure for him fully. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 338. Narrated Al-Mikdam bin Madiakrib. The Prophet said, measure your foodstuff and you will be blessed. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 339. Narrated Abdullah bin Zayd. The Prophet said, the Prophet Abraham made Mecca a sanctuary, and asked for Allah's blessing in it. I made Medina a sanctuary as Abraham made Mecca a sanctuary, and I asked for Allah's blessing in its measures, the mud and the saw, as Abraham did for Mecca. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 340. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle said, O Allah, bestow your blessings on their measures, bless their mud and saw. The Prophet meant the people of Medina. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 341. Narrated Salim. That his father said, I saw those, who used to buy foodstuff without measuring or weighing in the lifetime of the Prophet being punished if they sold it before carrying it to their own houses. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 342. Narrated Taus. Ibn Abbas said, Allah's apostle forbade the selling of foodstuff before its measuring and transferring into one's possession. I asked Ibn Abbas, how is that? Ibn Abbas replied, it will be just like selling money for money, as the foodstuff has not been handed over to the first purchaser who is the present seller. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 343. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, he who buys foodstuff should not sell it till he has received it. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 344. Narrated Az-Zuri from Malik bin Aus. That the latter said, who has change? Talha said, I will have change, when our storekeeper comes from the forest. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab, Allah's apostle said, the bartering of gold for silver is riba, usury, except if it is from hand to hand and equal in amount. And wheat grain for wheat grain is usury except if it is from hand to hand and equal in amount, and dates for dates is usury except if it is from hand to hand and equal in amount. And barley for barley is usury except if it is from hand to hand and equal in amount. See Riba Fadl in the Glossary. Volume 3, Book 34, number 345. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet forbade the selling of foodstuff before receiving it. I consider that all types of sellings should be done similarly. Volume 3, Book 34, number 346. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, the buyer of foodstuff should not sell it before it has been measured for him. Ismail narrated instead, he should not sell it before receiving it. Volume 3, Book 34, number 347. Narrated Ibn Umar. I saw the people buy foodstuff randomly, i.e., blindly without measuring it, in the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, and they were punished, by beating, if they tried to sell it before carrying it to their own houses. Volume 3, Book 34, number 348. Narrated Aisha. Rarely did the Prophet fail to visit Abu Bakr's house every day, either in the morning or in the evening. When the permission for migration to Medina was granted, all of a sudden the Prophet came to us at noon and Abu Bakr was informed, who said, certainly the Prophet has come for some urgent matter. The Prophet said to Abu Bakr, when the latter entered, let nobody stay in your home. Abu Bakr said, O Allah's Apostle, there are only my two daughters, namely, Aisha and Asma, present. The Prophet said, I am informed, that I have been granted the permission for migration. Abu Bakr said, I will accompany you, O Allah's Apostle. The Prophet said, you will accompany me. Abu Bakr then said, O Allah's Apostle, I have 2 she-camels I have prepared specially for migration, so I offer you one of them. The Prophet said, I have accepted it on the condition that I will pay its price. Volume 3, Book 34, number 349. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, do not urge somebody to return what he has already bought, i.e. an optional sale, from another seller so as to sell him your own goods. Volume 3, Book 34, number 350. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle forbade the selling of things by a town dweller on behalf of a desert dweller, and similarly Natch was forbidden. And one should not urge somebody to return the goods to the seller so as to sell him his own goods, nor should one demand the hand of a girl who has already been engaged to someone else. And a woman should not try to cause some other woman to be divorced in order to take her place. Volume 3, Book 34, number 351. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. A man decided that a slave of his would be manumitted after his death, and later on he was in need of money, so the Prophet took the slave and said, who will buy this slave from me? Nu'aym bin Abdullah bought him for such and such price, and the Prophet gave him the slave. Volume 3, Book 34, number 352. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle forbade Natch. Volume 3, Book 34, number 353. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle forbade the sale called Habal al-Habla, which was a kind of sale practiced in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance. One would pay the price of a she-camel which was not born yet would be borne by the immediate offspring of an extant she-camel. Volume 3, Book 34, number 354. Narrated Abu said, Allah's Apostle forbade the selling by munabada, i.e., to sell one's garment by casting it to the buyer not allowing him to examine or see it. Similarly he forbade the selling by mulamasa. Mulamasa is to buy a garment, for example, by merely touching it, not looking at it. Volume 3, Book 34, number 355. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet forbade 2 kinds of dressing, one of them, is to sit with one's legs drawn up while wrapped in one garment. The other, is to lift that garment on one's shoulders. And also forbade two kinds of sale, al-limas and an-nibad. Volume 3, Book 34, number 356. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle forbade selling by Mullah Mesa and Minabada. Volume 3, Book 34, number 357. Narrated Abu said. The Prophet forbade two kinds of dresses and two kinds of sale, i.e., Mullah Mesa and Minabada. Volume 3, Book 34, number 358. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, don't keep camels and sheep unmilked for a long time. For whoever buys such an animal has the option to milk it and then either to keep it or return it to the owner along with one saw of dates. Some narrated from Ibn Sirin, that the Prophet had said, one saw of wheat, and he has the option for 3 days. And some narrated from Ibn Sirin, a saw of dates, not mentioning the option for 3 days. But a saw of dates is mentioned in most narrations. Volume 3, Book 34, number 359. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'udi. Whoever buys a sheep which has not been milked for a long time, has the option of returning it along with one saw of dates. And the Prophet forbade going to meet the seller on the way, as he has no knowledge of the market price and he may sell his goods at a low price. Volume 3, Book 34, number 360. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, do not go forward to meet the caravan, to buy from it on the way before it reaches the town. And do not urge buyers to cancel their purchases to sell them, your own goods, yourselves, and do not practice natch. A town dweller should not sell the goods for the desert dweller. Do not leave sheep unmilked for a long time, when they are on sale, and whoever buys such an animal has the option of returning it, after milking it, along with a saw of dates or keeping it. It has been kept unmilked for a long period by the seller, to deceive others. Volume 3, Book 34, number 361. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, whoever buys a sheep which has been kept unmilked for a long period, and milks it, can keep it if he is satisfied, and if he is not satisfied, he can return it. But he should pay one saw of dates for the milk. Volume 3, Book 34, number 362. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, if a slave girl commits illegal sexual intercourse and it is proved beyond doubt, then her owner should lash her and should not blame her after the legal punishment. And then if she repeats the illegal sexual intercourse he should lash her again and should not blame her after the legal punishment, and if she commits it a third time, then he should sell her even for a hair rope. Volume 3, Book 34, number 363. Narrated Abu Huraira and Zayd bin Khalid. Allah's Apostle was asked about the slave girl, if she was a virgin and committed illegal sexual intercourse. The Prophet said, if she committed illegal sexual intercourse, lash her, and if she did it a second time, then lash her again, and if she repeated the third time, then sell her even for a hair rope. Ibn Shihab said, I don't know whether to sell her after the third or fourth offense. Volume 3, Book 34, number 364. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle came to me and I told him about the slave girl, Burera. Allah's Apostle said, buy and manumit her, for the wallah is for the one who manumits. In the evening the Prophet got up and glorified Allah as he deserved and then said, why do some people impose conditions which are not present in Allah's book, laws? Whoever imposes such a condition as is not in Allah's laws, then that condition is invalid even if he imposes 100 conditions, for Allah's conditions are more binding and reliable. Volume 3, Book 34, number 365. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Aisha wanted to buy Burera and he, the Prophet, went out for the prayer. When he returned, she told him that they, her masters, refused to sell her except on the condition that her wallah would go to them. The Prophet replied, the wallah would go to him who manumits. Hammam asked Nafi whether her, Burera's, husband was a free man or a slave. He replied that he did not know. Volume 3, Book 34, number 366. Narrated Jarir. I have given a pledge of allegiance to Allah's apostle for to testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and Muhammad is his apostle, to offer prayers perfectly, to pay zakat, to listen to and obey Allah's and his Prophet's orders, and to give good advice to every Muslim. Volume 3, Book 34, number 367. Narrated Taus. Ibn Abbas said, Allah's apostle said, do not go to meet the caravans on the way, for buying their goods without letting them know the market price. A town dweller should not sell the goods of a desert dweller on behalf of the latter. I asked Ibn Abbas, what does he mean by not selling the goods of a desert dweller by a town dweller? He said, he should not become his broker. Volume 3, Book 34, number 368. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle forbade the selling of the goods of a desert dweller by a town person. Volume 3, Book 34, number 369. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, a buyer should not urge a seller to restore a purchase so as to buy it himself, and do not practice natch. And a town dweller should not sell goods of a desert dweller. Volume 3, Book 34, number 370. Narrated Anas bin Malik. We were forbidden that a town dweller should sell goods of a desert dweller. Volume 3, Book 34, number 371. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet forbade the meeting of caravans on the way and the selling of goods by an inhabitant of the town on behalf of a desert dweller. Volume 3, Book 34, number 372. Narrated Taus. I asked Ibn Abbas, what is the meaning of, no town dweller should sell, or buy, for a desert dweller? Ibn Abbas said, it means he should not become his broker. Volume 3, Book 34, number 373. Narrated Abdullah. Whoever buys an animal which has been kept unmilked for a long time, could return it, but has to pay a saw of dates along with it. And the Prophet forbade meeting the owners of goods on the way away from the market. Volume 3, Book 34, number 374. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle said, you should not try to cancel the purchases of one another, to get a benefit thereof. And do not go ahead to meet the caravan, for buying the goods, but wait, till it reaches the market. Volume 3, Book 34, number 375. Narrated Abdullah. We used to go ahead to meet the caravan and used to buy foodstuff from them. The Prophet forbade us to sell it till it was carried to the market. Volume 3, Book 34, number 376. Narrated Abdullah. Some people used to buy foodstuff at the head of the market and used to sell it on the spot. Allah's apostle forbade them to sell it till they brought it to their places. Volume 3, Book 34, number 377. Narrated Urwa. Aisha said, Buraira came to me and said, I have agreed with my masters to pay them 9 uqiyas of gold, in installments, 1 uqiyah per year, please help me. I said, I am ready to pay the whole amount now provided your masters agree that your wallah will be for me. So, Buraira went to her masters and told them about that offer but they refused to accept it. She returned, and at that time, Allah's apostle was sitting, present. Buraira said, I told them of the offer but they did not accept it and insisted on having the wallah. The Prophet heard that. Aisha narrated the whole story to the Prophet. He said to her, buy her and stipulate that her wallah would be yours as the wallah is for the manumitted. Aisha did so. Then Allah's apostle stood up in front of the people, and after glorifying Allah he said, Alma Badu, i.e. then after. What about the people who impose conditions which are not in Allah's book, laws? Any condition that is not in Allah's book, laws, is invalid even if they were 100 conditions. For Allah's decisions are the right ones and His conditions are the strong ones, firmer, and the wallah will be for the manumitted. Volume 3, Book 34, number 378. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Aisha, mother of the faithful believers, wanted to buy a slave girl and manumit her. But her masters said that they would sell her only on the condition that her wallah would be for them. Aisha told Allah's apostle of that. He said, what they stipulate should not hinder you from buying her, as the wallah is for the manumitted. Volume 3, Book 34, number 379. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, the selling of wheat for wheat is riba, usury, except if it is handed from hand to hand and equal in amount. Similarly, the selling of barley for barley is riba except if it is from hand to hand and equal in amount, and dates for dates is usury except if it is from hand to hand and equal in amount. See Riba Fatal in the Glossary. Volume 3, Book 34, number 380. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's apostle forbade musabana, and musabana is the selling of fresh dates for dried old dates by measure, and the selling of fresh grapes for dried grapes by measure. Volume 3, Book 34, number 381. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet forbade musabana. And musabana is the selling of fresh fruit, without measuring it, for something by measure on the basis that if that thing turns to be more than the fruit, the increase would be for the seller of the fruit, and if it turns to be less, that would be of his lot. Narrated Ibn Umar from Zayd bin Thabit that the Prophet allowed the selling of the fruits on the trees after estimation, when they are ripe. Volume 3, Book 34, number 382. Narrated Ibn Shihab. That Malik bin Aus said, I was in need of change for 100 dinars. Talha bin Ubaydullah called me and we discussed the matter, and he agreed to change my dinars. He took the gold pieces in his hands and fidgeted with them, and then said, wait till my storekeeper comes from the forest. Umar was listening to that and said, by Allah, you should not separate from Talha till you get the money from him, for Allah's apostle said, the selling of gold for gold is riba, usury, except if the exchange is from hand to hand and equal in amount, and similarly. The selling of wheat for wheat is riba, usury, unless it is from hand to hand and equal in amount, and the selling of barley for barley is usury unless it is from hand to hand and equal in amount, and dates for dates is usury unless it is from hand to hand and equal in amount. Volume 3, Book 34, number 383. Narrated Abu Bakr. Allah's apostle said, don't sell gold for gold unless equal in weight, nor silver for silver unless equal in weight. But you could sell gold for silver or silver for gold as you like. Volume 3, Book 34, number 384. Narrated Abu said. Concerning exchange, that he heard Allah's apostle saying, do not sell gold for gold unless equal in weight, and do not sell silver unless equal in weight. Volume 3, Book 34, number 385. Narrated Abu said al-Qudri. Allah's apostle said, do not sell gold for gold unless equivalent in weight, and do not sell less amount for greater amount or vice versa. And do not sell silver for silver unless equivalent in weight, and do not sell less amount for greater amount or vice versa, and do not sell gold or silver that is not present at the moment of exchange for gold or silver that is present. Volume 3, Book 34, number 386. Narrated Abu Salih Azizayat. I heard Abu said al-Qudri saying, the selling of a dinar for a dinar, and a dirham for a dirham, is permissible. I said to him, Ibn Abbas does not say the same. Abu said replied, I asked Ibn Abbas whether he had heard it from the Prophet or seen it in the Holy Book. Ibn Abbas replied, I do not claim that, and you know Allah's apostle better than I, but Usama informed me that the Prophet had said, there is no riba, in money exchange, except when it is not done from hand to hand, i.e. when there is delay in payment. Volume 3, Book 34, number 387. Narrated Abu al-Minhal. I asked al-Bara bin Azib and Zayd bin Arqam about money exchanges. Each of them said, this is better than I, and both of them said, Allah's apostle forbade the selling of silver for gold on credit. Volume 3, Book 34, number 388. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr. That his father said, the Prophet forbade the selling of gold for gold and silver for silver except if they are equivalent in weight. And allowed us to sell gold for silver and vice versa as we wished. Volume 3, Book 34, number 389. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, do not sell fruits of dates until they become free from all the dangers of being spoilt or blighted, and do not sell fresh dates for dry dates. Narrated Salim and Abdullah from Zayd bin Habit. Later on, Allah's Apostle permitted the selling of ripe fruits on trees for fresh dates or dried dates in Bay al-Araya, and did not allow it for any other kind of sale. Volume 3, Book 34, number 390. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle forbade musabana. And musabana means the selling of fresh dates, on the trees, for dried dates by measure, and also the selling of fresh grapes for dried grapes by measure. Volume 3, Book 34, number 391. Narrated Abu Sa'id al-Khudri. Allah's Apostle forbade musabana and mahakala, and musabana means the selling of ripe dates for dates still on the trees. Volume 3, Book 34, number 392. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet forbade musabana and mahakala. Volume 3, Book 34, number 393. Narrated Zayd bin Thabit. Allah's Apostle allowed the owner of Araya to sell the fruits on the trees by means of estimation. Volume 3, Book 34, number 394. Narrated Jabir. The Prophet forbade the selling of fruits unless they get ripe, and none of them should be sold except for dinar or dirham, i.e. money, except the araya trees, the dates of which could be sold for dates. Volume 3, Book 34, number 395. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet allowed the sale of the dates of araya provided they were about 5 awsak, singular, waisak, which means 60 sas, or less, in amount. Volume 3, Book 34. Number 396. Narrated Sahl bin Abu Hathma. Allah's Apostle forbade the selling of fruits, fresh dates, for dried dates, but allowed the sale of fruits on the haraya by estimation, and their new owners might eat their dates fresh. Sufyan, in another narration, said, I told Yahya, a sub-narrator, when I was a mere boy, Meccans say that the Prophet allowed them the sale of the fruits on haraya by estimation. Yahya asked, how do the Meccans know about it? I replied, they narrated it, from the Prophet, through Jabir. On that, Yahya kept quiet. Sufyan said, I meant that Jabir belonged to Medina. Sufyan was asked whether in Jabir's narration there was any prohibition of selling fruits before their benefit is evident, i.e. no dangers of being spoilt or blighted. He replied that there was none. Volume 3, Book 34, number 397. Narrated Ibn Umar from Zayd bin Thabit. Allah's Apostle allowed the sale of araya by estimating the dates on them for measured amounts of dried dates. Musa bin Uqba said, al-araya were distinguished date palms, one could come and buy them, i.e. their fruits. Volume 3, Book 34, number 398. Narrated Zayd. Same as above, Hadith 397. Volume 3, Book 34, number 399. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle forbade the sale of fruits till their benefit is evident. He forbade both the seller and the buyer such sale. Volume 3, Book 34, number 400. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle forbade the sale of date fruits till they were ripe. Abu Abdullah, al-Bukhari, said, that means till they were red, can be eaten. Volume 3, Book 34, number 401. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet forbade the of date fruits till they were red or yellow and fit for eating. Volume 3, Book 34, number 402. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet forbade the sale of fruits till their benefit is evident, and the sale of date palms till the dates are almost ripe. He was asked what are almost ripe meant. He replied, got red and yellow. Volume 3, Book 34, number 403. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle forbade the sale of fruits till they are almost ripe. He was asked what is meant by, are almost ripe. He replied, till they become red. Allah's Apostle further said, if Allah spoiled the fruits, what right would one have to take the money of one's brother, i.e. other people? Narrated Ibn Shihab, if somebody bought fruits before their benefit is evident and then the fruits were spoiled with blights, the loss would be suffered by the owner, not the buyer. Narrated Salim bin Abdullah from Ibn Umar, Allah's Apostle said, do not sell or buy fruits before their benefit was evident and do not sell fresh fruits, dates, for dried dates. Volume 3, Book 34, number 404. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet bought some foodstuff from a Jew on credit and mortgaged his armor to him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 405. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri and Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle appointed somebody as a governor of Khaybar. That governor brought to him an excellent kind of dates, from Khaybar. The Prophet asked, are all the dates of Khaybar like this? He replied, by Allah, no, O Allah's Apostle. But we barter 1 sa of this type of dates, for 2 sas of dates of ours and 2 sas of it for 3 of ours. Allah's Apostle said, do not do so, as that is a kind of usury, but sell the mixed dates, of inferior quality, for money, and then buy good dates with that money. Volume 3, Book 34, number 406. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle said, if somebody sells pollinated date palms, the fruits will be for the seller unless the buyer stipulates that they will be for himself, and the seller agrees. Volume 3, Book 34, number 407. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle forbade al-Muzabana, i.e. to sell ungathered dates of one's garden for measured dried dates or fresh ungathered grapes for measured dried grapes. Or standing crops for measured quantity of foodstuff. He forbade all such bargains. Volume 3, Book 34, number 408. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, whoever pollinates date palms and then sells them, the fruits will belong to him unless the buyer stipulates that the fruits should belong to him, and the seller agrees. Volume 3, Book 34, number 409. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's Apostle forbade Mahakala, Mukadara, Mulamesa, Munabada and Muzabana. See glossary and previous hadiths for the meanings of these terms. Volume 3, Book 34, number 410. Narrated Humayd. Anas said, the Prophet forbade the selling of dates till they were almost ripe. We asked Anas, what does almost ripe mean? He replied, they get red and yellow. The Prophet added, if Allah destroyed the fruits present on the trees, what right would the seller have to take the money of his brother, somebody else? Volume 3, Book 34, number 411. Narrated Ibn Umar. I was with the Prophet while he was eating spadix. He said, from the trees there is a tree which resembles a faithful believer. I wanted to say that it was the date palm, but I was the youngest among them, so I kept quiet. He added, it is the date palm. Shurayh told the weavers, you are permitted to follow your own conventions to solve your problems, it is legal for you to stick to your traditions in bargain. Narrated Abdul Wahhab, Ayub said, Muhammad said, there is no harm in selling for 11 what you buy for 10, and you are allowed to take a profit for expenses. The Prophet told Hind, take what is reasonable and sufficient for you and your sons. Allah says, whoever is poor, can eat, from the orphan's property, reasonably, according to his labors. Al-Hasan hired a donkey from Abdullah bin Mirdas and asked him about the hire. The latter replied that it was for 2 daniks, a danik equals 116th dirham. So Al-Hasan rode away. Another time, Al-Hasan came to Abdullah bin Mirdas and asked him to hire the donkey to him and rode away without asking him about the hire, but he sent him half a dirham. Volume 3, Book 34, number 412. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Abu Taiba cupped Allah's apostle, and so Allah's apostle ordered that a saw of dates be paid to him, and ordered his masters, for he was a slave, to reduce his tax. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 413. Narrated Aisha. Hind, the mother of Muawiyah, said to Allah's apostle, Abu Sufyan, her husband, is a miser. Am I allowed to take from his money secretly? The Prophet said to her, You and your sons may take what is sufficient reasonably and fairly. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 414. Narrated Hisham bin Urwa from his father, who heard Aisha saying, the holy verse. Whoever amongst the guardians is rich, he should take no wages, from the property of the orphans, but if he is poor, let him have for himself what is just and reasonable, according to his labors. 4. 6. Was revealed concerning the guardian of the orphans who looks after them and manages favorably their financial affairs. If the guardian is poor, he could have from it what is just and reasonable, according to his labors. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 415. Narrated Jabir. Allah's apostle gave preemption, to the partner, in every joint property, but if the boundaries of the property were demarcated or the ways and streets were fixed, then there was no preemption. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 416. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle decided the validity of preemption in every joint undivided property, but if the boundaries were well marked or the ways and streets were fixed, then there was no preemption. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 417. Narrated Musaddad from Abdul Wahid. The same as above, but said, in every joint undivided thing. Narrated Hisham from Ma'mar. The same as above, but said, in every property. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 418. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, while 3 persons were walking, rain began to fall and they had to enter a cave in a mountain. A big rock rolled over and blocked the mouth of the cave. They said to each other, Invoke Allah with the best deed you have performed, so Allah might remove the rock. One of them said, O Allah! My parents were old and I used to go out for grazing, my animals. On my return I would milk the animals, and take the milk in a vessel to my parents to drink. After they had drunk from it, I would give it to my children, family and wife. One day I was delayed and on my return I found my parents sleeping, and I disliked to wake them up. The children were crying at my feet, because of hunger. That state of affairs continued till it was dawn. O Allah! If you regard that I did it for your sake, then please remove this rock so that we may see the sky. So, the rock was moved a bit. The second said, O Allah! You know that I was in love with a cousin of mine, like the deepest love a man may have for a woman, and she told me that I would not get my desire fulfilled unless I paid her 100 dinars, gold pieces. So, I struggled for it till I gathered the desired amount, and when I sat in between her legs, she told me to be afraid of Allah, and asked me not to deflower her except rightfully, by marriage. So, I got up and left her. O Allah! If you regard that I did it for your sake, kindly remove this rock. So, 2/3 of the rock was removed. Then the third man said, O Allah! No doubt you know that once I employed a worker for 1 farak, 3 saws, of millet, and when I wanted to pay him, he refused to take it, so I sowed it and from its yield I bought cows and a shepherd. After a time that man came and demanded his money. I said to him, Go to those cows and the shepherd and take them for they are for you. He asked me whether I was joking with him. I told him that I was not joking with him, and all that belonged to him. O Allah! If you regard that I did it sincerely for your sake, then please remove the rock. So, the rock was removed completely from the mouth of the cave. Volume 3, Book 34, Number 419. Narrated Abdurrahman bin Abu Bakr. We were with the Prophet when a tall pagan with long matted unkempt hair came driving his sheep. The Prophet asked him, Are those sheep for sale or for gifts? The pagan replied, They are for sale. The Prophet bought 1 sheep from him. Volume 3, Book 34, number 420. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, the Prophet Abraham emigrated with Sarah and entered a village where there was a king or a tyrant. The king was told that Abraham had entered the village, accompanied by a woman who was one of the most charming women. So, the king sent for Abraham and asked, "O Abraham, who is this lady accompanying you?" Abraham replied, "She is my sister, i.e., in religion. Then Abraham returned to her and said, "Do not contradict my statement, for I have informed them that you are my sister. By Allah, there are no true believers on this land except you and one." Then Abraham sent her to the king. When the king got to her, she got up and performed ablution, prayed and said, "O Allah, if I have believed in you and your apostle, and have saved my private parts from everybody except my husband, then please do not let this pagan overpower me." On that the king fell in a mood of agitation and started moving his legs. Seeing the condition of the king, Sarah said, "O Allah, if he should die, the people will say that I have killed him." The king regained his power, and proceeded towards her, but she got up again and performed ablution, prayed and said, "O Allah, if I have believed in you and your apostle and have kept my private parts safe from all except my husband, then please do not let this pagan overpower me." The king again fell in a mood of agitation and started moving his legs. On seeing that state of the king, Sarah said, "O Allah, if he should die, the people will say that I have killed him." The king got either 2 or 3 attacks, and after recovering from the last attack he said, "By Allah, you have sent a Satan to me. Take her to Abraham and give her a jar." So she came back to Abraham and said, "Allah humiliated the pagan and gave us a slave girl for service." Volume 3, Book 34, number 421. Narrated Aisha. Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas and Abu bin Zameh quarreled over a boy. Sa'd said, "O Allah's apostle, this boy is the son of my brother, Utbah bin Abi Waqqas, who took a promise from me that I would take him as he was his illegal son. Look at him and see whom he resembles." Abu bin Zameh said, "O Allah's apostle, this is my brother and was born on my father's bed from his slave girl." Allah's apostle cast a look at the boy and found definite resemblance to Utbah and then said, "The boy is for you, O Abu bin Zameh. The child goes to the owner of the bed and the adulterer gets nothing but the stones, despair, i.e. to be stoned to death." Then the Prophet said, "O Sauda bint Zama, screen yourself from this boy." So, Sauda never saw him again. Volume 3, Book 34, number 422. Narrated Sa'd that his father said. Abdurrahman bin Auf said to Su'aib, "Fear Allah and do not ascribe yourself to somebody other than your father." Su'aib replied, "I would not like to say it even if I were given large amounts of money, but I say I was kidnapped in my childhood." Volume 3, Book 34, number 423. Narrated Urwa bin Az-Zubair. Hakim bin Hizam said, "O Allah's apostle, I used to do good deeds in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, e.g., keeping good relations with my kith and kin, manumitting slaves and giving alms. Shall I receive a reward for all that?" Allah's apostle replied, "You embraced Islam with all the good deeds which you did in the past." Volume 3, Book 34, number 424. Narrated Abdullah bin Abbas. Once Allah's apostle passed by a dead sheep and said to the people, "Wouldn't you benefit by its skin?" The people replied that it was dead. The Prophet said, "But its eating only is illegal." Volume 3, Book 34, number 425. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "By him in whose hands my soul is, Son of Mary, Jesus, will shortly descend amongst you people, Muslims, as a just ruler and will break the cross and kill the pig and abolish the jizya, a tax taken from the non-Muslims, who are in the protection of the Muslim government. Then there will be abundance of money and nobody will accept charitable gifts." Volume 3, Book 34, number 426. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Once Umar was informed that a certain man sold alcohol. Umar said, "May Allah curse him. Doesn't he know that Allah's apostle said, 'May Allah curse the Jews, for Allah had forbidden them to eat the fat of animals but they melted it and sold it.'" Volume 3, Book 34, number 427. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "May Allah curse the Jews, because Allah made fat illegal for them but they sold it and ate its price." Volume 3, Book 34, number 428. Narrated Said bin Abu al-Hasan. While I was with Ibn Abbas, a man came and said, "O father of Abbas, my sustenance is from my manual profession and I make these pictures." Ibn Abbas said, "I will tell you only what I heard from Allah's apostle. I heard him saying, whoever makes a picture will be punished by Allah till he puts life in it, and he will never be able to put life in it." Hearing this, that man heaved a sigh and his face turned pale. Ibn Abbas said to him, "What a pity. If you insist on making pictures, I advise you to make pictures of trees and any other unanimated objects." Volume 3, Book 34, number 429. Narrated Aisha. When the last verses of Surat al-Baqarah were revealed, the Prophet went out of his house to the mosque, and said, "The trade of alcohol has become illegal." Volume 3, Book 34, number 430. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "Allah says, I will be against 3 persons on the day of resurrection. 1. One who makes a covenant in my name, but he proves treacherous. 2. One who sells a free person, as a slave, and eats the price. 3. And one who employs a laborer and gets the full work done by him but does not pay him his wages." Volume 3, Book 34, number 431. Narrated Anas. Amongst the captives was Safiya. First she was given to Dihya al-Kalbi and then to the Prophet. Volume 3, Book 34, number 432. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. That while he was sitting with Allah's apostle he said, "O Allah's apostle, we get female captives as our share of booty, and we are interested in their prices. What is your opinion about coitus interruptus?" The Prophet said, "Do you really do that? It is better for you not to do it. No soul that which Allah has destined to exist, but will surely come into existence." Volume 3, Book 34, number 433. Narrated Jabir. The Prophet sold a mutabar, on behalf of his master who was still living and in need of money. Volume 3, Book 34, number 434. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle sold a mutabar. Volume 3, Book 34, number 435. Narrated Zaid bin Khalid and Abu Huraira. That Allah's apostle was asked about an unmarried slave girl who committed illegal sexual intercourse. They heard him saying, "Flog her, and if she commits illegal sexual intercourse after that, flog her again, and on the 3rd, or the 4th, offense, sell her." Volume 3, Book 34, number 436. Narrated Abu Huraira. I heard the Prophet saying, "If a slave girl of yours commits illegal sexual intercourse and her illegal sexual intercourse is proved, she should be lashed. And after that nobody should blame her, and if she commits illegal sexual intercourse the 2nd time, she should be lashed and nobody should blame her after that. And if she does the offense for the 3rd time and her illegal sexual intercourse is proved, she should be sold even for a hair rope." Volume 3, Book 34, number 437. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet came to Khaybar, and when Allah made him victorious and he conquered the town by breaking the enemy's defense. The beauty of Safiya bint Huyy bin Akhtab was mentioned to him, and her husband had been killed while she was a bride. Allah's apostle selected her for himself and he set out in her company till he reached Sadi Araha, where her menses were over, and he married her. Then hais, a kind of meal, was prepared and served on a small leather sheet, used for serving meals. Allah's apostle then said to me, "Inform those who are around you, about the wedding banquet." So that was the marriage banquet given by Allah's apostle for his marriage with Safiya. After that we proceeded to Medina and I saw that Allah's Apostle was covering her with a cloak while she was behind him. Then he would sit beside his camel and let Safiya put her feet on his knees to ride, the camel. Volume 3, Book 34, number 438. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I heard Allah's Apostle, in the year of the conquest of Mecca, saying, Allah and his Apostle made illegal the trade of alcohol, dead animals, pigs and idols. The people asked, O Allah's Apostle, what about the fat of dead animals, for it was used for greasing the boats and the hides, and people use it for lights. He said, No, it is illegal. Allah's Apostle further said, May Allah curse the Jews, for Allah made the fat, of animals, illegal for them, yet they melted the fat and sold it and ate its price. Volume 3, Book 34, number 439. Narrated Abu Mas'ud al-Ansari. Allah's Apostle forbade taking the price of a dog, money earned by prostitution and the earnings of a soothsayer. Volume 3, Book 34, number 440. Narrated Aun bin Abu Juhayfa. I saw my father buying a slave whose profession was cupping, and ordered that his instruments, of cupping, be broken. I asked him the reason for doing so. He replied, Allah's Apostle prohibited taking money for blood, the price of a dog, and the earnings of a slave girl by prostitution. He cursed her who tattoos and her who gets tattooed, the eater of riba, usury, and the maker of pictures. 35. Sales in which a price is paid for goods to be delivered later, as salam. Volume 3, Book 35. Number 441. Narrated Ibn Abbas. Allah's Apostle came to Medina and the people used to pay in advance the price of fruits to be delivered within 1 or 2 years. The sub-narrator is in doubt whether it was 1 to 2 years or 2 to 3 years. The Prophet said, Whoever pays money in advance for dates, to be delivered later, should pay it for known specified weight and measure, of the dates. Volume 3, Book 35, number 442. Narrated Ibn Abi Naji. As above, mentioning only specific measure. Volume 3, Book 35, number 443. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet came to Medina and the people used to pay in advance the price of dates to be delivered within 2 or 3 years. He said, to them, Whoever pays in advance the price of a thing to be delivered later should pay it for a specified measure at specified weight for a specified period. Volume 3, Book 35, number 444. Narrated Ibn Abi Naji. As above, saying, he should pay the price in advance for a specified measure and for a specified period. Volume 3, Book 35. Number 445. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet came to Medina, and he told the people, regarding the payment of money in advance that they should pay it, for a known specified measure and a known specified weight and a known specified period. Volume 3, Book 35, number 446. Narrated Shub'a. Muhammad or Abdullah bin Abu al-Mujallid said, Abdullah bin Shaddad and Abu Burda differed regarding as-salam, so they sent me to Ibn Abi Awfa and I asked him about it. He replied, In the lifetime of Allah's Apostle, Abu Bakr and Umar, we used to pay in advance the prices of wheat, barley, dried grapes and dates to be delivered later. I also asked Ibn Abza and he, too, replied as above. Volume 3, Book 35. Number 447. Narrated Muhammad bin al-Mujallid. Abdullah bin Shaddad and Abu Burda sent me to Abdullah bin Abi Awfa and told me to ask Abdullah whether the people in the lifetime of the Prophet used to pay in advance for wheat, to be delivered later. Abdullah replied, We used to pay in advance to the peasants of Sham for wheat, barley and olive oil of a known specified measure to be delivered in a specified period. I asked him, Was the price paid, in advance, to those who had the things to be delivered later? Abdullah bin Awfa replied, We did not use to ask them about that. Then they sent me to Abdur Rahman bin Abza and I asked him. He replied, The companions of the Prophet used to practice salam in the lifetime of the Prophet, and we did not use to ask them whether they had standing crops or not. Volume 3, Book 35, number 448. Narrated Muhammad bin Abi al-Mujallid. As above, 446, and said, we used to pay them in advance for wheat and barley, to be delivered later. Narrated Ash-Shaybani, and also for oil. Volume 3, Book 35, number 449. Narrated Ash-Shaybani. Who said, we used to pay in advance for wheat, barley and dried grapes. Volume 3, Book 35, number 450. Narrated Abu Bakhtari at-Tai. I asked Ibn Abbas about salam for, the fruits of, date palms. He replied, the Prophet forbade the sale of dates on the trees till they became fit for eating and could be weighed. A man asked what to be weighed, as the dates were still on the trees. Another man sitting beside Ibn Abbas replied, till they are cut and stored. Narrated Abu al-Bakhtari, I heard Ibn Abbas, saying, that the Prophet forbade, etc. as above. Volume 3, Book 35, number 451. Narrated Abu al-Bakhtari. I asked Ibn Umar about salam, the fruits of, date palms. He replied, the Prophet forbade the sale of dates till their benefit becomes evident and fit for eating, and also the sale of silver, for gold, on credit. I asked Ibn Abbas about salam for dates, and he replied, the Prophet forbade the sale of dates till they were fit for eating and could be estimated. Volume 3, Book 35, number 452. Narrated Abu al-Bakhtari. I asked Ibn Umar about salam for dates. Ibn Umar replied, the Prophet forbade the sale, the fruits, of datapalms until they were fit for eating, and also forbade the sale of silver for gold on credit. I also asked Ibn Abbas about it. Ibn Abbas replied, the Prophet forbade the sale of dates till they were fit for eating, and could be weighed. I asked him, what is to be weighed, as the dates are on the trees? A man sitting by Ibn Abbas said, it means till they are cut and stored. Volume 3, Book 35, number 453. Narrated Aisha. Allah's Apostle bought some foodstuff, barley, from a Jew on credit and mortgaged his iron armor to him. The armor stands for a guarantor. Volume 3, Book 35, number 454. Narrated Al-Amash. We argued at Ibrahim's dwelling place about mortgaging in salam. He said, Aisha said, the Prophet bought some foodstuff from a Jew on credit and the payment was to be made by a definite period, and he mortgaged his iron armor to him. Volume 3, Book 35, number 455. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet came to Medina and the people used to pay in advance the prices of fruits to be delivered within 2 to 3 years. The Prophet said, to them, buy fruits by paying their prices in advance on condition that the fruits are to be delivered to you according to a fixed specified measure within a fixed specified period. Ibn Naji said, by specified measure and specified weight. Volume 3, Book 35, number 456. Narrated Muhammad bin Abi al-Mujallid. Abu Burda and Abdullah bin Shaddad sent me to Abdur Rahman bin Abza and Abdullah bin Abi Afa to ask them about the salam. They said, we used to get war booty while we were with Allah's Apostle, and when the peasants of Sham came to us we used to pay them in advance for wheat, barley, and oil to be delivered within a fixed period. I asked them, did the peasants own standing crops or not? They replied, we never asked them about it. Volume 3, Book 35, number 457. Narrated Abdullah. The people used to sell camels on the basis of Habal al-Habla. The Prophet forbade such sale. Nafi explained Habal al-Habla by saying, the camel is to be delivered to the buyer after the she-camel gives birth. Volume 3, Book 35, number 458. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's Apostle gave a verdict regarding Shuf'a in every undivided joint thing, property. But if the limits are defined, or demarcated, or the ways and streets are fixed, then there is no preemption. Volume 3, Book 35, number 459. Narrated Amr bin Ash-Sharid. While I was standing with Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas, al-Maswar bin Makramah came and put his hand on my shoulder. Meanwhile Abu Rafi, the freed slave of the Prophet, came and asked Sa'd to buy from him the 2 dwellings which were in his house. Sa'd said, "By Allah, I will not buy them." Al-Maswar said, "By Allah, you shall buy them." Sa'd replied, "By Allah, I will not pay more than 4,000 dirhams, by installments." Abu Rafi said, "I have been offered 500 dinars for it, and had I not heard the Prophet saying, 'The neighbor has more right than anyone else because of his nearness,' I would not give them to you for 4,000 dirhams, while I am offered 500 dinars, 1 dinar equals 10 dirhams, for them." So, he sold it to Sa'd. Volume 3, Book 35, number 460. Narrated Aisha. I said, "O Allah's Apostle, I have 2 neighbors and would like to know to which of them I should give presents." He replied, "To the one whose door is nearer to you." 36, Hiring. Volume 3, Book 36, number 461. Narrated Abu Musa al-Ash'ari. The Prophet said, "The honest treasurer who gives willingly what he is ordered to give, is one of the 2 charitable persons, the second being the owner." Volume 3, Book 36, number 462. Narrated Abu Musa. I went to the Prophet with 2 men from Ash'ari tribe. I said, to the Prophet, "I do not know that they want employment." The Prophet said, "No, we do not appoint for our jobs anybody who demands it earnestly." Volume 3, Book 36, number 463. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "Allah did not send any prophet but shepherded sheep." His companions asked him, "Did you do the same?" The Prophet replied, "Yes, I used to shepherd the sheep of the people of Mecca for some Qiraats." Volume 3, Book 36, number 464. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet and Abu Bakr employed a pagan man from the tribe of Bani ad-Dail and the tribe of Bani Abu bin Adi as a guide. He was an expert guide and he broke the oath contract which he had to abide by with the tribe of al-Asi bin Wa'il, and he was on the religion of Quraysh pagans. The Prophet and Abu Bakr had confidence in him and gave him their riding camels and told him to bring them to the cave of Thor after 3 days. So, he brought them their 2 riding camels after 3 days, and both of them, the Prophet and Abu Bakr, set out accompanied by Amir bin Fuhaira and a Dili guide who guided them below Mecca along the road leading to the seashore. Volume 3, Book 36, number 465. Narrated Aisha. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's Apostle, and Abu Bakr hired a man from the tribe of Bani ad-Dil as an expert guide who was a pagan, follower of the religion of the pagans of Quraysh. The Prophet and Abu Bakr gave him their 2 riding camels and took a promise from him to bring their riding camels in the morning of the 3rd day to the cave of Thor. Volume 3, Book 36, number 466. Narrated Yala bin Umayyah. I fought in Jaysh al-Usra, Ghazwa of Tabuk, along with the Prophet, and in my opinion that was the best of my deeds. Then I had an employee, who quarrel led with someone, and one of them bit and cut the other's finger and caused his own tooth to fall out. He then went to the Prophet, with a complaint, but the Prophet cancelled the suit and said to the complainant, "Did you expect him to let his finger in your mouth so that you might snap and cut it, as does a stallion camel?" Narrated Ibn Jurayj from Abdullah bin Abu Malaika from his grandfather a similar story. A man bit the hand of another man and caused his own tooth to fall out, but Abu Bakr judged that he had no right for compensation, for the broken tooth. Volume 3, Book 36, number 467. Narrated Ubay bin Kabi. Allah's Apostle said, both of them, Moses and Al-Qadir, proceeded on till they reached a wall which was about to fall. Sa'd said, Al-Qadir pointed, with his hands, towards the wall, and then raised his hands and the wall became straightened up. Yala said, I think said, he, Qadir, passed his hand over it and it was straightened up. Moses said to him, if you had wanted, you could have taken wages for it. Said, wages with which to buy food. Volume 3, Book 36, number 468. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "Your example and the example of the people of the two scriptures, i.e., Jews and Christians, is like the example of a man who employed some laborers and asked them, 'Who will work for me from morning till midday for 1 qirat?' The Jews accepted and carried out the work. He then asked, 'Who will work for me from midday up to the Asr prayer for 1 qirat?' The Christians accepted and fulfilled the work. He then said, 'Who will work for me from the Asr till sunset for 2 qirats?' You, Muslims, have accepted the offer." The Jews and the Christians got angry and said, "Why should we work more and get lesser wages?" Allah said, "Have I withheld part of your right?" They replied in the negative. He said, "It is my blessing, I bestow upon whomever I wish." Volume 3, Book 36, number 469. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar bin al-Khattab. Allah's apostles said, "Your example and the example of Jews and Christians is like the example of a man who employed some laborers to whom he said, 'Who will work for me up to midday for 1 qirat each?' The Jews carried out the work for 1 qirat each, and then the Christians carried out the work up to the Asr prayer for 1 qirat each, and now you Muslims are working from the Asr prayer up to sunset for 2 qirats each." The Jews and Christians got angry and said, "We work more and are paid less." The employer, Allah, asked them, "Have I usurped some of your right?" They replied in the negative. He said, "That is my blessing, I bestow upon whomever I wish." Volume 3, Book 36, number 470. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, Allah said, "I will be an opponent to 3 types of people on the day of resurrection. 1. One who makes a covenant in my name, but proves treacherous. 2. One who sells a free person and eats his price, and 3. One who employs a laborer and takes full work from him but does not pay him for his lab hour." Volume 3, Book 36, number 471. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, "The example of Muslims, Jews and Christians is like the example of a man who employed laborers to work for him from morning till night for specific wages. They worked till midday and then said, 'We do not need your money which you have fixed for us, and let whatever we have done be annulled.' The man said to them, 'Don't quit the work, but complete the rest of it and take your full wages.' But they refused and went away. The man employed another batch after them and said to them, 'Complete the rest of the day and yours will be the wages I had fixed for the first batch.' So, they worked till the time of Asr prayer. Then they said, 'Let what we have done be annulled and keep the wages you have promised us for yourself.' The man said to them, 'Complete the rest of the work, as only a little of the day remains,' but they refused. Thereafter he employed another batch to work for the rest of the day, and they worked for the rest of the day till the sunset, and they received the wages of the 2 former batches. So, that was the example of those people, Muslims, and the example of this light, guidance, which they have accepted willingly. Volume 3, Book 36, number 472. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I heard Allah's apostles saying, 3 men from among those who were before you, set out together till they reached a cave at night and entered it. A big rock rolled down the mountain and closed the mouth of the cave. They said, to each other, "Nothing could save you from this rock but to invoke Allah by giving referenda to the righteous deed which you have done, for Allah's sake only." So, one of them said, "O Allah! I had old parents and I never provided my family, wife, children etc., with milk before them. One day, by chance I was delayed, and I came late, at night, while they had slept. I milked the sheep for them and took the milk to them, but I found them sleeping. I disliked to provide my family with the milk before them. I waited for them and the bowl of milk was in my hand and I kept on waiting for them to get up till the day dawned. Then they got up and drank the milk. O Allah! If I did that for your sake only, please relieve us from our critical situation caused by this rock." So, the rock shifted a little but they could not get out. The Prophet added, "The second man said, O Allah! I had a cousin who was the dearest of all people to me and I wanted to have sexual relations with her but she refused. Later she had a hard time in a famine year and she came to me and I gave her 120 dinars on the condition that she would not resist my desire, and she agreed. When I was about to fulfill my desire, she said, "It is illegal for you to outrage my chastity except by legitimate marriage." So, I thought it a sin to have sexual intercourse with her and left her though she was the dearest of all the people to me, and also I left the gold I had given her. O Allah! If I did that for your sake only, please relieve us from the present calamity. So, the rock shifted a little more but still they could not get out from there. The Prophet added, then the third man said, O Allah! I employed few laborers and I paid them their wages with the exception of one man who did not take his wages and went away. I invested his wages and I got much property thereby. Then after some time, he came and said to me, O Allah's slave! Pay me my wages. I said to him, all the camels, cows, sheep and slaves you see, are yours. He said, O Allah's slave! Don't mock at me. I said, I am not mocking at you. So, he took all the herd and drove them away and left nothing. O Allah! If I did that for your sake only, please relieve us from the present suffering. So, that rock shifted completely and they got out walking. Volume 3, Book 36. Number 473. Narrated Abu Ma'id al-Ansari. Whenever Allah's Apostle ordered us to give in charity we would go to the market and work as porters to earn a mud, 2 handfuls, of foodstuff, but now some of us have 100,000 dirhams or dinars. The sub-narrator, Shakik said, I think Abu Mas'ud meant himself by saying, some of us. Volume 3, Book 36, Number 474. Narrated Taus. Ibn Thabas said, the Prophet forbade the meeting of caravans, on the way, and ordained that no townsman is permitted to sell things on behalf of a Bedouin. I asked Ibn Abbas, what is the meaning of his saying, no townsman is permitted to sell things on behalf of a Bedouin? He replied, he should not work as a broker for him. Volume 3, Book 36, Number 475. Narrated Kababab. I was a blacksmith and did some work for Al-As bin Wa'il. When he owed me some money for my work, I went to him to ask for that amount. He said, I will not pay you unless you disbelieve in Muhammad. I said, by Allah! I will never do that till you die and be resurrected. He said, will I be dead and then resurrected after my death? I said, yes. He said, there I will have property and offspring and then I will pay you your due. Then Allah revealed. Have you seen him who disbelieved in our signs, and yet says, I will be given property and offspring? 19. 77. Volume 3, Book 36, Number 476. Narrated Abu said. Some of the companions of the Prophet went on a journey till they reached some of the Arab tribes, at night. They asked the latter to treat them as their guests but they refused. The chief of that tribe was then bitten by a snake or stung by a scorpion, and they tried their best to cure him but in vain. Some of them said, to the others, nothing has benefited him, will you go to the people who resided here at night, it may be that some of them might possess something, as treatment. They went to the group of the companions, of the Prophet, and said, our chief has been bitten by a snake, or stung by a scorpion, and we have tried everything but he has not benefited. Have you got anything, useful? One of them replied, yes, by Allah. I can recite a ruqya, but as you have refused to accept us as your guests, I will not recite the ruqya for you unless you fix for us some wages for it. They agrees to pay them a flock of sheep. One of them then went and recited, Surat al-Fatiha, all the praises are for the Lord of the worlds, and puffed over the chief who became all right as if he was released from a chain, and got up and started walking, showing no signs of sickness. They paid them what they agreed to pay. Some of them, i.e. the companions, then suggested to divide their earnings among themselves, but the one who performed the recitation said, "Do not divide them till we go to the Prophet and narrate the whole story to him, and wait for his order." So, they went to Allah's Apostle and narrated the story. Allah's Apostle asked, "How did you come to know that Surat al-Fatiha was recited as Ruqya?" Then he added, "You have done the right thing. Divide what you have earned, and assign a share for me as well." The Prophet smiled thereupon. Volume 3, Book 36, number 477. Narrated Anas bin Malik. When Abu Taiba cupped the Prophet and the Prophet ordered that he be paid 1 or 2 sas of foodstuff and he interceded with his masters to reduce his taxes. Volume 3, Book 36, number 478. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet was cupped, he paid the man who cupped him his wages. Volume 3, Book 36, number 479. Narrated Ibn Abbas. When the Prophet was cupped, he paid the man who cupped him his wages. If it had been undesirable he would not have paid him. Volume 3, Book 36, number 480. Narrated Anas. The Prophet used to get cupped and would never withhold the wages of any person. Volume 3, Book 36, number 481. Narrated Anas bin Malik. The Prophet sent for a slave who had the profession of cupping, and he cupped him. The Prophet ordered that he be paid 1 or 2 sas, or 1 or 2 muds of foodstuff, and appealed to his masters to reduce his taxes. Volume 3, Book 36. Number 482. Narrated Abu Masud al-Ansari. Allah's Apostle regarded illegal the price of a dog, the earnings of a prostitute, and the charges taken by a soothsayer. Volume 3, Book 36, number 483. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet prohibited the earnings of slave girls, through prostitution. Volume 3, Book 36, number 484. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet forbade taking a price for animal copulation. Volume 3, Book 36, number 485. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's Apostle gave the land of Khaybar to the Jews to work on and cultivate and take half of its yield. Ibn Umar added, the land used to be rented for a certain portion of its yield. Nafi mentioned the amount of the portion but I forgot it. Rafi bin Khadij said, the Prophet forbade renting farms. Narrated Ubaydullah Nafi said, Ibn Umar said, the contract of Khaybar continued, till Umar evacuated the Jews, from Khaybar. 37. Transference of a debt from one person to another, Al-Hawala. Volume 3, Book 37, number 486. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, procrastination, delay, in paying debts by a wealthy man is injustice. So, if your debt is transferred from your debtor to a rich debtor, you should agree. Volume 3, Book 37, number 487. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, procrastination, delay, in paying debts by a wealthy person is injustice. So, if your debt is transferred from your debtor to a rich debtor, you should agree. Volume 3, Book 37, number 488r. Narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. Once, while we were sitting in the company of Prophet, a dead man was brought. The Prophet was requested to lead the funeral prayer for the deceased. He said, is he in debt? The people replied in the negative. He said, has he left any wealth? They said, no. So, he led his funeral prayer. Another dead man was brought and the people said, O Allah's Apostle, lead his funeral prayer. The Prophet said, is he in debt? They said, yes. He said, has he left any wealth? They said, 3 dinars. So, he led the prayer. Then a third dead man was brought and the people said, to the Prophet, please lead his funeral prayer. He said, has he left any wealth? They said, no. He asked, is he in debt? They said, yes. He has to pay 3 dinars. He refused to pray and said, then pray for your dead, companion. Abu Qatada said, O Allah's Apostle, lead his funeral prayer, and I will pay his debt. So, he led the prayer. Volume 3, Book 37, number 488H. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, an Israeli man asked another Israeli to lend him 1,000 dinars. The second man required witnesses. The former replied, Allah is sufficient as a witness. The second said, I want a surety. The former replied, Allah is sufficient as a surety. The second said, you are right, and lent him the money for a certain period. The debtor went across the sea. When he finished his job, he searched for a conveyance so that he might reach in time for the repayment of the debt, but he could not find any. So, he took a piece of wood and made a hole in it, inserted in it 1,000 dinars and a letter to the lender and then closed, i.e. sealed, the hole tightly. He took the piece of wood to the sea and said, O Allah! You know well that I took a loan of 1,000 dinars from so-and-so. He demanded a surety from me, but I told him that Allah's guarantee was sufficient and he accepted your guarantee. He then asked for a witness and I told him that Allah was sufficient as a witness, and he accepted you as a witness. No doubt, I tried hard to find a conveyance so that I could pay his money but could not find, so I hand over this money to you. Saying that, he threw the piece of wood into the sea till it went out far into it, and then he went away. Meanwhile he started searching for a conveyance in order to reach the creditor's country. One day the lender came out of his house to see whether a ship had arrived bringing his money, and all of a sudden he saw the piece of wood in which his money had been deposited. He took it home to use for fire. When he sought it, he found his money and the letter inside it. Shortly after that, the debtor came bringing 1,000 dinars to him and said, By Allah, I had been trying hard to get a boat so that I could bring you your money, but failed to get one before the one I have come by. The lender asked, Have you sent something to me? The debtor replied, I have told you I could not get a boat other than the one I have come by. The lender said, Allah has delivered on your behalf the money you sent in the piece of wood. So, you may keep your 1,000 dinars and depart guided on the right path. Volume 3, Book 37, number 489. Narrated Said bin Jubair. Ibn Abbas said, in the verse, To every one we have appointed, Mawaliya means ones, heirs, 4.33. And regarding the verse, and those with whom your right hands have made a pledge. Ibn Abbas said, when the emigrants came to the Prophet in Medina, the emigrant would inherit the Ansari while the latter's relatives would not inherit him because of the bond of brotherhood which the Prophet established between them, i.e. the emigrants and the Ansar. When the verse, and to everyone we have appointed heirs, 4.33, was revealed, it cancelled, the bond, the pledge, of brotherhood regarding inheritance. Then he said, the verse, to those also to whom your right hands have pledged, remained valid regarding cooperation and mutual advice. While the matter of inheritance was excluded and it became permissible to assign something in one's testament to the person who had the right of inheriting before. Volume 3, Book 37, number 490. Narrated Anas. Abdurrahman bin Auf came to us and Allah's Apostle established a bond of brotherhood between him and Sa'd bin Rabi'ah. Volume 3, Book 37, number 491. Narrated Asim. I heard Anas bin Malik, have you ever heard that the Prophet said, there is no alliance in Islam? He replied, the Prophet made alliance between Quraysh and the Ansar in my house. Volume 3, Book 37, number 492. Narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. A dead person was brought to the Prophet so that he might lead the funeral prayer for him. He asked, is he in debt? When the people replied in the negative, he led the funeral prayer. Another dead person was brought and he asked, is he in debt? They said, yes. He refused to lead the prayer and said, lead the prayer of your friend. Abu Qatada said, O Allah's Apostle, I undertake to pay his debt. Allah's Apostle then led his funeral prayer. Volume 3, Book 37, number 493. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Once the Prophet said, to me, if the money of Bahrain comes, I will give you a certain amount of it. The Prophet had breathed his last before the money of Bahrain arrived. When the money of Bahrain reached, Abu Bakr announced, whoever was promised by the Prophet should come to us. I went to Abu Bakr and said, the Prophet promised me so and so. Abu Bakr gave me a handful of coins and when I counted them, they were 500 in number. Abu Bakr then said, take twice the amount you have taken, besides. Volume 3, Book 37, number 494. Narrated Aisha. Wife of the Prophet, since I reached the age when I could remember things, I have seen my parents worshipping according to the right faith of Islam. Not a single day passed but Allah's Apostle visited us both in the morning and in the evening. When the Muslims were persecuted, Abu Bakr set out for Ethiopia as an emigrant. When he reached a place called Bark al-Gimad, he met Ibn ad-Daghna, the chief of the Qara tribe, who asked Abu Bakr, where are you going? Abu Bakr said, my people have turned me out of the country and I would like to tour the world and worship my Lord. Ibn ad-Daghna said, a man like you will not go out, nor will he be turned out as you help the poor earn their living, keep good relation with your kith and kin, help the disabled, or the dependents, provide guests with food and shelter. And help people during their troubles. I am your protector. So, go back and worship your Lord at your home. Ibn ad-Daghna went along with Abu Bakr and took him to the chiefs of Quraysh saying to them, a man like Abu Bakr will not go out, nor will he be turned out. Do you turn out a man who helps the poor earn their living, keeps good relations with kith and kin, helps the disabled, provides guests with food and shelter, and helps the people during their troubles? So, Quraysh allowed Ibn ad-Daghna's guarantee of protection and told Abu Bakr that he was secure, and said to Ibn ad-Daghna, advise Abu Bakr to worship his Lord in his house and to pray and read what he liked and not to hurt us and not to do these things publicly, for we fear that our sons and women may follow him. Ibn ad-Daghna told Abu Bakr of all that, so Abu Bakr continued worshipping his Lord in his house and did not pray or recite Qur'an aloud except in his house. Later on Abu Bakr had an idea of building a mosque in the courtyard of his house. He fulfilled that idea and started praying and reciting Qur'an there publicly. The women and the offspring of the pagans started gathering around him and looking at him astonishingly. Abu Bakr was a soft-hearted person and could not help weeping while reciting Qur'an. This horrified the pagan chiefs of Quraysh. They sent for Ibn ad-Daghna and when he came, they said, we have given Abu Bakr protection on condition that he will worship his Lord in his house. But he has transgressed that condition and has built a mosque in the courtyard of his house and offered his prayer and recited Qur'an in public. We are afraid lest he mislead our women and offspring. So, go to him and tell him that if he wishes he can worship his Lord in his house only, and if not, then tell him to return your pledge of protection as we do not like to betray you by revoking your pledge. Nor can we tolerate Abu Bakr's public declaration of Islam, his worshipping. Aisha added, Ibn ad-Daghna came to Abu Bakr and said, you know the conditions on which I gave you protection, so you should either abide by those conditions or revoke my protection. As I do not like to hear the Arabs saying that Ibn ad-Daghna gave the pledge of protection to a person and his people did not respect it. Abu Bakr said, I revoke your pledge of protection and am satisfied with Allah's protection. At that time Allah's Apostle was still in Mecca and he said to his companions, your place of emigration has been shown to me. I have seen salty land, planted with date palms and situated between two mountains which are the two Haras. So, when the Prophet told it, some of the companions migrated to Medina, and some of those who had migrated to Ethiopia returned to Medina. When Abu Bakr prepared for emigration, Allah's Apostle said to him, wait, for I expect to be permitted to emigrate. Abu Bakr asked, may my father be sacrificed for your sake, do you really expect that? Allah's Apostle replied in the affirmative. So, Abu Bakr postponed his departure in order to accompany Allah's Apostle and fed 2 camels which he had, with the leaves of samar trees for 4 months. Volume 3, Book 37, number 495. Narrated Abu Huraira. Whenever a dead man in debt was brought to Allah's apostle, he would ask, "Has he left anything to repay his debt?" If he was informed that he had left something to repay his debts, he would offer his funeral prayer, otherwise he would tell the Muslims to offer their friend's funeral prayer. When Allah made the Prophet wealthy through conquests, he said, "I am more rightful than other believers to be the guardian of the believers, so if a Muslim dies while in debt, I am responsible for the repayment of his debt. And whoever leaves wealth, after his death, it will belong to his heirs." 38. Representation, Authorization, Business by Proxy. Volume 3, Book 38, Number 496. Narrated, Ali, Allah's Apostle ordered me to distribute the saddles and skins of the Badn which had slaughtered. Volume 3, Book 38, Number 497. Narrated, Uqba bin Amir. That the Prophet had given him sheep to distribute among his companions and a male kid was left, after the distribution. When he informed the Prophet of it, he said, to him, "Offer it as a sacrifice on your behalf." Volume 3, Book 38, Number 498. Narrated, Abdurrahman bin Auf. I got an agreement written between me and Umayyah bin Khalaf that Umayyah would look after my property, or family, in Mecca and I would look after his in Medina. When I mentioned the word Ar-Rahman in the documents, Umayyah said, "I do not know Ar-Rahman. Write down to me your name, with which you called yourself, in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance." So, I wrote my name Abdu Amr. On the day of the battle of Badr, when all the people went to sleep, I went up the hill to protect him. Bilal, one, saw him, i.e. Umayyah, and went to a gathering of Ansar and said, "Here is Umayyah bin Khalaf. Woe to me if he escapes." So, a group of Ansar went out with Bilal to follow us, Abdurrahman and Umayyah. Being afraid that they would catch us, I left Umayyah's son for them to keep them busy, but the Ansar killed the son and insisted on following us. Umayyah was a fat man, and when they approached us, I told him to kneel down, and he knelt, and I laid myself on him to protect him, but the Ansar killed him by passing their swords underneath me, and one of them injured my foot with his sword. The sub-narrator said, Abdurrahman used to show us the trace of the wound on the back of his foot. Volume 3, Book 38, Number 499. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri and Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle employed someone as a governor at Khaybar. When the man came to Medina, he brought with him dates called janib. The Prophet asked him, "Are all the dates of Khaybar of this kind?" The man replied, "No, we exchanged 2 saws of bad dates for 1 saw of this kind of dates, i.e. janib, or exchanged 3 saws for 2. On that, the Prophet said, "Don't do so, as it is a kind of usury, riba, but sell the dates of inferior quality for money, and then buy janib with the money." The Prophet said the same thing about dates sold by weight. See Hadith number 506. Volume 3, Book 38, Number 500. Narrated Ibn Qabi bin Malik from his father. We had some sheep which used to graze at Salah. One of our slave girls saw a sheep dying and she broke a stone and slaughtered the sheep with it. My father said to the people, "Don't eat it till I ask the Prophet about it, or till I send somebody to ask the Prophet." So, he asked or sent somebody to ask the Prophet, and the Prophet permitted him to eat it. Ubaidullah, a sub-narrator, said, "I admire that girl, for though she was a slave girl, she dared to slaughter the sheep." Volume 3, Book 38, Number 501. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet owed somebody a camel of a certain age. When he came to demand it back, the Prophet said, to some people, "Give him his due." When the people searched for a camel of that age, they found none, but found a camel 1 year older. The Prophet said, "Give it to him." On that, the man remarked, "You have given me my right in full. May Allah give you in full." The Prophet said, "The best amongst you is the one who pays the rights of others generously." Volume 3, Book 38, Number 502. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man came to the Prophet demanding his debts and behaved rudely. The companions of the Prophet intended to harm him, but Allah's apostle said to them, "Leave him, for the creditor, i.e. owner of a right, has the right to speak." Allah's apostle then said, "Give him a camel of the same age as that of his." The people said, "O Allah's apostle, there is only a camel that is older than his." Allah's apostle said, "Give it to him, for the best amongst you is he who pays the rights of others handsomely." Volume 3, Book 38, number 503. Narrated Marwan bin al-Hakam and al-Maswar bin Makramah. When the delegates of the tribe of Hawazin, after embracing Islam, came to Allah's apostle, he got up. They appealed to him to return their properties and their captives. Allah's apostle said to them, "The most beloved statement to me is the true one. So, you have the option of restoring your properties or your captives, for I have delayed distributing them." The narrator added, Allah's apostle had been waiting for them for more than 10 days on his return from Taif. When they realized that Allah's apostle would return to them only one of two things, they said, "We choose our captives." So, Allah's apostle got up in the gathering of the Muslims, praised Allah as he deserved, and said, then after, "These brethren of yours have come to you with repentance, and I see it proper to return their captives to them. So, whoever amongst you likes to do that as a favor, then he can do it, and whoever of you wants to stick to his share till we pay him from the very first booty which Allah will give us, then he can do so." The people replied, "We agree to give up our shares willingly as a favor for Allah's apostle." Then Allah's apostle said, "We don't know who amongst you has agreed and who hasn't. Go back and your chiefs may tell us your opinion." So, all of them returned and their chiefs discussed the matter with them, and then they, i.e. their chiefs, came to Allah's apostle to tell him that they, i.e. the people, had given up their shares gladly and willingly. Volume 3, Book 38, number 504. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I was accompanying the Prophet on a journey and was riding a slow camel that was lagging behind the others. The Prophet passed by me and asked, "Who is this?" I replied, "Jabir bin Abdullah." He asked, "What is the matter, why are you late?" I replied, "I am riding a slow camel." He asked, "Do you have a stick?" I replied in the affirmative. He said, "Give it to me." When I gave it to him, he beat the camel and rebuked it. Then that camel surpassed the others thenceforth. The Prophet said, "Sell it to me." I replied, "It is a gift for you, O Allah's apostle." He said, "Sell it to me. I have bought it for 4 dinars, gold pieces, and you can keep on riding it till Medina." When we approached Medina, I started going towards my house. The Prophet said, "Where are you going?" I said, "I have married a widow." He said, "Why have you not married a virgin to fondle with each other?" I said, "My father died and left daughters, so I decided to marry a widow, an experienced woman, to look after them." He said, "Well done." When we reached Medina, Allah's apostle said, "O Bilal, pay him the price of the camel, and give him extra money." Bilal gave me 4 dinars and 1 kairat extra. A sub-narrator said Jabir added, "The extra kairat of Allah's apostle never parted from me. The kairat was always in Jabir bin Abdullah's purse." Volume 3, Book 38, number 505R. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. A woman came to Allah's apostle and said, "O Allah's apostle, I want to give up myself to you." A man said, "Marry her to me." The Prophet said, "We agree to marry her to you with what you know of the Qur'an by heart." Volume 3, Book 38, number 505T. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle deputed me to keep sadaqat, al-Fitr, of Ramadan. A comer came and started taking handfuls of the foodstuff, of the sadaqah, stealthily. I took hold of him and said, "By Allah, I will take you to Allah's apostle." He said, "I am needy and have many dependents, and I am in great need." I released him, and in the morning Allah's apostle asked me, "What did your prisoner do yesterday?" I said, "O Allah's apostle, the person complained of being needy and of having many dependents, so I pitied him and let him go." Allah's apostle said, "Indeed, he told you a lie and he will be coming again." I believed that he would show up again as Allah's apostle had told me that he would return. So, I waited for him watchfully. When he showed up and started stealing handfuls of foodstuff, I caught hold of him again and said, "I will definitely take you to Allah's apostle." He said, "Leave me, for I am very needy and have many dependents. I promise I will not come back again." I pitied him and let him go. In the morning Allah's apostle asked me, "What did your prisoner do?" I replied, "O Allah's apostle." He complained of his great need and of too many dependents, so I took pity on him and set him free. Allah's apostle said, "Verily, he told you a lie and he will return." I waited for him attentively for the third time, and when he came and started stealing handfuls of the foodstuff, I caught hold of him and said, "I will surely take you to Allah's apostle as it is the third time you promise not to return. Yet you break your promise and come." He said, "Forgive me and I will teach you some words with which Allah will benefit you." I asked, "What are they?" He replied, "Whenever you go to bed, recite Ayat al-Kursi, Allahu la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyul qayyum, till you finish the whole verse. If you do so, Allah will appoint a guard for you who will stay with you and no Satan will come near you till morning." So, I released him. In the morning, Allah's apostle asked, "What did your prisoner do yesterday?" I replied, "He claimed that he would teach me some words by which Allah will benefit me, so I let him go." Allah's apostle asked, "What are they?" I replied, "He said to me, whenever you go to bed, recite Ayat al-Kursi from the beginning to the end, Allahu la ilaha illa huwa al-hayyul qayyum. He further said to me, if you do so, Allah will appoint a guard for you who will stay with you, and no Satan will come near you till morning." Abu Huraira or another sub-narrator, added that they, the companions, were very keen to do good deeds. The Prophet said, "He really spoke the truth, although he is an absolute liar." "Do you know whom you were talking to, these 3 nights, O Abu Huraira?" Abu Huraira said, "No." He said, "It was Satan." Volume 3, Book 38, number 506. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Once Bilal brought barni, i.e. a kind of dates, to the Prophet and the Prophet asked him, "From where have you brought these?" Bilal replied, "I had some inferior type of dates and exchanged 2 sas of it for 1 sa of barni dates in order to give it to the Prophet, to eat." Thereupon the Prophet said, "Beware. Beware. This is definitely riba, usury. This is definitely riba, usury. Don't do so, but if you want to buy a superior kind of dates, sell the inferior dates for money and then buy the superior kind of dates with that money." Volume 3, Book 38, number 507. Narrated Amr. Concerning the Waqf of Thumar, it was not sinful of the trustee of the Waqf to eat or provide his friends from it, provided the trustee had no intention of collecting fortune for himself. Ibn Umar was the manager of the trust of Umar and he used to give presents from it to those with whom he used to stay at Mecca. Volume 3, Book 38, number 508. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid and Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "O Unais, go to the wife of this man, and if she confesses that she has committed illegal sexual intercourse, then stone her to death." Volume 3, Book 38, number 509. Narrated Uqba bin al-Harith. When a Nu'man or his son was brought in a state of drunkenness, Allah's apostle ordered all those who were present in the house to beat him. I was one of those who beat him. We beat him with shoes and palm leaf stalks. Volume 3, Book 38, number 510. Narrated Aisha. I twisted the garlands of the hadiths, i.e. animals for sacrifice, of Allah's apostle with my own hands. Then Allah's apostle put them around their necks with his own hands, and sent them with my father, to Mecca. Nothing legal was regarded illegal for Allah's apostle till the animals were slaughtered. Volume 3, Book 38, number 511. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Abu Talha was the richest man in Medina amongst the Ansar, and Baruha, garden, was the most beloved of his property, and it was situated opposite the Mosque of the Prophet. Allah's apostle used to enter it and drink from its sweet water. When the following divine verse were revealed, "You will not attain righteousness till you spend in charity of the things you love," 3.93. Abu Talha got up in front of Allah's apostle and said, "O Allah's apostle, Allah says in his book, you will not attain righteousness unless you spend, in charity, that which you love, and verily, the most beloved to me of my property is Baruha, garden, so I give it in charity and hope for its reward from Allah. O Allah's apostle, spend it wherever you like." Allah's apostle appreciated that and said, "That is perishable wealth. That is perishable wealth. I have heard what you have said, I suggest you to distribute it among your relatives." Abu Talha said, "I will do so, O Allah's apostle." So Abu Talha distributed it among his relatives and cousins. The sub-narrator, Malik, said, "The Prophet said, that is a profitable wealth, instead of perishable wealth." Volume 3, Book 38, number 512. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, "An honest treasurer who gives what he is ordered to give fully, perfectly and willingly to the person to whom he is ordered to give, is regarded as one of the two charitable persons." 39. Agriculture. Volume 3, Book 39, number 513. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle said, "There is none amongst the Muslims who plants a tree or sows seeds, and then a bird, or a person or an animal eats from it, but is regarded as a charitable gift for him." Volume 3, Book 39, number 514. Narrated Abu Umama al-Bahili. I saw some agricultural equipments and said, I heard the Prophet saying, "There is no house in which these equipment enters except that Allah will cause humiliation to enter it." Volume 3, Book 39, number 515. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "Whoever keeps a dog, 1 qirat of the reward of his good deeds is deducted daily, unless the dog is used for guarding a farm or cattle." Abu Huraira, in another narration, said from the Prophet, "Unless it is used for guarding sheep or farms, or for hunting." Narrated Abu Hazim from Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, "A dog for guarding cattle or for hunting." Volume 3, Book 39, number 516. Narrated as Sa'ib bin Yazid. Abu Sufyan bin Abu Zuhair, a man from Az-Shanuay and one of the companions of the Prophet said, I heard Allah's apostle saying, "If one keeps a dog which is meant for guarding neither a farm nor cattle, 1 qirat of the reward of his good deeds is deducted daily." I said, "Did you hear this from Allah's apostle?" He said, "Yes, by the Lord of this mosque." Volume 3, Book 39, number 517. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, while a man was riding a cow, it turned towards him and said, "I have not been created for this purpose, i.e. carrying, I have been created for sloughing." The Prophet added, "I, Abu Bakr and Umar believe in the story." The Prophet went on, "A wolf caught a sheep, and when the shepherd chased it, the wolf said, 'Who will be its guard on the day of wild beasts, when there will be no shepherd for it except me?'" After narrating it, the Prophet said, "I, Abu Bakr and Umar too believe it." Abu Salama, a sub-narrator, said, "Abu Bakr and Umar were not present then." It has been written that a wolf also spoke to one of the companions of the Prophet near Medina as narrated in Fath al-Bari. Narrated Unais bin Amr, Aban bin Aus said, "I was amongst my sheep. Suddenly a wolf caught a sheep and I shouted at it. The wolf sat on its tail and addressed me, saying, 'Who will look after it, i.e. the sheep, when you will be busy and not able to look after it? Do you forbid me the provision which Allah has provided me?' Aban added, I clapped my hands and said, 'By Allah, I have never seen anything more curious and wonderful than this.' On that the wolf said, 'There is something more curious and wonderful than this. That is, Allah's apostle in those palm trees, inviting people to Allah, i.e. Islam. Unais bin Amr further said, Then Aban went to Allah's apostle and informed him what happened and embraced Islam. Palm trees or other trees and share the fruits with me. Volume 3, Book 39, number 518. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Ansar said to the Prophet, Distribute the date palm trees between us and our emigrant brothers. He replied, No. The Ansar said, to the emigrants, Look after the trees, water and watch them, and share the fruits with us. The emigrants said, We listen and obey. Volume 3, Book 39, number 519. Narrated Abdullah. The Prophet got the date palm trees of the tribe of Bani Nadir burnt and the trees cut down at a place called Al-Bukhari. Hassan bin Thabit said in a poetic verse, The chiefs of Bani Lu'ay found it easy to watch fire spreading at Al-Bukhari. Volume 3, Book 39, number 520. Narrated Rafi bin Khadij. We worked on farms more than anybody else in Medina. We used to rent the land at the yield of specific delimited portion of it to be given to the landlord. Sometimes the vegetation of that portion was affected by blights etc. While the rest remained safe and vice versa, so the Prophet forbade this practice. At that time gold or silver were not used for renting the land. If they provided the seeds, they would get so and so much. Al-Hasan said, There is no harm if the land belongs to one but both spend on it and the yield is divided between them. Az-Zuri had the same opinion. Al-Hasan said, There is no harm if cotton is picked on the condition of having half the yield. Ibrahim, Ibn Siyain, Atta, Al-Hakam, Az-Zuri and Qatada said, There is no harm in giving the yarn to the weaver to weave into cloth on the basis that 1/3 or 1/4, or any other portion, of the cloth is given to the weaver for his labor. Mam said, There is no harm in hiring animals for a definite, fixed, period on the basis that 1/3 or 1/4 of the products carried by the animals is given to the owner of the animals. Volume 3, Book 39, number 521. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet concluded a contract with the people of Khaybar to utilize the land on the condition that half the products of fruits or vegetation would be their share. The Prophet used to give his wives 100 wasks each, 80 wasks of dates and 20 wasks of barley. When Umar became the caliph, he gave the wives of the Prophet the option of either having the land and water as their shares, or carrying on the previous practice. Some of them chose the land and some chose the wasks, and Aisha chose the land. Volume 3, Book 39, number 522. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet made a deal with the people of Khaybar that they would have half the fruits and vegetation of the land they cultivated. Volume 3, Book 39, number 523. Narrated Amr. I said to Taus, I wish you would give up mukabara, sharecropping, for the people say that the Prophet forbade it. On that Taus replied, O Amr. I give the land to sharecroppers and help them. No doubt. The most learned man, namely Ibn Abbas told me that the Prophet had not forbidden it but said, It is more beneficial for one to give his land free to one's brother than to charge him a fixed rental. Volume 3, Book 39, number 524. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's Apostle gave the land of Khaybar to the Jews on the condition that they work on it and cultivate it, and be given half of its yield. Volume 3, Book 39, number 525. Narrated Rafi. We worked on farms more than anybody else in Medina. We used to rent the land and say to the owner, The yield of this portion is for us and the yield of that portion is for you, as the rent. One of those portions might yield something and the other might not. So, the Prophet forbade us to do so. Volume 3, Book 39, number 526. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. The Prophet said, While 3 men were walking, it started raining and they took shelter, refuge, in a cave in a mountain. A big rock rolled down from the mountain and closed the mouth of the cave. They said to each other, Think of good deeds which you did for Allah's sake only, and invoke Allah by giving reference to those deeds so that He may remove this rock from you. One of them said, "O Allah! I had old parents and small children and I used to graze the sheep for them. On my return to them in the evening, I used to milk the sheep, and start providing my parents first of all before my children. One day I was delayed and came late at night and found my parents sleeping. I milked the sheep, as usual, and stood by their heads. I hated to wake them up and disliked to give milk to my children before them, although my children were weeping, because of hunger, at my feet till the day dawned. O Allah! If I did this for your sake only, kindly remove the rock so that we could see the sky through it." So, Allah removed the rock a little and they saw the sky. The second man said, "O Allah! I was in love with a cousin of mine like the deepest love a man may have for a woman. I wanted to outrage her chastity but she refused unless I gave her 100 dinars. So, I struggled to collect that amount. And when I sat between her legs, she said, 'O Allah's slave! Be afraid of Allah and do not deflower me except rightfully, by marriage.' So, I got up. O Allah! If I did it for your sake only, please remove the rock." The rock shifted a little more. Then the third man said, "O Allah! I employed a laborer for a farrak of rice and when he finished his job and demanded his right, I presented it to him, but he refused to take it. So, I sowed the rice many times till I gathered cows and their shepherd, from the yield. Then after some time, he came and said to me, 'Fear Allah, and give me my right.' I said, 'Go and take those cows and the shepherd.' He said, 'Be afraid of Allah. Don't mock at me.' I said, 'I am not mocking at you. Take all that.' So, he took all that. O Allah! If I did that for your sake only, please remove the rest of the rock." So, Allah removed the rock. Volume 3, Book 39, number 527. Narrated Zayd bin Aslam from his father. Umar said, "But for the future Muslim generations, I would have distributed the land of the villages I conquer among the soldiers as the Prophet distributed the land of Khaybar." Volume 3, Book 39, number 528. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, "He who cultivates land that does not belong to anybody is more rightful to own it." Urwa said, Umar gave the same verdict in his caliphate. Volume 3, Book 39, number 529. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. While the Prophet was passing the night at his place of rest in Tul Hulayfa in the bottom of the valley of Akik, he saw a dream and it was said to him, "You are in a blessed valley." Musa said, "Salim let our camels kneel at the place where Abdullah used to make his camel kneel, seeking the place where Allah's apostle used to take a rest, which is situated below the mosque which is in the bottom of the valley. It is midway between the mosque and the road." Volume 3, Book 39, number 530. Narrated Umar. While the Prophet was in Al-Akik he said, "Someone, meaning Gabriel, came to me from my Lord tonight, in my dream, and said, 'Offer the prayer in this blessed valley and say, I intend to perform Umrah along with Hajj, together.'" Volume 3, Book 39, number 531. Narrated Ibn Umar. Umar expelled the Jews and the Christians from Hijaz. When Allah's apostle had conquered Khaybar, he wanted to expel the Jews from it as its land became the property of Allah, his apostle, and the Muslims. Allah's apostle intended to expel the Jews but they requested him to let them stay there on the condition that they would do the labor and get half of the fruits. Allah's apostle told them, "We will let you stay on thus condition, as long as we wish." So, they, i.e. Jews, kept on living there until Umar forced them to go towards Tama and Ariha. Volume 3, Book 39, number 532. Narrated Rafi bin Khadij. My uncle Zuhair said, Allah's apostle forbade us to do a thing which was a source of help to us. I said, whatever Allah's apostle said was right. He said, Allah's apostle sent for me and asked, "What are you doing with your farms?" I replied, "We give our farms on rent on the basis that we get the yield produced at the banks of the water streams, rivers, for the rent, or rent it for some wasks of barley and dates. Allah's apostle said, do not do so, but cultivate the land yourselves, or let it be cultivated by others gratis, or keep it uncultivated. I said, we hear and obey. Volume 3, Book 39, number 533. Narrated Jabir. The people used to rent their land for cultivation for 1/3, 1/4, or half its yield. The Prophet said, whoever has land should cultivate it himself or give it to his Muslim brother gratis, otherwise keep it uncultivated. Narrated Abu Huraira, Allah's apostle said, whoever has land should cultivate it himself or give it to his Muslim brother gratis, otherwise he should keep it uncultivated. Volume 3, Book 39, number 534. Narrated Amr. When I mentioned it, i.e. the narration of Rafi bin Khadij, no. 532, to Taus, he said, it is permissible to rent the land for cultivation, for Ibn Abbas said, the Prophet did not forbid that, but said, one had better give the land to one's brother gratis rather than charge a certain amount for it. Volume 3, Book 39, number 535. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar used to rent his farms in the time of Abu Bakr, Umar, Uthman, and in the early days of Muawiyah. Then he was told the narration of Rafi bin Khadij that the Prophet had forbidden the renting of farms. Ibn Umar went to Rafi and I accompanied him. He asked Rafi, who replied that the Prophet had forbidden the renting of farms. Ibn Umar said, you know that we used to rent our farms in the lifetime of Allah's apostle for the yield of the banks of the water streams, rivers, and for certain amount of figs. Volume 3, Book 39, number 536. Narrated Salim. Abdullah bin Umar said, I knew that the land was rented for cultivation in the lifetime of Allah's apostle. Later on Ibn Umar was afraid that the Prophet had forbidden it, and he had no knowledge of it, so he gave up renting his land. Volume 3, Book 39, number 537. Narrated Hanzla bin Kays. Rafi bin Khadij said, my two uncles told me that they, i.e. the companions of the Prophet, used to rent the land in the lifetime of the Prophet for the yield on the banks of water streams, rivers, or for a portion of the yield stipulated by the owner of the land. The Prophet forbade it. I said to Rafi, what about renting the land for dinars and dirhams? He replied, there is no harm in renting for dinars dirhams. Al-Layth said, if those who have discernment for distinguishing what is legal from what is illegal looked into what has been forbidden concerning this matter, they would not permit it, for it is surrounded with dangers. Volume 3, Book 39, number 538. Narrated Abu Huraira. Once the Prophet was narrating a story, while a Bedouin was sitting with him. One of the inhabitants of paradise will ask Allah to allow him to cultivate the land. Allah will ask him, are you not living in the pleasures you like? He will say, yes, but I like to cultivate the land. The Prophet added, when the man will be permitted, he will sow the seeds and the plants will grow up and get ripe, ready for reaping, and so on till it will be as huge as mountains within a wink. Allah will then say to him, O son of Adam, take here you are, gather the yield, nothing satisfies you. On that, the Bedouin said, the man must be either from Quraysh, i.e. an emigrant, or an Ansari, for they are farmers, whereas we are not farmers. The Prophet smiled at this. Volume 3, Book 39, number 539. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. We used to be very happy on Friday as an old lady used to cut some roots of the silk, which we used to plant on the banks of our small water streams, and cook them in a pot of hers, adding to them some grains of barley. Yaqub, the sub-narrator, said, I think the narrator mentioned that the food did not contain fat or melted fat, taken from meat. When we offered the Friday prayer we would go to her and she would serve us with the dish. So, we used to be happy on Fridays because of that. We used not to take our meals or the midday nap except after the Jumu'ah prayer, i.e. Friday prayer. Volume 3, Book 39, number 540. Narrated Abu Huraira. the people say that Abu Huraira narrates too many narrations. In fact, Allah knows whether I say the truth or not. They also ask, why do the emigrants and the Ansar not narrate as he does? In fact, my emigrant brethren were busy trading in the markets, and my Ansar brethren were busy with their properties. I was a poor man keeping the company of Allah's Apostle and was satisfied with what filled my stomach. So, I used to be present while they, i.e. the emigrants and the Ansar, were absent, and I used to remember while they forgot, the Hadith. One day the Prophet said, whoever spreads his sheet till I finish this statement of mine and then gathers it on his chest, will never forget anything of my statement. So, I spread my covering sheet, which was the only garment I had, till the Prophet finished his statement, and then I gathered it over my chest. By him who had sent him, i.e. Allah's Apostle, with the truth, since then I did not forget even a single word of that statement of his, until this day of mine. By Allah, but for 2 verses in Allah's book, I would never have related any narration, from the Prophet. These 2 verses are, verily, those who conceal the clear signs and the guidance which we have sent down, up to, the Merciful. 2.159-160. 40. Distribution of Water. Volume 3, Book 40, Number 541. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. A tumbler, full of milk or water, was brought to the Prophet, who drank from it. While on his right side there was sitting a boy who was the youngest of those who were present, and on his left side there were old men. The Prophet asked, O boy, will you allow me to give it, i.e. the rest of the drink, to the old men? The boy said, O Allah's Apostle, I will not give preference to anyone over me to drink the rest of it from which you have drunk. So, the Prophet gave it to him. Volume 3, Book 40, Number 542. Narrated Az-Zuri. Anas bin Malik said, that once a domestic sheep was milked for Allah's Apostle while he was in the house of Anas bin Malik. The milk was mixed with water drawn from the well in Anas's house. A tumbler of it was presented to Allah's Apostle, who drank from it. Then Abu Bakr was sitting on his left side and a Bedouin on his right side. When the Prophet removed the tumbler from his mouth, Umar was afraid that the Prophet might give it to the Bedouin, so he said, O Allah's Apostle, give it to Abu Bakr, who is sitting by your side. But the Prophet gave it to the Bedouin, who was to his right, and said, You should start with the one on your right side. Volume 3, Book 40, Number 543. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, Do not withhold the superfluous water, for that will prevent people from grazing their cattle. Volume 3, Book 40, Number 544. Narrated Abu Huraira. That Allah's Apostle said, Do not withhold the superfluous water in order to withhold the superfluous grass. Volume 3, Book 40, Number 545. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, No blood money will be charged if somebody dies in a mine or in a well or is killed by an animal. And if somebody finds a treasure in his land, he has to give 1/5 of it to the government. Volume 3, Book 40, Number 546. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'ud. The Prophet said, Whoever takes a false oath to deprive somebody of his property will meet Allah while he will be angry with him. Allah revealed, Verily those who purchase a little gain at the cost of Allah's covenant, and their oaths, 3.77. Al-Ashadh came, to the place where Abdullah was narrating, and said, What has Abu Abdurrahman, i.e. Abdullah, been telling you? This verse was revealed concerning me. I had a well in the land of a cousin of mine. The Prophet asked me to bring witnesses, to confirm my claim. I said, I don't have witnesses. He said, Let the defendant take an oath then. I said, O Allah's Apostle, he will take a false oath immediately. Then the Prophet mentioned the above narration, and Allah revealed the verse to confirm what he had said. See Hadith No. 692. Volume 3, Book 40, Number 547. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, There are 3 persons whom Allah will not look at on the day of resurrection, nor will he purify them, and there shall be a severe punishment. They are: 1. A man possessed superfluous water, on a way, and he withheld it from travelers. 2. A man who gave a pledge of allegiance to a ruler and he gave it only for worldly benefits. If the ruler gives him something he gets satisfied, and if the ruler withholds something from him, he gets dissatisfied. 3. And man displayed his goods for sale after the Asr prayer, and he said, "By Allah, except whom none has the right to be worshipped, I have been given so much for my goods," and somebody believes him, and buys them. The Prophet then recited, "Verily, those who purchase a little gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths." 3. 77. Volume 3, Book 40, number 548. Narrated Abdullah bin Zubair. An Ansari man quarreled with Zubair in the presence of the Prophet about the Hara canals which were used for irrigating the date palms. The Ansari man said to Zubair, "Let the water pass," but Zubair refused to do so. So, the case was brought before the Prophet, who said to Zubair, "O Zubair, irrigate your land, and then let the water pass to your neighbor." On that the Ansari got angry and said to the Prophet, "Is it because he, i.e. Zubair, is your aunt's son?" On that the color of the face of Allah's apostle changed, because of anger, and he said, "O Zubair, irrigate your land, and then withhold the water till it reaches the walls between the pits round the trees." Zubair said, "By Allah, I think that the following verse was revealed on this occasion, but no, by your Lord they can have no faith until they make you judge in all disputes between them." 4. 65. Volume 3, Book 40, number 549. Narrated Urwa. When a man from the Ansar quarreled with Zubair, the Prophet said, "O Zubair, irrigate your land first and then let the water flow to the land of the others." On that the Ansari said to the Prophet, "It is because he is your aunt's son." On that the Prophet said, "O Zubair, irrigate till the water reaches the walls between the pits around the trees, and then stop, i.e. let the water go to the other's land." I think the following verse was revealed concerning this event, but no, by your Lord they can have no faith until they make you judge in all disputes between them. 4. 65. Volume 3, Book 40, number 550. Narrated Urwa bin Zubair. An Ansari man quarreled with Zubair about a canal in the Hara which was used for irrigating date palms. Allah's apostle, ordering Zubair to be moderate, said, "O Zubair, irrigate your land first and then leave the water for your neighbor." The Ansari said, "Is it because he is your aunt's son?" On that the color of the face of Allah's apostle changed, and he said, "O Zubair, irrigate your land, and withhold the water till it reaches the walls that are between the pits around the trees." So, Allah's apostle gave Zubair his full right. Zubair said, "By Allah, the following verse was revealed in that connection, but no, by your Lord they can have no faith until they make you judge in all disputes between them." 4. 65. The sub-narrator, Ibn Shihab, said to Jurayj, another sub-narrator, "The Ansar and the other people interpreted the saying of the Prophet, 'Irrigate your land, and withhold the water till it reaches the walls between the pits around the trees,' as meaning up to the ankles." Volume 3, Book 40, number 551. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "While a man was walking he felt thirsty and went down a well and drank water from it. On coming out of it, he saw a dog panting and eating mud because of excessive thirst. The man said, 'This dog is suffering from the same problem as that of mine.' So he went down the well, filled his shoe with water, caught hold of it with his teeth and climbed up and watered the dog. Allah thanked him for his good deed and forgave him. The people asked, 'O Allah's apostle, is there a reward for us in serving the animals?' He replied, 'Yes, there is a reward for serving any animate.' Volume 3, Book 40, number 552. Narrated Asma bint Abi Bakr. The Prophet prayed the Eclipse prayer, and then said, "Hell was displayed so close that I said, O my Lord, am I going to be one of its inhabitants?" Suddenly he saw a woman. I think he said, who was being scratched by a cat. He said, "What is wrong with her?" He was told, she had imprisoned it, i.e. the cat, till it died of hunger. Volume 3, Book 40, number 553. Narrated, Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle said, a woman was tortured and was put in hell because of a cat which she had kept locked till it died of hunger. Allah's apostle further said, Allah knows better. Allah said, to the woman, you neither fed it nor watered when you locked it up, nor did you set it free to eat the insects of the earth. Volume 3, Book 40, number 554. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd. Once a tumbler, full of milk or water, was brought to Allah's apostle who drank from it, while on his right side there was sitting a boy who was the youngest of those who were present. And on his left side there were old men. The Prophet asked, O boy, do you allow me to give the drink to the elder people first? The boy said, I will not prefer anybody to have my share from you, O Allah's apostle. So, he gave it to the boy. Volume 3, Book 40, number 555. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, by him in whose hands my soul is, I will drive some people out from my sacred fount on the day of resurrection as strange camels are expelled from a private trough. Volume 3, Book 40, number 556. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet said, may Allah be merciful to the mother of Ishmael. If she had left the water of Zamzam, fountain, as it was, without constructing a basin for keeping the water, or said, if she had not taken handfuls of its water, it would have been a flowing stream. Juram, an Arab tribe, came and asked her, may we settle at your dwelling? She said, yes, but you have no right to possess the water. They agreed. Volume 3, Book 40, number 557. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, there are three types of people whom Allah will neither talk to, nor look at, on the day of resurrection. They are 1. A man who takes an oath falsely that he has been offered for his goods so much more than what he is given. 2. A man who takes a false oath after the Witr prayer in order to grab a Muslim's property, and 3. A man who withholds his superfluous water. Allah will say to him, today I will withhold my grace from you as you withheld the superfluity of what you had not created. Volume 3, Book 40, number 558. Narrated As-Sab bin Jathama. Allah's apostle said, no hima except for Allah and his apostle. We have been told that Allah's apostle made a place called An-Naki as hima, and Umar made Ash-Sharaf and Ar-Rabat a hima, for grazing the animals of zakat. Volume 3, Book 40, number 559. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, keeping horses may be a source of reward to some man, a shelter to another, i.e. means of earning one's living, or a burden to a third. He to whom the horse will be a source of reward is the one who keeps it in Allah's cause, prepare it for holy battles, and ties it by a long rope in a pasture, or a garden. He will get a reward equal to what its long rope allows it to eat in the pasture or the garden, and if that horse breaks its rope and crosses one or two hills, then all its footsteps and its dung will be counted as good deeds for its owner. And if it passes by a river and drinks from it, then that will also be regarded as a good deed for its owner even if he has had no intention of watering it then. Horses are a shelter from poverty to the second person who keeps horses for earning his living so as not to ask others, and at the same time he gives Allah's right, i.e. rocket, from the wealth he earns through using them in trading etc. And does not overburden them. He who keeps horses just out of pride and for showing off and as a means of harming the Muslims, his horses will be a source of sins to him. When Allah's apostle was asked about donkeys, he replied, nothing particular was revealed to me regarding. Volume 3, Book 40, number 560. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid. A man came to Allah's apostle and asked about al-Luqata, a fallen thing. The Prophet said, recognize its container and its tying material and then make a public announcement about it for 1 year, and if its owner shows up, give it to him, otherwise use it as you like. The man said, "What about a lost sheep?" The Prophet said, "It is for you, your brother or the wolf." The man said, "What about a lost camel?" The Prophet said, "Why should you take it, as it has got its water container, its stomach, and its hooves, and it can reach the places of water and can eat the trees till its owner finds it." Volume 3, Book 40, number 561. Narrated Az Zubair bin al-Awwam. The Prophet said, "No doubt. One had better take a rope, and cut, and tie a bundle of wood and sell it, whereby Allah will keep his face away from hellfire, rather than ask others who may give him or not." Volume 3, Book 40, number 562. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "No doubt, you had better gather a bundle of wood and carry it on your back, and earn your living thereby, rather than ask somebody who may give you or not." Volume 3, Book 40, number 563. Narrated Hussein bin Ali. Ali bin Abi Talib said, "I got a she-camel as my share of the war booty on the day of the battle of Badr, and Allah's Apostle gave me another she-camel. I let both of them kneel at the door of one of the Ansar, intending to carry Idkir on them to sell it and use its price for my wedding banquet on marrying Fatima. A goldsmith from Bam Kainka was with me. Hamza bin Abdul Muttalib was in that house drinking wine, and a lady singer was reciting, 'O Hamza, kill the 2 fat old she-camels, and serve them to your guests.' So Hamza took his sword and went towards the 2 she-camels and cut off their humps and opened their flanks and took a part of their livers. I said to Ibn Shihab, 'Did he take part of the humps?' He replied, 'He cut off their humps and carried them away.' Ali further said, 'When I saw that dreadful sight, I went to the Prophet and told him the news. The Prophet came out in the company of Zayd bin Haritha, who was with him then, and I too went with them. He went to Hamza and spoke harshly to him. Hamza looked up and said, 'Aren't you only the slaves of my forefathers?' The Prophet retreated and went out. This incident happened before the prohibition of drinking. Volume 3, Book 40, number 564. Narrated Anas. The Prophet decided to grant a portion of the uncultivated land of Bahrain to the Ansar. The Ansar said, "We will not accept it, till you give a similar portion to our emigrant brothers, from Quraysh." He said, "O Ansar, you will soon see people giving preference to others, so remain patient till you meet me, on the day of resurrection." Volume 3, Book 40, number 565. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "One of the rights of a she-camel is that it should be milked at a place of water." Volume 3, Book 40, number 566. Narrated Zayd bin Thabit. The Prophet permitted selling the dates of the haraya for ready dates by estimating the amount of the former, as they are still on the trees. Volume 3, Book 40, number 567. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet forbade the sales called al-Mukabara, al-Mahakala and al-Muzabana, and the selling of fruits till they are free from blights. He forbade the selling of the fruits except for money, except the haraya. Volume 3, Book 40, number 568. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet allowed the sale of the dates of the haraya for ready dates by estimating the former, which should be estimated as less than 5 awsaq or 5 awsaq. Dawood, the sub-narrator, is not sure as to the right amount. Volume 3, Book 40, number 569. Narrated Rafi bin Khadij and Saul bin al-Hathma. Allah's Apostle forbade the sale of muzabana, i.e., selling of fruits for fruits, except in the case of araya. He allowed the owners of araya such kind of sale. 41. Loans, payment of loans, freezing of property, bankruptcy. Volume 3, Book 41, number 570. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. While I was in the company of the Prophet in one of his ghazawat, he asked, "What is wrong with your camel? Will you sell it?" I replied in the affirmative and sold it to him. When he reached Medina, I took the camel to him in the morning and he paid me its price. Volume 3, Book 41, number 571. Narrated Al-Amash. When we were with Ibrahim, we talked about mortgaging in deals of salam. Ibrahim narrated from Aswad that Aisha had said, the Prophet bought some foodstuff on credit from a Jew and mortgaged an iron armor to him. Volume 3, Book 41, number 572. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever takes the money of the people with the intention of repaying it, Allah will repay it on his behalf, and whoever takes it in order to spoil it, then Allah will spoil him. Volume 3, Book 41, number 573. Narrated Abu Dhar. Once, while I was in the company of the Prophet, he saw the mountain of Uhud and said, I would not like to have this mountain turned into gold for me unless nothing of it, not even a single dinar remains of it with me for more than 3 days, I will spend all of it in Allah's cause, except that dinar which I will keep for repaying debts. Then he said, those who are rich in this world would have little reward in the hereafter except those who spend their money here and there, in Allah's cause, and they are few in number. Then he ordered me to stay at my place and went not far away. I heard a voice and intended to go to him, but I remembered his order, stay at your place till I return. On his return I said, O Allah's Apostle, what was that noise which I heard? He said, did you hear anything? I said, yes. He said, Gabriel came and said to me, whoever amongst your followers dies, worshipping none along with Allah, will enter paradise. I said, even if he did such and such things, i.e., even if he stole or committed illegal sexual intercourse, he said, yes. Volume 3, Book 41, number 574. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, if I had gold equal to the mountain of Uhud, it would not please me that it should remain with me for more than 3 days, except an amount which I would keep for repaying debts. Volume 3, Book 41, number 575. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man demanded his debts from Allah's Apostle in such a rude manner that the companions of the Prophet intended to harm him, but the Prophet said, leave him, no doubt. For he, the creditor, has the right to demand it, harshly. Buy a camel and give it to him. They said, the camel that is available is older than the camel he demands. The Prophet said, buy it and give it to him, for the best among you are those who repay their debts handsomely. Volume 3, Book 41, number 576. Narrated Hudhaifa. I heard the Prophet saying, once a man died and was asked, what did you use to say, or do, in your lifetime? He replied, I was a businessman and used to give time to the rich to repay his debt and, used to, deduct part of the debt of the poor. So he was forgiven, his sins. Abu Masud said, I heard the same, hadith, from the Prophet. Volume 3, Book 41, number 577. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man came to the Prophet and demanded a camel, the Prophet owed him. Allah's Apostle told his companions to give him a camel. They said, we do not find except an older camel than what he demands. The Prophet ordered them to give him that camel. The man said, you have paid me in full and may Allah also pay you in full. Allah's Apostle said, give him, for the best amongst the people is he who repays his debts in the most handsome manner. Volume 3, Book 41, number 578. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet owed a camel of a certain age to a man who came to demand it back. The Prophet ordered his companions to give him. They looked for a camel of the same age but found nothing but a camel 1 year older. The Prophet told them to give it to him. The man said, you have paid me in full, and may Allah pay you in full. The Prophet said, the best amongst you is he who pays his debts in the most handsome manner. Volume 3, Book 41, number 579. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. I went to the Prophet while he was in the mosque. Mizar thinks that Jabir went in the forenoon. After the Prophet told me to pray 2 rakat, he repaid me the debt he owed me and gave me an extra amount. Volume 3, Book 41, number 580. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. My father was martyred on the day of the battle of Uhud, and he was in debt. His creditors demanded their rights persistently. I went to the Prophet and informed him about it. He told them to take the fruits of my garden and exempt my father from the debts, but they refused to do so. So, the Prophet did not give them my garden and told me that he would come to me the next morning. He came to us early in the morning and wandered among the data palms and invoked Allah to bless their fruits. I then plucked the dates and paid the creditors, and there remained some of the dates for us. Volume 3, Book 41, number 581. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. When my father died, he owed a Jew 30 ausic of dates. I requested him to give me respite for repaying, but he refused. I requested Allah's apostle to intercede with the Jew. Allah's apostle went to the Jew and asked him to accept the fruits of my trees in place of the debt, but the Jew refused. Allah's apostle entered the garden of the date palms, wandering among the trees, and ordered me, saying, "Pluck the fruits, and give him his due." So, I plucked the fruits for him after the departure of Allah's apostle and gave his 30 ausic, and still had 17 ausic extra for myself. Jabir said, I went to Allah's apostle to inform of what had happened, but found him praying the Asr prayer. After the prayer I told him about the extra fruits which remained. Allah's apostle told me to inform Umar ibn al-Khattab about it. When I went to Umar and told him about it, Umar said, when Allah's apostle walked in your garden, I was sure that Allah would definitely bless it. Volume 3, Book 41, number 582. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle used to invoke Allah in the prayer, saying, O Allah, I seek refuge with you from all sins, and from being in debt. Someone said, O Allah's apostle, I see you, very often you seek refuge with Allah from being in debt. He replied, if a person is in debt, he tells lies when he speaks, and breaks his promises when he promises. Volume 3, Book 41, number 583. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, if someone leaves some property, it will be for the inheritors, and if he leaves some weak offspring, it will be for us to support them. Volume 3, Book 41, number 584. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, I am closer to the believers than themselves in this world and in the hereafter, and if you like, you can read Allah's statement, the Prophet is closer to the believers than their own selves. 33. 6. So, if a true believer dies and leaves behind some property, it will be for his inheritors, from the father's side, and if he leaves behind some debt to be paid or needy offspring, then they should come to me as I am the guardian of the deceased. Volume 3, Book 41, number 585. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, procrastination, delay, in repaying debts by a wealthy person is injustice. Volume 3, Book 41, number 586. Narrated Abu Huraira. A man came to the Prophet and demanded his debts and used harsh words. The companions of the Prophet wanted to harm him, but the Prophet said, leave him, as the creditor, owner of the right, has the right to speak. Volume 3, Book 41, number 587. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, if a man finds his very things with a bankrupt, he has more right to take them back than anyone else. Volume 3, Book 41, number 588. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. A man pledged that his slave would be manumitted after his death. The Prophet asked, who will buy the slave from me? Noaim bin Abdullah bought the slave and the Prophet took its price and gave it to the owner. Volume 3, Book 41, number 589. Narrated Jabir. When Abdullah, my father, died, he left behind children and debts. I asked the lenders to put down some of his debt, but they refused, so I went to the Prophet to intercede with them, yet they refused. The Prophet said, to me, classify your dates into their different kinds, Adk bin Zaid, Lean and Ajwa, each kind alone, and call all the creditors and wait till I come to you. I did so, and the Prophet came and sat beside the dates and started measuring to each his due till he paid them fully, and the amount of dates remained as it was before, as if he had not touched them. On another occasion, I took part in one of Ghazawat among with the Prophet, and I was riding one of our camels. The camel got tired and was lagging behind the others. The Prophet hit it on its back. He said, "Sell it to me, and you have the right to ride it till Medina." When we approached Medina, I took the permission from the Prophet to go to my house, saying, "O Allah's Apostle, I have newly married." The Prophet asked, "Have you married a virgin or a matron, a widow or divorcee?" I said, "I have married a matron, as Abdullah, my father, died and left behind daughters small in their ages, so I married a matron who may teach them and bring them up with good manners." The Prophet then said to me, "Go to your family." When I went there and told my maternal uncle about the selling of the camel, he admonished me for it. On that I told him about its slowness and exhaustion and about what the Prophet had done to the camel and his hitting it. When the Prophet arrived, I went to him with the camel in the morning, and he gave me its price, the camel itself, and my share from the war booty as he gave the other people. Volume 3, Book 41, number 590. Narrated Ibn Umar. A man came to the Prophet and said, "I am often betrayed in bargaining." The Prophet advised him, "When you buy something, say, to the seller, 'No deception.'" The man used to say so afterwards. Volume 3, Book 41, number 591. Narrated Al-Mughira bin Shu'bah. The Prophet said, "Allah has forbidden for you, 1. To be undutiful to your mothers, 2. To bury your daughters alive, 3. To not to pay the rights of the others, e.g. charity, etc., and 4. To beg of men, begging. And Allah has hated for you, 1. Vain, useless talk, or that you talk too much about others, 2. To ask too many questions, in disputed religious matters, and 3. To waste the wealth, by extravagance." Volume 3, Book 41, number 592. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. I heard Allah's Apostle saying, "Every one of you is a guardian, and responsible for what is in his custody. The ruler is a guardian of his subjects and responsible for them. A husband is a guardian of his family and is responsible for it, a lady is a guardian of her husband's house and is responsible for it, and a servant is a guardian of his master's property and is responsible for it." I heard that from Allah's Apostle, and I think that the Prophet also said, "A man is a guardian of his father's property and is responsible for it, so all of you are guardians and responsible for your wards and things under your care." Volume 3, Book 41, number 593. Narrated Abdullah. I heard a man reciting a verse of the Holy Qur'an, but I had heard the Prophet reciting it differently. So, I caught hold of the man by the hand and took him to Allah's Apostle, who said, "Both of you are right." Shu'bah, the sub-narrator, said, "I think he said to them, 'Don't differ, for the nations before you differed and perished, because of their differences.'" Volume 3, Book 41, number 594. Narrated Abu Huraira. Two persons, a Muslim and a Jew, quarreled. The Muslim said, "By him who gave Muhammad superiority over all the people." The Jew said, "By him who gave Moses superiority over all the people." At that the Muslim raised his hand and slapped the Jew on the face. The Jew went to the Prophet and informed him of what had happened between him and the Muslim. The Prophet sent for the Muslim and asked him about it. The Muslim informed him of the event. The Prophet said, "Do not give me superiority over Moses, for on the day of resurrection all the people will fall unconscious and I will be one of them, but I will be the first to gain consciousness, and will see Moses standing and holding the side of the throne of Allah. I will not know whether Moses has also fallen unconscious and got up before me, or Allah has exempted him from that stroke." Volume 3, Book 41, number 595. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. While Allah's Apostle was sitting, a Jew came and said, "O Abul Qasim, one of your companions has slapped me on my face." The Prophet asked who that was. He replied that he was one of the Ansar. The Prophet sent for him, and on his arrival, he asked him whether he had beaten the Jew. He replied in the affirmative and said, I heard him taking an oath in the market saying, by him who gave Moses superiority over all the human beings. I said, O wicked man! Has Allah given Moses superiority? Even over Muhammad the first became furious and slapped him over his face. The Prophet said, do not give a prophet superiority over another, for on the day of resurrection all the people will fall unconscious and I will be the first to emerge from the earth. And will see Moses standing and holding one of the legs of the throne. I will not know whether Moses has fallen unconscious or the first unconsciousness was sufficient for him. Volume 3, Book 41, number 596. Narrated Anas. A Jew crushed the head of a girl between two stones. The girl was asked who had crushed her head, and some names were mentioned before her, and when the name of the Jew was mentioned, she nodded agreeing. The Jew was captured and when he confessed, the Prophet ordered that his head be crushed between two stones. Volume 3, Book 41, number 597. Narrated Ibn Umar. A man was often cheated in buying. The Prophet said to him, when you buy something, say, to the seller, no cheating. The man used to say so thenceforward. Volume 3, Book 41, number 598. Narrated Jabir, a man manumitted a slave and he had no other property than that, so the Prophet cancelled the manumission, and sold the slave for him. Noaim bin al-Naim bought the slave from him. Volume 3, Book 41, number 599. Narrated Abdullah bin Mas'udi. Allah's Apostle said, whoever takes a false oath so as to take the property of a Muslim, illegally, will meet Allah while he will be angry with him. Al-Ashadih said, by Allah, that saying concerned me. I had common land with a Jew, and the Jew later on denied my ownership, so I took him to the Prophet who asked me whether I had a proof of my ownership. When I replied in the negative, the Prophet asked the Jew to take an oath. I said, O Allah's Apostle! He will take an oath and deprive me of my property. So, Allah revealed the following verse, verily. Those who purchase a little gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths. 3. 77. Volume 3, Book 41, number 600. Narrated Abdullah bin Kabi bin Malik. Kabi demanded his debt back from Ibn Abi Hadrad in the mosque and their voices grew louder till Allah's Apostle heard them while he was in his house. He came out to them raising the curtain of his room and addressed Kabi, O Kabi. Kabi replied, Labbaik, O Allah's Apostle. He said to him, reduce your debt to 1/2, gesturing with his hand. Kab said, I have done so, O Allah's Apostle. On that the Prophet said to Ibn Abi Hadrad, get up and repay the debt, to him. Volume 3, Book 41, number 601. Narrated Umar bin al-Khattab. I heard Hisham bin Hakim bin Hizam reciting Surat al-Furqan in a way different to that of mine. Allah's Apostle had taught it to me, in a different way. So, I was about to quarrel with him, during the prayer, but I waited till he finished, then I tied his garment round his neck and seized him by it and brought him to Allah's Apostle and said, I have heard him reciting Surat al-Furqan in a way different to the way you taught it to me. The Prophet ordered me to release him and asked Hisham to recite it. When he recited it, Allah's Apostle said, it was revealed in this way. He then asked me to recite it. When I recited it, he said, it was revealed in this way. The Qur'an has been revealed in 7 different ways, so recite it in the way that is easier for you. Volume 3, Book 41, number 602. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, no doubt. I intended to order somebody to pronounce the Iqamah of the compulsory congregational prayer and then I would go to the houses of those who do not attend the prayer and burn their houses over them. Volume 3, Book 41, number 603. Narrated Aisha. Abu bin Zameh and Sa'd bin Abi Waqqas carried the case of their claim of the ownership of the son of a slave girl of Zameh before the Prophet. Sa'd said, O Allah's Apostle! My brother, before his death, told me that when I would return to Mecca, I should search for the son of the slave girl of Zameh and take him into my custody as he was his son. Abu bin Zameh said, "He is my brother and the son of the slave girl of my father, and was born on my father's bed." The Prophet noticed a resemblance between Utbah and the boy, but he said, "O Abu bin Zameh, you will get this boy, as the son goes to the owner of the bed. You, Sauda, screen yourself from the boy." Volume 3, Book 41, number 604. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle sent horsemen to Najd, and they arrested and brought a man called Thumama bin Uthal, the chief of Yamama, and they fastened him to one of the pillars of the mosque. When Allah's apostle came up to him, he asked, "What have you to say, O Thumama?" He replied, "I have good news, O Muhammad." Abu Huraira narrated the whole narration, which ended with the order of the Prophet, "Release him." Volume 3, Book 41, number 605. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet sent some horsemen to Najd, and they arrested and brought a man called Thumama bin Uthal from the tribe of Bani Hanifa, and they fastened him to one of the pillars of the mosque. Volume 3, Book 41, number 606. Narrated Abdullah bin Kabi bin Malik al-Ansari from Kabi bin Malik. That Abdullah bin Abi Hadrad al-Islami owed him some debt. Kabi met him and caught hold of him, and they started talking, and their voices grew loudest. The Prophet passed by them and addressed Kabi, pointing out to him to reduce the debt to 1/2. So, Kabi got 1/2 of the debt and exempted the debtor from the other half. Volume 3, Book 41, number 607. Narrated Kababab. I was a blacksmith in the pre-Islamic period of ignorance, and Aci bin Wale owed me some money. I went to him to demand it, but he said to me, "I will not pay you unless you reject faith in Muhammad." I replied, "By Allah, I will never disbelieve Muhammad till Allah let you die and then resurrect you." He said, "Then wait till I die and come to life again, for then I will be given property and offspring and will pay your right." So, thus revelation came, "Have you seen him who disbelieved in our signs and yet says, I will be given property and offspring?" 19.77. 42, Lost Things Picked Up by Someone, Luqata. Volume 3, Book 42, number 608. Narrated Ubay bin Kabi. I found a purse containing 100 dinars. So I went to the Prophet, and informed him about it. He said, "Make public announcement about it for 1 year." I did so, but nobody turned up to claim it, so I again went to the Prophet, who said, "Make public announcement for another year." I did, but none turned up to claim it. I went to him for the 3rd time, and he said, "Keep the container and the string which is used for its tying, and count the money it contains, and if its owner comes, give it to him, otherwise, utilize it." The sub-narrator Salama said, I met him, Suwaid, another sub-narrator, in Mecca, and he said, "I don't know whether Ubay made the announcement for 3 years or just 1 year." Volume 3, Book 42, number 609. Narrated Zaid bin Khalid al-Yuhani. A Bedouin went to the Prophet and asked him about picking up a lost thing. The Prophet said, "Make public announcement about it for 1 year. Remember the description of its container and the string with which it is tied, and if somebody comes and claims it and describes it correctly, give it to him, otherwise, utilize it." He said, "O Allah's apostle, what about a lost sheep?" The Prophet said, "It is for you, for your brother, i.e. its owner, or for the wolf." He further asked, "What about a lost camel?" On that the face of the Prophet became red, with anger, and said, "You have nothing to do with it, as it has its feet, its water reserve, and can reach places of water and drink, and eat trees." Volume 3, Book 42, number 610. Narrated Sulayman bin Bilal from Yahya. Yazid Mawla al-Munba'ith heard Zaid bin Khalid al-Ju'am saying, the Prophet was asked about Luqata. He said, "Remember the description of its container and the string it is tied with, and announce it publicly for 1 year." Yazid added, "If nobody claims, then the person who has found it can spend it, and it is regarded as a trust entrusted to him." Yahya said, "I do not know whether the last sentences were said by the Prophet or by Yazid." Zayd further said, the Prophet was asked, what about a lost sheep? The Prophet said, take it, for it is for you or for your brother, i.e. its owner, or for the wolf. Yazid added that it should also be announced publicly. The man then asked the Prophet about a lost camel. The Prophet said, leave it, as it has its feet, water container, reservoir, and it will reach a place of water and eat trees till its owner finds it. Volume 3, Book 42, number 611. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid. A man came and asked Allah's apostle about picking a lost thing. The Prophet said, remember the description of its container and the string it is tied with, and make public announcement about it for 1 year. If the owner shows up, give it to him, otherwise, do whatever you like with it. He then asked, what about a lost sheep? The Prophet said, it is for you, for your brother, i.e. its owner, or for the wolf. He further asked, what about a lost camel? The Prophet said, it is none of your concern. It has its water container, reservoir, and its feet, and it will reach water and drink it and eat the trees till its owner finds it. Volume 3, Book 42, number 612. Narrated Anas. The Prophet passed a date fallen on the way and said, were I not afraid that it may be from a sadaqah, charitable gifts, I would have eaten it. Narrated Abu Huraira, the Prophet said, sometimes when I return home and find a date fallen on my bed, I pick it up in order to eat it, but I fear that it might be from a sadaqah, so I throw it. Volume 3, Book 42, number 613. Narrated Abu Huraira. When Allah gave victory to his apostle over the people of Mecca, Allah's apostle stood up among the people and after glorifying Allah, said, Allah has prohibited fighting in Mecca and has given authority to his apostle and the believers over it, so fighting was illegal for anyone before me, and was made legal for me for a part of a day, and it will not be legal for anyone after me. Its game should not be chased, its thorny bushes should not be uprooted, and picking up its fallen things is not allowed except for one who makes public announcement for it. And he whose relative is murdered has the option either to accept a compensation for it or to retaliate. Al-Abbas said, accept al-Ledkir, for we use it in our graves and houses. Allah's apostle said, accept al-Ledkir. Abu Shah, a Yemenite, stood up and said, O Allah's apostle, get it written for me. Allah's apostle said, write it for Abu Shah. The sub-narrator asked Al-Azai what did he mean by saying, get it written, O Allah's apostle. He replied, the speech which he had heard from Allah's apostle. Volume 3, Book 42, number 614. Narrated Ibn Umar. Allah's apostle said, an animal should not be milked without the permission of its owner. Does any of you like that somebody comes to his store and breaks his container and takes away his food? The udders of the animals are the stores of their owners where their provision is kept, so nobody should milk the animals of somebody else, without the permission of its owner. Volume 3, Book 42, number 615. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid al-Yuhani. A man asked Allah's apostle about the luqata. He said, make public announcement of it for 1 year, then remember the description of its container and the string it is tied with, utilize the money, and if its owner comes back after that, give it to him. The people asked, O Allah's apostle, what about a lost sheep? Allah's apostle said, take it, for it is for you, for your brother, or for the wolf. The man asked, O Allah's apostle, what about a lost camel? Allah's apostle got angry and his cheeks or face became red, and said, you have no concern with it as it has its feet, and its water container, till its owner finds it. Volume 3, Book 42, number 616. Narrated Suwaid bin Kafalah. While I was in the company of Salman bin Rabi'a and Suwan, in one of the holy battles, I found a whip. One of them told me to drop it but I refused to do so and said that I would give it to its owner if I found him, otherwise I would utilize it. On our return we performed Hajj and on passing by Medina, I asked Ubay bin Kabi about it. He said, I found a bag containing 100 dinars in the lifetime of the Prophet and took it to the Prophet who said to me, make public announcement about it for 1 year. So, I announced it for 1 year and went to the Prophet who said, announce it publicly for another year. So, I announced it for another year. I went to him again and he said, announce for another year. So I announced for still another year. I went to the Prophet for the fourth time, and he said, remember the amount of money, the description of its container and the string it is tied with, and if the owner comes, give it to him, otherwise, utilize it. Volume 3, Book 42, Number 617. Narrated Salama. The above narration, Hadith 616, from Ubay bin Ka'b, adding, I met the sub-narrator at Mecca later on. But he did not remember whether Ka'b had announced what he had found 1 year or 3 years. Volume 3, Book 42, Number 618. Narrated Zayd bin Khalid. A Bedouin asked the Prophet about the Luqata. The Prophet said, make public announcement about it for 1 year, and if then somebody comes and describes the container of the Luqata and the string it was tied with, give it to him, otherwise, spend it. He then asked the Prophet about a lost camel. The face of the Prophet became red and he said, you have no concern with it as it has its water reservoir and feet and it will reach water and drink and eat trees. Leave it till its owner finds it. He then asked the Prophet about a lost sheep. The Prophet said, it is for you, for your brother, or for the wolf. Volume 3, Book 42, Number 619. Narrated Abu Bakr. While I was on my way, all of a sudden I saw a shepherd driving his sheep. I asked him whose servant he was. He replied that he was the servant of a man from Quraysh, and then he mentioned his name and I recognized him. I asked, do your sheep have some milk? He replied in the affirmative. I said, are you going to milk for me? He replied in the affirmative. I ordered him and he tied the legs of one of the sheep. Then I told him to clean the udder, teats, of dust and to remove dust off his hands. He removed the dust off his hands by clapping his hands. He then milked a little milk. I put the milk for Allah's apostle in a pot and closed its mouth with a piece of cloth and poured water over it till it became cold. I took it to the Prophet and said, drink, O Allah's apostle. He drank it till I was pleased. 43. Oppressions. Volume 3, Book 43, Number 620. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. Allah's apostle said, when the believers pass safely over the bridge across hell, they will be stopped at a bridge in between hell and paradise where they will retaliate upon each other for the injustices done among them in the world, and when they get purified of all their sins, they will be admitted into paradise. By him in whose hands the life of Muhammad is, everybody will recognize his dwelling in paradise better than he recognizes his dwelling in this world. Volume 3, Book 43, Number 621. Narrated Safwan bin Murayz al-Mazini. While I was walking with Ibn Umar holding his hand, a man came in front of us and asked, what have you heard from Allah's apostle about an Najwa? Ibn Umar said, I heard Allah's apostle saying, Allah will bring a believer near him and shelter him with his screen and ask him, did you commit such and such sins? He will say, yes, my Lord. Allah will keep on asking him till he will confess all his sins and will think that he is ruined. Allah will say, I did screen your sins in the world and I forgive them for you today, and then he will be given the book of his good deeds. Regarding infidels and hypocrites, their evil acts will be exposed publicly, and the witnesses will say, these are the people who lied against their Lord. Behold! The curse of Allah is upon the wrongdoers. 11. 18. Volume 3, Book 43, Number 622. Narrated Abdullah bin Umar. Allah's apostle said, a Muslim is a brother of another Muslim, so he should not oppress him, nor should he hand him over to an oppressor. Whoever fulfilled the needs of his brother, Allah will fulfill his needs. Whoever brought his Muslim brother out of a discomfort, Allah will bring him out of the discomforts of the day of resurrection, and whoever screened a Muslim, Allah will screen him on the day of resurrection. Volume 3, Book 43, Number 623. Narrated Anas bin Malik. Allah's apostle said, help your brother, whether he is an oppressor or he is an oppressed one. Volume 3, Book 43, Number 624. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle said, "Help your brother, whether he is an oppressor or he is an oppressed one." People asked, "O Allah's Apostle, it is all right to help him if he is oppressed, but how should we help him if he is an oppressor?" The Prophet said, "By preventing him from oppressing others." Volume 3, Book 43, number 625. Narrated Muawiyah bin Su'ud. I heard Al-Bara bin Azib saying, "The Prophet orders us to do 7 things and prohibited us from doing 7 other things." Then Al-Bara mentioned the following. 1. To pay a visit to the sick, inquiring about his health. 2. To follow funeral processions. 3. To say to a sneezer, "May Allah be merciful to you," if he says, "Praise be to Allah." 4. To return greetings. 5. To help the oppressed. 6. To accept invitations. 7. To help others to fulfill their oaths. See Hadith number 753, Volume 7. Volume 3, Book 43, number 626. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, "A believer to another believer is like a building whose different parts enforce each other." The Prophet then clasped his hands with the fingers interlaced, while saying that. Volume 3, Book 43, number 627. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet said, "Oppression will be a darkness on the day of resurrection." Volume 3, Book 43, number 628. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet sent Mu'adh to Yemen and said, "Be afraid, from the curse of the oppressed, as there is no screen between his invocation and Allah." Volume 3, Book 43, number 629. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, "Whoever has oppressed another person concerning his reputation or anything else, he should beg him to forgive him before the day of resurrection, when there will be no money to compensate for wrong deeds, but if he has good deeds, those good deeds will be taken from him according to his oppression which he has done. And if he has no good deeds, the sins of the oppressed person will be loaded on him." Volume 3, Book 43, number 630. Narrated Aisha. Regarding the explanation of the following verse, if a wife fears cruelty or desertion on her husband's part. 4. 128. A man may dislike his wife and intend to divorce her, so she says to him, "I give up my rights, so do not divorce me." The above verse was revealed concerning such a case. Volume 3, Book 43, number 631. Narrated Sahl bin Sa'd as-Sa'idi. A drink, milk mixed with water, was brought to Allah's Apostle, who drank some of it. A boy was sitting to his right, and some old men to his left. Allah's Apostle said to the boy, "Do you allow me to give the rest of the drink to these people?" The boy said, "O Allah's Apostle, I will not give preference to anyone over me to drink the rest of it from which you have drunk." Allah's Apostle then handed the bowl of drink to the boy. See Hadith number 541. Volume 3, Book 43, number 632. Narrated Said bin Zaid. Allah's Apostle said, "Whoever usurps the land of somebody unjustly, his neck will be encircled with it down the 7 earths, on the day of resurrection." Volume 3, Book 43, number 633. Narrated Abu Salama. That there was a dispute between him and some people, about a piece of land. When he told Aisha about it, she said, "O Abu Salama, avoid taking the land unjustly, for the Prophet said, whoever usurps even one span of the land of somebody, his neck will be encircled with it down the 7 earths." Volume 3, Book 43, number 634. Narrated Salim's father, i.e. Abdullah. The Prophet said, "Whoever takes a piece of the land of others unjustly, he will sink down the 7 earths on the day of resurrection." Volume 3, Book 43, number 635. Narrated Jaballah. We were in Medina with some of the Iraqi people, and we were struck with famine, and Ibn Az-Zubair used to give us dates. Ibn Umar used to pass by and say, "The Prophet forbade us to eat 2 dates at a time, unless one takes the permission of one's companions." Volume 3, Book 43, number 636. Narrated Abu Mas'udi. There was an Ansari man called Abu Shu'aib who had a slave butcher. Abu Shu'aib said to him, "Prepare a meal sufficient for 5 persons so that I might invite the Prophet besides other 4 persons." Abu Shu'aib had seen the signs of hunger on the face of the Prophet and so he invited him. Another man who was not invited, followed the Prophet. The Prophet said to Abu Shu'aib, "This man has followed us. Do you allow him to share the meal?" Abu Shu'aib said, "Yes." Volume 3, Book 43, number 637. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet said, "The most hated person in the sight of Allah is the most quarrelsome person." Volume 3, Book 43, number 638. Narrated Salama. The wife of the Prophet, Allah's apostle, heard some people quarreling at the door of his dwelling. He came out and said, "I am only a human being, and opponents come to me, to settle their problems. Maybe someone amongst you can present his case more eloquently than the other, whereby I may consider him true and give a verdict in his favor. So, if I give the right of a Muslim to another by mistake, then it is really a portion of hell, fire, he has the option to take or give up, before the day of resurrection." Volume 3, Book 43, number 639. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr. The Prophet said, "Whoever has the following 4 characters will be a hypocrite. And whoever has one of the following 4 characteristics will have one characteristic of hypocrisy until he gives it up. These are, 1. Whenever he talks, he tells a lie, 2. Whenever he makes a promise, he breaks it, 3. Whenever he makes a covenant he proves treacherous, 4. And whenever he quarrels, he behaves impudently in an evil insulting manner." See Hadith number 33 Volume 1. Volume 3, Book 43, number 640. Narrated Aisha. Hind bint Utbah, Abu Sufyan's wife, came and said, "O Allah's Apostle, Abu Sufyan is a miser. Is there any harm if I spend something from his property for our children?" He said, "There is no harm for you if you feed them from it justly and reasonably, with no extravagance." Volume 3, Book 43, number 641. Narrated Uqba bin Amir. We stayed to the Prophet, "You send us out and it happens that we have to stay with such people as do not entertain us. What do you think about it?" He said to us, "If you stay with some people and they entertain you as they should for a guest, accept their hospitality, but if they don't do, take the right of the guest from them." Volume 3, Book 43, number 642. Narrated Umar. When Allah took away the soul of his Prophet at his death, the Ansar assembled in the shed of Bani Sa'idah. I said to Abu Bakr, "Let us go." So, we come to them, i.e. to Ansar, at the shed of Bani Sa'idah. See Hadith number 19, Volume 5 for details. Volume 3, Book 43, number 643. Narrated Al-Araj. Abu Huraira said, Allah's Apostle said, "No one should prevent his neighbor from fixing a wooden peg in his wall." Abu Huraira said, to his companions, "Why do I find you averse to it? By Allah, I certainly will narrate it to you." Volume 3, Book 43, number 644. Narrated Anas. I was the butler of the people in the house of Abu Talha, and in those days drinks were prepared from dates. Allah's Apostle ordered somebody to announce that alcoholic drinks had been prohibited. Abu Talha ordered me to go out and spill the wine. I went out and spilled it, and it flowed in the streets of Medina. Some people said, some people were killed and wine was still in their stomachs. On that the divine revelation came, "On those who believe and do good deeds there is no blame for what they ate, in the past." 5.93. Volume 3, Book 43, number 645. Narrated Abu Said al-Khudri. The Prophet said, "Beware. Avoid sitting on roads, ways." The people said, "There is no way out of it as these are our sitting places where we have talks." The Prophet said, "If you must sit there, then observe the rights of the way." They asked, "What are the rights of the way?" He said, they are the lowering of your gazes, on seeing what is illegal to look at, refraining from harming people, returning greetings, advocating good and forbidding evil. Volume 3, Book 43, number 646. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, a man felt very thirsty while he was on the way, there he came across a well. He went down the well, quenched his thirst and came out. Meanwhile he saw a dog panting and licking mud because of excessive thirst. He said to himself, this dog is suffering from thirst as I did. So, he went down the well again and filled his shoe with water and watered it. Allah thanked him for that deed and forgave him. The people said, O Allah's Apostle! Is there a reward for us in serving the animals? He replied, yes, there is a reward for serving any animate, living being. See Hadith No. 551. Volume 3, Book 43, number 647. Narrated Usama bin Zaid. Once the Prophet stood at the top of one of the castles, or higher buildings, of Medina and said, do you see what I see? No doubt I am seeing the spots of afflictions amongst your houses as numerous as the spots where raindrops fall, during a heavy rain. See Hadith No. 102. Volume 3, Book 43. Number 648. Narrated, Abdullah bin Abbas. I had been eager to ask Umar about the two ladies from among the wives of the Prophet regarding whom Allah said, in the Qur'an saying if you two, wives of the Prophet namely Aisha and Hafsa, turn in repentance to Allah your hearts are indeed so inclined, to oppose what the Prophet likes. 66. For, till performed the Hajj along with Umar, and on our way back from Hajj, he went aside, to answer the call of nature, and I also went aside along with him carrying a tumbler of water. When he had answered the call of nature and returned, I poured water on his hands from the tumbler and he performed ablution. I said, O chief of the believers! Who were the two ladies from among the wives of the Prophet to whom Allah said, if you too return in repentance? 66.4. He said, I am astonished at your question, O Ibn Abbas. They were Aisha and Hafsa. Then Umar went on relating the narration and said, I and an Ansari neighbor of mine from Bani Umayyah bin Zaid who used to live in Awali al-Madinah, used to visit the Prophet in turns. He used to go one day, and I another day. When I went I would bring him the news of what had happened that day regarding the instructions and orders, and when he went, he used to do the same for me. We, the people of Quraysh, used to have authority over women, but when we came to live with the Ansar, we noticed that the Ansari women had the upper hand over their men, so our women started acquiring the habits of the Ansari women. Once I shouted at my wife and she paid me back in my coin and I disliked that she should answer me back. She said, why do you take it ill that I retort upon you? By Allah, the wives of the Prophet retort upon him, and some of them may not speak with him for the whole day till night. What she said scared me and I said to her, whoever amongst them does so, will be a great loser. Then I dressed myself and went to Hafsa and asked her, does any of you keep Allah's Apostle angry all the day long till night? She replied in the affirmative. I said, she is a ruined losing person, and will never have success. Doesn't she fear that Allah may get angry for the anger of Allah's Apostle and thus she will be ruined? Don't ask Allah's Apostle too many things, and don't retort upon him in any case, and don't desert him. Demand from me whatever you like, and don't be tempted to imitate your neighbor, i.e. Aisha, in her behavior towards the Prophet, for she, i.e. Aisha, is more beautiful than you, and more beloved to Allah's Apostle. In those days it was rumored that Ghassan, a tribe living in Sham, was getting prepared their horses to invade us. My companion went to the Prophet on the day of his turn, went and returned to us at night and knocked at my door violently, asking whether I was sleeping. I was scared, by the hard knocking, and came out to him. He said that a great thing had happened. I asked him, what is it? Have Ghassan come? He replied that it was worse and more serious than that, and added that Allah's Apostle had divorced all his wives. I said, Hafsa is a ruined loser. I expected that would happen some day. So I dressed myself and offered the far prayer with the Prophet. Then the Prophet entered an upper room and stayed there alone. I went to Hafsa and found her weeping. I asked her, "Why are you weeping? Didn't I warn you? Have Allah's apostle divorced you all?" She replied, "I don't know. He is there in the upper room." I then went out and came to the pulpit and found a group of people around it, and some of them were weeping. Then I sat with them for some time, but could not endure the situation. So I went to the upper room where the Prophet was and requested to a black slave of his, "Will you get the permission of Allah's apostle, for Umar, to enter?" The slave went in, talked to the Prophet about it and came out saying, "I mentioned you to him but he did not reply." So, I went and sat with the people who were sitting by the pulpit, but I could not bear the situation, so I went to the slave again and said, "Will you get he permission for Umar?" He went in and brought the same reply as before. When I was leaving, behold, the slave called me saying, "Allah's apostle has granted you permission." So, I entered upon the Prophet and saw him lying on a mat without wetting on it, and the mat had left its mark on the body of the Prophet, and he was leaning on a leather pillow stuffed with palm fires. I greeted him and while still standing, I said, "Have you divorced your wives?" He raised his eyes to me and replied in the negative. And then while still standing, I said chatting, "Will you heed what I say, O Allah's apostle? We, the people of Quraysh, used to have the upper hand over our women, wives, and when we came to the people whose women had the upper hand over them." Umar told the whole story, about his wife. On that the Prophet smiled. Umar further said, "I then said, I went to Hafsa and said to her, 'Do not be tempted to imitate your companion, Aisha, for she is more beautiful than you and more beloved to the Prophet.'" The Prophet smiled again. When I saw him smiling, I sat down and cast a glance at the room, and by Allah, I couldn't see anything of importance but 3 hides. I said, "To Allah's apostle, invoke Allah to make your followers prosperous, for the Persians and the Byzantines have been made prosperous and given worldly luxuries, though they do not worship Allah." The Prophet was leaning then, and on hearing my speech he sat straight, and said, "O Ibn al-Khattab, do you have any doubt, that the hereafter is better than this world? These people have been given rewards of their good deeds in this world only." I asked the Prophet, "Please ask Allah's forgiveness for me." The Prophet did not go to his wives because of the secret which Hafsa had disclosed to Aisha. And he said that he would not go to his wives for 1 month as he was angry with them when Allah admonished him, for his oath that he would not approach Maria. When 29 days had passed, the Prophet went to Aisha first of all. She said to him, "You took an oath that you would not come to us for 1 month, and today only 29 days have passed, as I have been counting them day by day." The Prophet said, "The month is also of 29 days. That month consisted of 29 days. Aisha said, "When the divine revelation of choice was revealed, the Prophet started with me, saying to me, 'I am telling you something, but you needn't hurry to give the reply till you can consult your parents.'" Aisha knew that her parents would not advise her to part with the Prophet. The Prophet said that Allah had said, "O Prophet, say to your wives, if you desire the life of this world and its glitter, then come. I will make a provision for you and set you free in a handsome manner. But if you seek Allah and His Apostle, and the home of the hereafter, then verily, Allah has prepared for the good doers amongst you a great reward." 33. 28. Aisha said, "Am I to consult my parents about this? I indeed prefer Allah, His Apostle, and the home of the hereafter." After that the Prophet gave the choice to his other wives and they also gave the same reply as Aisha did. Volume 3, Book 43, number 649. Narrated Anas. Allah's Apostle took an oath that he would not go to his wives for 1 month as his foot had been sprained. He stayed in an upper room when Umar went to him and said, "Have you divorced your wives?" He said, "No, but I have taken an oath that I would not go to them for 1 month." The Prophet stayed there for 29 days, and then came down and went to his wives. Volume 3, Book 43, number 650. Narrated Jabir. The Prophet entered the mosque, and I too went there after tying the camel at the pavement of the mosque. I said, to the Prophet, "This is your camel." He came out and started examining the camel and said, "Both the camel and its price are for you." Volume 3, Book 43, number 651. Narrated Hudhaifa. I saw Allah's Apostle coming, or the Prophet came, to the dumps of some people and urinated there while standing. Volume 3, Book 43, number 652. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, while a man was on the way, he found a thorny branch of a tree there on the way and removed it. Allah thanked him for that deed and forgave him. Volume 3, Book 43, number 653. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet judged that 7 cubits should be left as a public way when there was a dispute about the land. Volume 3, Book 43, number 654. Narrated Abdullah bin Yazid al-Ansari. The Prophet forbade robbery, taking away what belongs to others without their permission, and also forbade mutilation, or maiming, of bodies. Volume 3, Book 43, number 655. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, when an adulterer commits illegal sexual intercourse, then he is not a believer at the time he is doing it, and when a drinker of an alcoholic liquor drinks it, then he is not a believer at the time of drinking it, and when a thief steals, then he is not a believer at the time of stealing, and when a robber robs, and the people look at him, then he is not a believer at the time of doing robbery. Volume 3, Book 43, number 656. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, the hour will not be established until the Son of Mary, i.e. Jesus, descends amongst you as a just ruler. He will break the cross, kill the pigs, and abolish the jizya tax. Money will be in abundance so that nobody will accept it, as charitable gifts. Volume 3, Book 43, number 657. Narrated Salama bin al-Aqwa. On the day of Khaybar the Prophet saw fires being lighted. He asked, why are these fires being lighted? The people replied that they were cooking the meat of donkeys. He said, break the pots and throw away their contents. The people said, shall we throw away their contents and wash the pots, rather than break them? He said, wash them. Volume 3, Book 43, number 658. Narrated Abdullah bin Masud. The Prophet entered Mecca and, at that time, there were 360 idols around the Kaaba. He started stabbing the idols with a stick he had in his hand and reciting, truth, Islam, has come and falsehood, disbelief, has vanished. Volume 3, Book 43, number 659. Narrated Al-Qasim. Aisha said that she hung a curtain decorated with pictures, of animates, on a cupboard. The Prophet tore that curtain and she turned it into 2 cushions which remained in the house for the Prophet to sit on. Volume 3, Book 43, number 660. Narrated Abdullah bin Amr bin al-As. I heard the Prophet saying, whoever is killed while protecting his property then he is a martyr. Volume 3, Book 43, number 661. Narrated Anas. While the Prophet was with one of his wives, one of the mothers of the believers, i.e. one of his wives, sent a wooden bowl containing food with a servant. The wife, in whose house he was sitting, stroked the bowl with her hand and broke it. The Prophet collected the shattered pieces and put the food back in it and said, eat. He kept the servant and the bowl till he had eaten the food. Then the Prophet gave another unbroken bowl to the servant and kept the broken one. Volume 3, Book 43, number 662. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's Apostle said, there was an Israeli man called Juraj, while he was praying, his mother came and called him, but he did not respond to her call. He said, to himself, whether he should continue the prayer or reply to his mother. She came to him the second time and called him and said, O Allah! Do not let him die until he sees the faces of prostitutes. Juraj used to live in a hermitage. A woman said that she would entice Juraj, so she went to him and presented herself, for an evil act, but he refused. She then went to a shepherd and allowed him to commit an illegal sexual intercourse with her, and later she gave birth to a boy. She alleged that the baby was from Juraj. The people went to Juraj and broke down his hermitage, pulled him out of it and abused him. He performed ablution and offered the prayer, then he went to the male, baby, and asked him, "O boy, who is your father?" The baby replied that his father was the shepherd. The people said that they would build for him a hermitage of gold, but Juraj asked them to make it of mud only. 44. Partnership. Volume 3, Book 44, number 663. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle sent an army towards the east coast and appointed Abu Ubaidah bin al-Jarrah as their chief, and the army consisted of 300 men including myself. We marched on till we reached a place where our food was about to finish. Abu Ubaidah ordered us to collect all the journey food, and it was collected. Our journey food was dates. Abu Ubaidah kept on giving us our daily ration in small amounts from it, till it was exhausted. The share of every one of us used to be 1 date only. I said, "How could 1 date benefit you?" Jabir replied, "We came to know its value when even that too finished." Jabir added, "When we reached the seashore, we saw a huge fish which was like a small mountain. The army ate from it for 18 days. Then Abu Ubaidah ordered that 2 of its ribs be fixed, and they were fixed in the ground. Then he ordered that a she-camel be ridden, and it passed under the 2 ribs, forming an arch, without touching them." Volume 3, Book 44, number 664. Narrated Salama. Once the journey food diminished and the people were reduced to poverty. They went to the Prophet and asked his permission to slaughter their camels, and he agreed. Umar met them and they told him about it, and he said, "How would you survive after slaughtering your camels?" Then he went to the Prophet and said, "O Allah's apostle, how would they survive after slaughtering their camels?" Allah's apostle ordered Umar, "Call upon the people to bring what has remained of their food." A leather sheet was spread and the journey food was collected and heaped over it. Allah's apostle stood up and invoked Allah to bless it, and then directed all the people to come with their utensils, and they started taking from it till all of them got what was sufficient for them. Allah's apostle then said, "I testify that none has the right to be worshipped but Allah, and I am his apostle." Volume 3, Book 44, number 665. Narrated Rafi bin Khadij. We used to offer the Asr prayer with the Prophet and slaughter a camel, the meat of which would be divided in 10 parts. We would eat the cooked meat before sunset. Volume 3, Book 44, number 666. Narrated Abu Musa. The Prophet said, when the people of Ash'ari tribe ran short of food during the holy battles, or the food of their families in Medina ran short, they would collect all their remaining food in 1 sheet and then distribute it among themselves equally by measuring it with a bowl. So, these people are from me, and I am from them. Volume 3, Book 44, number 667. Narrated Anas. That Abu Bakr as-Siddiq wrote to him the law of zakat which was made obligatory by Allah's apostle. He wrote, partners possessing joint property, sheep, have to pay its zakat equally. Volume 3, Book 44, number 668. Narrated Abaya bin Rafa'a bin Raft bin Khadij. My grandfather said, we were in the company of the Prophet at Tul Hulayfa. The people felt hungry and captured some camels and sheep, as booty. The Prophet was behind the people. They hurried and slaughtered the animals and put their meat in pots and started cooking it. When the Prophet came, he ordered the pots to be upset and then he distributed the animals, of the booty, regarding 10 sheep as equal to 1 camel. One of the camels fled and the people ran after it till they were exhausted. At that time there were few horses. A man threw an arrow at the camel, and Allah stopped the camel with it. The Prophet said, some of these animals are like wild animals, so if you lose control over one of these animals, treat it in this way, i.e., shoot it with an arrow. Before distributing them among the soldiers my grandfather said, We may meet the enemies in the future and have no knives, can we slaughter the animals with reeds? The Prophet said, use whatever causes blood to flow, and eat the animals if the name of Allah has been mentioned on slaughtering them. Do not slaughter with teeth or fingernails, and I will tell you why. It is because teeth are bones, i.e., cannot cut properly, and fingernails are the tools used by the Ethiopians, whom we should not imitate for they are infidels. Volume 3, Book 44, number 669. Narrated Ibn Umar. The Prophet decreed that one should not eat 2 dates together at a time unless he gets the permission from his companions, sharing the meal with him. Volume 3, Book 44, number 670. Narrated Jaballah. While at Medina we were struck with famine. Ibn Zubayr used to provide us with dates as our food. Ibn Umar used to pass by us and say, don't eat 2 dates together at a time, as the Prophet has forbidden eating 2 dates together at a time, in a gathering, unless one takes the permission of one's companion brother. Volume 3, Book 44, number 671. Narrated Nafi. Ibn Umar said, Allah's Apostle said, if one manumits his share of a jointly possessed slave, and can afford the price of the other shares according to the adequate price of the slave will be completely manumitted. Otherwise he will be partially manumitted. Ayub, a sub-narrator, is not sure whether the saying, otherwise he will be partially manumitted, was said by Nafi or the Prophet. Volume 3, Book 44, number 672. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever manumits his share of a jointly possessed slave, it is imperative for him to get that slave manumitted completely by paying the remaining price. And if he does not have sufficient money to manumit him, then the price of the slave should be estimated justly, and he is to be allowed to work and earn the amount that will manumit him, without overburdening him. Volume 3, Book 44, number 673. Narrated An-Nu'man bin Bashir. The Prophet said, the example of the person abiding by Allah's order and restrictions in comparison to those who violate them is like the example of those persons who drew lots for their seats in a boat. Some of them got seats in the upper part, and the others in the lower. When the latter needed water, they had to go up to bring water, and that troubled the others, so they said, let us make a hole in our share of the ship, and get water, saving those who are above us from troubling them. So, if the people in the upper part left the others do what they had suggested, all the people of the ship would be destroyed, but if they prevented them, both parties would be safe. Volume 3, Book 44, number 674. Narrated Urwa bin Zubayr. That he had asked Aisha about the meaning of the statement of Allah, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls, then marry other women of your choice 2 or 3 or 4. 4.3. She said, O my nephew, this is about the orphan girl who lives with her guardian and shares his property. Her wealth and beauty may tempt him to marry her without giving her an adequate mahr, bridal money, which might have been given by another suitor. So, such guardians were forbidden to marry such orphan girls unless they treated them justly and gave them the most suitable mahr. Otherwise they were ordered to marry any other woman. Aisha further said, after that verse the people again asked the Prophet, about the marriage with orphan girls, so Allah revealed the following verses, they ask your instruction concerning the women. Say, Allah instructs you about them and about what is recited unto you in the book, concerning the orphan girls to whom you give not the prescribed portions and yet whom you desire to marry. 4. 127. What is meant by Allah's saying and about what is recited unto you is the former verse which goes, if you fear that you shall not be able to deal justly with the orphan girls, then marry other women of your choice. 4. 3. Aisha said, Allah's saying in the other verse, yet whom you desire to marry. 4. 127, means the desire of the guardian to marry an orphan girl under his supervision when she has not much property or beauty, in which case he should treat her justly. The guardians were forbidden to marry their orphan girls possessing property and beauty without being just to them, as they generally refrain from marrying them, when they are neither beautiful nor wealthy. Volume 3, Book 44, number 675. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet established the right of Shuf'a, i.e. preemption, in joint properties, but when the land is divided and the ways are demarcated, then there is no preemption. Volume 3, Book 44, number 676. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. The Prophet said, the right of preemption is valid in every joint property, but when the land is divided and the way is demarcated, then there is no right of preemption. Volume 3, Book 44, number 677. Narrated Sulayman bin Abu Muslim. I asked Abu Minhal about money exchange from hand to hand. He said, I and a partner of mine bought something partly in cash and partly on credit. Al-Barath bin Azib passed by us and we asked about it. He replied, I and my partner Zaid bin al-Arqam did the same and then went to the Prophet and asked him about it. He said, take what was from hand to hand and leave what was on credit. Volume 3, Book 44, number 678. Narrated Abdullah. Allah's Apostle rented the land of Khaybar to the Jews on the condition that they would work on it and cultivate it and take half of its yield. Volume 3, Book 44, number 679. Narrated Uqba bin Amir. That Allah's Apostle gave him some sheep to distribute among his companions in order to sacrifice them and a kid was left. He told the Prophet about it and the Prophet said to him, sacrifice it on your behalf. Volume 3, Book 44, number 680. Narrated Abdullah bin Hisham. That his mother Zainab bint Humayd took him to the Prophet and said, O Allah's Apostle, take the pledge of allegiance from him. But he said, he is still too young for the pledge, and passed his hand on his, i.e. Abdullah's, head and invoked for Allah's blessing for him. Zura bin Ma'bad stated that he used to go with his grandfather, Abdullah bin Hisham, to the market to buy foodstuff. Ibn Thumar and Ibn Zubair would meet him and say to him, be our partner, as the Prophet invoked Allah to bless you. So, he would be their partner, and very often he would win a camel's load and send it home. Volume 3, Book 44, number 681. Narrated Ibn Thumar. The Prophet said, whoever manumits his share owe a jointly possessed slave. It is imperative on him to manumit the slave completely if he has sufficient money to pay the rest of its price, which is to be estimated justly. He should pay his partners their shares and release him, the freed one. Volume 3, Book 44, number 682. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, whoever manumits his share of a jointly possessed slave, it is essential for him to manumit the slave completely if he has sufficient money. Otherwise he should look for some work for the slave, to earn what would enable him to emancipate himself, without overburdening him with work. Volume 3, Book 44, number 683. Narrated Ibn Abbas. The Prophet, along with his companions, reached Mecca in the morning of the 4th of Dhul-Hijjah assuming ihram for Hajj only. So when we arrived at Mecca, the Prophet ordered us to change our intentions of the ihram for Umrah and that we could finish our ihram after performing the Umrah and could go to our wives, for sexual intercourse. The people began talking about that. Jabir said surprisingly, shall we go to Mina while semen is dribbling from our male organs? Jabir moved his hand while saying so. When this news reached the Prophet he delivered a sermon and said, I have been informed that some peoples were saying so and so, by Allah I fear Allah more than you do, and am more obedient to him than you. If I had known what I know now, I would not have brought the hadi, sacrifice, with me and had the hadi not been with me, I would have finished the ihram. At that Suraka bin Malik stood up and asked, O Allah's Apostle, is this permission for us only or is it forever? The Prophet replied, it is forever. In the meantime Ali bin Abu Talib came from Yemen and was saying labbaik for what the Prophet has intended. According to another man, Ali was saying labbaik for Hajj similar to Allah's apostles. The Prophet told him to keep on the ihram and let him share the hadi with him. Volume 3, Book 44, number 684. Narrated Abaya bin Rifa. My grandfather, Rafi bin Khadij said, we were in the valley of Dhul-Hulayfa of Tihama in the company of the Prophet and had some camels and sheep, of the booty. The people hurried, in slaughtering the animals, and put their meat in the pots and started cooking. Allah's apostle came and ordered them to upset the pots, and distributed the booty considering one camel as equal to 10 sheep. One of the camels fled and the people had only a few horses, so they got worried. The camel was chased and, a man slopped the camel by throwing an arrow at it. Allah's apostle said, "Some of these animals are untamed like wild animals, so if any one of them went out of your control, then you should treat it as you have done now." My grandfather said, "O Allah's apostle, we fear that we may meet our enemy tomorrow and we have no knives, could we slaughter the animals with reeds?" The Prophet said, "Yes, or you can use what would make blood flow, slaughter, and you can eat what is slaughtered and the name of Allah is mentioned at the time of slaughtering. But don't use teeth or fingernails, in slaughtering. I will tell you why. As for teeth, they are bones, and fingernails are used by Ethiopians for slaughtering." See Hadith 668. 45, Mortgaging. Volume 3, Book 45, number 685. Narrated Anas. No doubt, the Prophet mortgaged his armor for barley grams. Once I took barley bread with some dissolved fat on it to the Prophet and I heard him saying, "The household of Muhammad did not possess except a sa, of food grain, barley, etc. for both the morning and the evening meals although they were 9 houses." Volume 3, Book 45, number 686. Narrated Aisha. The Prophet bought some foodstuff on credit for a limited period and mortgaged his armor for it. Volume 3, Book 45, number 687. Narrated Jabir bin Abdullah. Allah's apostle said, "Who would kill Ka'b bin al-Ashraf as he has harmed Allah and his apostle?" Muhammad bin Maslama got up and said, "I will kill him." So, Muhammad bin Maslama went to Ka'b and said, "I want a loan of 1 or 2 wasks of food grains." Ka'b said, "Mortgage your women to me." Muhammad bin Maslama said, "How can we mortgage our women, and you are the most handsome among the Arabs?" He said, "Then mortgage your sons to me." Muhammad said, "How can we mortgage our sons, as the people will abuse them for being mortgaged for 1 or 2 wasks of food grains? It is shameful for us. But we will mortgage our arms to you." So, Muhammad bin Maslama promised him that he would come to him next time. They, Muhammad bin Maslama and his companions came to him as promised and murdered him. Then they went to the Prophet and told him about it. Volume 3, Book 45, number 688. Narrated Abu Huraira. The Prophet said, "One can ride the mortgaged animal because of what one spends on it, and one can drink the milk of a milch animal as long as it is mortgaged." Volume 3, Book 45, number 689. Narrated Abu Huraira. Allah's apostle said, "The mortgaged animal can be used for riding as long as it is fed and the milk of the milch animal can be drunk according to what one spend on it. The one who rides the animal or drinks its milk should provide the expenditures." Volume 3, Book 45, number 690. Narrated Aisha. Allah's apostle bought some foodstuff from a Jew and mortgaged his armor to him. Volume 3, Book 45, number 691. Narrated Ibn Abu Mulaika. I wrote a letter to Ibn Abbas and he wrote to me that the Prophet had given the verdict that the defendant had to take an oath. Volume 3, Book 45, number 692. Narrated Abu Wail. Abdullah bin Mas'ud said, "Whoever took a false oath in order to grab somebody's property will meet Allah while Allah will be angry with him." Allah revealed the following verse to confirm that, verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant and their oaths, a painful torment. 3.77. Al-Ashadh bin Qays came to us and asked as to what Abu Abdurrahman, i.e. Ibn Mas'ud, was telling you. We related the story to him. On that he said, "He has told the truth." This verse was revealed about me. I had some dispute with another man regarding a well and we took the case before Allah's apostle. Allah's apostle said, to me, "Produce 2 witnesses, to support your claim, otherwise the defendant has the right to take an oath, to refute your claim. I said, the defendant would not mind to take a false oath. Allah's apostle then said, whoever took a false oath in order to grab someone else's property will meet Allah, Allah will be angry with him. Allah then revealed what confirmed it. Al-Adh then recited the following verse, Verily, those who purchase a small gain at the cost of Allah's covenant, and their oaths. 2. They shall have a painful torment. 3.77, see Hadith number 546.